Chapter 01, Stories all start with beautiful mistakes. Jiangzhou City, Bishuiyuan neighborhood. Handong stood at the door of room 602 in Block 8 and pressed the doorbell, but no one answered. He turned the door handle and actually opened the door. It was not locked. There should be someone at home. Brother, sister-in-law, I am Dong Zia. Handong pushed the door in and probed into the living room. There was indeed someone inside the living room. It was an extremely beautiful young woman. Even though she was wearing loose sportswear, she could not hide her infinitely beautiful figure. With stylish embedded headphones on her ears and music turned up loud, it was no wonder she couldn't hear the doorbell ringing. At the moment, she was dancing to the beat of the music. It is not appropriate to describe her as dancing, but it is more appropriate to say that she is crazy. In Handong's eyes, it looked like the posture of the unscrupulous Taoist priest dancing on the mountain in his hometown. Plop! This wave caught off guard. Handong even hand carrying the knitting bag are thrown. Big city girls are really good looking, just a little scary. The woven bag landed with a loud sound, and the girl instinctively looked at the sound. The two people stared wide-eyed, and time and space stood still in this instant. Handong felt that some women were the favorites of heaven. For example, this current one. Not only was her body so good that it was criminal, her features were also good looking to death, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a divine face. After exercising, her cheeks were red, with drops of sweat slipping through occasionally, truly like a lotus flower in water. This beautiful scenery made him instantly forget about the girl's teeth and claws. In the eyes of the wench, it wasn't so beautiful. This kid's hair is messy, wearing a t-shirt and big pants. It seems to be the kind of cheap stall goods. The whole person dirt. The point was, how did he come to his house? What do you want? What do you want? Seeing the girl's eyes shooting a cold light and her face full of murderous aura, Handong clasped his hands to his chest and instinctively took a few steps backward. The ladyboy narrowly escaped being directly taken away by his tawdry maneuver. You ran into my house and asked me what I want. Pissed off old lady. Get the hell out of here. In a rage, the woman grabbed the cup on the coffee table and smashed it over Handong's face. Handong was in a daze when a ball of objects flew over unexpectedly, hitting him squarely on the bridge of his nose. Ouch fai. His nose was sore and painful. He subconsciously wiped it with his left hand. And Naya, he had a nosebleed. The blood accidentally stained the ink jade ring worn on the ring finger and was instantly absorbed. Handong was oblivious. I don't care who you are. Hurry up and get the hell out of here, or else auntie will call the police immediately. The woman made a gesture to reach for her cell phone. Handong picked up the woven bag on the ground, covered his nose with one hand, and fled like a rabbit hit by an arrow. The ladyboy let out a sigh of relief, then ran like a whirlwind to the door and locked it on the inside. Woo you! The wench shouted sadly. What's wrong? What's wrong? A slightly chubby wench came out of the bedroom, her mouth still crunching on food. You douchebag. Why didn't you lock the door when you got home? I didn't lock it? Did you lock it? The slightly chubby girl called Wu Yu hurried over, examined it, and said, It's not locked. Grandma, this is what I just locked. Locked, not just finished it. And no loss. No loss? You didn't see the scene of social death just now. The girl was furious. Who would have thought that if she let herself go in her own home, she could still be seen? The face of my S-class goddess I can't wait to silence that hateful brat. Look, another foul mouth. Xinxian Yun students, you at least is a high knowledge. Do not move like a shrew like drop scolding the street. Old lady not only want to scold the street, I also want to scratch you. The two girls instantly twisted together, and in no time at all, they let out giggling laughter. After Handong exited the room, he carefully looked at the door number. It was not 602, it was 603. 602, right next door to 603. Donkey Day Blind, touched the wrong door. Handong had a black line on his head. He hurriedly pressed the doorbell of 602. Who is it? Cousin Han Shan's voice came from the building intercom. Brother Shan, it's me, Dongzi. Handong replied in a respectful voice. The door suddenly opened and Han Shan greeted him with a smiling face. Dongzi, come in quickly. Brother Shan, this is a local product brought from home for you. After entering, Handong placed the large woven bag on the ground. Family, what else to bring? It's all local products from the old home. Mom said that you can't buy them in the city. Handong opened the woven bag. Inside there was a basket of home-pickled salted duck eggs, dried tofu, soy beans, chili peppers, lapacho garlic and so on. There were also 2 killed mountain chickens and a piece of wild boar meat. Auntie is right. To me, these are all treasures that money can't buy. It's just that it's hard for you. It's a long way to go. How troublesome it must be. It's fine. I can carry it. Handong grinned. Han Shan was about to say something when his daughter-in-law, Ruan Danqing, came out from the study and faintly said, Dongzi is here? This was the first time Handong had seen this cousin's wife. They did go back to their hometown once before they got married, but Han Dong was away studying at the time and missed it. Unexpectedly, the cousin had married such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Visually, she was at least 1 meter 7 in height, with a peaked and staggered body that was perfect, wearing a home dress. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, as lazy and sexy as a Persian cat. The key is, looking so stunning, but can't hide the bookishness of the body, looks elegant and timeless, is never the kind of vase with empty beauty and no connotation. The body exudes a dark fragrance like orchid-like musk, provoking the small heart of the people. Poof 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 poof. This fair, tall, rich, temperament-like orchid cousin sister-in-law really let Han Dong stunning. No wonder people in the village say that Brother Shan is so lucky to have married a fairy. It seemed that what was said was not false. Dongzi, this is your sister-in-law. Say hello. Han Shan gently pushed Han Dong. Sister-in-law, is good. Han Dong came back to his senses and said in a formal manner. Well, I'll be cooking soon. Stay home for dinner tonight. Sister-in-law, I'm still. Good. Han Dong was just about to excuse himself, and was held down on the sofa by Han Shan. Alright Dongzi, you've come to brother's home. Why are you still polite? Since taking root in this city, Han Shan rarely returned to his hometown. His cousin's arrival made him feel more than welcome. The two brothers sat on the sofa and chatted, talking about the village's bit of family. Ruan Danqing put on her apron and went to the kitchen to cook after arranging a fruit plate on the coffee table. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. The way she tied her apron, there was a different flavor. How about it? Your sister-in-law is pretty, right? Han Shan said without pride. Pretty. Brother Shan is really great. It's still good to study. Knowledge changes destiny. Han Shan sighed. Han Dong thought deeply. If cousin brother did not take the exam and always lived in the countryside, how could he marry a city dweller as superb as his sister-in-law? Ever since Brother Shan studied in a prestigious school, got into the civil service, and established himself in the big city, the atmosphere of learning in our village has been very strong, and every family wants to raise their children to be university students. I was able to get into Jiangzhou University thanks to your example, Brother Shan. From now on, we two brothers are alumni. Work hard in the future and try to surpass me. Han Shan and Ruan Danqing both graduated from Jiangzhou University, and now one of them is a deputy section-level cadre in the municipal government department, and the other one is working as a deputy editor-in-chief of a program in the municipal television station, with a decent job and a promising future. In Han Dong's eyes, the two of them were a divine couple. As for surpassing his cousin, he did not even dare to think about it. Chapter 02 Opening the Spirit Market Ring, Obtaining the Golden Crow Emperor's Inheritance. With his cousin's kind hospitality, Han Dong agreed to stay at their house for a night. Ruan Danqing looked like a young lady who did not dip her fingers in the water, but in fact, she had a good hand at cooking. Han Dong praised his sister-in-law for her good cooking skills while eating, and Ruan Danqing rarely showed a hint of a smile. A person who often had a cold face, occasionally smiled, and her beauty was hard to describe. Han Dong could not help but look twice more. His brother and sister-in-law's home was a 3-room, 2-bedroom house with a master bedroom, a second bedroom, and a study room. The second bedroom that Han Dong slept in was next door to the master bedroom. He came to the living room, but unexpectedly found the light of the study was on, looking in through the half-open door, only to see his cousin, Han Shan, dribbling his fingers in front of the computer, fighting all the time. Hey, then just now the master bedroom's wing goose sound is a fat 4? Back in bed, Han Dong tossed and turned, unable to sleep, puzzled. While thinking, his right hand unconsciously rubbed on the jade ring he wore on the ring finger of his left hand, and after a burst of strange energy fluctuations, Han Dong felt that he had suddenly come to an unfamiliar place. It was a grayish space that appeared to be infinitely wide and could not be seen at a glance. You have finally arrived. A silhouette slowly paced out from the gray mist, dressed in a white robe with long flowing hair, seemingly ready to fly away on the wind at any time. Who are you? Where is this? Han Dong was startled by this handsome uncle. This is the inner space of the Spirit Ruins Ring. I am the owner of the Spirit Ruins Ring, the Golden Crow Emperor. Spirit Ruin Ring? What is that? Han Dong was surprised. It is the ink and jade ring that you wear on your hand, and after it was stained with your blood, it unlocked the prohibition and awakened this seed from its slumber. Han Dong understood. This jade ring was dug out when he was digging for wild vegetables in the mountains of his hometown, and he felt that the shape was quite ancient, so he wore it on his hand. Unexpectedly, it was actually a treasure. During the daytime, he was smashed by 603 that beautiful woman with a nosebleed and stained it, but by chance he opened it. The white-robed man slowly said, "Let me ask you, what does the outside world look like today?" Han Dong roughly described it. I didn't realize that this seed has slept for 10,000 years, and now the world's aura has dried up and no one cultivates immortality anymore. It's a pity that this seed's cultivation that is all through the heavens and the earth cannot be passed on. the white-robed man sighed, his expression despondent. Senior, what is going on here? Han Dong was confused. The white-robed man recounted his encounter, and the more Han Dong listened, the more alarmed he became. Billions of years ago, the earth was full of spiritual energy, and the races of gods, demons, devils and ghosts coexisted in the world, with all kinds of creatures wanting to cultivate to become immortal. The human race was intelligent and resilient, and there were more and more immortal cultivators, who gradually became more powerful and had threatened the order established by the divine race. Finally, under the leadership of the god race, all the races formed an alliance and carried out a massacre against the human immortal cultivators with the aim of extermination. It was in that battle that the strongest of the human race fell, and the clans were driven to extinction. In order to preserve the immortal cultivation legacy of the human race, the strongest members of the various clans condensed their Yuan Shen to remain intact, and infused all of their clan's cultivation secrets into the remnant soul of the then immortal realm's supreme Golden Crow Emperor, which they hid within the Spirit Ruins ring to slumber in. Han Dong accidentally picked up the Spirit Ruins ring, but did not know what it was, nor did he understand the method of opening it, not realizing that today, after staining his nose with blood on it, he had inadvertently triggered the opening mechanism. Only then did it awaken the remnant soul of the Golden Crow Emperor. Learning that the world's aura had dried up and entered the age of the end, the Golden Crow Great Emperor was very lost. Senior, think about it, no matter how big it is, sleep and the sun will rise as usual the next day. Han Dong persuaded. Son, the white-robed man was stunned, then he waved his hand violently. Son, senior, what happened to you? Han Dong thought to himself why this handsome uncle was still swearing. In the way of cultivation, the most important thing is to build a good foundation, and temper the body before refining the chi. Even if the aura is depleted, as long as the sun does not go out, my Golden Crow sect disciples will be able to cultivate the pure yang body. Take this vital step. Without aura, one can still cultivate? Han Dong was surprised. Of course, the white-robed man laughed. My Golden Crow sect's quenching body method is unique, and all that is required is to silently recite the Golden Crow body quenching decision every morning at the time of the rising of the sun, attracting the essence of the red sun into the body, quenching the flesh for 1 hour. And once the Golden Crow body quenching decision is launched, it will automatically run in the body. As long as the sun does not go out, the body is absorbing the power of the sunlight to quench the physical body every moment, so that after 77 or 49 days, the pure yang body can be a great success. You must know that everything is difficult at the beginning, and immortal cultivation is no exception. Other sects need at least 3 years if they want to pass the barrier of body quenching. My Golden Crow sect only needs 49 days to complete and cultivate the pure yang body that everyone in the 3 realms and 6 paths envies. The future is limitless. Han Dong's blood boiled as he listened. Wasn't this solar energy immortal cultivation? It was much more advanced than solar power generation. Of course, quenching the body is only the first step. The next step of refining essence into chi, refining chi into yuan, and refining yuan into dan is the key. Today's world is depleted of spiritual chi, but in the deep mountains and rivers, there must be the existence of heavenly treasures. My Golden Crow sect's alchemy is also the best in the world, especially after refining the essence of the sun after the condensation of the yang fire. Used to make pills is even more unique in the world. As long as you pass on my technique, you can search for heavenly treasures and make pills, and with the power of the pills, you can also cultivate into a true immortal future generation. Do you want to pass on my mantle and become the world's supreme powerhouse? The white-robed man's chest was wide open. Yes, Han Dong was resolute. Even if he got into a prestigious school, after graduation, he would only be a city social animal. In this life, he was destined to be a single dog for the rest of his life for the sake of a house, a car, a wife and a child. And if he was unlucky, he might not even have the qualification to be a single dog for the rest of his life. Who does not want to become the supreme power? Dominate the world? This seat asks you, can you still be a child's body? Yes, or no? Why don't you answer? Yes. Han Dong wiped the sweat on his head. Why ask someone such a question? So shy. Fortunately, the Golden Crow Emperor also wiped the sweat on his head. If he had not quenched his body with a child's body, he would not have been able to cultivate the body of pure yang, and there would have been a limitation in the future, making it difficult for him to comprehend the supreme Tao. Han Dong nodded. Indeed, the word color is a knife in the head. Fortunately, he had kept his body like a jade and had not even touched the 5th girl. Ha ha ha, the white-robed man laughed. Since you picked up the Spirit Ruin ring and awakened this seat, it is only natural that this seat has a destiny with you. From today onwards, you are my Golden Crow Emperor's close disciple, the future head of the Golden Crow sect. Yes, master. Han Dong hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 9 times, recognizing his master. This residual soul of your master will disappear after you receive the inheritance. Before you pass on the inheritance, You have to promise, Master. On the day of the young Dan's great success, you will be able to start a sect, and I hope that you will recruit a wide range of disciples to carry my Golden Crow sect to great heights. My disciple will honor my master's order. Han Dong arched his hand and saluted, his face full of solemnity. This is very good. The Golden Crow Emperor smiled in delight and said, you are still a mortal body today. Your mind is unable to withstand the content of the ponderous immortal cultivation inheritance. My master will have to use endless divine thoughts to help you open up your brain domain and grow your divine soul. Otherwise your mind will be burst. Han Dong understood in seconds. In other words, he was just immortal and his brain capacity memory was insufficient to hold so many advanced goods. So the handsome uncle was going to help him open up his memory. The Golden Crow Emperor then invaded his mind with his divine thoughts, and with his endless spiritual power, he hardwired his brain area to expand to its limit. After absorbing his master's divine thoughts, Han Dong's divine soul was also nourished and rapidly grew in a short period of time. Before he had even started cultivating, Han Dong's divine soul was much stronger than the average immortal cultivator, and such a chance was simply a once-in-a-century occurrence. When everything was ready, the Golden Crow Emperor condensed his Yuan Shen and channeled the inheritance into Han Dong's mind. Han Dong only felt his mind tingling as if he was struck by an electric current. His mind was suddenly flooded with a huge amount of information that he could not distinguish in time and could only passively accept. It was unknown how long it took before the tingling sensation stopped and everything returned to calm. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that after billions of years, the only immortal cultivation inheritance in this world would actually be my Golden Crow sect? Heavens will, ah heavens will, enjoyable, ah enjoyable. The white-robed guest looked up to the sky and laughed, his shadow slowly dissipating into the gray mist. Master! Han Dong was frustrated. The master he had just recognized. Before he had the chance to get close, he disappeared, which was more or less a bit unacceptable. After a moment of despondency, Han Dong withdrew from the space of the spirit market ring and returned to his bed. The entire person was sleepy and greedily browsed through the inheritance left behind by his master. The more he read the file, the more shocked he became. The Earth of the immortal cultivation era was even more wonderful than the Earth of the technological era, and more worthy of a hot-blooded teenager's aspirations. It was an era where strong people came out in abundance, calling the wind and rain, and destroying mountains and seas, were not dreams. It was a pity that the immortal extermination war that opened later was too tragic, not only consuming all the aura between heaven and earth, but also leading to the fall of the strongest human beings and the withering away of their inheritance, directly destroying the civilization of immortal cultivation. What he carried in his mind was the immortal cultivation inheritance of the entire human race. For example, the true martial sect's technique, the Shushan sect's sword writing technique, the heavenly doctor sect's immortal medicine technique, the soul sword sect of departing souls' soul sword art, as well as weapon refining art, talisman making art, puppet art, beast sentinel art, yin-yang art, evil exorcism art, and so on. Because the Golden Crow Emperor was using the immortal infusion technique inheritance, these massive amounts of information, fused with the understanding of the bigwigs of the various sects themselves, Han Dong was like standing on the shoulders of giants, and he did not need to make any effort to study them. Rather, it directly became knowledge in his mind and would never be forgotten. The spirit market ring left behind by the Golden Crow Emperor was also a treasure. It could carve out multiple functional zones inside with his divine sense, and not only could it hold and nourish souls, but it could also be used as a storage space at the same time. Han Dong had specially experimented with this, incorporating the objects in the bedroom into the spirit market ring and then transferring them out. The cycle was repeated, and it could be done with a single movement of the mind, applied to life. It would be too convenient. A night of tossing and turning, so excited that he could not sleep. Chapter 03 Golden Crow Quenching Body. Jean washing Marrow. Early in the morning of the next day, just as the sky dawned, Han Dong climbed to the rooftop of the top floor, facing the rising red sun, sat down cross-legged, and formed seals with his hands, with his 5 hearts facing the sky. The Golden Crow Emperor's technique was mainly recorded in the Golden Crow True Scripture. According to the Golden Crow True Scripture, immortal cultivation was divided into 10 major realms, which were body tempering, chi refining, foundation building, Dan conjugation, yuanying, God transformation, Dharma phase, harmonization, prosperity, and transition. The Golden Crow sect disciples cultivate the Golden Dan, which is called the Yang Dan. To condense the Yang Dan, 4 steps were required. Golden Crow body quenching, refining essence into chi, refining chi into yuan, and refining yuan into Dan. They correspond to the 4 realms of body quenching, chi refining, foundation building, and Dan formation. The physical body is the foundation of cultivation, and in a mortal form, it is simply unable to carry the destructive energy of the Yang fire. Therefore, the first step was to absorb the essence of the sun and refine the physical body. After 7 days, the pure yang body could be accomplished in a small way, and after 77-49 days, the pure yang body would be accomplished in a large way, thanks to the fact that Han Dong was currently still a child. If he was not, this process of refining his physical body would have to be extended to 1 year and he would not be able to cultivate the pure yang body. Although he could also continue the second stage of cultivation, the upper limit would be greatly reduced. The Golden Crow True Scripture is the top technique in the immortal cultivation world, because it directly absorbs the energy of the sun, so the early stage of progress is extremely fast, and the child's body only needs 49 days to complete the quenching of the body. It was important to know that the stage of body quenching in other sects would take at least 3 years, and some sects might even need 10 years. Han Dong silently recited the Dharma decree and drew the essence of the sun into his body, feeling the 5 centers heat up slightly as the 5 energies entered the body in a steady stream, traveling along the meridians and transporting them to the limbs and bones. The essence of the sun was indeed overbearing, entering his body and raging everywhere like an uncontrolled flame. Han Dong felt that his body was about to be roasted in minutes. He gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on, trying to control these unruly energies with his mind over and over again. Fortunately, the inheritance instilled by the Golden Crow Emperor had also added his own understanding, so Han Dong was tantamount to having the Golden Crow Emperor's cultivation experience, which was why his mind was relatively smooth. If there was no one to guide him, even if he obtained the Golden Crow True Scripture and practiced accordingly, he was afraid that he would not even be able to survive the first hurdle, and would eventually be burned into nothingness by the uncontrolled heat energy. Following the know-how and the Golden Crow Emperor's memories, Han Dong quickly passed through the dangerous period and used his mind to guide the essence of the sun to run in an orderly manner according to the meridian routes contained in the True Scripture. The essence of the sun gradually infiltrated Han Dong's muscles, bones, blood, and internal organs, like a high-pressure water gun, flushing out the impurities and toxins in them, improving his physique bit by bit. After an hour, the essence of the sun had run in Han Dong's body for 77 and 49 weeks, infiltrating every part of his body, and every cell underwent a blindingly visible change. Han Dong leaped up and actually gently scampered more than a meter high, as if the Earth's gravity had become lighter. After landing, the bones of his entire body clicked and clicked with a crunching sound, and his entire body was hardened and pulled upwards. Golden Crow Body Tempering Technique, easy to wash the marrow and transform the bones. Just by practicing it once, it changed the shape of his bones, surprisingly allowing him to grow 2 centimeters taller out of thin air. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Under the transformation of the essence of the sun, the impurities and toxins in his body were discharged through his sweat pores, and he felt sticky and very uncomfortable, and the t-shirt on his body was soaked through with sweat, like it was washed in water. As a last resort, Han Dong had to take off his top and go bare, afraid that he would meet someone by the elevator. So Han Dong went down the stairs to the 6th floor, and after walking up so many flights of stairs, he actually did not feel tired at all, and was as light as a swallow and refreshed. Having such power on the first day of cultivation made Han Dong very satisfied. Just after entering the corridor from the stairwell, the door of 603 opened and a woman wearing a small fragrant white dress with long black hair walked out, just in time to collide with Han Dong. She was first startled and protected her bag in front of her chest. When she saw clearly, a pair of wonderful eyes could not help but bulk back and forth on Han Dong. Han Dong came from the countryside and often labored, and was already a bit muscular, and after the transformation of the Golden Crow Body Tempering Technique, the shape of the muscles between his chest and abdomen was much clearer than before. It looked quite stylish. "Hello," Han Dong greeted with a smile. He recognized that this girl was the hibiscus that he saw yesterday. Although it was said that she looked good in a tracksuit, there was a saying that she looked better in a skirt. The beautiful girl blinked and apparently recognized Han Dong as well. "Rascal," she blushed, turned around and walked out, not daring to look back until she entered the elevator. Strange, this person was obviously earthy yesterday. Why does he feel not quite the same today? The wench was puzzled, as he watched the ladyboy slink into the elevator. Han Dong shook his head and smiled bitterly. With that scene yesterday, it was no wonder that people were angry. Returning to 602, he found that his brother and sister-in-law had already woken up and were preparing for breakfast. Seeing Han Dong come in bare-chested, Ruan Danqing frowned slightly. However, as her gaze turned to his chest and abdomen, a flash of color was hard to suppress in her beautiful eyes. However, she hid it well and then withdrew her gaze, pretending as if nothing had happened. "How did you strip down to this?" Han Shan said in surprise. "I went for a morning walk and sweated a bit, soaking my clothes." Han Dong smiled in embarrassment. "Go take a shower. Don't catch a cold." Han Shan patted his shoulder. "Okay, brother." Han Dong took a change of clothes and entered the washroom. Donzi has just come out from his home and still retains his rural habits. You have to bear with me a little. Han Shan looked at Ruan Danqing with apologies. "Aha," Ruan Danqing faintly said. When Han Dong took a bath, he found that a layer of gray viscous gelatinous substance washed down on the surface of his skin, smoky and vomit-inducing. He knew that it was the impurities and toxins washed out by the essence of the sun. After these gelatinous substances were removed, the body looked like it had shed its shell, and the original rough and dark skin was much lighter in color and more finely textured. Taking a look at himself in the mirror, he felt that although his features hadn't changed much, he was obviously a lot smoother, and that earthy aura had also improved. The Golden Crow body tempering technique was truly heaven-defying. After only refining it once, it had such an effect, pulling his expectations to the brim. When Han Dong washed up and put on his clothes and came out, Han Shan and Ruan Danqing looked at him suspiciously. Was it an illusion? This kid seemed to be taller than yesterday? Obviously, he was still dressed in a cheap, ground floor, tens of dollars t-shirt and big pants, but that blindly visible dirtiness was removed quite a bit, and there was a significant improvement in his temperament. Dongzi, how tall are you? Han Shan couldn't help but ask. 1 meter 72. Han Dong instinctively replied. This was the figure during the physical examination before the college entrance exam. He remembered it very clearly. That's not right. I'm 1 meter 74. Yesterday when you came, I felt that you were a little shorter than me. How come today you feel almost the same as me? Han Shan said in disbelief. Is it? I don't know yet. Han Dong could not explain and could only play dumb. He was originally 172, and after practicing in the morning, he grew 2 centimeters taller, which is 174. Han Shan did not continue to dwell on it and quickly changed the topic to something else. Dongzi, what are the arrangements for today? Brother, today is the day for new students to report. Oh, we're going to work later. Your sister-in-law's unit is on the same line as Jiangde, so you can take her car to the school. No. I'll just take the bus myself. Don't delay your sister-in-law from going to work. It's fine. On the way. Ruan Danqing was expressionless. Han Shan looked at his wife in surprise. Usually she wasn't this nice. Chapter 04, Another Year of School Season. After dinner, the three of them came to the underground garage. Han Shan's car was a Volkswagen Maiden, which was more in line with his status. Ruan Danqing drove a white Volvo SUV, a relatively low-key brand. Han Shan waved his hand and left first. Ruan Danqing opened the driver's door and was about to sit in it when Han Dong stopped him. Sister-in-law, let me drive. You have a driver's license? Ruan Danqing was slightly surprised. From Han Shan's mouth, she still had a little understanding of Han Dong's family's situation. Both parents were farmers, with low income and 4 children. The family's financial burden was relatively heavy. Even in their hometown, a driver's license costs 3 to 4,000, which is a bit extravagant for them, right? After the end of the college entrance examination, I will give people in the county to do tutoring. The money for a driver's license is my own earning. Now the big city chauffeur-driven brother is not very hot? I thought about working half-time and studying half-time, and if I can't find a job, well, I'll be a chauffeur, which is also an extra way. Getting to Ruan Danqing's doubts, Han Dong slightly explained. Aha. Ruan Danqing didn't say anything more, but inwardly, she was still more or less touched. This is a hard-working and progressive good boy. It was said that the poor man's child became a family man early. This saying was true. She heard Han Shan say, this cousin's family is not very rich. Many children. The financial burden is very heavy, but the children are all very understanding, but also very competitive. Han Dong learned very seriously in driving school. Driving level was already good. After practicing the Golden Crow body hardening technique, his reaction was even more sensitive, and his control over his body was far beyond normal. After a little bit of familiarization with the car, he was more comfortable driving. This kind of automatic luxury brand could be driven much better than the manual Pusan in driving school. Are you really a beginner? Ruan Danqing was slightly surprised. Well, I just got my license a week ago. After a pause, continued. The instructor at the driving school said that I'm very talented. Ruan Danqing nodded. There were geniuses in all walks of life. It seemed that this cousin of Han Shan was gifted in this area of driving. As Han Dong's car drove smoothly, Ruan Danqing leaned back and closed her eyes. Aqua Court was only about 10 kilometers away from Zhang University, and along the city expressway, it took about 20 minutes to arrive. Since today was the opening day of the freshmen, the traffic in front of the school gates stretched for more than a mile. Han Dong pulled over and took out his duffel bag from the trunk. At this time, Ruan Danqing also got down from the back seat and came in front of Han Dong. She took out a stack of Mao Grandpa from her wallet, passed it forward and said blandly, take it to buy some good food. Don't aggravate yourself. Sister-in-law, I haven't spent all the money I earned during the summer vacation. It's enough for me. You should put it away quickly. This is from me and your brother. We're family. Don't be polite. Ruan Danqing did not allow herself to be persuaded, and directly stuffed the stack of banknotes into her duffel bag. Han Dong was still about to excuse himself when a figure beside him suddenly jumped out and slapped him on the shoulder. Dongzi, you're here too? Turning back to look, he saw a boy with a mohawk and a little handsome looking at him with a smile, but it was his high school classmate Zhang Zikai. Next to him were two women and one man, all classmates from Iha County First High School, just in different classes. In this year's college entrance exam, a total of 5 people from their school had gotten into Jiangzhou University. All of them were here. Hello guys, Han Dong greeted his classmates. Dongzi, who is this big magnesium aluminum? Zhang Zikai looked at Ruan Danqing and scowled at Han Dong. My sister-in-law. Han Dong was not happy in his heart and faintly answered. Zhang Zikai relied on the fact that he was handsome and his family had a bit of money. He could not help but open his screen when he saw a pretty girl. It was really annoying. I'm going to work. When you are free, remember to come home for dinner. Ruan Danqing ignored Zhang Zikai and turned around to sit in the driver's seat. I know, sister-in-law. Ruan Danqing waved her hand through the car glass, started the car and drove into the rolling traffic. I go. Your sister-in-law is too wild, right? What does your brother do? I haven't heard you talk about it before. Zhang Zikai looked at the Volvo's taillights, eyes full of light. Let's go inside. It's time to report for duty. Han Dong did not want to answer his question and took the lead in stepping into the campus. Dongzi, why didn't you give me a call before you came? That way you can come along in my dad's car. It's not lonely to have company. One car won't fit, right? Han Dong looked at the remaining 3 classmates. Who should have come in the Zhang family's car? A 7-seater commercial vehicle is more than enough. Zhang Zikai was slightly reproachful. Dongzi, it's not that I'm talking about you. You are too out of touch. A phone call thing. Why waste the ticket money? In the future, when you step into society, relationships are very important. And when you go to college, don't be so raw as you were in high school. Aha. Han Dong no longer said more, but his heart was like a mirror. The reason why Zhang Zikai was suddenly so cordial, was it not because he had a beautiful sister-in-law? In high school, he did not pay much attention to himself. After all, Han Dong is from the countryside, and the city students have their own circles, usually not to a piece together. Don't look at Zhang Zikai's words so beautifully. If Han Dong really called him and asked for a ride, most likely he would find an excuse to push back. The rest of the 3 students, the boy called Zhang Peng, tall and thin, wearing a pair of myopic glasses, looks quite gentlemanly. One of the women is called Yu Li, the other is called Chung Yusen. Both look quite beautiful, although in Ruan Danqing kind of goddess-level top absolute color cannot be compared, but in the general population is definitely counted out. Yu Li is pure system cute girl. Chung Yusen belongs to the sister system charming type. High school 5 people belong to different classes, although usually not much intersection, but from the county to the big city, no relatives, invariably closer to each other. A few people talk about it, all the way into the campus. The boulevard is full of colorful banners. Everywhere is to welcome new students into the school banners. The sky is full of various colors of balloons. One by one, a green and excited face greeted the reception of the older brothers and sisters. There are a few points of apprehension. More is expected. Zhang Peng was a software engineering major. Yu Li was from the English department. Cheng Yusen and Zhang Zikai were from the journalism department. And Han Dong was from the law department. The reason why Han Dong chose to major in law was that on one hand, the law discipline of Jiangzhou University was famous and was the school's ace major. And on the other hand, he also referred to his cousin Han Shan's opinion. Han Shan himself was from the law department of Jiangzhou University, and he felt that after graduation, whether it was to take the civil service examination or the judicial examination, it was a very good way out. Each major reported to a different place, and when they reached the fork in the road, they went their separate ways. Chapter 05 Large Social Death Scene. Han Dong came to the law school's new student registration center, checked his identity, received a campus card and living supplies. The whole process was uneventful. Everyone was very enthusiastic as well as patient, and if there was anything that they didn't understand, there were older students next to them to give them guidance. No one laughed at him even though everyone else brought brand new suitcases and he carried a woven bag like the ones used by migrant workers. The only regret is that a few schoolmates are very average looking, no legendary beauty. Think about it, the real beauty, often very reserved, will not run to do this kind of reception of new students. Han Dong was assigned to dormitory room 513 in building 7, and he was just about to ask about the location of the dormitory building when a voice beside him rang out at the right time. Sister, may I ask where dormitory building 7 is? This was a handsome-looking boy wearing a hipster brand, a bit like the fresh meat idol Wang Yibo in the entertainment industry, which should be the one that the current generation of girls like. Han Dong, who was dressed in a groundbreaking outfit, stood next to him, full of the instant impression of a mountain chicken with a peacock. Ever since he appeared, the gazes of the schoolmates changed, as if a group of hungry wolves had seen a crispy roasted fat chicken. Schoolmates, you've just arrived. It's normal for you to be unfamiliar with the school. Let me take you there. Next to her, a schoolmate with big waves smiled. This girl's looks could only be said to be moderately good, but her body was quite hot. Then I'll trouble schoolmate. The little fresh meat spread a smile, teasing the crowd of school sisters into bling bling. No trouble, this is what we should do. The schoolmates shook with joy. As the two of them turned to leave, Han Dong clearly saw the jealousy in the eyes of the remaining school sisters. Sure lay. You organize people to distribute these boxes of mineral water to the students. A clear and melodious female voice came out, causing the crowd to turn around and look, only to see a woman in a small Hepburn-style white dress, holding an exquisite parasol, directing a few boys to work. Her hair was black, straight and shiny, draped over her shoulders like satin, and her figure was slender and slim. Under the hem of the skirt exposed half of the calf, white, polished, such as the tender lotus root out of the water in general. Bright eyes and white teeth, eyes hazy, between the look, like dew like electricity. The attraction of a beautiful woman is amazing, especially at this level of absolute beauty on earth. Whether it was a new student or an old student, their gazes were all attracted to her. The fresh-faced man who had followed his schoolmate away couldn't help but stop in his tracks as well. Is this the teacher of our department? He asked that schoolmate. Well, her name is Shin Yun. She's the secretary of our law school's youth league committee. That schoolmate was obviously unwilling to talk more about this beautiful teacher, and just urged the fresh-meat handsome guy to walk quickly. Hearing that this beautiful teacher was a cadre of our law school's youth league committee, the fresh-meat handsome man's eyes flashed with a trace of dissimilarity, but he quickly hid it. Without moving, he followed behind the hot schoolmate and walked towards the dormitory building. Han Dong lowered his head and quickened his pace, following the two of them as if there were hounds whisking behind him. Covering this long black straight young lady, he had seen it before. It was the one who walked through the wrong door yesterday and saw people dancing. After the golden crow body quenching, his five senses were sharp and his ear power was amazing. He heard the introduction of the school sister clearly, and after knowing that this beautiful teacher called Shin Yun was the leader of the youth league committee of this institution, Han Dong was simply going to cry. Finished, barbecue. He has not yet entered the school, and has left a negative impression on the leadership. How can he live in the next 4 years? So he hurriedly fled the scene with his tail between his legs for fear of being seen by Mr. Shen. If not for the fear of his dad breaking his legs, Han Dong would have wanted to drop out of school. Sooner or later, he will have to experience a social death. The older sister sent them to the 7th dormitory building and exchanged micro-signals with the fresh-meat handsome boy before reluctantly leaving. Han Dong did not have this kind of tie and went into the 513 dormitory first, and there were already 2 students who had arrived first. One of them is a fat man with a big faceplate, but his features are squeezed into one piece, looking a bit funny. The other was a stuffy guy who kept his head down playing handheld games. Dude, are you Han Dong, or Si Chun? The fat man's small eyes blinked. Han Dong, then you're staying on my upper bunk. Get acquainted. My name is Wu Yuenda. You can call me Fatty Wu. Hello, duh, you're out of line but brother likes it. This is Hong Tao. Here comes a new partner. At least fart. Wu Yuenda kicked the bed next to him. Put. Hong Tao raised his hips and farted. WC, is this considered poisoning? Wu Yuenda was stunned. Hong Tao didn't say anything again. That's how he says hello. Wu Yuenda spread his hands. Ha! Without commenting, Han Dong began to return his luggage. It was a 4-person dormitory room, with the owner's name affixed to each bed and desk. While Han Dong was packing, the door to the dorm room opened and the fresh-meat handsome guy in front walked in. Unexpectedly, he was actually in the same dorm room as him. Brothers are all here, The fresh-meat handsome guy extended his hand and smiled. I'm Si Chun. Get to know each other. Hello, my name is Wu Yuenda. Hello, my name is Hong Tao. Han Dong. The 4 of them climbed into conversation for a while and had a general understanding of each other's situation. Wu Yuenda's hometown was Sichuanshu province, ranking the oldest in terms of age. Si Chun was from the provincial city, ranking the 2nd. Han Dong was from the rural area of Zhongbei, ranking the 3rd, and Hong Tao was from Lingnan, ranking the youngest. Si Chun and Wu Yuenda are from a larger city, more knowledgeable. The 2 of them hold the dominant right to speak. Hong Tao has a ride without a ride to insert a couple of sentences. Han Dong simply do not speak out. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed, repeatedly chewing on the inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor, striving to integrate it. The Golden Crow body tempering technique was running all the time, absorbing the sun's energy and infiltrating every meridian and cell in his body. Every second, he was getting stronger. Cultivation was the first priority. And as for the relationship with his roommate, just let nature take its course. He wouldn't deliberately avoid it, but he also didn't want to become someone else's hype man. In the evening, Wu Yuenda, as the dormitory boss, proposed to go out and rub a meal to enhance feelings. but Si-Ying-chun received a WeChat voice call, saying that he had to go to meet a hometown in the evening, and the gathering could only be postponed. Han Dong-year superhuman, heard very clearly, is the day to send him to the dormitory of that schoolmate about out, not at all what hometown. Oh, Han Dong smiled. Si-Ying-chun's college life, destined not to be lonely. It was only the first day, and he was stared at by his schoolmate. After a night without words, early the next morning, Han Dong came to the rooftop of the building, spitting at the rising sun and practicing the golden crow body tempering technique. After the completion of the 77-49 weeks, he felt that his body continued to strengthen and every cell in his body was filled with vigor. Chapter 06, Pure Yang Body Small Achievement. Starting from this day, the new students were going to participate in a 4-week military training. After receiving the camouflage uniforms for training, thousands of freshmen from the whole school assembled in the playground and held a military training pledge meeting. The school was unique in that it was not based on faculty classes, but rather a randomized order, with students from all faculties in a square formation. Han Dong was in a square formation of 108 people, according to the military organization into a company, sorted into the 7th, everyone jokingly referred to as Steel 7 Company. There were 60 men and 48 women, and coincidentally, in addition to the 4 brothers from the 513 dormitory, 3 of Han Dong's 4 high school classmates were in this square. They were Zhang Zikai, Yu Li, and Shan Yusin. During the intermission, Han Dong made an introduction in the center. Zhang Zikai was originally a handsome man, but when compared to Si-Ying-chun, he was a bit less attractive. Si-Ying-chun saw Yu Li and Chang Yusin. The greed in his eyes flickered, although he hid it well, but Han Dong still detected it. Yu Li and Chang Yusin, one is pure and the other is charming. Each has its own flavor, much better looking than yesterday's sister. However, Si-Ying-chun showed great restraint and did not talk too much with the 2 girls, nor did he ask for contact information. On the contrary, it was Wu Yuanda, desperately showing his sense of humor, constantly telling jokes to make them flutter. Hong Tao was as boring as ever, seemingly uninterested in anything other than games. Jiangzhou University is full of beautiful women, and there is no shortage of beautiful women. In the square of the 7th company, the overall quality of the girls is relatively high. Yu Li and Shang Yusin are considered to be more outstanding, but it cannot be said that the beauty of the crowd. There was one girl who attracted the attention of all the animals as soon as she appeared, and even the young instructor couldn't help but look at her a few times. It is often said that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. That is for the general public. If one is beautiful to the extreme, even if they are draped in a ragged sack, they can still turn the world upside down. This girl obviously belonged to that type. Clothing like camouflage clothing, which was very detrimental to one's face value and body shape, was worn on her body and still could not cover up its dazzling radiance. Yu Li and Shang Yusin were both considered to be departmental flower-level beauties, but beside her, they were completely compared to her, like a small chicken beside a white swan. Han Dong felt that this girl was very much like the young Sophie Marceau, not in terms of looks, but in terms of a unique temperament that was both pure and lustful. On the first day of practice, the whole formation was divided into 2 groups, and Han Dong and the girl were just face to face, wide-eyed. I have to say, this girl is really too eye-catching. It's hard to hold back from looking at her. Perhaps Han Dong's gaze aggression was too strong. Perhaps it was that bit of indefinable magnetism. When Han Dong stared at the pure lust girl, that girl also sneaked glances at him from time to time, and when Han Dong found out, she shifted her gaze as if nothing had happened, seemingly calm, but Han Dong clearly detected a hint of blush on her alabaster-like cheeks. This made Si-Ying-chun, who had been keeping an eye on that girl, feel extremely irritated. Nima, what kind of eyes? This young man is the prettiest cub in this square. Han Dong is just a bumpkin from the countryside. What are you eyeing him for? During the break, a few buddies hid under the shade of a tree to cool off. Fatty Wu ran over panting and whispered, I got all the information on that girl. Who wants it? Sell it cheap. Just treat me to fried chicken for a week. Hong Tao drank mineral water to himself and was lazy. Han Dong and Si-Ying-chun smiled without saying anything. Zhang Zikai hurriedly said, Fatty, sell it to me. A week of fried chicken? Deal. Her name is Qiao Shi, 18 years old this year, from the software engineering department, lives in building 8, dormitory 506. Where's the hometown? What are her parents' occupations? Don't know. Contact information? For example, QQ number, microsignal or something. No. WC, that's all the information you're talking about? Zhang Zikai's eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Yeah, all the information I can get my hands on. This is fraud on your part. The engagement is cancelled. Son of a, you tricked me yo? Fatty Wu was so angry that even his hometown dialect bared out. Whenever you get her contact information, the promise will naturally be honored. Dongzi, Ing Chun, you two testify for me. At that time, If you bounce the check again, I'll beat the out of your turtle son. Don't worry, as long as you fulfill me, Buddy will naturally fulfill you as well. Han Dong frowned. What kind of tiger and wolf words is this special brew? Josie is a beautiful person, and her name is also beautiful. I will put my words in front of me first. I will pick up this girl. It is a brother's. Don't rob with me. Zhang Zikai looked not far away. Xiaoxi is sitting under another tree to rest. Around her, there wasn't even a single companion. The girls didn't want to get close to her, and the boys wanted to lean in, but they didn't have the guts to do so. She seemed to have gotten used to this situation, leaning her back against the tree, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds above her head, at ease. The corners of Xiangxuan's mouth were slightly tilted in a subtle smile. He did not feel that Zhang Zikai could pose any threat. Instead, it was this fellow Han Dong that made him vaguely wary. With his experience of reading countless people, he could sense that the girl's eyes looking at Han Dong was not very unusual. According to reason, it should not be whether it was face value, temperament, or family history. Xiangchun felt that he easily dumped Han Dong 17 or 18 streets. The gap between the two was blindly visible. Why did the girl refuse to look at him more than once, but instead in the countryside from the rustic eye to eye? Heavy taste? Or are you tired of looking at the city's handsome men and want to ride on a different track? Xiangchun is puzzled. The first week of military training is practicing formation. Marching, boring and tasteless. Playing hide and seek with Xiaoxi's eyes was the only fun Han Dong had. He persisted in practicing the golden crow body tempering technique every morning and progressed by leaps and bounds. On the morning of the 7th day, after he led the essence of the sun to run through his body for 79 weeks, in an instant, it was as if Han Dong heard the sound of a certain critical point shattering. The bones in his body clicked, and his entire body scurried upward another notch. The 5 senses and 6 senses were sensitive to the extreme, and the chi of supreme yang in his body was extremely abundant. This was precisely the sign of the body of pure yang becoming a minor success. Today was the weekend and there were no military training duties. After Han Dong ate breakfast, he came to the nearby university town and first spent $1 to measure his height on the measuring device at the entrance of the mall, and actually grew to 177 centimeters, 7 days and 5 centimeters taller. The transformation of the human body by the golden crow body tempering technique was simply heaven-defying. He went to the neighborhood and found a relatively reliable hair salon, and spent $50 large to cut a fashionable and dynamic medium shattered hairstyle. It's the kind of haircut where the sides are pushed short, the top is thinned and cut in layers, and the bangs peek out from the forehead. The slightly chubby Mr. Tony's skills are quite impressive, and after the cut, all the customers around him said that the cut was excellent. Taking a look at himself in the mirror, Han Dong was handsome by himself. Daily absorption of the essence of the sun to quench the body. Han Dong whole person has undergone a radical change. His face was still the same, but the feeling he gave off was very different. Every cell in his body was filled with pure yang qi, and the whole person was energetic and youthful. The earthy, dark, black temperament from the countryside disappeared without a trace. Chapter 07, There are goddesses on the bus. Inside the hair salon, 2 women who were dyeing their hair were talking about a topic that caught the attention of the people around them. Do you know about the dig? In the morning, a couple of bandits robbed a banknote truck, even injured someone and took 2 guns. Really? Where did it happen? Why don't I know? Cross street, just 2 blocks from here. What happened? Did you catch him? No, he ran away before the police arrived. To hurry home after dyeing your hair. Scaring people down weird. Han Dong could not help but frown. The robbers had robbed the money truck, grabbed the gun, and escaped smoothly before the police closed in? This was no ordinary criminal. Tough and brave, with good hands, but also organized and mindful, with extremely strong counter-surveillance skills, otherwise it would be impossible to escape such a group of people into the society. The harm is not ordinary big. However, this kind of thing was after all distant from the lives of ordinary people, and Han Dong did not care too much about it. Han Shan had called him last night and asked to go to the house for dinner on the weekend, so after coming out of the hair salon, he went straight to the Jiangda bus stop and prepared to take the No. 15 bus. It was hard to wait for this bus, and there were already quite a few people gathered on the platform. Among them was a young girl that attracted Han Dong's attention. There was no other reason. It was just too beautiful, casually tying a ponytail and wearing the kind of loose school uniforms that were common among middle school students. It was hard to hide her beauty even with such ordinary clothes. She looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old, but she already had the appearance of a goddess. A few young men stood beside her, scratching their ears, looking like they wanted to go up and talk to her, but couldn't muster the courage. The girl had her hands in her pockets and headphones in her ears, oblivious to the world around her. When Han Dong came over, the girl could not help but glance at him, and when she realized that Han Dong was also sizing him up, her pretty face slightly blushed. and then she shifted her gaze. The body of pure yang had an uncanny attraction to any female of the right age. At this time, a white Bentley coupe stopped at the roadside. A young woman in her 30s came down from the driver's seat, looking slightly ill, and walked to the platform to make a phone call. The car malfunctioned, parked at the Jiangda bus stop. You immediately come over to deal with it. 15 road is coming over. I take the bus. This point is not good to take a taxi. That's it. Hanging up the phone, the beautiful woman joined the crowd waiting for the bus. If that young girl is budding hibiscus, then this young woman will be like peony, that national color, dressed in a dark green silk dress, covered with a light green thin jacket, the neck of the silk scarf swinging in the wind, the finishing touch, dressing although you can't see the obvious big brand logo, but the workmanship and materials are extremely sophisticated, noble and compelling. Beauty is a scarce resource, especially the top beauty. Usually Sia has been difficult, did not expect the small bus stop, actually converged too. A large small, eye-catching degree is simply explosive. The beautiful woman could not help but stop for a moment as her gaze swept over Handong. Secretly, she gave a chorus of praise. She had not seen a handsome man with such a strong sense of youthfulness for many years. In a way, men and women were just two genders of a single species, and if men were bad, then women were no good either. Just like older men like beautiful girls, older women, likewise like fresh meat. Old cows eat young grass, regardless of gender. Only today's young people, most of them make themselves very greasy, very non-mainstream, simple and honest vigor, slightly a few arrogant sense of juvenile. It is already very difficult to see these qualities. Handong has precisely all of them. Despite the fact that he was wearing a cheap t-shirt and big pants, his unique temperament attracted the attention of the beautiful woman. Handong smiled slightly and displayed his friendliness, and the beautiful woman nodded haughtily. The young girl next to her saw Handong and the beautiful woman eye to eye, her eyebrows slightly knitted, obviously a little upset. The No. 15 bus soon arrived, and Handong followed after the two beauties got on. Because more people on the bus, Handong sat in the last row, a small two beauties, just sitting in front of him. When the bus was about to start, 5 more people came up, 5 strong men, each wearing construction helmets and masks, unable to see their faces, only revealing a pair of eyes. They were wearing dirty work clothes with the words XX Construction Company printed on the back. Everyone was carrying oversized canvas bags in their hands, bulging with stuff. After the body of pure yang had become a minor success, Handong's ears were bright and his perceptions were keen, and although these people were well disguised, he still detected ferocity in their eyes, as well as nervousness, anxiety, being on guard, and other various emotions. These migrant workers are so annoying, covered in sweaty odor. Disgusting. A woman with dyed yellow hair next to her fanned her nose with a face full of disgust. Oh, country people must be dirty, don't be so familiar with them. The man sitting next to him said helpfully. The 5 people looked at the pair in unison. What are you looking at? Dirty and smelly. You don't let people talk about it? If you don't want to hear it, go back home. The yellow-haired woman glared back. Handong clearly felt a hint of killing intent in the eyes of those 5 people. Strangely enough, they held back. One of the canvas bags was not fully zippered, and Handong's extraordinary eyesight could vaguely see stacks and stacks of reddish banknotes inside, associated with what he had previously heard in the hair salon. Handong could almost conclude that these 5 masked men should be the brigands who had robbed the money carriers. How could an ordinary civilian worker have so much money in his bag? The focus of the police tracing should be on the vehicle they fled the scene. Absolutely unexpected. These guys are bold, actually dare to take the bus to escape. This city is rapidly changing. Skyscrapers rise up every day in the heat of construction. Men like these carrying canvas bags and dressed as migrant workers were too common to arouse any suspicion. Handong was sure that they had changed their clothes long ago on their way to escape. The current outfit, all prepared in advance, was no longer the same set worn during the crime. Of course, Steinat was not a vegetarian, but since the focus of the investigation was not on these public transportation vehicles, it was impossible to react immediately. By the time they reacted, these guys would probably have already left Jiangzhou City. Indeed, it was a brilliant move of the Golden Cicada, and it hit a perfect time difference. It seems that there was a thorough arrangement long before the operation. This gang of brigands are all outlaws. The reason why they hold back in the face of verbal humiliation is that they don't want to cause trouble and attract the attention of the police. The yellow-haired woman saw herself alone, sprayed the other 5 big men speechless, complacent like a proud hen. Handong's first reaction was to call the police, but if he called 110, even if his voice was low, there was no guarantee that he would not be noticed by them. These tough guys had guns in their hands. Although he was an immortal cultivator, he was only at the beginning stage and was not yet at the point where he could ignore bullets. Sending a WeChat to his friends in his address book and asking them to call the police. This was the best way Handong could think of. However, He had just pulled out a few reliable contacts and was about to edit the text message when the bus quickly arrived at the next stop. There were quite a few people at this stop as well, with more than a dozen young and strong men eagerly waiting on the platform. The bus driver, Old Wang, was just about to stop the bus when a low drink came from his ears. "Keep driving, no stopping, or I'll shoot you." The black hole of the muzzle of the gun on the right side of the temple. With the cold, the breath of death, Lao Wang was so scared that he pulled back, his heart beating like a drum. The one who raised the gun to threaten Lao Wang was one of the 5 migrant workers. At this moment, his face is fierce, full of hostility. Where is still the previous honest look? Chapter 08, The Great Bus Robbery. The bus went away. The passengers waiting to get on the bus didn't know the reason. They stomped their feet and cursed, and some of them wanted to call the bus company to complain. Plainclothes mixed in the crowd reacted quickly and reported to their superiors at the first opportunity. Reporting to the captain. "The rats are alert. We may have been exposed. Quickly return to the team. Execute Plan B. Everyone be careful. The robbers have guns in their hands." "Yes, Chief." The supreme commander of this operation, City Bureau's criminal police captain Shi Guodong, quickly laid out the next step in the plan. Wanting to join forces with the traffic police department to create a fake car accident at the Jinji Lake Bridge, blocking the way of the No. 15 bus. Only if the car stops will they have a chance. And these people, drive in the rear of the tight bite. The front has a blockade, the rear has a pursuer. I do not believe that the gang of bandits can go to heaven. The dozen or so cars that were originally hidden in the traffic suddenly accelerated and trailed towards the 15 bus. On the bus. "What's wrong, Lao Air?" one of the migrant workers asked. "There are cops on the platform. We should be exposed. They're catching up. These guys, they really aren't vegetarians. But what can we do if we find out? We have this load of hostages. Why worry about getting out of Zhengzhou? If we can't, we can kill a few people and throw them down." "Ah!" a woman screamed out in fear, holding her head and shivering. This scream was like a fuse, igniting the panic of the passengers. The carriages were filled with screams. Some people even wanted to jump out of the window to escape. It was a chaotic mess. At this time, the other 4 people all took out firearms from the canvas bag. 2 of them were standardized firearms. It should be the shotgun that was lost from the escort. The remaining 3, non-standardized pistols. It should be the kind of imitation that was obtained from illegal channels. One of the most burly one raised his pistol and shouted angrily, "All give me to shut up. Who then ghost howl old son will shoot him." The clamor in the carriage came to an abrupt end. Everyone sat in their seats with their heads in their hands, shivering. Brothers only seek wealth, not lives. As long as you cooperate obediently and assist us in escaping from this city, I guarantee that I won't hurt a single hair on your head. Only, if anyone is unwise, then they are seeking death themselves. The carriage was silent. The burly man slowly came next to the yellow-haired woman's seat, backhanded her with 2 big mouthfuls, and scolded, "Little beeper is quite crazy. Kneel down." The yellow-haired woman and her mail ticket hurriedly knelt down, no longer having the superiority they had before. "Lick my toes," the burly man shouted angrily. The yellow-haired woman shook her head violently, and her tears went out like money. "Big brother, give a face," the yellow-haired woman's mail ticket pleaded. With a click sound, the burly man kicked him in the mouth. Blood splattered, spitting out a few bloody teeth in the process. "Oh," the man covered his mouth, kneeling on the ground and wailing, "Garbage thing, you have a face in front of me." Turning his head to look at the yellow-haired woman, he said in a sinister voice, "Are you going to do it or not? If you don't do it, I'll kill you with one shot." The black hole of the gun pressed against the forehead of the yellow-haired woman. I do. The yellow-haired woman was scared to death. She nimbly took off the lanky man's shoes, forced herself to endure the nausea, and did as she was told. "Ha ha 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 ha, now don't mind that old man is dirty, right?" The lanky big man was smug. The car was full of passengers. None of them dared to make a sound, and they all averted their faces, not wanting to see this ugly scene. Handong knew that the reason why they had previously held back was because they did not want to scare the snakes. Now that they had been discovered by the police, they had nothing to worry about. If this group of outlaws were angered, they could kill at any time. Anyway, it was a capital offense, so the result would be the same whether they killed someone or not. That tough guy's eyes swept to the young girl in front of Handong and his eyes lit up. The young girl looked out the window and could only see the side face, but it was stunning enough. He kicked away the yellow-haired girl and quickly walked to the young girl's seat, reaching out to grab her school uniform. "Lao San, can you be a little bit outstanding? Sooner or later, you'll die on a woman's belly." The leading tough guy cursed with a laugh. "This chick is too hot. Miss it and regret it for the rest of your life. What's that saying? If you kill her, you'll get life imprisonment and death penalty. Hurry up, make it quick. The cops are following us closely. It's important to escape first." "Okay, big brother," Seeing the lanky big man's dirty big hand grabbed over, the young girl couldn't bear it, stood up and angrily flung him a big mouth. I Nima. The lanky tough guy didn't expect this little beauty to be so rigid, raised the butt of his gun, and was about to smash it into the girl's head. Stop. The noblewoman next to her frowned and said, everyone is just seeking wealth, why should you hurt people? Previously, she had kept her head down, and when she saw the full picture, the lanky man was once again stunned. Although a little older, but the face value body half not bad, even more than that young girl material. The past all know, this age of the mature woman, is the bed of grace, unexpected harvest. I didn't expect that there would be such an extreme product on the bus, and still too, ha 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 ha. The burly Hummer pulled the arms of the two women, and with a forceful tug outward, he flung them onto the aisle, although they fought hard to resist, but unfortunately, how could a weak female be able to defeat a strong man with a tiger's back? Wait, seeing the strong man about to pounce, the noblewoman snapped, whether it's fast or slow is controlled by me. Are you in charge? The burly man's eyes were filled with a teasing flavor. I'm a member of the Gusu family. Aren't I just seeking wealth? How much do you want? Name a price and I'll give it to you. The people in the car exclaimed. Jiangzhou City was known as Gusu City in ancient times. The Gusu family, that was a rich family that had stretched for more than 100 years, and had been in business since the Republican period. After the liberation because of various reasons went overseas, after the reform and opening up again back to the country, ate 30 years of reform dividends, and again become a famous rich family in Jiangnan. Industry throughout the country, involving more than a dozen industries. Gusu City is their home base, but also run a flourishing business. In Jiangzhou City, mentioning the Gusu family, even 3-year-olds know about it. These lower-class people really didn't expect that they would also have the opportunity to share a bus with the Mu family. Jin Yong wrote about the national hatred of the Gusu Muyong clan in The 8 Parts of the Dragon in great color. What he didn't know was that in reality, there really was a Gusu Morong, only it didn't refer to the Morong clan, a descendant of the great Yan imperial family, but rather the two big families, the Mu family and the Rong family. These two families have been fighting in secret for hundreds of years. Their strength is half a catty, and no one can overwhelm the other. When the Mu and Rong families stomped their feet, Gusu City would have to tremble 3 times, showing their influence in this 1,000-year-old city. I don't care if you're a Mu family or an Iron family. It's now up to the laborer. You obediently submit and suffer less flesh and blood. If you want to resist, then the laborer will also take it as it is. The beautiful woman froze, and the passengers in the car also froze. Even the Gusu Mu family didn't know. This ing stick it's over. Barbecue. With these jerks, it's impossible to reason. For the first time, the beautiful woman felt panic. Next, it was likely that something extremely terrible would happen. The consequences were more than she could bear. All the rules of civilized society were all bull ***** in front of this gang of outlaws. The burly humongous bandit put the gun into the canvas bag and laughed maniacally and pounced on the two women. The passengers in the car all lowered their heads and held their heads, unable to bear to see anymore. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and then the big man's shocked cry. Everyone looked up in surprise, only to see an extremely bizarre scene. That lanky strong man was flying backwards in midair at an extremely fast speed, crossing a parabola before landing heavily on the aisle. PFF. A mouthful of old blood sprayed out, hitting the yellow-haired woman who was kneeling on the ground in a daze right in the face. Ah! The yellow-haired woman screamed hysterically, wiping her face with both hands as hard as she could. Who is it? Come out here. The bandit leader raised his shotgun warily, his eyes darting back and forth across the faces of the rear passengers. The two women hurriedly got up from the aisle and sat back in their seats. Lao San, do you know who it is? The bandit leader asked in a deep voice. No, didn't see it clearly. Too fast. The burly big man coughed out another mouthful of blood, and he couldn't even lift his arm. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. The bandit leader noticed that there was an obvious footprint on the lanky burly man's chest, which was kicked by someone. Damn it, it can't be this unlucky, right? Casually got on a bus and actually met an expert? Stout man 1 meter 9 tall, 200 pounds of weight, was kicked from the back of the bus to the front row. This must be how much power. Being hit by a speeding truck is nothing more than that, right? Chapter 09 The True Strength of Immortal Cultivators. The good thing is, even the highest kung fu was afraid of a chopper, not to mention that they had guns in their hands. With guns in both hands, the bandit leader quickly marched to the back row and drank. Who is it? Come forward before it's too late, or I don't mind executing all of you. Under the compulsion of the guns, the bus driver stepped deeply on the gas pedal, overtaking the bus all the way and desperately fleeing towards the outskirts of the city. The atmosphere inside the bus was tense to the extreme, like a powder keg that was about to ignite. The slightest spark could trigger a disaster. Not admitting it, right? Then I'll send you all to hell. The bandit leader pulled the safety and was about to go on a killing spree. A figure violently vertical up, like a pouncing cheetah briskly straight up, double feet chain, left foot kicked off the gun in the hands of the bandit leader, right leg popped up, a foot stomped between the bandit leader's chest and abdomen. So the familiar scene reappeared. The bandit leader, as the front of the stout man, was kicked by a great force to fly in the air, and then gracefully glided. Poof, this guy is not as resistant as the burly man. Flying into the air began to bleed, a spray of blood mist, splashing the passengers along the way ahead and a face. This figure did not stop. After kicking off the bandit leader, feet stomped the ground. In midair close to him, the two people glide together. This was to prevent the other side from shooting. Take the bandit head as a meat shield. There were 3 remaining bandits. One was controlling the driver and the other 2 were armed with guns to control the passengers in the car. Seeing the boss flying upside down in the air, they would like to shoot, but that person is cunning. Actually jumped into the air and hid in front of the boss, so they couldn't aim. Everything happened too fast. Between the flash of lightning and fire, the bandit's head fell to the ground. The figure cut in like lightning, so fast that you can only see a residual shadow. The 2 bandits have not yet had time to react. The gun in their hands has reached the other hand, and then it feels like their cheeks have been smashed by hundreds of pounds of sledgehammer. Under the great inertia, the 2 people left and right flew to the window of the car. Bang bang, 2 crunching sounds. They crashed into the glass and flew out. At this time the bus has been traveling to the Jinji Lake Bridge. The drivers in the traffic will see such a scene of wonder. The front of the bus, 2 figures a left and a right from the window flying out, in an extremely ugly and awkward posture, in the air at breakneck speed skidding, actually flew over the bridge, and finally wailed, fell into the lake water. The police officers chasing behind were also stunned, and for a moment could not distinguish whether the car flew out of the robber or an ordinary passenger. Immediately contact the nearby port and send the water police to salvage the car. No matter whether it is a passenger or a robber, you must ensure your own safety. The leading captain Shi Guodong gave the team orders with his walkie-talkie. Aye, chief. The police car continued to follow the bus closely in order to respond to unexpected situations in time. Inside the compartment, after dry flying those 2 bandits, the figure kept moving. A 360-degree spinning side kick. The right foot heavily smashed on the neck of the last bandit. That person didn't even say a word. His head softened, and he slumped on the coin box. This set of actions, the rabbit rise and fall, lightning. By the time the crowd could see it clearly, all 5 bandits had already been solved. 2 flew out of the window and fell into the Jinji Lake. 1 fell on the front of the car, life and death. 2 lying in the aisle, completely lost fighting ability. It was only then that everyone could see the person's face, and it was actually a student-like teenager. It was Han Dong. Although he was already an immortal cultivator with a small degree of success in the body of pure yang, his cultivation time was still short, and he had not completely gotten rid of the traits of an ordinary person psychologically. In the beginning, he was just like the others, just wanting to meet out. After all, the other 5 had guns, and he was not absolutely sure. When the lanky tough guy humiliated that yellow-haired woman, Han Dong held back, although it was a bit excessive. The previous remarks of that yellow-haired woman and the mail ticket were indeed disgusting. The punishment they received was also not fatal enough, so Han Dong did not intend to make a move. However, when the lanky humongous bandit got horny and tried to get his hands on that young girl, he was already prepared to strike back. After all, the young girl was only a middle school student, and if she was spoiled by the humongous bandit, her life might be ruined. He couldn't just stand by and watch something beautiful be destroyed in front of him. Unexpectedly, that noblewoman was quite righteous and actually helped the young girl out. Right at that moment, he was filled with respect for the noblewoman. In this situation, she could still stand up for a girl she didn't even know. Not only was her courage commendable, her character was quite hard. Don't forget, she was a rich person. Most rich people feel that their lives are more precious than others. He had just come to Jiangzhou City not long ago, Gusu family or whatever. Naturally, he didn't know. When the humongous bandits extended their claws to these 2 wonderful women, Han Dong could no longer tolerate it. He also did not expect that his fighting strength was actually that strong. After kicking the lanky humongous bandit away, his confidence was completely shot. The movements of these people were as slow as an 80-year-old woman in his eyes. Soon he realized that it wasn't that the others were slow, but that he was too fast. So fast that before the other party could react in time, he could end the fight. In the world of martial arts, nothing is indestructible. Only speed is unbreakable. After the Golden Crow hardened body, his speed and strength were far beyond normal people. These 2 points alone were enough to kill these brigands in seconds. Moreover, his current physical quality was fully capable of supporting him to accomplish the movements he wanted to do. Sure enough, after a flurry of electrifying and flirty maneuvers, these 5 people were ed over. This battle had completely established Han Dong's confidence. He had only cultivated for 7 days and he could be so powerful. If he cultivated to the later stages, wouldn't this go against the heavens? The inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor was truly overbearing. Han Dong's mouth was crooked with joy. The crowd stared blankly at Han Dong, all of them dumbfounded. It was a full minute before anyone reacted. "Young man, you are fantastic." A middle-aged man smiled with a wide-eyed smile and slapped his palm loudly. Then the entire carriage began to applaud enthusiastically. "I used to watch heroes on movies. I didn't expect to be met by me in reality. 1 fights 5. Instant knockout. Man, you're too powerful for this. Little brother is 2 man. Can you add a WeChat? Uncle, are you Kung Fu man?" The passengers were talking and praising to the best of their ability, which made Han Dong blush a little. The sky-shattering applause and cheers made his goosebumps rise. The original feeling of helping people and being respected and admired was so wonderful. At this time, the beautiful woman came over with a smile and softly said, "Little handsome, you are a student of Jiang University, right?" "Yes." Han Dong looked at the noblewoman. Her smile was so beautiful. "A great favor is not appreciated. Leave your contact information. Find an opportunity. I will definitely repay you properly. It's good that you guys are fine. Forget about repayment. It's just a matter of lifting a finger." Han Dong reported his phone number. The noblewoman entered her cell phone and asked with a smile, "Name?" "Han Dong." The noblewoman deposited it into the phone book and then dialed it. Smiling, "Remember, my name is Mu Wanji." Han Dong also deposited the noblewoman's name and phone number into the phone book. The young woman's lips quirked and eventually said nothing, but she silently memorized Han Dong's name and phone number. Chapter 10, The Years of Being Slightly Inebriated. The driver quickly pulled the bus to the side of the road, and it didn't take long for the police to rush up. The first time they opened the canvas bag inside the bus, which was full of banknotes in bundles and bundles, seeing no casualties in the car, and the thugs were controlled, they were relieved but deeply shocked. A car of unarmed civilians actually subdued 5 armed bandits. "How is this done?" When they inquired, all of them pointed their fingers towards Han Dong. "It's him. It's this young man who saved us." Several criminal police officers looked at each other with a bit of disbelief. So everyone on the bus was taken back to the police station to make statements. When they heard that Han Dong had knocked over 5 armed bandits with his bare hands, the police officers were all incredulous. It sounded like bragging anyways, until they accessed the car's surveillance. The teenager in the video, like a cheetah, like a flying eagle, with a lightning bolt and a rabbit's nest, he took care of the 5 tough guys in one breath. The enemy clearly had a gun in his hand, but his movements were too fast, so fast that his opponent didn't even have time to pull the trigger. Was this ING still a human being? Which style of kung fu is this? Criminal Police Captain Shi Guodong asked. "I don't know which school it is. I learned it from an old Taoist priest from the Taoist temple near my hometown when I was young, and I have been practicing it for so many years." Han Dong could only dump the pot on the scruffy Taoist priest who resided in the hills of his old home. The old man went around giving people feng shui spells to exorcise evil spirits and scam money, and only God knew if he was spiritual or not. In Han Dong's mind, he is an old crook. This old crook went away last year, dumping the pot on him, dead without proof. The police officers taking statements nodded at each other. This is the only reasonable explanation. China is a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. We still believe that between the famous mountains and rivers there is a hidden master of the world. Even if you don't want to believe it, the fact is right in front of your eyes. Han Dong's hands are indeed far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Thus, the robbery of the banknote truck that shook the police department was formally solved, before and after only 3 hours, with no loss of life in the middle. The 5 bandits were all caught, and the stolen money was not less than a penny. The guns that were robbed were all recovered as well. "You can go back. We'll contact you again if there are any problems." After making a statement, Captain Shi gave Han Dong a thumbs up. "Young man, good job." Just after walking out of the entrance of the city office, his cousin's phone call came. "Dongzi, why haven't you arrived home yet?" "Ran into something, just got out of the police station." "Ha?" Han Shan seemed to turn his head and say something to his daughter-in-law, and soon Luan Danqing took the call. "Dongzi, you ran into trouble?" Han Dong's heart warmed. Although this cousin-in-law usually always had a cold face, she actually cared about him, so he recounted the situation. There was silence over there for a few seconds. "You send a WeChat location over. Don't move there. I'll go pick you up right away." Luan Danqing hung up the phone after saying that. Han Dong sent a location over, and in about 20 minutes of light, Luan Danqing's Volvo arrived. The first time she saw Han Dong, she froze. What's going on? Only 7 days gone. How did this kid change so much? He seems to have gotten a lot taller and more handsome. What's the situation? However, there was no time to explore this for the time being. She said to Han Dong, "You go wait in the car first. I will go to the police station to understand the situation." Han Dong nodded. He knew that his sister-in-law was a journalist and was responsible for the livelihood and law and order piece. This case was very good material for her. Not long after, Ruan Danqing returned to the car. Slightly surprised, she asked, "Dongzi, you still know Kung Fu?" "Well, I learned it from an old Taoist priest in the mountains when I was little, and the first time I used it, I didn't know it was actually so powerful." "You've made a great achievement this time." "Just lucky." Han Dong smiled, then started the car and drove towards Bisui Court. "Dongzi, what you did this time is very valuable, and if it is publicized, it will be an extremely strong positive energy for the entire society. Would you be willing to help your sister-in-law with a special interview?" Ruan Danqing faintly said, "Grandpa has always told me that one must keep a low profile. I didn't want to publicize this matter, but if it's for my sister-in-law, I'm willing." "Thank you, Dongzi. Sister-in-law is really impressed with you." Ruan Danqing was calm on the surface, but the waves inside were not small at all. In the police station, when Captain Shi showed her the video of Han Dong overcoming 5 gunmen by himself, her entire body was shocked. "Too handsome, too cool. I didn't expect that the kid who came out from the mountain village was actually a deep-rooted expert." Thinking back to the first time they met, his simple and naive appearance, it was really hard to connect with that hero who struck like electricity. The city council is not far from home, and will soon arrive. The first time Han Shan saw Han Dong, the surprise was the same as his daughter-in-law. "Dongzi, are you eating ginseng fruit? Changed so much?" "This morning, I opened the 2 veins of the capillary and dorsal channels, shifted the meridians in Marrow, and transformed my body." Han Dong blurted it out. Anyway, the matter of him being a martial arts master had already reached a consensus, so it would be better to just push everything on this aspect. "Hey, which country's strange words is this? Why can't I understand it?" Han Shan was stunned. Ruan Danqing heard and understood that Han Dong had sort of explained why he had changed so much, so she told Han Shan about Han Dong's heroic deeds on the bus. Han Shan's mouth opened wider and wider and did not close for half a day. It was hard for him to believe, yet he had to. It seemed that he knew too little about this cousin. Soon, Han Shan seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, "Wife, this matter, whether it's for you and me, or Dongzi, is a good thing that can be written about, worthy of working in the city government department, good political acumen." Ruan Danqing nodded. To put it bluntly, Han Dong had caught 5 outlaws with his own strength, saved the country from huge losses and saved a busload of people's lives, which was not an ordinary act of bravery. It is foreseeable that he will soon be honored by the city government, and fame and fortune are inevitable. As the brother and sister-in-law of the great hero, Han Shan and Ruan Danqing will 100% eat the dividends from this. A promotion and pay raise might not be far away. In the evening, Ruan Danqing cooked a large table and opened 2 bottles of red wine. "Congratulations Dongzi, becoming a city hero. When brother and sister-in-law are proud of you, Mr. and Mrs. Han Shan raised their glasses and clinked them with Han Dong. "Thank you brother Shan. Thank you sister-in-law." Han Dong was embarrassed by the compliment. This was the first time he drank alcohol and the first time he understood what it meant to be slightly drunk for years. After Ruan Danqing was slightly drunk, her face was flushed and her eyes were beautiful. Han Dong, the little virgin, did not know how many times he had secretly looked at her in one night. Early the next morning, Han Dong quietly got up and went to the rooftop of the building to continue the great work of cultivation. Chapter 11 Interview. Han Dong opened his eyes. It was already 3 rods of sunrise. Cultivation knew no age. Unconsciously, 2 hours had passed. He leapt up and was about to turn around and go downstairs when he realized that there was a person not far away who had been staring at him. This person was none other than the beautiful teacher from next door 603, Shun Qian Yun. Long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a long home dress, her feet shuffling flip-flops, revealing her white and delicate little feet. Very nice. The hand is also holding a bed of silk quilt. It should be up on the rooftop to dry the quilt. "May I ask what you were just doing?" The girl was full of curiosity. "Nothing, just sunbathing." Han Dong did not dare to talk nonsense when he knew her identity. "But, your posture is so strange. It looks like you are practicing kung fu." "Oh, the kind depicted in martial arts novels." "Well, you can think of it as a breathing and exhaling method, and it's not as exaggerated as what's written in novels. Master said it can strengthen the muscles and bones. It's just practicing kung fu. Then you still say it's sunbathing." Shin Qian Yun glared at him. Han Dong was disliked and did not dare to talk back. Women were always in existence that could not be messed with. He did not want to tangle with Ms. Shin too much and lowered his head in the direction of the stairs. "Hey, haven't we met somewhere before?" Shin Qian Yun's voice came from behind. Han Dong's image and aura had changed quite a bit, so she did not recognize him for a moment. But then again, she felt that this person looked familiar. Pretending not to hear her words, Han Dong's footsteps quickened as he hurried into the elevator room. "What are you running for? It's not like I'm going to eat anyone. Shin Xianyun stomped her foot, a few points of irritation within her heart. Since childhood, which man who saw her did not try every possible means to get close to her? The one who only wanted to run away like Han Dong was an unprecedented first. Auntie is a big magnesium aluminum that is loved by everyone. Okay? What are you running for? You're so annoying. However, this kid is really quite flavorful. How to say? There is a force of attraction in his body. She cannot say what it is, just feel very special. When she thought of the scene where Han Dong escaped from her, she was suddenly heartbroken. Early in the morning, what is all this with bad mood? Han Dong returned to 602. Ruan Danqing had already gotten up and was busy in the kitchen. Where's my brother? Where did he go? Han Dong looked around. Oh, the unit had something to take care of today. He went out early. Han Dong nodded. After breakfast, Ruan Danqing went into the bedroom and changed into a set of light gray professional suite. Her hair was coiled up high, and she wore a pair of black framed glasses, an OL outfit. The beautiful and capable look allowed Han Dong to see another side of her. Tomorrow you have to go back to school for military training, so I've called my colleagues. How about working an extra shift today to get the interview done? I'll listen to my sister-in-law. Han Dong smiled. After getting into the car, Ruan Danqing did not sit in the back row as usual, but sat on the passenger side. Han Dong clearly felt that this cold-mouthed and cold-faced sister-in-law had gotten closer to him from the inside. He started the car and drove towards the city TV station according to the navigation route. When he passed by a shopping mall in the city, Ruan Danqing said, "Turn in. Aren't we going to the unit?" Han Dong was puzzled. "To buy you some additional clothes. It's not very photogenic to dress like this." Ha! Han Dong looked at his cheap t-shirt, big pants, and plastic-feeling sandals and smiled to himself. Ruan Danqing had already taken care of his self-esteem by saying not too photogenic. In reality, it was just too earthy and low. The two entered the mall, and Ruan Danqing led him, browsing through a few men's clothing brand stores. None of them were world-class brands, but the workmanship and style were all very sophisticated, not ostentatious, but also very visible quality. Although Ruan Danqing has not bought men's clothing, but her aesthetics is obviously the ceiling level. To Han Dong picked clothes and shoes are extremely suitable. Coupled with Han Dong was the essence of the day transformed body, is simply walking clothes rack, where what all look good. Beige and white thin section sweater, with a gunmetal gray sweatpants, foot pedal gray and white color collision AJ1 barb. Simple wear, vigorous, full of vitality, show youthful handsome. The impression of college students, it should be such a model. Beauty, your mail ticket can be really handsome. The shopper lady had a face of infatuation. Han Dong awkwardly stubbed his toe on the ground for 3 rooms and hurriedly looked at Ruan Danqing. Luckily, she looked as usual and did not have any abnormalities. "He is my younger brother," Ruan Danqing blandly said. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything," the shopper said in a panic. "But you two don't look like siblings, more like lovers. Simply match." Ruan Danqing stopped explaining, swiped her card to pay the bill, pulled Han Dong, and went to other stores to pick out a few more lines. "Wear them first, when the season changes, I will buy them for you again," Ruan Danqing faintly said. "These are already enough. I can't let sister-in-law break the bank again." Han Dong awkwardly scratched the back of his head. How did it feel? Like he had been adopted by a rich woman? "I am your sister-in-law. What's wrong with buying you a few clothes?" Ruan Danqing's face was expressionless. "You still have to pay the car loan and house loan, and the pressure is quite big." "It doesn't affect. There's still money to buy clothes." Ruan Danqing glanced at him. "Let's go. Go to the flat." "All right." Han Dong grinned, started the car and drove towards the TV station. The city television station was close to the street, a 16-story building. Sister-in-law's editorial department was on the 3rd floor, and when they entered, they found that the rest of the staff had arrived. "Sister Ruan, is this the little brother who saw the righteousness? So handsome." A few young female editors saw Han Dong and immediately surrounded them. "Hello everyone, I am Han Dong." Han Dong greeted with a smile. "Woohoo, there are dimples when you smile. Super sweet." The girls wowed strangely. "Little brother, exchange contact information." A bold girl took the initiative to open her WeChat QR code. "No problem." Han Dong generously pulled out his cell phone. The girls swarmed around and added Han Dong's WeChat. Ruan Danqing's eyebrows knitted slightly, and her heart felt a pang of discomfort. For the first time, she felt that this group of girls under her command was too shameless. Wanting someone's boy's contact information for the first time. "What do you want?" "Stop it. We are here to work," Ruan Danqing coldly said. The girls hurriedly dispersed and went back to their posts. One naughty one spat her tongue at Han Dong. Into the work. These seemingly nymphomaniac girls immediately showed their professionalism. All hands and feet. A professional expression. With the previous like a different person. The interview was done by Ruan Danqing. Her eloquence and reaction was very impressive. Each topic, seemingly random, but in fact a sense of rhythm and logic, step by step, leading Han Dong to say what the viewers want to know the most. Chapter 12, True Martial Divine Fist. This made Han Dong feel very stunning. At home, she was a virtuous housekeeper, able to get out of the kitchen and into the hall. And when she was at work, she showed her talent as a high school student of journalism. Her articulation and clarity of thought, and her speech was like a fresh breeze on the face, making the interviewee extremely comfortable. Ruan Danqing's versatile charm pleased Han Dong. It took only 40 minutes to complete the interview, loading this material into the computer. The girls were running their fingers on the keyboard. Some were editing the text, some were editing the video. In about an hour's work, a manuscript of an interview with a video, a finished product had been made. Ruan Danqing carefully reviewed and corrected, to confirm that there is no problem. The editors will be this interview, sent to the television station's online platform. The title was, This Era, Do We Need Chivalry or Not? Nowadays, it's the era of mobile connectivity, and very few people watch the news on TV anymore. Ruan Danqing led the creation of this online platform, called Gusu Vision, which bridges multiple terminals such as TV, tablet, and cell phone, and is even more popular among young people because of its fashionable, short, and grounded features. Off duty, you can go back. Hard work everyone. Ruan Danqing's face rarely showed a smile. Long live Sister Ruan. The girls cheered in unison. Ruan Danqing was a workaholic, and after the editors under her command left, she had to stay behind to write a plan for the program. Dongzi, drive around if you're bored. I might not be done until the afternoon. It's fine, sister-in-law. You're busy. I'll just go to the nearby park and play for a while. Okay, I'll call you when it's over. Next to the TV station was the People's Park. Today was Sunday. The weather was sunny, and there was an endless stream of people coming to the park to relax. Han Dong came to the lawn beside the artificial river and picked out a set of immortal martial skills from the inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor and started practicing them. He actually did not have the slightest foundation in martial arts, and in the bus robbery case, he dealt with a few bandits, relying on the instinctive reaction of the Kuryang body to subdue his opponents by speed and strength. It's no problem to deal with ordinary people, but if one encounters a true martial arts expert, these might not be enough. Therefore, it was still necessary to cultivate a set of martial arts for his body. Of course, his current cultivation level was not high and he was at the primary stage of body hardening, so he could only practice the most basic immortal martial arts techniques. For example, this set of True Martial Divine Fist was the introductory kung fu of the ancient immortal sect True Martial Sect. Back then, the True Martial Emperor used martial arts to enter the Tao and cultivated the supreme immortal body, and then started a sect to promote the True Martial Sect. In the immortal cultivation world at that time, in terms of melee combat strength alone, the True Martial Sect reigned supreme and was unrivaled. Even the most basic techniques of the Immortals were a proper downward strike to today's martial arts world. Han Dong practiced this set of True Martial Fist technique on the lawn. At first he was still a bit rusty, but after a few consecutive rounds, he gradually got into a good mood. A set of movements down, like a shocking, straight as a swimming dragon, sometimes like the Yangtze River, sometimes like the silk winding continuous, rigid and flexible. Each move is implicit in the mystery of heaven and earth. Every punch that struck the air would emit a popping explosive sound. The sound power was astonishing. After hitting the last stance, Han Dong made a closing motion. Tai. A mouthful of turbid chi was exhaled, like a sharp arrow, hitting the willow tree 10 meters away, shocking the willow leaves to fall down, and the birds on the tree fled in panic. Worthy of being an immortal martial technique, it is extraordinary. Han Dong was very satisfied with this fist technique. Throughout the day, Han Dong practiced the True Martial Divine Fist. When he returned home in the evening, he hurriedly ate his dinner and delved into the house to delve into the heavenly doctor sect medical skills. He felt that medical and martial arts should be the most practical skills for walking in the city, and it was necessary to learn them carefully to become his own evening skills. Immortal's medical skill is different from mortal's medical skill. It doesn't need to use all kinds of instruments. As long as you have opened your spiritual eyes, you can detect all kinds of foci of the human body. And then you can use your spiritual chi and immortal medicine to cure the disease. With the combination of spiritual chi and immortal medicine, one can cure all sorts of stubborn diseases with the combination of white bones and immortal medicine. Han Dong did not have aura in his body yet, but the essence of the sun could have a similar effect. Following the spell, Han Dong successfully opened his spiritual eye. The spiritual eye was the third eye hidden in the spiritual platform. After opening the spiritual eye, even if both eyes were tightly closed, one could still see everything in the world, and one can also see things that ordinary people cannot see. The medical means of the immortals were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and Han Dong was happy to study them until the early hours of the morning. The next morning, Han Dong drove Ruan Danqing to work. Due to writing the planning book too late yesterday, Ruan Danqing actually leaned on the seat and fell asleep. When he passed by the school, Han Dong did not wake her up, but kept sending her to the unit. Sorry, I fell asleep. After waking up and realizing that she had already arrived at the unit, Ruan Danqing had some self-reproach. It's fine. I know that sister-in-law is working hard, so I intentionally didn't wake you up. Then how do you go back? Take the bus. Opposite the TV station is the No. 15 platform. No, take a taxi. I'll reimburse you. No, it's only 3 or 4 kilometers. It's not worth it. Okay, remember to come home for dinner next weekend. Got it. Han Dong parked his car and waved goodbye to Ruan Danqing, his back arrogant and upright. Ruan Danqing looked at his energetic appearance. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then he quickly walked into the unit. Han Dong did not take the car. At the peak of the workday, the bus was definitely overcrowded. It was only 2 stops away, so instead of going and piling up with people, it would be better to run back. After leaving the TV station, he threw open his long legs and ran to his heart's content on the sidewalk. With the essence of the sun in his body, this level of exercise was easy and enjoyable for him, and he didn't even need to sweat. Jiangda Middle School was right next door to Jiangzhou University, and when Han Dong passed by the entrance of the middle school, he had to slow down due to the constant stream of students entering the school. Pretty girl, don't go to class today. It's my birthday. I'll take you out for a day of fun. A gangly voice attracted Han Dong's attention. Following the voice, he looked over and saw several scum skins in strange costumes blocking a girl on the roadside, molesting and pestering her. Seeing this, the passing students all hid far away and slipped past the edge. The girl was full of impatience. Her eyes searched around, and when she saw Han Dong on the sidewalk, her eyes lit up. Brother Dong. She spread a smile and ran over with a jump like a deer. This girl, whom Han Dong recognized, was the stunningly beautiful young girl who was in the bus hijacking case that day. Although everyone had gone to the police station to make a statement, Han Dong was the one who was questioned alone, and of course, the one who was asked the most questions. By the time he came out, the passengers had all left and had not seen each other since then. Hello. Han Dong nodded his head with his hands in his pockets. Chapter 13, Saving You Again. It was not strange for the young girl to know his name. When he exchanged contact information with Mu Wanji, he reported his name and this girl was right next to him. What Han Dong did not expect was that the beautiful young girl actually took his arm. When did the two of us become so familiar? Why don't I know? Han Dong looked at her in dismay. The group of scumskins also followed and surrounded him. Who the hell are you? Dare to steal a girl from me? The youth at the head had a large scorpion tattooed on his arm, a cigarette in the corner of his mouth, and a dangling look that he was not afraid of the King of Heaven. The ponies behind him were also oddly shaped. 7 disobedient. 8 disobedient. He is my mail ticket. The senior student of Jiang University. The young girl pressed a little tighter and raised her chin provocatively. Han Dong understood in seconds. The young girl was scared of being pestered by this group of scumskin, so she used him as a shield. The young girl beside him was a goddess at a young age, and the flies and cockroaches around her would definitely not be few and far between, such as this large group in front of her. Boyfriend? That can't be right. How come I've never seen him before? The scorpion man exhaled a smoke ring and shot a suspicious glance at Han Dong. See ***** is another big handsome guy. Old me hates handsome men. All those who are more handsome than me deserve to die. Scorpion man thought hatefully. Joke. You have not seen many people. Do I have to report to you guys when I have a mail ticket? The young girl sneered several times. Get the hell out of here if you're sensible. This girl is Brother Scorpion's girl. Our sister-in-law. If you dare to pester him, I'll beat the out of you. Behind Scorpion Man, a big man stood out, bare-chested, holding a spring-loaded armbar in both hands and folding it around. His muscular body looked quite intimidating. Han Dong lightly relaxed his long arm, wrapped his arm around the young girl's waist, quickly lowered his head, and gently pecked her on her soft lips, intentionally making a tisk-smack sound. The young girl was caught off guard, and her body suddenly froze. Staring blankly, she stared at Han Dong in death. Stop talking. The Scorpion Man's eyes turned green with anger. Cam, it's none of your business if I kiss my own girlfriend? Han Dong smiled contemptuously. Jean Gang, beat him up. The kind word comes out. Scorpion Man said angrily. Alright Scorpion brother, just prime well. Big Muscle Buster waved his armbar and ruthlessly smashed it towards Han Dong's head. Bang! After a muffled sound, the crowd only felt a flash before their eyes. Then Big Muscle Buster took off. The speed at which it rushed up was fast, and the speed at which it flew backwards was even faster. It drew a not-so-beautiful parabola in the air and fell heavily in the green belt. PFF. A mouthful of old blood sprayed out, coloring the surrounding flowers and grass. The young girl squinted her eyes in pain. This was an episode she had seen on the bus. The scumskins didn't have that eye candy. King Kong, what the are you doing? Acting me? Scorpion Man looked confused. Scorpion brother, I seem to have been hit by a car. Big Muscle Man sat up with difficulty, covering his chest and baring his teeth. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did a car come from on the sidewalk? Stop acting. Get up and beat the hell out of him. Big Muscle Buster tried to get up, but was never able to. Ha ha, I have 20 years of strength in this leg, and he still wants to stand up? Handong snorted. See Nima, what's so great about bragging? The Scorpion Man cursed. Snap, halfway through the swearing, the left side of his face received a big mouth. WC. Snapped, the right cheek received another blow. Little Master hates it when people swear in front of me. Handong raised his hand and wiped it on top of the young girl's school uniform, as if it was stained with something dirty. Ugh. Hi. School uniform is also paid for. The young girl beamed her small mouth. Scorpion Man in this street is accustomed to rampage. One after another was slapped too big mouth. Face really can not hang. I'll waste you. The bastard took out a folding knife from his waist and viciously pounced over. Bang. The crowd's eyes flashed before they saw the Scorpion Man wailing as he flew backwards and fell beside Big Muscle Buster. Together. Get him. The remaining few scumskins shouted, preparing to beat Handong in a group. Bang. 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 The exact same action. The exact same drama. The onlooking students saw these guys flying backwards in the air, wailing and screaming, 7 up and 7 down, and finally falling into the green belt and rolling into a ball. Well done. Let's see if you dare to pester me again. The young girl crossed her waist, her face cold. Handong slowly paced over, hands in his pockets, teasingly looking down at them. Aren't you going to beat the out of me? Come on, continue. If the Scorpion Man still couldn't see it, then he had lived for nothing for more than 20 years. It was obvious. This kid was a kung fu master. Tying them together wouldn't be enough to beat him with one hand. Big brother, I admit it. The Scorpion Man was also honorable, knowing that the gap between them was too great, and putting out harsh words would only result in a more venomous beating. If I see you guys pestering my girl ticket again in the future, it won't be as simple as a beating. Handong coldly said. Don't worry, definitely not anymore. The Scorpion Man reluctantly asked, can I know your name? Want to seek revenge on me? Wouldn't dare. With your battle power, I wouldn't be able to take revenge even if I practiced for 10 more lifetimes. I just want to know who I planted it in. J University Handong. The Scorpion Man nodded and limped away with a few of his men. Handong turned to look at the young girl. Why did you kiss me without my consent? The young girl was cold. Did you get my consent before you used me as a shield? This is me being able to fight. If I was just an ordinary person, wouldn't I be punked by you? I found you because I know you can fight. I won't pit people. The young girl looked at him stubbornly. It's my business if I can fight. It's up to me to decide if I want to help you or not. Passive acceptance is not my style. But, that was my first kiss. The young girl's pretty face slightly red. What's your name? Lin Rong. I said Lin Rong just a slapdash touch. What kind of first kiss? What's that? I have military training later. I'm going to be late. Bye bye. The young girl was admonished, and when she reacted, Handong had already run out a long way. Put. Looking at Handong's back, the girl laughed out lightly. Running up the road is quite handsome. But, take advantage of my cheap want to slip. Not so easy. She took out her cell phone, opened the WeChat add friend function, found Handong's cell phone number from the address book, anchored his micro signal, and then sent a friend request. Cocking her head for a moment, she changed her WeChat avatar to a picture of a beautiful woman working out, wearing a cool, hot body. Humph. I don't believe you won't add me. The young girl looked at that avatar, and a bad smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 14 Fear of Acquaintances Suddenly cowcups. Handong looked back to make sure that the young girl did not come after him. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly entered the campus. Military training started at 8 o'clock, and after looking at the time, it was already 8:11. After being delayed by that girl, he was actually late. His camouflage uniform was stored in the spirit market ring, and he was about to find a secluded place to change his clothes when his cell phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed Wu Yuanda's large faceplate, and Handong immediately answered it. Fatty, looking for me? What's the matter? Dongzi, where did you all run off to? The teachers in the hospital are looking for you. Which teacher? I saw her on the day the new students arrived. She's a super beauty. It can't be called Shinshan Yun, right? Handong's heart was flabbergasted. Could it be that something has happened to East Window? Yes, it's her. How do you know? Handong's first reaction was to pull his legs and run. Ms. Shin was the leader of the academy committee, so it was not a matter of cleaning up his freshman egg. The key was that he had indeed watched a scene that he shouldn't have watched. What about? Why don't you help me ask for a vacation? I have something to do, so I won't go over today. The end of the phone suddenly stopped, and after a few seconds, a melodious female voice came over. "Han-dong? It's me. You are Teacher Shun?" "Well," Shin Xianyun paused. "I heard that you wanted to take a leave of absence? What's the reason for that?" "Teacher Shin, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Han-dong thought to himself, whether I want to take a leave or not depends on what you are looking for me to do. "It's not me looking for you, it's the school looking for you." Shin Xianyun's tone was slightly agitated. "If there's no important matter, please make sure you don't take a leave of absence. You can't afford to be absent on this occasion today." "Okay, Teacher Shin. I'll change into my training clothes and be right there." "No need to change. Be quick. They're all waiting for you." "Got it, Teacher Shin." He could already be sure that Teacher Shin was looking for him, not for the matter of jumping to the gods. Then there was nothing to be afraid of. Hanging up the phone, Han-dong quickened his pace and arrived at the playground. Today's formation was a bit unusual. Thousands of freshmen were divided into a number of squares, sitting on the green lawn, mingling and making buzzing sounds. The podium was filled with people. There were school leaders, a few unfamiliar faces, and even police officers. Below the podium, there came quite a number of reporters, with cameras and video cameras, long guns and short cannons, pointing at the podium. Han-dong unexpectedly found Wan Danqing among them. He understood. This was to be a commendation meeting for bravery. No wonder Mr. Shin was looking for him everywhere. This occasion really could not be done without him. After Han-dong appeared, everyone's eyes, in unison, focused on him. Bathed in the morning sunlight, every strand of his hair shone with light. When Wan Danqing saw Han-dong striding towards her, she felt her heartbeat suddenly accelerate. "What's wrong with me?" she thought a little uneasily. Shin Qianyun, who was waiting at the stage, saw this and hurriedly greeted her. "It's you?" Seeing Han-dong's face, she was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the handsome guy who meditated and practiced on the rooftop of her neighborhood? It was actually a student of Jian University? "Good morning, Ms. Shin." Han-dong grinned, revealing 8 small white teeth. "Hurry over, the leaders are waiting," Shin Qianyun whispered. Han-dong nodded and followed closely behind her. The square formation where the 7th company was located was in an uproar when they saw Han-dong go up to the podium. Why did Dongzi go up as well? Zhang Zikai stretched his neck. "I don't know." The city leaders came. The police uncles also came. The TV reporters also came. The battle made such a big deal. But what does this have to do with Dongzi? Fatty Wu was even more questioning. It can't be that he made a mistake and is going to have a criticism meeting. Zhang Zikai bristled. "Just take a look and find out," Wu Yuanda whispered. Xingchun frowned and looked at Han-dong on the stage, feeling that this guy was obviously different. White slim-fit short tee, blue-gray jeans, coconut shoes, a simple dress. Actually concave out the immediate sense of a male model by him, because the t-shirt is a slim-fit model. The muscle lines that are vaguely visible, layered, beautiful and smooth. The face is still the same face, but the overall feeling is very different. After changing his hairstyle and clothes, was this kid actually this handsome? Xingchun, who had always been very confident in his face value, felt a threat from his side for the first time. He knew that Han-dong's change was by no means just because of his hairstyle and clothing, but he did not know exactly where it was. Universities did exercise people, and it was common for many children from the countryside to eventually transform into fashionable handsome men and women after studying for a few years in the big city. But the change of temperament after all is not something that can be done overnight. This is only the beginning of the school less than 10 days. Han-dong has completely shed the earthy flavor, and turned into a handsome man. This special brew drop is also too unscientific. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xiaoxi who was not far away, and saw that she was also staring at Han-dong on the stage. Xingchun's mood worsened. I don't know if you guys have noticed, this brat Dongzi seems to have gotten taller and more handsome. Am I the only one who thinks so? Wu Yuanda whispered. I've noticed it too, Hong Tao said in a jar. Xingchun glared at these 250%. Chu Nimrod, even a blind man can see it alright. I need you guys to remind me. After Han-dong boarded the stage, Xin Xianyun led him to find a seat on the side. Jiang University President Zhong Yuesong took the lead to speak, received a notice from the city police department. Our school law school freshman Han-dong, in the 9/10 banknote truck robberies, when the people's lives were threatened, stood up to assist the police in subduing the 5 thugs, save a car of people's lives, and save tens of millions of the country's property losses. So the school temporarily decided to hold this commendation assembly, together with the leaders of the city government and the city police department, to honor student Han-dong for his righteous and courageous act of bravery. The students were in an uproar. WC, I watched this news. I heard that the robber had a gun in his hand, and when he mixed up with the No. 15 bus to escape, he was done in by a man of God with his bare hands. So, that legendary man of God is Dongzi? Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao looked at each other in disbelief. Each could see the shock in the other's eyes. Who would have thought that the legendary great hero was hiding around? If it was true, this guy Han Laosan was too low-key. It was most feared that the air would suddenly go quiet, and that acquaintances would suddenly cowcup. Mistake, right? When Han Dong was in high school, he was still blackmailed by small ruffians and he didn't even dare to say anything. How could he be so capable? Zhang Zikai's tone was sour. The police shouldn't be mistaken, right? Brother Dong is so handsome today, I think it's reliable. Next to him, Chung Yusin's marvelous eyes flickered as she looked at Han Dong for an instant. Zhang Zikai heart, you ferocious big brainless no fart. Nymphomaniac. Who said that handsome looks are reliable? Laozi also looks handsome. When has it ever been reliable? I also think that the police will not be mistaken. Maybe Dong is deeply hidden. Yu Li said. Zhang Zikai was distracted for a while. Although he had made it clear in front of his brothers that he was going to pursue Xiao Shi, he actually wasn't too sure inside. Yu Li and Chang Yusin had long been internalized as his backups. If he couldn't pursue the goddess-level Xiao Shi, it was acceptable to play with the two of them. After all, they were both department flower-level beauties. Listening to them call out Dongodongodongod, there was a pang of acidity in his heart. Damn, when did it become so intimate? Chapter 15 Highest Honor. After Principal Zhong finished his speech, it was the turn of Shi Guodong, the head of the criminal police of the city bureau, to speak, briefly recounting the solving of the 9/10-foot robbery, affirming that Han Dong had played a crucial role in it, and that without him, even if the police had been able to catch those thugs, they would have paid a larger price. The entire criminal police team, as well as all the passengers on the No. 15 bus, were extremely grateful for Han Dong's behavior. At this time, it was the turn of Kong Yang, the mayor of Jiangzhou, to speak, first giving Han Dong an extremely high evaluation, affirming the positive orienting effect of his behavior on the entire society, and then announcing, on behalf of the Jiangzhou municipal government, I would like to award the Certificate of Hero of Courage and Courage to fellow student Han Dong, and at the same time, a reward of 1 million RMB. Boom! The student party on the stage exploded. Those who had a little knowledge in this area knew that the title of Seeing Courage was divided into 3 grades, namely Seeing Courageous Citizen, Seeing Courageous Warrior and Seeing Courageous Hero, and what Han Dong was awarded was precisely the highest grade of honor. This one was to be approved by the provincial people's government. The invisible benefits of obtaining this certificate were still good. For example, Han Dong could apply to settle in this city at any time, and if he took the civil service exam after graduation, he would be given priority. As for the bonuses, each city's regulations were different, and it mainly depended on the local tax level. Jiangzhou City, as the 5th metropolis with a GDP second only to North, South, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, has a well-developed economy, so the rewards for bravery will not be stingy. According to the size of the contribution made, ranging from 3 to 1 million yuan, 1 million yuan is definitely the top reward. Moreover, bonuses of this nature are not subject to personal income tax, meaning, Han Dong could get the full amount. Mayor Kong Yang personally handed over the Hero of Courage certificate to Han Dong in a precious and dignified manner. The giant check for the amount of $1 million, on the other hand, was presented by Captain Schur of the criminal police. Holding the certificate in his left hand and the check in his right hand, Han Dong stood with the mayor and the criminal police captain on both sides, grinning with his small white teeth gleaming, crackling. The magnesium lights on the stage flashed chaotically as the reporters used their cameras to record this precious moment. Thunderous applause rang out across the room. Next, please invite Mr. Han Dong to give his speech, the principal said aloud in a spirited manner. Han Dong slowly walked to the front of the microphone, condescendingly scanned the room and said aloud, I am a freshman who has just enrolled in the school. If I say that all of this today is due to the school's cultivation, you guys will definitely think that I am hypocritical, so I am sorry, principal, and forgive me for not being able to say that. If you want to become a qualified Jiangdao lord, you must first develop the quality of sincerity. Ha ha ha. The students on the playground laughed heartily. Zhong Yuesong nodded frequently with an anti-smile. This kid can talk, but even if I only enroll for 1 day, I am still a part of Jiangzhou University. Wherever I go, I have the label of Jiangdao University on my body, and I am proud to be a member of this 100-year-old school. That day, I witnessed the atrocities of the criminals on the bus, and it was this sense of honor and sense of mission as a member of JNU that prevented me from standing idly by. Therefore, this honor I received is closely related to Jiangde. This, for sure. Zhong Yuesong could not help but glance at Mayor Kong, who coincidentally also looked back and smiled. Han Dong, this child can handle. At the critical moment he is really giving the school a long face. Ah, Zhong Yuesong's heart blossomed. I was born in the rural area of Zhongbei, and the vast majority of the reason why I am able to be where I am today is due to my cousin. His name is Han Shan. He is a senior who graduated from the law school of our Jiangbei University, and now he is a civil servant in the Jiangzhou municipal government. He was the first child from our village to go to a prestigious university, and it was because of him that we village children realized that knowledge can really change your fate. He is my role model, my idol, and under his guidance, I followed his footsteps and got into the place where he once struggled, Jiang University Law School. Mayor Kong immediately turned his head to confirm with the secretary beside him. Look up this person Han Shan and give me his information later. Yes, boss. The secretary hurriedly agreed. In his heart, he mirrored that because of Han Dong's words, Han Shan had already entered the eyes of the Lord Mayor, and his career path in the future should not be bad. The secretary narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up the eloquent Han Dong. This kid, I wonder if it was intentional. If it was deliberate, it would be too scary. My brother, Han Shan, and my sister-in-law, Ruan Danqing, are both high achievers who graduated from Jiang University, and although they are not my full brother and sister-in-law, they really can't say enough about me. This time I came away from home to study in the big city, and they gave me a lot of help. In the past, I often heard people say that city people look down on us rural people, but in my brother and sister-in-law's home, I do not feel this kind of alienation and discrimination. Because of the love and warmth I felt from them, I was willing to help others when they were suffering as much as I could. I think kindness and love are really contagious. I hope that those who receive my help on the bus will also pass on this kindness, and when others are in distress, they will also be able to step in and help. If this can really be realized, then it will have a little meaning for me to do this. Han Dong's words were so plain and sincere that the crowd was creepily moved. Several leaders of the TV station exchanged low voices and looked at Ruan Danqing with meaningful gazes. Ruan Danqing's eyes moist. As intelligent as she was, how could she not understand Han Dong's true intention of specially mentioning her and Han Shan on such an occasion? He was trying to let his brother and sister-in-law also get some light and gain some political capital. Ruan Danqing knows that Han Dong is very good, but I did not expect him to be able to cope with such occasions. It is reasonable to say that children in rural areas, in the big scene will be a little restrained. But look at Han Dong's performance. Seemingly awkward, simple and sincere without losing heart. He wants to lift the people, all in the words. Even if you suspect that he did it deliberately, it is hard to believe. After all, he is just too young. I'll treasure the certificate of honor, and I'll take the $1 million bonus, although I would love to donate the money. As I said earlier, sincerity should be the most important quality of Lord Jiang. We have 4 children in our family, so my parents are under a lot of financial pressure, and this money, I'm going to give it to them as a family education fund. So, sorry Mayor Kong, I really can't return the bonus, ha 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 ha. The stage turned over with laughter. Mayor Kong picked up the microphone and smiled. Mr. Han Dong, this bonus is what you deserve. Your righteousness has protected the safety of the country and people's lives and properties, and every person in Jiangzhou should take off their hats in honor of you. Our gratitude to you is real. Real money. This bonus is completely at your disposal. No one will morally kidnap you, much less ask you to return it. The crowd applauded enthusiastically. Principal Zhong pressed his hands together, and when the clamor subsided a bit, he said aloud, after the school's research, it was decided to exempt Han Dong's tuition and fees during his school years, accommodation fees, and to appoint him as the deputy secretary of the law school's youth league committee. Mr. Han Dong is the hero of the entire Jiangzhou city, and also the hero of our Jiang University. I hope that he can continue to work hard in his new job and create a new situation. Thank you. Once again, Han Dong bowed down. The audience applauded thunderously for a long time. Chapter 16 Out of the water as a hibiscus. The commendation of Han Dong was over, but the conference did not end. Since the city leaders were invited, how could the school authorities miss this good opportunity? Naturally, the stage was set up so that the leaders could inspire the students present. Today's military training program was naturally cancelled, so the students honestly sat in the playground and listened to the speeches. When he was bored, Han Dong took out his cell phone and casually swiped it. Seeing a new friend application on WeChat, he clicked on it and looked at it. The avatar was actually a hot beauty, looking like she was working out, with a tight sports undershirt, peaks and peaks, thin waist and long legs, and every cell seemed to be flowing outward with 2 words, vitality. The beauty was wearing a high ponytail, and her eyebrows were filled with vibrant valor. It is really and valiant. WeChat name is very simple, just 2 words, Linlin. Who is this? Han Dong searched his memory and couldn't find any information on this person. However, he still clicked agree. Of course, Donzi students would never admit that they added it because of the person's hot figure. What does the matter of a reader have to do with the figure? Who are you? He sent a series of question marks. You really added me? Is it because the avatar is sexier? Lin sent a bad joke emoji. Psycho. Who are you? Won't you know when we meet? By the way, we have a code word for the joint. Yo, when we meet, you have to write a 3-letter word on my palm. What the hell kind of name is this? Han frowned. Let's not talk about it for now. I'm going to class. Lin quickly got off the line. Going to class? What kind of class? A fitness class? Han guessed. What are you doing? Shen Qianyun, who was sitting next to him, came over. Han wanted to say asterisk, but he didn't dare. The principal had just appointed him as the deputy secretary of the college league committee, and Ms. Shen was the secretary of the college league committee, which happened to be his top boss, and he would have to deal with it often in the future, so he could not be too unrestrained. Nothing. Han collected his cell phone. Ruan Dencheng is your sister-in-law. Ha? Shen Qianyun's expression was like a smile. Yes, Ms. Shen knows my sister-in-law? We live next door, don't you think? Just know her. Why dislike her? That day, you went to the wrong door, right? Shen Qianyun's expression suddenly went cold. What did Ms. Shen say? How can I not understand? Han could only play dumb. Alright, don't pretend. I recognize it all. Shen Qianyun very stealthily pinched the soft flesh on the side of Han Dong's waist and twisted it with force. Ah hiss. Teacher Shen, lighten up and lighten up. I didn't mean to peek. Who knew you were dancing at home by yourself? You want to die? Ah? Keep your voice down. Shen Qianyun was greatly embarrassed, pinched his soft flesh and twisted half a circle again, gritted his teeth and said, that thing? If you dare to mention a word about it to anyone else, I'll kill you. Don't worry, I absolutely won't talk to others. Some things are only suitable for their own reminiscence. Silly fork, only share it with others. You. Shen Qianyun pretty face flew up 2 red halos, angrily said, no reminiscing, immediately give me forget. Okay, I've already forgotten about it. Han Dong casually made a perfunctory remark. Forget about it? Lying to hell. Let me ask you, the last time you saw me on the rooftop, why did you run away in a hurry? Am I that scary? Shen Qianyun grimaced with a tiger's face. Come on, at that time, I already knew that you were a teacher of our institution. If I didn't run, should I wait for you to recognize and resonate me? That's more or less the same. Shen Qianyun looked quite satisfied with this answer, and her expression eased quite a bit. You really defeated 5 gun-wielding bruisers all by yourself. Ha? False. How could I have that ability? It all relies on the police uncle to brag about it. What kind of onion are you? The leader of the city council would fake it for you? With your intelligence, it's hard for me to bluff you. Look, I told you that you are practicing kung fu on the rooftop. Right, you still do not admit that you are obviously a martial arts master. You have to pretend with me to be low-key, not honest. Beauty's brain circuits are full of pits. Han Dong could only choose to shut up. Give me the cell phone. Shen Qianyun reached out. What for? Don't nag. Bring it. Han Dong could only hand over his cell phone. Shen Qianyun did some maneuvering and added each other's WeChat, while saving each other's phone numbers. Since you are also a cadre of the Youth League Committee, it is inevitable that you will have to deal with each other in the future. So leave your contact information so that you won't be unable to find you. Understood. Han Dong took the cell phone and said blandly. It was hard to endure until the speeches of the bigwigs were over, and it was time for the midday meal. Han Dong, as the protagonist of the commendation ceremony, was pulled along by Principal Zhang to bid farewell to the leaders. Guodong was the last group to leave, and when he came over to shake hands, he was accompanied by a beautiful woman in a police uniform. The straight uniform, but also cannot cover her hot body. A bar of 3 stars, commonly known as a Harry 3. So Young is actually a first-class police superintendent. Han Dong froze, covered because this beauty he recognized, especially the ink chi between the eyebrows. Impressive. It was the hot woman who added him to WeChat earlier. It was just that the photo of the avatar was dressed in a cooler fashion, a bit different from the look of the person wearing a police uniform at this moment. Han Dong's student, she is my colleague. When the 9/10 robbery happened, she went out of town to handle the case and did not participate in it. After coming back and watching the video of you subduing the robber, she very much recognized your stature, so she specially followed this time and wanted to get acquainted. Guodong introduced. Hello, Lin Fu of the City Bureau's Criminal Police Team. The beautiful police superintendent smiled and reached out her hand. Hello. Han Dong gently shook her hand. Her name was Lin Fu, with the WeChat nickname Lin. It should be her, right? Thinking of her WeChat saying that she would write a 3-letter word on her palm when they met as a code word for the joint. He thought to himself that this officer Lin looked righteous and dignified, but there was a little naughty girl living inside. So he complied and used his finger to write a 3-letter word on her palm. What are you doing? Lin Fu's face turned cold. Then she shook off his hand. This is what you said. Han Dong said blandly. Go away. Lin Fu turned away with a tigerish face. Ugh, what's going on here? Shi Guodong had to tell him goodbye, and then followed him. Lin Fu, aren't you going to get to know this great hero? Why are you suddenly leaving? Humph, what big hero, just a womanizer. Lin Fu snorted coldly. Can't be, I see that this kid is quite decent. Shi Guodong was puzzled. You've been tricked by him. Lin Fu frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that this kid had done the police force a huge favor, she would have slapped him over with a big earful. Dare to molest Auntie me? You're so impatient. Seeing the two policemen walking away, Principal Zhang patted Han Dong's shoulder and smiled meaningfully. You're still young. Don't be so hasty. Hey, what does your old man mean? Could it be that he saw my little maneuver? Principal, things aren't what you think. It's her. Alright, no need to explain. I was young too. How could I not understand what you think at your age? This time you have made a great achievement. In the future, if you work steadily, your future won't be bad. Girls like Officer Lin can't be taken lightly. If you want to chase people, you must first be strong yourself. Understand? Ha, I didn't expect that you still know a lot about it. Principal, nonsense. Haven't eaten pork, haven't seen a pig run? Just that kind of small action. Don't do it in the future. To the general girl may be effective. To her will only be counterproductive. Also, in the future, if you encounter any difficulties at school, call me directly. Principal Zhong handed him a business card of his own. Han Dong took the business card and was about to say something when Zhong Wuesong turned around and walked away. Hey, Principal, listen to me. It's really not what you think. WC, relentless. Can't you listen to someone explain properly? It's really her who seduced me first. It's true that older men are stubborn. Han Dong opened WeChat and exasperatedly sent a message to Lin Lin. What do you mean? What's wrong? Unexpectedly, Lin Lin replied back in seconds. Obviously you were the one who said you wanted some kind of joint code. Now what kind of face are you giving me? No way? You met up with Milk Tiger? Lin Lin sent a horrified emoji. Milk Tiger? Han Dong was stunned. You mean Lin Fu? Yeah, she's milky and fierce. Doesn't she look like a milk tiger? Han Dong thought to himself. I don't know if she is like a tiger, but she is quite fierce. Then he realized that Lin Lin was not Lin Fu at all. Good. How dare you privately post Officer Lin's life photos and impersonate her to solicit? I'll immediately call her and report you. Don't. Please Brother Dong. If you do this, Milk Tiger will beat me to death. Lin Lin eagerly sent a voice. Han Dong heard it out. Wasn't this Lin Rong that ghost girl? Stinky girl, I know who you are. Han Dong huffed. Is this how you retaliate against your savior? How can this be called retaliation? This is handing out benefits. Lin Lin explained. You screwed me over. Officer Lin must think I'm a pervert. Could it be that you aren't? If I didn't send such a hot and beautiful avatar, would you add me? This day chat can't go on. Little master will pull black you now. Han Dong was annoyed. If you dare to pull black, I'll tell Milk Tiger that you forcibly kissed me. Asterisk. You threatened me? I'm telling the truth. I just gave you a peck to teach you a lesson. How is that a forced kiss? Counting before and after. I've saved you twice. I'm considered your benefactor, right? Is this how you repay favors? Don't pull the plug on me. People will slowly repay you in the future. I swear. Stay on probation. It will depend on your performance in the future. Han Dong faintly said. In addition, we have obviously met a few times already. What kind of joint code words are we still engaging in? Isn't it childish? 2 times? Goodbye is the 3rd time. So I asked you to write a 3-character. Don't you think this is very romantic? Romantic your ass. This girl, is there any misunderstanding about romance? Han Dong actually suspected that it was Lin Rong at first, but the tawdry maneuver of her requesting a joint code word disturbed his thinking. He had already met her before. But what kind of password is needed? It should only be needed when strangers meet. Lin Fu, Lin Rong, out of the water. Pro sister. Ha, Han Dong sighed. Brother Dong is so smart. He instantly thought of the origin of our sisters' names. Han Dong rolled his eyes. It wasn't hard to guess alright. It's almost 12 o'clock. You go eat your lunch. I still have things to do. Talk to you later. Okay de brother Han Dong. Bye. Exiting the chat interface, Han Dong let out a breath. These two sisters were not oil-saving lamps. However, pretty, that was really pretty. Lin Fu is valiant and has a hot body. Lin Rong has bright eyes and teeth, and is extremely white and young and thin. Raise it in the fish pond first. Chapter 17 Gusu family. After dinner, Han Dong went to the ICBC branch near the school and deposited the $1 million bonus into his account. Thinking twice, he transferred 800,000 to his mother, Zhao Huilan. 5 minutes later, Mom's phone call came. Dongzi, how do you transfer so much money to me? The big city is a world of flowers. You don't want to go down the evil path. 2 days ago by chance, helped the police solve a case. This is what people rewarded me. Really fake? Seeing justice and bravery can't reward so much money. If you don't believe me, call and ask brother Sean. He knows about this. Wait, I have to ask Dashan. It's not that I don't believe you, son. I'm afraid you'll be cheated. Zhao Huilan hung up the phone, and not long after, she called back. Donzi, is it true? I've heard it all from Dashan. Such a big thing. Can I lie to you? You dead kid. You've got a lot of guts. Those people had guns, and you dared to go up there? Mom's voice suddenly raised an octave. Han Dong pulled his cell phone out slightly. This was his own mother. From a young age, the magic sound penetrated his ears, and he was yelled out of the shadow. But he knew clearly that this was the way his mother loved them. She wasn't as gentle as the mothers in the city, had a loud voice, and occasionally rolled up her sleeves to beat people up. But the love she had for her children wasn't any less than the mothers in the city. If you can make some contribution to the country, my mother's heart is happy. But if these will threaten your life, mother would rather not have the money. I want my son to grow up in peace. It's okay, Mom, I know in my heart. But, when did you practice martial arts? How come we don't know? It is with the Qingfeng mountain that Taoist priest learned, practiced since childhood. He did not let me tell others, so it was not told to you guys. Oh, it seems like that old Taoist is still a high-level person. Zhao Huilan sounded quite happy. Right, the kung fu he teaches is indeed quite powerful. Han Dong smiled and continued, here's what I think. Isn't the bonus 1 million? I transferred 800,000 to you and kept 200,000 for myself. In the future, you won't have to give me any living expenses. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a few seconds, and Han Dong's ears were sharp enough to hear his mother's sobs. Dongzi, you are a good boy. However, this money is what you traded your life for. We won't touch it, and we will use it for you to buy a house and get a wife in the future. For the family's expenses, your father and I will find a way to earn it. You don't have to worry. No. Mom, you don't need to worry about buying a house and getting a daughter-in-law. You guys have already overachieved by putting me through college. So let's look to my son next. This money is at your disposal. Believe me, I can earn more money. Okay, Mom knows. You're 200,000 yuan. Should spend. Shouldn't spend, don't spend. A person outside to study. Don't aggravate yourself. Okay, Mom. And mother in chat about family life. Report on the recent situation at school. This only hung up the phone. From the bank out. Heard someone call his name, Han Dong. Following the sound, there was a white Bentley coupe parked on the side of the road, and looking through the lowered passenger window, a beautiful woman was waving at him. It was none other than the great beauty that he had befriended during the bus robbery. Mu Wanji. Hello, Mr. Mu. Han Dong approached the car and greeted with a smile. Get in the car. Mu Wanji waved. Han Dong opened the passenger side and sat in. Don't call General Manager Mu in the future. It seems awkward. Just call Sister. Okay, Sister Mu. For this kind of request that did not violate the principle, Han Dong had always been submissive. Here to do business at the bank. Ha? Mu Wanji asked. Well, I got the prize money for bravery today, so I came to the bank to deposit it and transferred it to my mom, by the way. All to the family? Mu Wanji looked at him unexpectedly. Neither. Transferred 800,000 to the family and kept 200,000 for myself. What a filial good boy. Mu Wanji heartily praised. For young people nowadays, when they suddenly get such a huge sum of money, most of them would squander it themselves, and rarely would they give back to their parents. Sister Mu, where are you going? Han Dong sidetracked the topic. He was not willing to talk too much about his family's affairs with others. Going home. Visiting the old man. Mu Wanji's eyebrows were slightly knitted, looking a little down. Passing by here, I happened to see you, so I said hello. Did you encounter any trouble? Han Dong casually asked. My father and I don't have a very good relationship, and I haven't gone back for many years. Now that he is bedridden and in a terrible condition, I should go back to take a look as a matter of reason. Han Dong understood in seconds. It was another one of those dog blood feud stories amongst the gentry, right? Regardless of the script, it was certain that Mu Wanji was not well received in the Mu family, so she cut off communication with the family in a fit of anger. Now that her father is seriously ill, she 100% wants to go back, but after years of grudges, there is still a lump in her heart. Do you know what kind of illness the old man has? Han Dong asked in a deep voice. He had been studying the medical skills of the Heavenly Doctor sect, so perhaps he could help. I spoke to my father's attending doctor on the phone, and according to him, the disease is very peculiar. The source of the disease cannot be checked with all means, but the physical condition is getting worse and worse. From time to time, he falls into hallucinations, speaks nonsense, and is aggressive, previously nearly strangling a caregiver to death. Since yesterday, he has been in a coma, and the doctor said that he is afraid that he cannot be saved. Mu Wanji voiced some choking, although the father and daughter turned against each other. But that is, After all, her father, blood is thicker than water, emotionally speaking, is never cut off. If it's possible, I'd like to go along for the ride. Hey, Mu Wanji looked at him doubtfully. My master not only passed down my martial arts, but also taught me the art of healing. Perhaps I can help. If that's the case, that would be great. A light suddenly flashed in Mu Wanji's beautiful eyes. Han Dong's stature was something she had seen with her own eyes, and if the medical skills were also that powerful, perhaps it would really be possible to save her father? Thinking of all the humiliation and discrimination that she had once experienced in the Mu family, Mu Wanji's wariness steamed. Go to the Mu family with your sister. Mu Wanji started the car, and with the roar of the engine, drove into the rolling traffic. Gusu's city center, the humble villa. The famous Jianzhou Mu family was located in this Chinese-style mansion, named Mu Mansion. At this moment, the Mu Mansion is covered with a layer of sad clouds and fog. Mu family head Mu Tianshang was tortured by a strange disease, dying, unconscious. The children and grandchildren, like a dead mother, all gathered outside the door, looking at each other speechless. The door opened, and Prof. Wu Qinglin, the president of the First People's Hospital of Jianzhou City, walked out. The Mu family's descendants looked at this expert in unison. I've done my best. Wu Qinglin had a sullen face. Wow! Someone among the descendants cried out. Elder Wu, is there really no other way? Mu Tianqing's wife, Yun, had tears in her eyes. With the existing medical conditions, it is indeed hopeless. Not to be disrespectful to you, since there is no way out, can we let other doctors try? Mu Shuyi, the second son of the Mu family, hurriedly said. There's no need. Professor Wu has said it's hopeless. Just don't toss the old man anymore. Mu Shouren, the Mu family's first son, said in a deep voice. Eldest uncle, are you in such a hurry to do grandpa's afterlife? So that you can take charge of the Mu family, right? Mu Shuyi's son Mu Yunhai sneered back. Eldest, mind your children. How do you talk to elders? Mu Shaoren said angrily. The second oldest, Mu Shuyi, was silent. If his father died in this way, according to the rules passed down by the Mu family, the Mu family was indeed to be inherited by the eldest house. Unless the previous family had appointed a successor, their second house would not have any chance. If they wanted to turn the tide, their father must not die. At least not at this time. So many doctors have come before and after. The bounty has been increased to $10 million. But in the end, it's still futile? Mu Shaoren looked angrily at his second brother's family. Don't think I don't know what you guys think. As long as there's a day I'm alive, it's not your turn. Without the constraints of their father, the conflict between the two brothers had come out into the open. The Mu family's old lady's face turned blue. Yun Hai, if you find another doctor, let him take a look. Yes, grandmother, Mu Yunhai respectfully said. This divine doctor I invited is already waiting at a nearby hotel. I'll go fetch him. Go. Yun nodded slightly. Seeing that their mother had spoken, the two Mu family brothers did not dare to say anything else. Chapter 18, Ghost Gate 13 Needles. When Mu Wanji and Han Dong drove to the Mu mansion, it coincided with Mu Yunhai's return from picking up someone. The two cars met as they parked in front of the gate. Mu Yunhai's car was a brand new Porsche Panamera Turbos, the top-of-the-line version. The color scheme was the manufacturer's staple cement gray, which shone with a very high-class luster under the sunlight. Both sides of the body were outlined with a red waistline, which was concise and beautiful, like a finishing touch to set off the entire car's sporty temperament. At the moment, the rear side of the three-section rear wing slowly closed. Really have the sense of immediacy when the Autobot transformed. Bilateral 4 exhaust. Each pipe can be stuffed with an adult fist, highlighting its strong power. The red calipers, in harmony with the color of the waistline, become an eye-catching accent on the cool gray car. The car has a provisional license plate, which was obviously picked up not long ago and has not yet been titled. This car is definitely the most wanted thing in most men's dreams, and Han Dong is no exception. Therefore, he could not help but look at it a few more times. Only after seeing Mu Yunhai and a middle-aged man in a tang suit go inside did Mu Wanji get out of the car. Who is he? Han Dong asked. My second brother's son, Mu Yunhai. Mu Wanji faintly said. Oh, then let's go in as well. Mu Wanji nodded and followed Mu Yunhai, entering the house. When the Mu family members saw that Mu Yunhai had brought the doctor in, they had just exchanged a few pleasantries, but when they saw Mu Wanji bring in a college student-looking young handsome man, their faces all changed. Mu Wanji, what do you mean? The family is like this and you still bring a young white boy back to add to the chaos? Mu Shaoren's wife couldn't help but reprimand. Mu Wanji did not look away, not bothering to talk to the sister-in-law at all. Yo, the daughter who hasn't come to the door in over 10 years is only showing up now. This is to see that the old man is going to be gone and come back to fight for the family property, right? The second Mu Shuyi's daughter-in-law said in a conspiratorial manner. Alright, all cut the crap. Old Mrs. Mu looked at her daughters, her wrists trembling slightly. Wanji, Your father may not be able to make it. Dad won't be gone. Mu Wanji's eyes were resolute. I invited a divine doctor. He might be able to cure Dad's illness. Divine doctor? Who is it? Where is it? Mu Yunhai looked outside. It's me. Han Dong smiled slightly and pointed to his nose. I am the divine doctor that Mr. Mu invited. Put. Mu Yunhai had just taken a sip of mineral water and nearly sprayed it out. You're a divine doctor. Then what did I invite? Mu Yunhai pointed to the tang-suited middle-aged man beside him. This little white boy stuck his pig's nose in the onion and even pretended to be an elephant. Looking at most 20 years old. How dare he pretend to be a divine doctor? The man had a slightly chubby figure and a graceful demeanor. And he did have a bit of gravitas. Don't know, Han Dong blandly said. Turtle. This is Lingnan's highest valued famous doctor. Mr. Lin Zhongchuan. Mu Yunhai was too lazy to pay attention to Han Dong and directly fired at his aunt. Mu Wanji, what are you trying to do? Going home to cause trouble? How dare you? Who taught you to yell at your elders? No wonder the Mu family has been left behind by the Rong family over the years. So it's because there's something wrong with the family's education. Mu Wanji said angrily. How does my son have no family upbringing? At the very least he hasn't gotten into a scandalous affair with someone outside and disgraced the family. The Mu family's second daughter-in-law bristled. I don't know if he has messed around, but it's a true fact that you have messed around outside. Do you want me to explode the name of that cowboy? You. Spit blood. Mu's second wife's voice, although harsh, the momentum is obviously weak. Mu Shuyi glared at her fiercely, frightening her so much that she didn't dare to speak again. Mu Wanji, you are at least grandpa's own daughter, and I have no reason to stop you when you come to give him a ride on his deathbed. But what kind of a thing is this Yakuza? What gives him the right to meddle in our family affairs here? Be sensible and get out immediately. Mu Yunhai had an evil fire that had nowhere to vent and pointed at Han Dong and cursed bitterly. Slap. A crunching sound. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes. When they fixed their eyes again, they only saw Mu Yunhai covering his left cheek. Half of his face instantly swelled up. This slap tells you that no one dares to speak out against me. Han Dong's eyes narrowed slightly as his immortal cultivator aura leaked out, and the crowd felt a sense of oppression as if they were facing a mountain. With Mu Yunhai's violent temper, he did not dare to attack. Han Dong is here to cure Dad. You guys better show some respect. Mu Wanji looked at the stupid family members with contempt. Professor Wu has said that the old man is hopeless. What right does a brat have to save father? Mu Sharan's wife questioned loudly. If he can save grandpa, the Mu family will give him $20 million. Mu Yunhai snorted. The original reward was $10 million, and by saying this, he was directly doubling it. Do words count? Han Dong's eyes narrowed. Of course, we Mu family members are credible. A mouthful of spit is a nail. I don't believe it, Han Dong said indifferently. Sister Mu was naturally trustworthy, but you guys can't say the same. Han Dong said in a deep voice. The old man hasn't even left yet, so jumping into a tawdry maneuver of competing for the family's property is something that people who are trustworthy can't do. So, write down what you just promised, in black and white, and thereafter when you guys renege on the debt, I can have a proof. Fine, I'll write it down for you, but if you can't save grandpa, what should you say? Mu Yunhai received a slap in front of all eyes and was at a loss as to how to retaliate. Do with it what you will. Han Dong smiled faintly. That's good. Mu Yunhai found a pen and paper and wrote down the promise he had just made, plus the car at your door. Han Dong faintly said, okay, no problem. Mu Yunhai wrote another stroke on the paper. It was to the effect that if Han Dong could cure his grandfather, he would be willing to pay a consultation fee of $20 million, plus a new Porsche Panamera. Finally, he signed his name. Young man, do you really have a way to save old Mu? Wu Qinglin curiously said. It should be possible. Han Dong smiled faintly. Mu Yunhai snorted. Will you come first, or will Mr. Lin come first? Lin Zhongchuan's gaze at Han Dong was filled with disdain. You can't do anything with a hairless mouth. With your milquetoast appearance, how dare you snatch a meal from old me? I am a person who abides by the rules. You arrived a few moments earlier than me, so naturally, you came first. Han Dong said indifferently. If I make a move, you won't have a chance. That may not be the case. Han Dong grinned. Lin Zhongchuan snorted coldly and carried the medicine box, taking the lead to enter Elder Mu's hospital room. The others also followed. After Han Dong entered, he felt that the entire room was very chilly. The temperature difference between the indoor and outdoor was extremely different, as if it had suddenly entered winter from summer. Moreover, this kind of coldness was very unusual, giving rise to a chill from the bottom of one's heart. Han Dong was protected by his pure yang qi and was not affected in the slightest. However, the others suffered, and after entering the room, they shivered in unison. It's getting colder and colder in Grandpa's ward. It's freezing. Mu Yunhai could not help but spit out. Han Dong frowned as his eyes searched around the room. It finally settled on a jade beast ornament above the bed. Elder Mu was lying on his back on the hospital bed. His breath was like a swimmer, relying on the ventilator to barely keep him alive. The electrocardiogram fluctuations on the screen were extremely weak and could be interrupted at any time. His face was ghastly white and his lips were black and blue, looking almost lifeless. Han Dong opened his spiritual eyes and examined inside Elder Mu's body before he knew where the crux was. The corner of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. Lingnan Divine Dr. Lin Zhongchuan carefully looked over Master Mu's eyelids, tongue, and took his pulse. After gazing and pondering for half a day, he opened his mouth and said, "It's no wonder that the commonly used medical methods can't cure him. This is not a disease for the old gentleman, but a yin evil entering his body." "What do you mean by yin evil entering the body?" Wu Qinglin asked. "Yin evil entering the body, commonly known as bumping into evil, which means ghost on body." "Ha!" Wu Qinglin smiled perfunctorily. It was obvious that he didn't believe in these strange powers. The Mu family members all looked at Mu Yunhai. "Is this a doctor or a magician he invited? Is it reliable?" Lin Zhongchuan knew that everyone didn't believe in it and didn't explain much. He took out a dozen silver needles from the medicine box and began to administer the treatment. When Lin Zhongchuan inserted 13 silver needles into Master Mu's Ghost Gate points, Wu Qinglin suddenly exclaimed, "This is Ghost Gate 13 needles?" Wu Qinglin studied Western medicine, but he was knowledgeable and had seen a Chinese medicine master perform the Ghost Gate 13 needles, so he was impressed. "Not bad. Professor Wu has good eyesight." Lin Zhongchuan nodded haughtily. "I sealed the Ghost Gate 13 acupoints with silver needles, only leaving the shangmen at the acupoints at the base of the tongue, and after being repelled by my unique technique, the yin evil will escape through the shangmen. The patient will naturally be fine." Han Dong nodded slightly. It had to be said that this Lingnan divine doctor still had two skills, and amongst mortals, his medical skills were considered good. The direction of his treatment was at least closer to the truth than others, but it was only close. The difference was as close as 1,000 miles. Chapter 19, Divine Technique. The Golden Crow Emperor's inheritance naturally did not contain such mortal medical techniques as the Ghost Gate 13 needles, and Han Dong would not be able to use them. However, he was certain that even if Lin Zhongchuan's needles were as high as they were, he would not be able to cure Elder Mu. Sure enough, after Lin Zhongchuan tossed and turned for a long time, Elder Mu remained motionless. "This evil spirit is too powerful. Mr. Lin can't do anything about it. You guys should hire someone else." Lingnan Divine Doctor sighed in dismay. "This $10 million, it's not easy to earn." When Mu Yunhai saw that the Divine Doctor he had invited couldn't handle it either, his face became even more humiliated. "This Divine Doctor, it's your turn, please." He glared at Han Dong without any good humor. Mu Wanji's pair of wonderful eyes swirled around Han Dong. She was also curious to know how good Han Dong's medical skills were. $20 million and a car. No cheating later, haha. Han Dong raised 3 fingers and grinned. "Don't worry, as long as you cure my grandfather. Money and car, hands down." Mu Yunhai disdainfully skimmed his mouth. "That's good." Han Dong came to the front of the bed. His right palm covered the top of Mu Tianxing's head, and in accordance with the immortal medical technique he had learned from the heavenly doctor's sex inheritance, he inputted a stream of pure yang qi into the patient's 100 points. This yang qi, born from the essence of the sun, was refined by the heavenly healer sex secret techniques, and transformed into the everlasting pure yang qi. This was one of the wonderful uses of the pure yang body. If Han Dong was not a pure yang body, his body would not be able to produce pure yang qi. Although his pure yang body was only a small success, it was still more than enough to drive away some yin qi from a mortal's body. This yang qi carried a hot energy that ran through Mu Tianxing's body. The crowd couldn't see the way, but they could see a hint of redness gradually creeping up on Elder Mu's face, and then this redness rapidly spread to the side like a snowball. The pale face gradually returned to normal, and the auburn on his lips also slowly disappeared. After 10 minutes had passed, Han Dong suddenly withdrew his palms and joined his fingers like knives, poking several times in Elder Mu's shoulder, waist, and legs swiftly and incomparably. Immediately afterward, he removed his breathing equipment. "Ah, Tai!" Elder Mu suddenly sat up from the bed, opened his eyes roundly, and opened his mouth to spit out a pile of black blood clots, which actually froze, and the top of it was still silky with cool air. The crowd was so scared that they took a few steps back in unison. "What are you guys doing around my room?" Elder Mu was filled with a puzzled expression. "Born, are you well?" Old Lady Mu leaned over excitedly. "Good, of course it's good. The body has never felt so relaxed." Old Lady Mu stretched her muscles and bones and was overjoyed. Wu Qinglin hurriedly leaned over, gave him a check, and joyfully said, "Body temperature is normal. Heart fluctuations are normal. Old Mu has really recovered." Professor Wu's words were authority, and the crowd began to feel a sense of reality. "Divine, simply divine. Little guy, Mr. Han, how did you do it?" Wu Qinglin could hardly contain his excitement. Lin Zhongquan also opened his eyes wide and stared at Han Dong. Dr. Lin has actually seen some clues. However, Elder Mu is not ghost-possessed, but rather, he has been eroded by the extremely yin and extremely cold corpse qi, and that's why he has lost his vitality only. Han Dong explained. Corpse qi? Wu Qinglin was puzzled. How could old Mu be infected with corpse qi? That's it. Han Dong pointed to the strangely shaped jade beast ornament above the bed. If I'm not mistaken, this jade beast should be a tomb artifact, and that tomb happens to be in an extremely yin and cold place, because the tomb is filled with yin and cold air. The corpse of the tomb's owner does not decay for years, and after a long time, it has raised corpse qi. All the antique jade in the tomb, long time by the corpse gas invasion, slowly become evil. How these grave goods unearthed is not known. Regular people, if and it is accompanied by night and day, will be this extremely extremely cold corpse gas infiltration, gradually lose vitality. This is not the most terrifying. Han Dong paused, and the crowd looked at him with bated breath, hoping that he would hurry to tell the answer. What is the more terrifying thing? Mu Wanji was the first to ask. The crowd sighed in relief as she asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Even if a person dies, it is highly likely that they will turn into a corpse. Moreover, after a necrophilia, one only remembers their closest people. If that really happened, the Mu Mansion would turn into a hell on earth. He would slaughter all the people he remembers to death. The ward was silent. There were indeed historical accounts of zombies slaughtering villages. If what Han Dong said was true, the consequences were unimaginable. The Mu family members, including Mu Tiansheng, had their backs instantly moistened with cold sweat. But, how did you solve the corpse qi in Mr. Mu's body? Wu Qinglin was puzzled. Heaven and earth are nothing but yin and yang. No matter how scary a zombie is, it will also fear the sunlight. I am a martial arts practitioner, and what I cultivate happens to be pure yang qi, which is exactly the nemesis of yin and cold corpse qi. You just covered the top of your head with your hand. You were channeling pure yang qi into the patient's body? Wu Qinglin's eyes widened. That's right. When the chilly corpse qi meets pure yang qi, it's like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. It quickly melts away. In the end, when I poked him a few times on his body, I was using the qi to unclog his joint muscles that were numb from lying down for a long time, so he sat up instantly. Miraculous, just too miraculous. If not for seeing it with my own eyes, Mr. Wu would never be able to believe that there is such a horrible disease in the world with such a miraculous healing method. Mr. High and Mighty, please accept my obeisance. Wu Qinglin respectfully bowed to Han Dong. There is no need for Professor Wu to be too self-effacing when there are specialties in his profession. Han Dong smiled and righted him. Late bloomers, Lin Zhongquan sighed. Thinking of me, Lin, who boasts of being the #1 in Lingnan in terms of medical skills. I did not expect that when I first came to Jiangnan, I would be defeated by a young man. It is really true that there is a man outside of man, and there is a sky outside of heaven. He carried his medicine box and left rather forlornly. The crowd lazily ignored him. So, this jade beast ornament has to be disposed of quickly? Mu Tiansheng was truly a bit scared. That is not necessary. Han Dong reached out and rubbed his hand on the pendant a few times. A pure yang qi lingered, instantly eliminating that yin and cold corpse qi. There's no problem now. Even if you sleep with it in your arms, it won't hurt you in the slightest. Mu Tiansheng bravely touched it, and sure enough, before this pendant was cold through the body, now it was actually warm. Dad, did you find this pendant yourself, or did someone else give it to you? Mu Wanji suddenly reminded. Father's greatest hobby was collecting antique jade. Since he put this jade beast pendant on his bedside, it meant that he liked it very much. If it was a deliberate setup by someone throwing their weight around, then it would be too scary. Mu Tiansheng seemed to have thought of something, his brows deeply locked. Mu Wanji didn't say anymore. Her father was a smart man. He could see right through it. You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent them. She felt that this matter was not that simple. If not for Han Dong's timely intervention, the entire Mu family might have been exterminated. This Mr. Han was invited by Wanji. Old Lady Mu said in a warm voice. Wanji. Mu Tiansheng swallowed saliva with difficulty. This time, thanks to you. Although the disconnect was still there, the fact that Mu Tiansheng was willing to talk to his daughter was already a huge improvement. The rest could only be left to time. Prince Mu, I have cured your grandfather as promised. Now it is time for you to honor your promise, right? Han Dong stared at Mu Yunhai with a smile. Mu Yunhai watched his eyes and nose, pretending not to hear. A young master of a big family is nothing more than that. Han Dong snorted. What is it? Elder Mu asked hurriedly. Mu Wanji then showed her father the promise that Mu Yunhai had written. He also briefly explained the bet between Han Dong and Mu Yunhai. Elder Mu immediately knew what was going on. Chapter 20 Becoming a Millionaire. This bastard. At first he thought that people were bragging, so he dared to bet against them. and now that he saw that Han Dong really did it, he wanted to renege on his debt. Previously, when he was dying, Master Mu also had a moment to return to the light. His 5 senses and 6 senses were particularly sensitive, and when he heard the conversation of this group of ungrateful children and grandchildren, he was furious. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not even dead yet, so I'm in a hurry to take the throne. If the Mu family is handed over to you guys, the foundation that I have worked so hard to build will soon be swallowed up to the dregs. How much weight do you have? Aren't you clear? Mu Shaoran and the others were sprayed and hung their heads low, not daring to fart. You can't break your word to a stranger, let alone to our benefactor. Since Yun Hai promised, he must honor it. Get this done as soon as possible. 20 million, 10 million for each of your 2 families. Any questions? Mu Tianshang glared at the several unfilial children and grandchildren. Yes, father. Mu Shouren and Mu Shuyi pinched their noses and admitted. And you, Mu Yun Hai, a man cannot stand without trust. As a male member of my Mu family, make sure to keep your word as the first iron rule. Since you are willing to gamble, you must accept defeat. You dare to bet heavily when you think it's a sure win, and then you're heartbroken when you lose in the end and want to renege on the debt. With such a gambling character, who will dare to play with you in the future? Men want to do great things, we must learn to give up. With such a small pattern, how can you hand over the Mu family to you in the future? Grandpa, I know I'm wrong. Mu Yunhai lowered his head, his face full of shame. You're still young. It's not too late if you know your mistakes and can change them. Mu Tianshang sighed. Mu Yunhai immediately took out the car key and handed it to Han Dong, saying in a deep voice, from now on, that car is yours. Han Dong was not polite and casually put the key into his pocket. If he did not act, Han Dong would not bother to teach him a lesson if Mu Yunhai was not so arrogant. The whole family was joyful as Elder Mu recovered. The Mu family sincerely retained Wu Qinglin and Han Dong to have dinner at home. During the meeting, Wu Qinglin asked Han Dong a lot of medical questions. Han Dong casually a sentence answer will make Wu Qinglin thatched. See another world in medicine. After all, Han Dong's inheritance is the immortal means, compared to the mortal medical skills, do not know how many times superior. Wu Qinglin exchanged contact information with Han Dong in fear and respectfully called him Mr. There was no order of learning, and the one who attained the highest level was the teacher. Although there was a large age difference between the two, Han Dong's realm in medicine was too much higher than his, giving Wu Qinglin the feeling of being a mountain of admiration. During this period, Han Dong received the arrival text message from the Industrial and Commercial Bank. It is the Mu family brothers transferred in 2 installments, 10 million each, confirming that the number is correct. Han Dong did not move on the surface, but his heart was beating like a drum. From today, brother is also a millionaire. Calm down, calm down. You are an immortal cultivator. After finishing the midday meal, Mu Wanji still had to stay at home to talk with her mother, so Han Dong and Wu Qinglin took their leave first. When Han Dong left Mu's house, he realized that the Porsche coupe had already been titled with the number, Zhangyi, HD 820. HD was the letter abbreviation of Han Dong's name, and 820 was his birthday, August 20th. Mu Shouren personally handed over the title and driving license to him. The Mu family is worthy of being the top 2 large families in Jiangzhou City, treating people in a silent manner, and these small details are indeed taken care of. Previously, Mu Shouren had asked for his ID card to take a picture, saying that it was needed for huge transfers, and I didn't expect to even get the license plate together, and also bought a good 3 years of insurance, in addition to sending a 20,000 amount of gas card. Mu Tianqing's pattern is indeed unusual, very generous and thoughtful to him as a life-saving benefactor. Sitting in the car, both luxurious and technological sense of the center control area, let a person marvel at the charm of the $1 million luxury car. The interior is Bordeaux red, the most popular color among young people, stylish and flirty. This car is the top of the Payne turbos, 8-cylinder 4.0T can burst out of the power of 650 horsepower, 0-100 acceleration as long as 3.1 seconds, and the addition of German imported Kull exhaust system. The sound is thick and explosive. On. He started the car, adjusted to sport mode. The engine roars like a tiger and leopard thunder. Sexy sound waves shock the human eardrums buzzing. Put it in gear. A foot of gas. In the heart-shaking sound of the exhaust cannon backfire, the car is like an arrow off the string, instantly catapulted out. Mu Yunhai looked at the new car just mentioned gradually far away. The heart is dripping blood. That dam is mine. The seeds of resentment and hatred have taken root in the heart. This beam is considered to be knotted. Father, 20 million diagnosis fee. Isn't it a bit expensive? Mu Shaorun whispered. Mu Yunhai wasn't his own son. Why should the Longhouse pay for the trouble he caused? Mu Shaorun's heart was more or less stifled. That was 10 million although it wasn't so much that it would break his bones, but who would mind too much money? The lives of my Mu family's entire clan, Is $20 million expensive? Even if what he said won't happen, your father's and my life alone. Is $20 million expensive? Is $20 million expensive to know a miracle doctor who can save your life at the critical moment? The patterns still need to open. Man, big man, don't just focus on the little bit of silver in front of you. Mu Tianshan glared at him. These two sons, none of them are like him. All of them are mouse-eyed people. Father's lesson is correct. Mu Sharen bowed his head respectfully. Han Dong quickly familiarized himself with the car, the most beautiful coupe on the earth, under his hands like a tamed big cat, as if the arm command, smooth and silky. On, poof poof, on. Muddy exhaust cannon backfire sound. Cull's exhaust sound waves never let people down. Worthy of being $1 million coupe, the power is at your beck and call. A foot of throttle down. A strong sense of thrust and the roar of the engine makes people's adrenaline instantly soar. The direction is extremely precise. Where to hit. Some fine micro-operation can also be easily completed. Such a big car was like a toy in Han Dong's hands, and he was able to maneuver it as he wished, making it much more fun to drive than his sister-in-law's XC40. Han Dong maneuvered it with one hand to the edge of Taihu Lake and drove a dozen laps on Lakeside Avenue. The windows on both sides of the car were open, blowing the cool lake breeze, enjoying the song from the world's top Bose sound system, traveling in the streets and buildings, in the heart of the steed and the hunting ground. A young heart gradually soars. The inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor is too powerful. Just by practicing a little bit of the skin, it was able to allow him to seize huge amounts of wealth in the modern city. In the future, as his cultivation grew higher and higher, there was no telling what kind of miracles he would be able to create. Half a month ago, he was still a rural student who traveled by ordinary train to study in a foreign land, and he couldn't even afford to sit on a high-speed train. At that time, if someone told him, half a month later, you will have more than 20 million deposits, a Porsche worth $3 million, he will certainly put the hand of the baked sweet potato paste to the other side of the face, and in the process with slightly yellowed urine bear to wake up him. But today, he really did it. Not only did he earn a large sum of money, but he also saved a family from being annihilated and won the friendship of the Gusu clan. The harvest was full. Chapter 21, Where to touch if you're afraid. This Porsche coupe is too tawdry. On the road to suck countless essence, there are young ladies whistling at him. He also dared to blow back. As a matter of fact, if you have a large balance in your card, you will be fat, and you will dare to molest a beautiful woman. After driving around for an hour, and having had enough of the car, Han Dong turned the car around and drove towards the city. First to the Huawei flagship store in the University City, the second-hand Android replaced with a Huawei Mate series Porsche model. In addition to buying a tablet, a laptop, also bought a latest model Huawei folding screen as a backup. Boys have a different kind of obsession with cars and electronics, and Han Dong is no exception. It's just that in the past, he was too shy to afford it. Now that his hands are wide open, of course he wants to satisfy his materialistic desires. Originally, I wanted to transfer another sum of money to my mother, but on second thought, I put it aside for the time being. 800,000 for rural families is already a huge sum of money, enough for them to use for a long time. It's hard to explain a lot of things over the phone, so let's wait until we get home for the holidays. When driving back to the school, for the convenience of parking in the future, Han Dong simply applied for a parking space. Jiangzhou University is located in the affluent Jiangnan region, driving a private car to school freshmen quite a lot, but Han Dong's Porsche is undoubtedly the most beautiful cub. During the formalities, a few security guards circled around the car. The hala nearly flowed out. A year of 3,600 Dayang, not far from the teaching building, rented a fixed parking space. Classmate, what does your family do driving such a nice car? The security guard on duty that day couldn't help but ask. Farming. Han Dong smiled bashfully. The security guard had a mouthful of old grooves stuck in his throat. Nima, are farmers so arrogant now? If that's the case, I might as well be farming in my hometown. What's the point of coming out to be a security guard? After paying the money and receiving the electronic remote control key for the floor lock, Han Dong drove his car into the campus. In the past, he watched others driving around the campus and occasionally envied them, not realizing that he had also become a member of the campus car family. Han Dongzi, you special brew drops also have today. This extremely handsome four-seater coupe issued a low roar that shook the heart, whistling on the campus boulevard. I have to say, it is too handsome, so much so that every student who passed by could not help but stop and watch. Even in Jiangnan University, where there are so many luxury cars, the Porsche Palmer Turbos is a standout amongst the rest. It had to be said that Han Dong enjoyed this feeling of being noticed. No wonder so many people like to pretend. Analyzing from the human herd attribute, being recognized, envied, and worshipped belong to the psychological immediate needs. Who is this handsome pot? I haven't seen it before. Several senior schoolmates' cheeks were flushed, their excitement overflowing. Handsome pot and luxury car, paired together was the strongest aphrodisiac in the world. It looks like a freshman. Otherwise sis would never not recognize it. I lost it. Are the schoolboys so fierce now? Driving a Porsche to school? Which department? Which dormitory building? Within half an hour. I want all his information. As long as you're flirtatious enough, there's no schoolboy who can't be pushed down. While the old cows were dumbfounded, Han Dong, the young grass, had already arrived at the parking lot and backed the car into the parking space in an extremely dashing manner. Just after getting out of the car, Wu Yuanda's phone call came over. Dongzi, where have you been? The brothers have been looking for you for half a day. Went out to do some errands and just came back. What are you guys looking for me for? You baby today in the school showed a big face. How also have to make a celebration banquet right? It happens that our dormitory since the beginning of the school has not been gathered dinner. So sex too good and a good. You see how? Han's secretary? Wu Yuanda teased. President Zhong's appointment of Han Dong as the deputy secretary of the law school's youth league committee at the commendation meeting was no less shocking than him receiving a $1 million bonus. This was because there had never been a precedent of a freshman holding this position in the history of Jiangnan University. The starting point was too high. Let's put it this way. As long as Han Dong didn't make any mistakes of principle during his studies, his future was very bright. Wanting to stay in school is also very simple. $1 million would be gone after spending it, but the political capital he accumulated would be enough to last him a lifetime. It was this that everyone envied the most. It could be said that half a month into the school year, Han Dong had already left the majority of his classmates behind by a large margin. It was no wonder that Wu Yuanda would sourly address him as Secretary Han. I have no opinion. All the spending. Secretary Han pays the bill. You don't mind if we eat the big dog, do you? He. Han Dong laughed. Just pick a place and send me a WeChat location directly. The phenomenon of eating a big meal between classmates was also a tradition from the time of studying. Han Dong had received such a large sum of prize money. A little blood was inevitable. This season, nature is jerking string habira. Wu Yuanda laughed. Just go to the back street of the barbecue stalls. Rest assured, all of their own brothers will not lead you to high-grade restaurants can vigorously slaughter. What time to go over? Come now. Let's gather at the back door of the school. Others I have notified. Good. Han Dong hung up the phone and looked at the time. It was actually more than 5 o'clock. It was time for dinner. Just as he was about to leave, he saw two familiar silhouettes walking over from the boulevard. It was actually Si Yingchun and Cheng Yusin. The two people's heads leaned together, perhaps watching some funny video. Cheng Yusin covered her mouth and trembled. Si Yingchun was obviously not as engaged as Cheng Yusin, and the corner of her eye swept over the figure on the side of the road, and she was suddenly stunned. Han Dong? Si Yingchun said in surprise. Upon hearing this name, Cheng Yusin trembled for a moment and hastily retreated to the side, looking at Han Dong with a gaze that was clearly a bit weak. Dongzi, we ran into each other in the middle of the way. Cheng Yusin blushed, and her speech was incoherent. Han Dong laughed. No matter how the two of you are, there's no explaining it to me. Congratulations, Dongzi, brothers are proud of you. Si Yingchun did not deliberately to explain, came up and patted Han Dong's shoulder. I did not expect your kung fu was so powerful. Free time to teach me a couple of hands. It just happened to happen. Just lucky. Han Dong smiled. That's because you're modest. One person fighting 5 bad guys with guns. You can't win with luck alone. Speaking of this, Cheng Yusin's eyebrows suddenly flew. Brother Dong, you've really earned the face of our Iha people. Tonight, let's honor our warrior Han with a few drinks. And we'll drink until we vomit. Alright, let's go. Han Dong laughed. Si Yingchuan's corner of the eye swept the Porsche Palmer next to him, and felt a flash of light. Turtle, where to touch for fear? This is my dream car. Gusu City's rich second generation is rich. Actually they are driving this car to school. Si Yingchun was envious. What kind of car is this? How much is it? Cheng Yusin curiously surveyed the monster that looked like it was not to be messed with. The latest Porsche Panamera turbos, plus options, modifications, all kinds of taxes, insurance, landed afraid to be more than $3 million. Mama, more than 3 million, can buy a suite in Zhangzhou? Cheng Yusin's mouth opened into an O shape. Si Yingchun simply did not connect this car with Han Dong, so he did not ask him. Han Dong was also too lazy to take the initiative to recognize it. What should be known would be known sooner or later, so it was better not to hit his self-esteem for the time being. Sooner or later, little master will take you into his private room. Bang! Si Yingchun merged his fingers and fired a false shot at the car. Chapter 22, A Gathering of Fragrances. The three of them talked and laughed as they arrived at the entrance of Jian University. Wu Yuanda, Hong Tao, Zheng Zikai, and Zheng Peng had already arrived. As soon as Han Dong appeared, a few detrimental friends pounced on him. Zheng Zikai and Hong Tao pulled his arm. and Wu Yuanda stretched out his claws for a seabed fishing. The vital part was attacked, and Han Dong's right leg instinctively popped out. Bang! With a muffled sound, the body of nearly 200 pounds directly flew out 5 meters away and fell on the grass by the roadside. This was still the result of Han Dong collecting his force at the critical moment. Otherwise he would have to be seriously injured. With a flash of silhouette, before the remaining few people could see it clearly, Han Dong had already arrived beside Fatty Wu and hurriedly helped him up. "Are you alright?" Fatty Wu bared his teeth and examined himself. "Luckily, old me has thick fat and escaped alive. Who the hell let you play monkey picking peach without saying hello? It's lucky that you didn't chew up." Han Dong glared at him in a bad mood. "Isn't this trying to dip into Secretary Han's dragon chi?" Fatty Wu's small eyes squeezed into a slit. "So what Uncle Policeman said is true. Brother Dong is really a martial arts master." Hong Tao marveled. Hearing is believing. Seeing is believing. Han Dong's famous scene of single-handedly picking off 5 thugs was unavailable to him, but he inadvertently witnessed him kicking away the 200 kilograms of big fat man with his own eyes. "This leg, I am afraid that there is not hundreds of pounds of strength." "Nonsense. Do people's police uncles commit forgery?" Wu Yuanda gave him a blank stare. The gazes of several people looking at Han Dong then became more and more complicated. Zhang Zikai was obviously a bit tasty. He used to look down on Han Dong as a rural boy, and throughout his high school years, Zhang Zikai was the most popular. Good academic performance, handsome, or city people, rich family, Han Dong in addition to good homework, other aspects of the lack of good. There is basically no sense of existence in the class. I did not expect to enter the university not long, but Han Dong became the most dazzling one. This made Zhang Zikai's heart extremely unbalanced. Especially Chang Yusin's flamboyant expression made Zhang Zikai's heart a little tired. "Where's Lily?" He deliberately changed the topic to distract everyone from Han Dong. "Here, over there." Zhang Peng pointed in the direction of the school entrance, only to see Yuli and another girl, standing not far away looking at them. To the crowd's surprise, the girl who came with her was actually the goddess in the hearts of several brothers, Xiaoxi. Taking off her camouflage uniform, the girl was wearing a white chiffon shirt. Underneath was a pair of peacock blue wide-legged pants, with little white shoes, and casually tied a high ponytail. Standing all alone, looking so maverick, the girl put her hands in her pants pockets, looking around, as if there is starlight in the eyes rippling. Dressed in a floral dress, Yuli is a pure and cute girl, standing beside her, like a little follower. Even Ma Gao. Am I hallucinating? Fatty Wu pinched his thigh. Zhang Zikai and the others were also surprised. But of course, it was more of a surprise. This girl usually had an uninviting appearance, and after training together for so long in the military, she hadn't even spoken to anyone yet, not to mention asking out. Seeing the gazes of the crowd focusing on herself, Xiaoxi smiled faintly. Yuli said that it was Han Dong who invited me to your celebration banquet, but I know that it wasn't his idea. The expression on his face just now makes it even more certain. Han Dong touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. He couldn't pick up on this, but I still came. It's because I admire Han Dong-san. What he did is worth floating a big white. Although I know full well that you didn't invite me, I'm willing to attend your celebration banquet because you're a hero and I admire you. This was basically what Xiaoxi expressed. What Han Dong did not expect was that this soft-looking girl actually had a few bravado in her words. Worth floating for? This was not the language style of an ordinary girl. Just as he was about to speak, another big beauty came out quickly from the school entrance, but it was the beautiful teacher of the law school, Shen Qianyun. Hey, what are you guys doing here? Shen Qianyun had sharp eyes and was the first to spot Han Dong. Teacher Shen, we are going to go to the back street to Jurkabir to celebrate Han's success. Why don't you join us? Wu Yuanda had a doggy expression. Fine, I'm going to watch you brats, so I don't get drunk and go out and get into trouble. Shen Qianyun guffawed. She had come out of the back door with the intention of taking a shortcut home, but she hadn't expected to run into a dinner party. It was supposed to be a dinner anyway. Han Dong the kid just got a huge sum of money. How could he get rid of his hatred by not eating a big dog? Shen Qianyun thought so. It really can be A few livestock looked at each other and felt quite surprised. There was still a bit of distance between teachers and students in college. Unlike teachers in middle school who were as closely connected, especially leaders like Mr. Shen, basically rarely had any contact with students. Unexpectedly, with such a casual invitation, she agreed. But, Teacher Shen, we are going to eat at a big stall. It's not quite appropriate for you to be dressed like this, right? Han Dong kind of didn't want her to go. After all, there was a handle clutched in someone else's hand, and his heart was weak. Shen Qianyun today wearing a light green bottom, brown twill Hermes dress, crossbody bag of the same brand, looks fairy and expensive. How to look in big stalls are not on the side. Seeing Chun is very sensitive to luxury goods. His heart moved. This teacher Shen, the family is not generally superior. This body line, plus the left wrist that Vacheron Constantine, add up to big hundreds of thousands of dollars. What do you mean? Not welcome? Ah? Shin Xianyun's big eyes narrowed. Welcome, welcome. Just afraid that you are not used to it. Han Dong smiled sarcastically. Humph, that's more or less the same. Shin Xianyun gave him a sanitary eye. Xianchuan's gaze bounced back and forth between Han Dong and Shin Xianyun, and out of his rich experience with the sexes, he felt that the relationship between these two was not that simple. The specific nature of what cannot be said, anyway, feel a little indefinable ambiguity. Thinking of this, Xianchuan's heart like overturned a bottle of Shangxi Old Chen vinegar. Sour don't want. Mr. Shin Xianyun is simply his ideal type. Age older, so a few years is not a problem. The key is her face, temperament, as well as the family situation, are completely in line with the needs of Xianchun. This kind of human extreme, how did it intersect with Han Dongzi, a village boy? It's a waste, it's a waste, it's a waste. The back door of the school is the famous snack street in the neighborhood, which is called Back Street. The students of Jiangda University, the students of the attached middle school, as well as the residents of the neighborhood, all like to go to this street to eat their teeth. There were even foodies from other parts of the city who drove halfway across the city to spend money here. It was quite lively and crowded at night. Jiangji Seafood Barbecue is the most famous store on this street. Spicy crayfish and grilled seafood are their specialty, attracting many repeat customers. Wu Yuanda chose this one. Fortunately, they came early. There are still seats under the pergola outside. Any later and it would have been taken up. Chapter 23, Meeting Lin Rong again. The weather in early September was still a bit hot, and there were quite a number of customers who were bare-chested and yelling. The city was full of atmosphere. Han Dong's group of people, handsome and beautiful, bright and beautiful, really did not fit in with the surroundings. While Chao Shi was fine, Shin Xianyun showed a sense of excitement that was visible to the naked eye, with a pair of big eyes bulking everywhere. Ms. Shin, you haven't come to a place like this to eat before, right? Han Dong smiled. It's not that I don't want to come, it's that no one has brought me here and I don't dare to come myself. So, that's easy. In the future we come out to jerk off. Call you one is not good. Wu Yuanda eyebrow smiling. Here, what you said I remembered in the small book. Shin Shenyun pointed at Fatty Wu and laughed. It's not too good for you, a leader of the Academy Youth League Committee, to fool around with us freshman eggs all day long, is it? Han Dong frowned. Aren't you also a cadre of the Youth League Committee? What's wrong with me getting together with my colleagues? Shin Shenyun gave him a sanitary eye. Yes Dongzi, there is nothing wrong with what Ms. Shin said. Wu Yuanda grinned. No problem. Zheng Zikai grinned oddly. Han Dong, this kid was really too timing. How could anyone mind the beautiful women around them getting in the way? Naturally, more is better. There were 10 people in their party, among which there were 4 beauties, and there were also 2 goddess-level beauties, causing the customers around them to turn around and pay attention frequently, causing the teenagers' vanity to swell in place. Zhang Zikai enjoyed this sense of vanity, and did not understand why Han Dong always pushed the beautiful teachers out. Xiangchun was more and more certain that between Han Dong and this beautiful teacher, there must have been some story that was not enough to be told to outsiders, and both of them behaved in a somewhat abnormal manner. It was really damn depressing. The size of their party is not small. The boss gave to move a large round table. The original kind of square table simply cannot sit. Originally, the main character of the meal was Han Dong, but because of Ms. Shen was there, naturally, she was the center of the row of seats. Shin Xianyun sat in the center. Han Dong sat next to her left side. The lower head is Yu Li, Xiao Shi, Hong Tao, Zhang Peng, Wu Yuanda, Zheng Zikai, Xiangchun, Chang Yusin. Others are okay, only Zhang Zikai is not too happy. There are 4 beautiful women on the table. He did not get one. When he was in high school, he was the man of the hour at school, and his buddies were basically the only ones who looked up to him. I did not expect to read the university. Actually by Han Dongzi this village child crushed. Zhang Zikai felt very unconvinced, but for the time being, there was nothing he could do. Everyone took the menu and started ordering. Wu Yuanda and a few other animals want 2 large pots of spicy crayfish, grilled oysters, scallops, swordfish, prawns and other seafood. Lamb kebabs are naturally indispensable. Zhang Zikai guy also ordered a few roasted lamb waist. The girl's taste is light. Point is roasted eggplant, roasted mushrooms and other vegetarian dishes, in addition to 2 large cans of ice-cold draft beer. Hong Tao, the youngest, poured a glass of wine in front of everyone. Thanks, I don't drink. When the glass was pushed in front of Josie, she smiled and politely declined. Tonight is Dongzi's celebration banquet. It won't hurt to drink a little while everyone is happy. Zhang Zikai tried to persuade. I'm still underage, Xiao Shi blandly said. Everyone realized that Xiao Shi had enrolled in school early, and at this point, she was still under the age of 18. Get her another drink. Han Dong asked. What flavor do you like? Orange juice, Josie said. Wu Yuanda called the waiter and brought her a bottle of fruit orange. The dishes were already being served one after another. Wu Yuanda raised his cup in his hand and was enthusiastic. Tonight, thanks to Han Dongzi's classmates' blessing, good friends are gathered together. The first drink. Let's jointly congratulate Brother Dongzi. Won the Heroes of Justice this honor. I hope that he has a bright future. The wider the road. Cheers. Congratulations to Mr. Han Dong. Cheers. Everyone lifted the beer cups in front of them and drank it all in one go. This chilled draft beer is quite tasty. Shin Xianyun guffawed. MS. Shin, you haven't drank it before? Wu Yuanda asked. No, Shin Xianyun shook her head. I've only drank red wine. Just a little bit. That's right. For a goddess like MS. Shin, who would be ashamed to take you to a barbecue stall to drink draft beer? Where is the goddess? I'm just an ordinary teacher. Shin Xianyun smiled. If you were ordinary, there would be no outstanding people in this world. The crowd secretly spat. A few people drank a glass of wine and talked, all in good spirits. Dong, a pleasant female voice suddenly came over. The crowd followed the sound and looked, only to see two girls wearing the uniforms of Jiangda High School, standing not far away and looking this way. The girl on the left side was very pretty, and even the wide school uniform couldn't cover up her unassuming demeanor. Although the girl on the right was also cute, her face value couldn't be compared to her partner beside her. Lin Rong? Han Dong froze for a moment. What are you doing in the backstreet at this hour? Eating? Lin Rong smiled. I'm tired of the food in the cafeteria, so I came to the backstreet for a change of taste. Dongzi, who's this? Introduce her to us. Zhang Zikai couldn't help but open his screen again when he saw the pretty girl. I am Han Dong's girlfriend, Lin Rong. You guys can call me Lin Lin. Lin Rong walked over and graciously took Han Dong's arm. The cute girl next to her had her eyes nearly staring out of the frame. Yo, phew. A few livestock began to coo. Dongzi, can't see it. You actually betrayed the organization and secretly got a girlfriend. Wu Yuanda had a sly look on his face. Everyone's eyes gathered on Han Dong's face. Shin Xianyan seemed to be smiling. Xiao Shi was pondering. Yuli and Shang Yusin both seemed to be a bit tasty. Xiangchun did not move, and Zhang Zikai was obviously a bit upset. Damn, how randomly passing by a beautiful girl are related to this turd. When I was in the first middle school of Iha, he still didn't know who he was hiding behind to eat farts. Hong Tao and Zhang Peng were pure melon eaters and didn't have any thoughts. Lin Rong, if you keep talking nonsense, I will really pull the plug on you. Han Dong glared at her without any good humor. Just kidding, why are you so serious? Lin Rong held his arm for a while and shook it. Stop it, I'll buy you this dinner. Sit there and eat honestly. Thank you Brother Dong. Brother Dong is the best to me. Lin Rong nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Ugh, you girl, why are you so shameless? Chang Yusin couldn't help but sneer. Han Dong also kissed me like this. Is there a problem? Lin Rong had a naive face. Where did he kiss you? Yu Li asked. Lips, of course. Lin Rong honestly sat next to Han Dong, squeezing Yu Li to the side and pulling back. Put. Wu Yuanda had just taken a sip of water and nearly sprayed it out. Chapter 24 Demon and Longevity Monk Meet. Han Dong picked up a bunch of golden needle mushrooms and stuffed them into Lin Rong's small mouth in one go. Eat yours. Hold your tongue. Aha, aha. Lin Rong nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and chewed it very obediently. Classmate, come join us. Han Dong waved at the cute girl. Hong Tao added a stool next to him and invited the girl to sit down. My name is Wang Keiling. You guys can call me Coco. The girl who grew up eating Cutio smiled. I'm Lin Lin's deskmate plus BFF. Hello Coco, my name is Han Dong. It's Lin Lin's friend. I know, lately Lin Lin has been chanting about you every day. My ears are getting calloused. Wang Kuling's nose wrinkled into a ball. How could I? Lin Rong hurriedly cried out. Hold your tongue. Even delicious food can't plug your mouth. Han Dong glared at her. Lin Rong's just supported shoulders instantly collapsed, closing her mouth and not daring to say anything. Little beauty, tell your brothers how you met Han Dong? Wu Yuanda was like an assiduous big gray wolf. He won't let me talk. Lin Rong pointed at Han Dong. Let me say, I know. Wang Keiling raised her hand. On the day of the bus robbery, Lin Lin was on the 15 road, and it was brother Han Dong who saved her. Oh, the crowd let out a long breath and acted as if they had come to a realization. Hero saving beauty is an eternal fairy tale, although the plot is a bit cheesy, but girls eat this. That's not all. This morning in front of the school, I was pestered by a gang of hooligans, and it was brother Han Dong who posed as my boyfriend and fought them off. Lin Rong couldn't help but interject. What do you mean I posed as your male ticket? It was you who took the initiative to lean over and impersonate my female ticket, okay? Han Dong blared. Nope, did I tell you to speak? Lin Rong made a zipper-locking motion on her mouth and did not say anything. Although they didn't say it carefully, everyone was smart and basically figured out the entanglement between the two. A few of the women unanimously sighed in relief. It seemed that Han Dong and her were nothing at all, but just saved her twice by chance. A young girl of this age is in love and must have a hazy affection for Han Dong, but Han Dong does not seem to have that level of meaning to her. Seeing Chun even more puzzled. This turtle is a peach blossom luck. Right, casually pull a girl, is the goddess level. This special brew drop extreme white young thin Dongzi, what are you doing? You scared the little beauty. Wu Yuan does smilingly. It's okay, don't be afraid of him, brother to protect you. Obscene uncle. Lin Rong skimmed her mouth. Wang Keilang covered her small mouth and giggled. I'm the same age as Han Dong. Why is he a brother and I'm an uncle? Wu Yuanda cried out. Because you're lewd. Lin Rong added a stab. Put. Fatty Wu had a mouthful of old blood stuck in his lungs. Alright, eat your meal. Eat your fill and hurry back to your evening study. Han Dong said in a deep voice. Got it. Lin Rong hung her head, and together with Wang Keilang, she went to concentrate on the food in front of her. At this time, 2 plates of spicy crayfish were served. Yuli and Chang Yusin each peeled the shrimp and sent them to Han Dong's plate at the same time. Then the 2 hands met awkwardly in midair. Yuli and Chang Yusin looked at each other and both froze. Thank you, sister. Lin Rong calmly took the shrimp peeled by the 2 people and distributed one to Wang Kuling. Oh, you're welcome. Yuli and Chang Yusin spoke in unison. Everyone here was greatly intelligent and naturally could see what was going on. Han Dong was even more embarrassed to be able to gouge out 3 rooms and 2 halls on the floor. Yuli was just fine, but what's wrong with Chang Yusin? Isn't she hot with seeing Chun? Why is she still openly displaying her goodwill on such occasions? Shin Shenyun narrowed her eyes and looked at Han Dong expressionlessly. The corners of Xiao Shi's mouth curled slightly and she smiled gently. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao are selfless at heart, although surprised at the oldest 3 women's fate of the flourish. But there is nothing else to think about. Seeing Chun, Zhang Zikai, Zhang Peng 3 people. Inner activities can be a little complicated. Although Zhang Zikai fell in love at first sight with Xiao Shi, but he also did not give up Yuli and Chang Yusin. The intention was to keep them in the fish pond as a spare tire first. However, that scene just now made him suddenly have a sense of crisis. Don't make it to the end. Xiao Shi didn't catch up, and the alternative fish swam to someone else's pond. Seeing Chun was indeed hooking up with Chang Yusin recently, and although he had other plans in his heart, before those plans were completed, there had to be someone to accompany him through this boring window period. Yuli and Chang Yusin conditions are actually good. Yuli feel more innocent. Seeing Chun do not want to get into trouble. After all, just choose to pick up friends, or the hotter Chang Yusin is more suitable. These days the 2 people often send microblogging. Seeing Chun always intentionally or unintentionally send some dirty jokes to tease her, and Chang Yusin did not explicitly express resentment. He thought Chang Yusin had already been ensnared by his small tactics, but that scene just now made Seeing Chun's heart feel like it was blocked with a piece of lead. Seeing Chun, who had been unbeatable in the love scene with his high face value, had actually suffered repeated setbacks after going to university. The fish on their own eyes, as if all in Han Dong that village boy a little bit of melodrama. It's a real pain in the ass. Zhang Peng's mind is the purest, because Chang Yusin and he is the same classmate. From the first year of high school, he likes Chang Yusin. Chang Yusin is charming and sexy, and has the potential to become an otaku goddess, and it just so happens that Zhang Peng is a program otaku, so naturally he fell in love with her at first sight. At the moment, when he saw his 3-year crush on the goddess, actually openly courting other boys, the geek's glass heart broke all over the place. A small shrimp peeling action even stirred up the dark current. The scene of the people have different intentions. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Wu Yuanda brought up 2 glasses of wine one after another, which slightly alleviated the embarrassment. Lin Rong and Wang Keilang's schoolwork is relatively tight, and they will have to go to the evening self-study later, so after eating their fill, they took their leave at the first opportunity. Just after the 2 of them left, Han Dong received a WeChat. Lin, you've become the Tang monk's meat. Han Dong, how many meanings? Lin, the 4 goblins on the table are all craving your body. Han Dong, go. Little kid no adair. Lin, the 2 who peeled shrimp for you. Sima Zhaoshan. The other 2 are hiding in the shadows, and the way they look at you is absolutely extraordinary. Han Dong, you don't study hard. You think about these useless things all day long. Lin, this still need to ponder? I can smell it with my nose. Han Dong, are you a dog? Your nose is so good. Lin, I'll bite you to death. Woof. Han Dong, okay, hurry up and go to class. Try to come out less at night. It's not safe. Lin, Emma, I'm so touched. Brother Dongzi finally knows to care about people. Han Dong was too lazy to care about her and directly exited the chat interface. Lin Rong also did not continue to harass him. Han Dong ate Jiang Ji's barbecue for the first time. You don't say. The flavor was really awesome. The spicy crayfish and grilled seafood were very flavorful. and everyone was raving about it and ate heartily. Chapter 25, The Handsome Xiaoxi. It was Xin Xianyun's first time to eat this kind of stall, which had a different flavor than a high-class restaurant with an elegant environment. The people around them yelled and drank, and the alcohol and sweat flew together. This kind of life of drinking and eating meat in large chunks made Xin Xianyun feel very new, especially with the fireworks of the earth. Xiaoxi was reserved as always. She didn't drink and didn't fully integrate into this kind of high-five atmosphere, but she didn't deliberately reject it either. She was super quiet, rarely spoke, and with an occasional smile, she was able to attract all the boys' attention. Even if there was a big beauty like Xin Xianyun, it would be hard to suppress her radiance. At this time a little girl carrying a basket of roses passed by, repeating under her breath, "Sir, buy a flower for your beloved." "How much for one?" Zhang Zikai's eyes lit up. $10. "Give me 2 sticks. Thank you. Thank you, sir." The girl took the $20 bill Zhang Zikai handed over and gave him 2 red roses. With one in his mouth, Zhang Zikai came to Josie's side, planted one knee, and raised the other flower with both hands. "Josie, I like you. From the first day I saw you, my DNA moved. I hope you can give me a chance to accompany you through these unforgettable years of youth. I don't know what the future holds, but as long as I stay by your side for one day, I will treat you with all my heart, even if it means sacrificing my life." It should be said that this guy, Zhang Zikai, still had some acting skills. The words were said in a vocal and emotional manner that was very contagious, coupled with the fact that his appearance was really handsome. If it was an ordinary girl, she might have surrendered. If it was usual, Zhang Zikai might not have been able to muster up the courage, but tonight he had drunk a lot of wine and was 6 or 7 points drunk. As the saying goes, wine strengthens one's courage, so he suddenly felt that confessing was no big deal. Look, there's a handsome guy over there confessing. The girl is also quite pretty. More than pretty, it's simply a god-face good dig. Together. The melon-eating crowd was not sure what to do, and began to rise up to set up the rice patties. Why bother? It's not good to concentrate on the gathering? Xiaoxi's eyebrows knit slightly. You shouldn't have chosen this kind of time to confess. This is actually giving the girl being confessed a hard time. If she likes you, it's all happy. If she doesn't like you, she also has to consider how to reject you without hurting your self-esteem. I don't want to do anything I'll regret. Zhang Zikai was passionate. If I don't confess today, years from now, I'll look back on this night with remorse. At this time, the little girl who had just sold the flowers went to another table not far away to peddle roses. However, the quality of those people was not as high as Han Dong and his table. Among them, there was a flowing uncle, taking advantage of a few points of alcohol, hard to that little girl into the arms. The other hand is not honest, began to lift people's skirts. "Don't do this, please, sir, I'm still a child." The little girl was so scared, the tears were flowing down. "Ha ha ha." A table of scum skin let out a lewd laugh. "Did you just say that you would do anything for me, even at the cost of your life?" Josie teasingly looked at Zhang Zikai. "Yes, I swear." "Good." Xiaoxi suddenly stood up, walked quickly to the table of the lewd man, picked up a bottle of beer, and ruthlessly smashed it onto his head. Bang! There was a crunching sound and hops splashed everywhere. The lewd man covered his head and tried to stand up, but he felt a heavenly spin, and after swaying twice, he rolled his eyes and collapsed on the ground. The little girl looked at the paralyzed lewd man, dumbfounded, even forgetting to cry. The scum on that table stood up with a tang sound when they saw their companion's head being opened. 7 or 8 sociopaths, all of them bare-chested, with dragons and tigers depicted on their bodies. They were not good at first glance. "Stinking, you-ing-o to do ah. I'll gang up on you at this table, believe it or not?" A young man at the head of the table was full of hostility, evil and fierce. Xiaoxi looked back at Zhang Zikai and made a pleased gesture. Zhang Zikai would like to rush up and show his boyfriend power in front of the beautiful woman, but that table is too damn fierce. This is the hooligans on the street he just with these people, is not looking for death? If it is in his hometown, he can still rely on his family's relationship, but here is a strange city thousands of miles away from home. Even if he was put in a sack and thrown into the Taihu Lake, there is no one to stand up for him. He stood up, took 2 steps, and then shrunk back, sat back to his seat, lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. Xie-Chun and the others, who had never seen such a battle, were stunned by the group's aura for a moment. "You too, frame this little for me. I'll cam her right here." The youth in the lead shouted angrily. "Gotcha, brother Snake. After you're done enjoying yourself, let the brothers enjoy themselves as well." The remaining few juniors grinned, seeing the few of them surrounding Xiaoxi. Xin Xianyun ran over like a whirlwind, protecting her behind herself, and angrily said, "I'm a teacher at Zhangde. If you guys don't want to sit through the bottom of the jail in your next life, get the hell out of here right now. Yo, today this is going out and bumping into peach blossoms Net met this kind of hot character beauty. Brothers, the benefits have doubled. Roll up your sleeves and get to work. Great. Brother Snake. That's great. A group of horsemen agreed with a roar, laughing badly as they moved towards the two girls. The surrounding dinner patrons had long since ducked far away, raising their cell phones to shoot from the side. Bang 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 bang. The crowd only saw a silhouette flash by, followed by a series of muffled sounds. When they fixed their eyes and looked again, they only saw that the few rotten boys who rushed up had already disappeared, and there were a few lying on the sidewalk 10 meters away, one hanging on the branch of the tree by the roadside, and two more lying on the roof of Jungji Barbecue. A handsome-faced teenager, hands in his pockets, stood elegantly opposite Snake, staring at him with a smile. The breeze blew the teenager's hair, handsome and dashing. When he passed, no one could see, and how those rotten boys flew out, no one could see. By the time it was clear, he was standing there. Han-dong? Shin Xian-yun froze and looked at him. Okay, go back and sit down. This kind of thing, which is the turn of a girl to take the lead. Han-dong was like an old hen protecting her cubs, blocking the two of them behind her. Shin Xian-yun and Xiao Shi glanced at each other, both feeling something strange in their hearts. It turned out that it was quite good to be protected. Who are you? Snake was surprisingly a little nervous in the face of a student-like teenager. What had just happened was a bit beyond his knowledge. Damn it, a second ago was fine. A second later, his minions suddenly all lay flat. Whoever was in the situation was confused. Chapter 26, specializing in treating all kinds of disobedience. Look carefully, I'll show you again. Han-dong suddenly threw out his leg and stomped between Snake's chest and abdomen. Then, he was hanging on the landscape tree 10 meters away. Han-dong still kept his hands in his pockets as he slowly paced to the tree. Now, do you know what just happened? Do you know the cross-street scorpion brother? He and I are sworn brothers. Messing with us won't do you much good. Brother Snake is hanging upside down on the tree. His mouth keeps spilling blood. How about I give you a chance to call and shake people? Han-dong said indifferently. Snake was not polite and slowly climbed down from the tree, walked to the side and made a call. 10 minutes or so, a gold cup car came in a hurry and stopped at the side of Jungji Barbecue. The car came down a dozen scumskin. Each person's hands are hefted throwing stick, wrapped in newspaper, watermelon knife and other weapons. The leader was wearing a sleeveless undershirt, revealing a large red scorpion tattoo on his arm, the corner of his mouth dangling a cigarette. A grizzled look of the old man first in the world. Who dares to mess with my scorpion's brother? Are you tired of living? Scorpion Man snapped. It's me. Han-dong grinned. The Scorpion Man's ruthless expression froze after he saw his face. Greetings, mister. The Scorpion Man's face squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. They had just been beaten up by Han-dong in the morning, and the blood they had lost had not yet been replenished. They had just been beaten up by Han-dong in the morning and had not yet recovered from the bloodshed. They did not expect to run into him at night. Snakeskin, who do you want to mess with? Why do you want to mess with this monster? You're the one he swung to? Han-dong laughed lightly. A grumpy little brother was not involved in the morning's events and did not recognize Han-dong. Seeing this guy's arrogant attitude, he waved his shaking stick and was about to charge, but was pulled by the Scorpion Man and then smacked a big mouth. Boss, why are you hitting me? This little brother was pumped dumbfounded. Am I hitting you? I am loving you all. The Scorpion Man had a mouthful of old grooves stuck in his throat. If you rush up, I'll make sure you're worse off than the two goods lying on the roof. Sir, I don't know how my brother Snakeskin offended you. If the situation isn't that bad, I hope you can be magnanimous and let him go. I, Scorpion, accept this favor from you and will definitely repay you in the future. It's that man. Snakeskin pointed at the lewd man lying on the ground. It was he who drank too much cat urine and molested that little girl selling flowers. It was opened by Mr. Han's friend. So that's why we stepped in. He's actually not one of us, just a customer, and it's also the first time we've met with him. Scorpion Man, a hanging heart released. It seems that the situation is not too bad. Sir, you see. Scorpion Man looked at Han-dong respectfully. I have a few conditions. Firstly, wake up that scum and make him apologize to the little girl selling flowers. Secondly, compensate her for her mental damage. The amount is up to you. Thirdly, in the future, as long as she sells flowers on this street, you have to ensure her safety. Whoever dares to bully her again, it won't be as simple as getting a kick. No problem, Mr. Han. The Scorpion Man agreed with a full mouth. Someone brought in half a basin of cool water, doused the lewd man awake and whispered next to him. When that scum heard that Han-dong was so powerful, he was so scared that he knelt down in front of that little girl and vigorously slapped his big ear. I'm sorry, I drank too much cat urine. I hope you'll forgive me. The little girl was so scared that she did not know what to do. Han-dong softly asked, are you willing to forgive him? If not, let's call the police and send him to the police station. I don't want to go to the police station. The little girl shook her head. Grandma is sick. I want to sell more flowers and earn enough money so that I can give her medical treatment. At this time, Scorpion Man and Snakeskin called on a group of juniors to put together all the money they had on them, plus the $10,000 in the loot man's purse, for a total of more than $30,000. Sir, that's all we have. The Scorpion Man scratched his head. Handong took the large stack of yuanzi and handed it over to the little girl, saying in a warm voice, "This money, take it back and treat your grandmother." The little girl opened her big eyes and looked at Handong doubtfully, not understanding why she was given so much money. "This is their compensation. Don't worry, this is what you deserve." Handong smiled. Thank you, big brother." The little girl's eyes were moist. She took the thick stack of yuanzi and put it into her satchel. "Then go home early. Don't come out to sell flowers at night in the future. Study hard and try to get a good university in the future." "I know, big brother." The little girl waved them off with tears in her smile. "Sir, thank you for your high-handedness. The Scorpion will keep it in mind." The Scorpion Man said in a respectful voice. "Let's go. There are ways to steal, and there are many ways to be a hooligan, so don't do those underhanded things in the future. If I meet you again, you won't be so nice." Sir's lesson is right. We will change. Snakeskin and a group of junior brothers limped away from the scene with each other. Scorpion Man and his brothers got into the Gold Cup car and left even faster than they came, like there were hyenas chasing behind them. "Good job, lad." Thunderous applause rang out around them. Xiao Shi looked at Zhang Zikai and slowly said, "Now, do you still dare to say you love me?" Zhang Zikai's head was about to shrink into his pants. 1 second, he swore that he could give his life for others, and the next second, when they needed protection, he hid himself out of cowardice. He was hitting himself in the face. Zhang Zikai knew that it was impossible for him to chase after Xiaoxi in his life. The remaining few people finally understood why Han Dong was able to overpower those 5 robbers and get the $1 million prize. They had witnessed his superb physical skills with their own eyes. Xiang Chun felt a little heavy in his heart. After all, when Ms. Shen Shenyun and Xiaoxi stood up to him, he also retreated due to cowardice. The Wu Yuanda guys weren't much better. Usually, they felt like characters, but seeing those fierce socialites, they realized that they were actually quite cowardly. The original really can do that kind of watch girls suffer, but also do not dare to take the head of the embarrassing things. This kind of feeling, too damn bad. On the contrary, Han Dong not only dared to step forward, but also had the ability to smooth out this kind of scene, beating those arrogant punks to the ground and making them willingly admit defeat. This kind of ability, they will never be able to have in their lifetime. They had only just started their freshman year of college, and the gap between them was so big. Several boys were very twisted in their hearts, and everyone was silent. There was no need to continue the drinking game here. Han Dong paid the bill and everyone bid farewell at the school gate. "You guys go back to your dorm rooms first. I will send Ms. Shun home," Han Dong said indifferently. No. I can just take a taxi back by myself." Shin Xianyun's small face was red and drunk. "You are drunk and not afraid of being picked up by others?" Han Dong said in a deep voice. Shin Xianyun did not say anything. Originally, she did not feel how it was, but now after the wind, her head seemed to be even more dizzy. In case she fell asleep in the car, it was hard to say what would happen. You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent them. We said good night to each other, and separated at the door. Chapter 27, Microfat is the true extremity. Seeing his classmates disappearing into the campus boulevard, Han Dong pulled Shin Xianyun and also entered the campus. "Didn't we have to take a taxi home? Where is this going now?" Shin Xianyun said in surprise. "It's not good to take a taxi at this hour. I'll drive you back." "You have a car?" "Well, parked over there in the school building." "No way. You drank a lot of wine tonight. How can you drive?" "Don't forget, I'm a martial arts expert. This amount of alcohol has long been forced out of my body by my internal strength." Han Dong did not brag, as he evaporated the alcohol in his body with a slight movement of his pure yang qi. Shin Shenyun could only obediently follow him, trying hard to ignore the hand being pulled by Han Dong. "Aha, he's just my student. It makes sense that he's holding my hand because I'm drunk. But, how the heat of his palm is distracting. I must be drunk. This is alcohol, not some other emotion. Yes, it must be like this." Han Dong led her and came to the parking lot, opened the rear door and stuffed Shin Shenyun in. "I go, Panamera." Shin Shenyun's family was well off, and she definitely knew Portia. "Aha." Han Dong sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove out at the first opportunity. "As far as I know, this car must land at $2 million, right? Where did you get so much money? It can't be that you bought it with the prize money for bravery, right?" Shin Shenyun frowned slightly. If that was really the case, she would have to criticize him twice. "What are you thinking? I transferred the bonus to my family." Han Dong rolled his eyes. "I earned the car with my skills." "How did you earn it?" Shin Shenyun immediately became interested. What kind of ability would it take to earn $1 million luxury car in such a short period of time? Han Dong then briefly recounted what happened at the Mu family. No way. You really cured Mu Tianxing's strange disease? Shin Shenyun was shocked. You know Mu Tianxing? Han Dong had just mentioned only Elder Mu and did not say Mu Tianxing's name, so when Shin Shenyun said Elder Mu's name, Han Dong was a little surprised. Well, our family has business dealings with the Mu family and we have met a few times. No wonder. Han Dong smiled. To be able to do business with the Mu family, MS, Shin's family is not ordinary. Can a Han Dongzi student? I didn't expect that you would not only know martial arts, but also medical arts, and it's also so powerful. In the future, if Mr. Shin accidentally gets some strange disease, he can count on you. Can't you live well? You have to think about getting a disease. Han Dong rolled his eyes. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are not something that human beings can control. Shin Xianyun smiled. The two talked, and in less than half an hour, they drove to Bishuiyuan. Good people do it to the end. Send the Buddha to the west. Given that Shin Xianyun's intoxication was getting stronger and stronger, Han Dong had to drive the car into the underground parking lot and assisted her onto the elevator. Arriving at the 603 door, Han Dong looked at the next door 602 and wondered if his cousin and sister-in-law had rested. Shin Xianyun pressed the door code for her room and actually entered it incorrectly twice. Hey, how come it won't open? Shin Xianyun blinked in dismay. Remember to drink less next time if you can't hold your liquor. Han Dong rolled his eyes. Who can't hold their liquor? It's no problem to have another tankard. No problem. No problem. You are the great drinking god, alright. Han Dong cried and laughed. The drunken cat never considered himself drunk. At this time the door to the room opened and a dark-haired head poked out. Hey, got it. This is my wife, the big beautiful girl Wu Yu. Shin Xianyun giggled and hugged the girl with a kiss. Hey, how much did you drink? The girl's face wrinkled into a ball. Han Dong sized up the girl with her hair coiled on top of her head. Wearing a housecoat, her appearance was really very delicate. Only her figure was not as slim as Shin Xianyun's, and she was slightly plump. It is said that a slightly chubby person is a true goddess, and if it is this woman who is talking about it, Han Dong believes it. Skin is white and delicate. Every move is flavor. Walking, chest slightly trembling. Trembling people, little heart plop plop plop. It is true that things are gathered together and people are divided into groups. The friends around the goddess are often goddesses as well. You are. Will you also sized up Han Dong? Oh ho ho. It's been a long time since I've seen such a flavorful fresh meat dig. Handsome men have been seen a lot, and those who make people swing like this in their first meeting are indeed a scarce resource. My name is Han Dong, Han of Han Fei Z, east of southeast, west and north, a student at the law school of Jian University. Help me out and get her in. Wu Yu's voice was very nice. Together, Han Dong and Wu Yu assisted Shin Xianyun, a big drunken cat. Indoors, I still have to drink another bottle. Shin Xianyun was so bold. Another tankard is fine, my great lady. Wu Yu poured her a glass of lemonade and handed it to her mouth. Cheers. Shin Xianyun took it and gulped it down in one gulp. Then like a scarecrow, she instantly collapsed onto the sofa and huffed and puffed. Look at this, the goddess of Jian University Law School. This is her behavior in private. Wu Yu shook her head in a good-natured and amused manner and said, Don't be infatuated with your teacher Shin. She's just a little one-dimensional idiot. I can't even avoid her. How dare I obsess over her? Han Dong laughed bitterly. Hey, Wu Yu looked at him suspiciously. You don't like guys, do you? You can really dare to think. Han Dong had a black line on his head. I have a normal orientation. That would be unreasonable. Your teacher Shin's beauty has been famous since she was in elementary school. What boy wouldn't be attracted to her? What do you mean by actively avoiding her? Han Dong truthfully told Wu Yu about the embarrassing incident during their first encounter. I see. No wonder she was so furious that day, smacking me for not locking the door when I went home. Wu Yu laughed evilly. Your kid is wide open to awe. With your teacher Shin's super face-loving character, you have to be grateful to her for not killing her. This is something that Han Dong did not know how to take. With my understanding of your teacher Shin, she shouldn't hate you. In the place of other men, she would be immortal and would definitely not drink with you. Wu Yu had a pair of watery eyes and stared at Han Dong thoughtfully. What is the concept of not hating? Han Dong could not help but ask. For girls who don't have much relationship experience, not hating usually means liking. That can't be right. I'm just a freshman from the countryside. How could Mr. Shin like me? I'd also like to know what's going on, because it doesn't fit her usual style of behavior. First of all, she's never been out drinking, and she's never brought a boy home. And secondly, you've seen her letting herself go, and she actually didn't fight back, and she even hung out with you. If she didn't have a mortal heart for you, this would be hard to explain. I think Teacher Shin just appreciates me because I did something that ordinary boys can't do, and tonight's drinking party is to celebrate me. Wait, your name is Han Dong. This name is so familiar. Wu Yu frowned and suddenly said, by the way, you should be the man of God who helped the police to solve the banknote truck robbery, right? You heard about it too? Your teacher Shin has been netting about this for the past 2 days. Wu Yu guffawed. If you put it that way, it makes sense. She does appreciate you quite a bit. See, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't mean she doesn't like you. Liking inherently contains appreciation within it. Wu Yu smiled, although it is said that she is a few years older than you. But, I guarantee with my personality that if you marry her, blood earns no loss. This is not over. It's not a matter of age. It's a matter of identity. Han Dong frowned slightly. She is my teacher after all. The so-called one day for the teacher, lifetime for the father. To put it bluntly, this is 2 generations. There is an ethical barrier. Can't see that you are quite traditional. Wu Yu smiled. Her eyes curved like a crescent moon. That's for sure. We children who grew up in the countryside, we don't have so many flowery ideas. Han Dong-su said. How about you? How did you and MS Shen meet? We're old girlfriends. From when we were in college we were dormitory sisters. Then we went to graduate school together. Studied for a doctorate. Came out to work and still lived together. Unless one of us got married, we would always live together. If you look at it from an outsider's point of view, it's likely to look like you're a couple of lovers. You think no one says that? There are even quite a few classmates who have been rumored that way, but only we ourselves know that we are just pure friendship. Your teacher Shin and I both like men, that's for sure. Wu Yu poured a cup of boiling water for Han Dong and brought it over, smiling. Have a drink before you go. Thank you for tonight. Han Dong was just about to take it when a strange change occurred. Chapter 28, Girl, please respect yourself. Shin Yun did not know who she fought with again in her dream. Muttering in her mouth, her long leg was a kick in the right direction, which happened to be kicked on Wu Yu's butt. Emma! Wu Yu exclaimed. Her body could not control herself and fell forward, and the cup of boiling water in her hand, all splashed on Han Dong's pants. Ah, hiss. Han Dong was scalded with a cry of pain. I'm sorry. Wu Yu was so scared that she lost her color, hurriedly climbed up and said in a trembling voice, quickly, hurry to take off the clothes to prevent the boiling water from seeping into the clothes and expanding the area of scalding. Han Dong hurriedly removed his jeans and pulled the hem of his t-shirt with both hands to cover the important parts. Wu Yu took out a medical treasure chest from the locker and came in front of Han Dong. Alright, what are you covering up at this time? Let me take care of it for you. Wu Yu frowned with a solemn face. Hey, you, help me deal with it? Han Dong was startled and stuttered a little in his speech. I am a professional doctor. What's the problem? Wu Yu took out a bottle of burn cream and picked her chin, signaling Han Dong to lift the hem of his t-shirt. You're a doctor? Forensic doctor, Wu Yu said blandly. Didn't forensic doctors deal with corpses? People are a big living person. Han Dong had a mouthful of old grooves stuck in his throat, but he still ruffled the t-shirt. This place cannot be lost, must be dealt with in time, do not fall into any sequelae, that can be regretted for the rest of his life. Hiss. After seeing it clearly, Wu Yu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. I'm a doctor. Wu Yu silently recited the 4 true words to calm his agitated DNA. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yu's wildly beating heart calmed down a little, and took a close look at the scalded wound. Fortunately, it was only slightly scalded red, and there was no peeling or ulceration or anything like that. At the moment Wu Yu squatted in front of Han Dong, pretending to calmly for him to deal with burn wounds, because the body is wearing a loose loungewear. From the neckline to look down, the scenery is so marvelous that people want to swear. This makes the blood and vigor of the young man how to fight? What are you guys up to? Shen Yun, who had been sleeping on the sofa, suddenly sat up, her drunken eyes mesmerized, looking at the two of them in a daze. Han Dong, like a rabbit hit by an arrow, abruptly jumped up, turned around and rushed out of 603. Wu Yu hurriedly put the medical kit down and went over to calm her bosom friend. After feeding her a few mouthfuls of lemonade, the girl fell into a deep sleep again. Looking in the direction of the gate, Wu Yu covered her burning cheeks and muttered, sinning ah. Han Dong came out from 603 and went to the stairwell, took out his big pants from the spirit market ring and hurriedly put them on. Looking at the time, it was also almost 10 o'clock. He did not want to disturb his brother and sister-in-law, so he took the elevator to the parking lot at the first time and drove his own car all the way back to the school. After parking his car, Han Dong came to the playground, walking along the runway and blowing the wind, wanting to blow out that steamy desire. Dongzi? As he passed by the bleachers, a girl suddenly called out, it's so late, why haven't you returned to your dormitory? Han Dong fixed his eyes on it, but it was Chang Yusen. It was looking at him with her hands on her cheeks, full of surprise. I don't want to go back. Chang Yusen frowned. Why? Someone in the dormitory bullied you? That's not true. we are very close. Cheng Yusin mumbled her lips. I have something on my mind. You can say it to Seeing Chun. Han Dong smiled. No, not really, Dongzi, I have nothing. With Seeing Chun, Cheng Yusin hurriedly explained. Recently, he did tease me, but I know that he actually just wants to date me. What he really likes should be Xiao Shi. So, he and I, at the moment, are just friends. There's no ambiguous relationship. Cheng Yusin, there's no need to explain to me what exactly your relationship with him is. We are also just old hometowns, and we were not actually familiar with each other before. Han Dong said indifferently. Dongzi. Cheng Yusin sensed Han Dong's coldness and detachment and urgently said, I like you. The first time we met, I had such a small feeling for you, and as time went on, I found myself falling deeper and deeper, especially on the day of the award for bravery and courage. You spoke on the stage and glowed all over. I fell. Then, hey, Han Dong was a bit dazed. Have you been committing peach blossom recently? This, Han Dong mused, thinking of the wording, how to refuse. Cheng Yusin had the looks of a geek goddess, and Han Dong naturally did not hate it. However, his vision was indeed different from before now. With Xiao Shi, Shen Xianyun and other stunning colors on earth compared to her, she did have a bit of a dimming glow. I know. Cheng Yusin somewhat apologetic. I know I can't match you. Only goddesses like Xiao Shi can get into your eyes. I just want to give myself to you, or I will regret it. How many meanings? Han Dong raised his eyebrows. Please believe me. Still intact. Cheng Yusin said sincerely. I want to offer my first time to my beloved boy and swear that I won't pester him with this in the future. I will fall in love with other boys, so you don't have to worry about getting into trouble. Why are you doing this? It's too much of a commitment. Han Dong sized up Cheng Yusin. Tonight, she was wearing a chiffon shirt and a short skirt, revealing two big snow-white legs. This girl did not lose out to any beauty she had ever seen in terms of her body alone. I originally just had this idea, but I didn't expect to meet you on the playground, so I guess it's the will of God. Cheng Yusin put her heart on the line and tightly hugged Han Dong's waist, her head buried in his chest. Put. In the middle of the quiet night, the two people's heartbeats were like beating drums. Before in Mr. Shin's home, was Wu Yu that microfat world goddess tease bling bling? Han Dong is like a gunpowder keg that is about to be ignited. At this moment warm and soft jade embrace full of arms. The gunpowder keg almost blew up, but where a normal man cannot hold Han Dong a pair of big hands, quietly swimming toward her waist. Before the body of pure yang comes to fruition, it is absolutely not possible to get close to female color. The admonition of his mentor rang in his ears at the right time, like a pot of cold water pouring down his head. I am not that kind of person. Han Dong gently pushed her away, his face full of righteousness. Tears wailed in her heart. I'm sorry, brother Dong. Cheng Yusin deflated her mouth and was about to cry, taking the initiative to throw herself into the arms of others who did not want it. The girl felt that her self-esteem was shattered all over the place. I think, this kind of thing can't be so hasty. It's better to go step by step. Han Dong forcibly suppressed the hormonal agitation and spoke with a crying voice. Who the hell invented the word step by step? Remove it for me. Hasty, it doesn't smell good? Hey, Cheng Yusin's eyes lit up. Dong, are you saying that I still have a chance afterward? We don't know each other too well. We have to get along for a while, right? So, it's better to start as friends first. Han Dong slightly bowed his waist and gritted his teeth. Alright, I'll listen to brother Dong. Trojan horse. Cheng Yusin smiled with her eyebrows and quickly booped Han Dong on the cheek. Is it worth it? Han Dong looked at her. When it comes to things between a man and a woman, there is no such thing as whether it's worth it or not, only whether one is willing or not. Cheng Yusin said slowly, as long as I'm willing, the whole world doesn't care. Good, I understand. Let's go back tonight first and talk about it later. Okay, brother Dong. I'm going to leave first, so wait for a while before you go. I'm afraid that if others see it, it'll be a bad influence on you. I didn't expect the girl Cheng Yusin to be so understanding. I didn't see it before. Cheng Yusin looked around and did not find anyone, so she hurriedly left. After about 5 minutes had passed, Han Dong also stepped out of the darkness and went in the direction of his dormitory. A figure scurried out from a short distance and came to the scene of the crime. That girl just now is clearly Cheng Yusin. I didn't expect that she would actually take such initiative. The man spat hatefully. But who is that boy? Walked too fast. Couldn't see the face clearly. Can only tell that the guy is quite tall, at least 180 or more. The man looked around and did not find anyone before walking in the direction of the dormitory building as well. Han Dong returned to 513, and surprisingly, Fatty Wu was the only person in the dormitory, lying on the bed eating chicken. Where are the two of them? Han Dong was surprised. Si Lao San should have gone on a date to pick up some bubbles, and that kid Hong Tao said that he went to the playground to run, and hasn't come back until now. Fatty Wu was having fun and didn't even raise his head. Not more than a few minutes later, Hong Tao pushed the door in and came over with a mysterious face, whispering, "I found a secret." Not interested, Fatty Wu was too lazy to pay attention to him. Han Dong smiled and did not pick up the conversation. Just now, Chang Yusen was cuddling with her mail ticket in the playground and getting bored. Hong Tao aggravated his tone. "Hey, she has a mail ticket so soon?" Fatty Wu sat up at once. Han Dong's heart immediately hung in the air. Couldn't it be, this was seen? However, because I was afraid of being discovered, I was a bit far away, so I didn't see who the boy was. Han Dong was slightly relieved. Could it be Si Ing Chun? Recently, it feels as if he is flirting with Chun Yusen. Fatty Wu mused. No, that boy is a bit taller than Chun. Hong Tao sighed. The top of Chun's head is destined to be a bit green. If you want to get by in life, you need a bit of green on your head. Fatty Wu sighed. But don't tell him. That kid has pretty strong self-esteem. If the one who is with Chun Yusen is not Chun, then who is he with if he hasn't come back until now? Hong Tao's soul tortured. This is a good question. Fatty Wu was serious. Young man, mutual green is the truth of life. Later you will understand. I don't want to understand. It seems better to be a single dog honestly. Hong Tao drilled into the restroom to wash up. Han Dong sighed in relief. Damn, it seems that it is indeed not very safe outside. Anyway, there was money in the card, so it was time to put the matter of buying a house on the agenda. Chapter 29, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind doesn't stop. After washing up and going to bed, Han Dong sent a WeChat to Mu Wanji. Sister Mu, rested? I didn't expect Mu Wanji to reply in seconds. Just served my mom to sleep and was about to rest. You saved my father. This is a great favor. I will definitely reward you heavily some other day. The Mu family has already paid for the diagnosis, so there's no need to thank me. It just so happens that there is something I want to ask Sister Mu for a favor. Tell me, as long as it's within my power. Sis will definitely help you. I want to buy a house, preferably one that's closer to the school. That's no problem. I have 2 friends who develop real estate. I'll help you ask tomorrow. By the way, do you want a villa or a flat? Both are fine. There's not too many restrictions. If it's a flat floor it's best to have the top floor, the kind with a rooftop. Considering that he had to absorb the essence of the sun every day, living on the top floor would be the most convenient. Okay, I know. Thanks sis. You rest early. Good night. Exiting the chat interface, Han Dong washed up and went to bed. Today had indeed experienced quite a lot of things. It was simply the most informative day in his lifetime. Originally, he thought that reaping $1 million in prize money was already a large sum of money, but he did not expect that he would next net $20 million by relying on the medical skills inherited from the Golden Crow Emperor, and he also won a luxury car. Since he got the inheritance, the speed of this reversal of his fortune was simply amazing. He was doubly looking forward to a happy life in the future. A night without words. The next morning, routinely went to the rooftop to quench his body. Progress a little bit every day. Carry out quantitative accumulation. Wait until the qualitative change occurs. The realm will have a leap forward. Back to the dormitory. Eat and change clothes. Continue to go to the playground military training. Because of yesterday's awards assembly, Han Dong became a celebrity among the freshmen. Everywhere they went, the girls would pay attention and even whisper about it with their friends around them. That's him. He's so good looking with character. Sis is super in love. Handsome and capable of fighting. And money. Simply the ideal type of dreams. The prize money is only $1 million. Not rich, right? At least 4 years of college can live comfortably and not to marry him. Han Dong's power was superb. He could hear all these discussions. Some girls nowadays were so realistic that it sent chills down one's spine. There was no bottom line anymore even if they were greedy for pleasure. However, excellent women existed in all times. It was up to you to meet them. Brother Dong. Brother Dong. Yuli and Shang Yusen greeted him at the same time when they saw him, smiling like flowers. Good morning. Han Dong grinned. These 2 girls actually became so proactive. After all, they were departmental flower-level beauties, and when they were in Ihano, 1 middle school, they were all white moonlights in the eyes of the boys as well. At that time, Han Dong did not even dare to think about it. It is true that only a strong self can attract high-scoring girls. If you bloom, butterflies will come. What happened last night had quite a big impact. Xiang Chun and Zhang Zikai deliberately kept a little distance from Han Dong and did not pile up as usual. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao were not much affected, and were still playing around Han Dong. The gazes of the 2 guys roamed back and forth over Chun Yusen's body, with a bad smile embedded in their expressions. What do you 2 mean? Chun Yusen blinked. I found that Sister Yusen is so feminine today. Nourished by love? Fatty Wu's small eyes flickered with cunning within them. Chang Yusen instantly blushed. What are you blindly talking about? Where is the love? Stuttered, not even able to speak well. Han Dong smiled. This was a typical thief's heart. Not far away, Seeing Chun looked at Chung Yusin and did detect a hint of difference. Moist and slippery, cheeks flushed, the corners of the eyes hidden spring. There was more femininity between her hands and feet. What's going on? Seeing Chun was suspicious. Chang Yusin looked like she was moisturized by love. Who did this? At this time, Xiao Shi arrived and naturally joined their little circle. Good morning. She smiled and nodded at Han Dong. Morning. Han Dong smiled. Phew, there is J Love. Ah, this is. Luo Yuanda and Hong Tao coaxed from the side. Xiao Shi looked as normal, treating it as a whisper. Her psychological quality could be much stronger than Chang Yusin. Don't special brew drop nonsense. What J Love? We are fighting side by side in a revolutionary friendship. Han Dong laughed and scolded. Don't explain. Explaining is a cover-up. Hong Tao came up with a sentence. J Love often starts with revolutionary friendship. Wu Yuanda laughed. Even if there is a J Love, what does it matter to Qing? Xiao Shi disliked back with a smirk. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao unexpectedly lost their words for a moment. Thinking of the spicy power of this chick quenching people's brains with a beer bottle last night, they could not help but shiver. This was a ruthless person, different from Chang Yusin. If she is annoyed, she really dares to make a move. So the two of them simply didn't say anything. Don't mind them. These two goods can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Han Dong laughed. Zheng Zikai looked at them from afar as they talked and laughed, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. The two squares of the 7th Company and 8th Company were adjacent to each other, and the scene of Xiao Shi and Han Dong talking and laughing made the livestock of the 8th Company bling with envy. Although there were quite a few high-value girls in this class of freshmen, those who reached the level of Xiao Shi were absolutely rare. In the several nearby squares, there was only Xiao Shi. In the 8th Company's square, there was also a small group, led by a boy who looked a bit like Korean star Lee Jun-ki, very trendy and handsome, with a slightly feminine brow. This kid has been very popular lately. A triangular-eyed boy next to him crooked his mouth. Gimme a break. A rustic turtle from the countryside, also presuming to eat swan meat. The feminine boy smiled coldly. Rat, you're just going to tolerate him getting his hands on the chick you're eyeing? Triangle Eyes arched his fire from the side. Go over and meet him. The feminine boy sneered. A few people put their hands in their pants pockets and walked over with a flourish. Yo, isn't this the big hero of justice? What's doing this is? Triangle Eyes deliberately raised his tone, attracting the attention of the nearby students. Han Dong glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. Brother is asking you. Why don't you answer? Country bumpkins really don't know how to be polite. Triangle Eyes skimmed his mouth. There are many people looking for me to talk to. Who are you? Han Dong coldly said. Little Yakuza. You got lucky with a small prize and don't know your own surname? This is Gusu City. Is it your turn to show off as a village boy? The triangular-eyed face was instantly cold. Han Dong was about to strike. Xiao Shi reacted quickly and immediately held his wrist. Her beautiful big eyes looked up at him, gently shook her head and whispered. This is in school. Striking will be unfavorable to you. Seeing how close Xiao Shi and Han Dong were, the hearts of the triangular eyes and a few other boys became even more sour. What's the matter? Isn't he a hero who can take down robbers? Only hiding behind a woman to be a shrunken head turtle. Ha! Triangle Eyes continued to irritate him. Han Dong's left foot flicked. A half-sized slab flew in the air. Han Dong lightly threw a punch, and with a bang, he knocked that brick into powder. A few people were caught off guard and were so scared that they took a few steps back in unison. Chapter 30, You guys are jealous of me. Xiao Shi pulled me back because she was afraid that I would beat you guys to death in a moment of impulse. Han Dong said blandly. However, there is a limit to my patience. Those who practice martial arts have a knack for controlling their force, and the thing of beating people to death is definitely something they will not do. However, it is still easy to make you lose face in front of so many people. Think about it. If you were to be beaten up by me in public, it would be a big loss of face, and I'm afraid it would affect your right to choose a spouse for the 4 years of college. If you want to try, you might as well keep provoking me and see. Triangle Eyes mumbled his lips a few times, but in the end, he didn't dare to talk back. It's the vulgar people who solve problems with their fists. The corners of the feminine boy's mouth curled slightly. You're just a gun in the hands of the smart people even if you can fight. The truly superior people rely on their brains, not their fists and feet. You think you are a smart person? Han Dong said indifferently. At least I won't solve problems with my fists. The feminine boy smiled contemptuously. Let me guess. The reason why you guys are looking for it is actually jealousy, right? Han Dong laughed. On one hand, it is because I received the bravery award and stole your limelight. On the other hand, I am so close to the goddess Xiao Shi. Can it be tolerated? For you group of giant babies who have been held in the palm of your parents' hands since childhood, the limelight, all have to be yours. And the beautiful women, all have to be yours as well. I, a small character from the countryside, can't even play mahjong. Winning is the original sin. Is that right? Who the hell are you calling a giant baby? The triangular-eyed boy said angrily. Keep your mouth clean. As I said, my patience is limited. Maybe the next second a big slap on your face. If your mouth is full of broken teeth, you still have to spend money to fill them in. It's quite aggravating. Han Dong glanced at him faintly. Triangle-eyed lips trembled, hard not daring to continue just. Han Dong's strength of shattering a slab with a single punch still made people wary. You continue. Han Dong looked at the feminine boy. Kid, don't rely on the fact that you have a bit of kung fu and don't know the heights of heaven. The feminine boy narrowed his eyes. If you continue to be so wild, others can play you to death in minutes. Don't talk about others, talk about you. The corner of Han Dong's mouth was slightly skewed. Don't you mean that you have countless ways to play me to death? Tell me how you want to play. I'll see if I'll die. Are you sure you want to go against me? The feminine boy's face went cold. Nuts. I'm standing here fine. It's you guys who have to run over to beep. Who's against whom? Han Dong said without a trace of anger. Yes, you really can. The feminine boy was infuriated and laughed. This is what rookies who haven't endured social beatings look like. Then please, can you do it by severely beating me on behalf of society? If you can do it, then go. If you can't, off. You want to play? Then I'll play with you. The feminine boy sneered. You know the content of the second week of military training. There is the program of target shooting, right? I know. So what? Compete in the big match. Dare you? Okay, how do you want to compete? 2 out of 3. If you lose, get the hell out of here and stay away from Josie. What if I win? You can't win. That's not necessarily true. If you're afraid of losing, forget I said that. If you win, Chui Hao, will only look up to you from now on. So your name is Chui Hao. How next to the character for water or Ri-Tian Hao? Ri-Tian. Okay, you just wait to kneel down and call your father. Chui Hao's face turned green. If he wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to beat him, he would have huffed over with a slap. Chui Hao's father, Chui Hongji, was a famous real estate developer in the Jiangnan region. With money and connections, he really had countless ways to deal with Han Dong. However, he still wished to defeat Han Dong head-on through his own abilities in order to score points in front of Xiaoxi. Otherwise, he would not bother playing games with him. See you on the shooting range. Chui Hao felt that if he talked to him for a few more words, he might get angry and have a heart attack, so he simply stopped talking. A few people came and left with their hands in their pants pockets, hanging on for dear life. Did you guys take me as a bet with my consent? Josie gave him a faint look. Don't worry, he can't win. Han Dong grinned. You've played with guns. Ha? No, slingshot is something I've played with. Xiaoxi was speechless. Could a slingshot and a gun be the same thing? Since Chui Hao took the initiative to shoot the target to decide the winner, it was obvious that he was confident in his shooting skills. Normally, he must be a regular at the shooting club. Isn't this still time to learn? Han Dong smiled. Alright, as long as you are happy. Xiaoxi was non-committal. At this time, Fatty Wu came over and said without worry, Dongzi, Chui Hao, this guy is a bit of a head. His father is a big real estate developer in Jiangzhou City. His family takes advantage of several billion. This kind of sitting tiger, there is no need to get too stiff with him. I'm afraid you will suffer. As you can see, it is he who messes with me, not me who messes with him. Han Dong smiled. Fatty Wu shook his head, not knowing what to say. If the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Han Dong had indeed been in the limelight too much during this period of time. Zhang Zikai and Si Yingchun watched with cold eyes, and surprisingly, there was a hint of pleasure inside. You, an outsider from the countryside, actually dared to fight with the local rich second generation. Will they not play you to death? They immensely hoped that Chui Hao would give Han Dong a lesson. Let him lose face and let him fall flat on his face. It would be best to recognize his own identity and behave with his tail between his legs in the future. After the military training started, the main training subject today was indeed target shooting. Jiangzhou University is still very willing to spend money. Military training time is only 1 month, but the program has all the items. Unlike some schools, just practicing a little bit of formation pace to muddle through. All the people took the car to the nearby barracks. Into the shooting range, the real gun practice. The gun for practice was a 9-5 automatic rifle, and the instructor first taught everyone to familiarize themselves with the parts of the gun. How to load bullets, load the magazine, how to push and pull the safety, how to aim, and how to shoot. Before officially shooting, they first learned how to disassemble the firearm. Han Dong was an immortal cultivator. Both his memory, body coordination and reflexes were far beyond normal people. This kind of thing was simply easy and pleasant for him. The instructor only demonstrated once and he had learned it, and the disassembly and installation was done in one go, even creating the fastest record within the army. You have played with guns before? The instructor was dumbfounded. No, first time playing, Han Dong blandly said. The instructor carefully sized him up and asked, what's your name? Han Dong, from the law school. Then come over here and shoot a few shots to see. The instructor brought him to the front of the target. Following the method taught by the instructor, Han Dong aimed at the bullseye and then pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. 3 shots in a row. All of them hit the bullseye. Chapter 31, I am a marksman. As a body-tempering stage immortal cultivator, Han Dong's eyesight, mental perception, body coordination, and nerve reaction ability all exceeded that of normal people by several times. And with a little bit of instruction in such a trivial matter as shooting, he would be a top-notch expert. Is this really your first time playing with a gun? The instructor asked carefully. Of course, our family is from the countryside. Where did we have the chance to touch this before? Slingshot is played. The instructor was instantly petrified. Instructor, what's wrong with you, instructor? Oh, nothing, I'm just too shocked. The instructor came to his senses and said eagerly, do you want to become a soldier? If you come to the army, you will definitely become the best sniper. Sorry, instructor, I have no plans to become a soldier. Han Dong smiled. That's too bad. The instructor sized up Han Dong a few more times with a look of regret. Instructor, can I practice pistol shooting at the same time? No one else can, but you can. The instructor was obviously fond of him as a shooting genius and ran to apply for a pistol target shooting with his superiors. This was a Type 6-4 domestic standard pistol. Under the instructor's guidance, Han Dong quickly familiarized himself with the gun, disassembling and installing it with familiarity, and then lifting his hand was a number of shots, all of which hit the bullseye. Genius. A talent like this, not 1 in 100,000. If you enter the army, you can be trained into a soldier king in a year's time. The instructor muttered to himself, feeling that it would be a waste for Han Dong not to become a soldier. Han Dong didn't pick up on his argument, lovingly joking, a hallowed immortal cultivator, how many great things do you have to do outside? Isn't it a waste of time to go and become a soldier? Instructor, it's fine for only you to know about me, don't publicize it widely yet. I'm afraid that the student's motivation will be dampened. Han Dong actually did not want Cui Hao to know that he was so powerful, lest something else would happen. Okay, I won't tell anyone for now, so you can make a splash when the final acceptance of the results is due. That would be best. While the other students were still learning to disassemble their guns, Han Dong had already started practicing target shooting. In just one day, he had achieved the unity of man and gun, familiarizing himself as if he was a part of his own body. The instructor looked at him like he was looking at an alien. Man-gun unity, this was a very high realm. Even top sharpshooters would need to spend years to develop this feeling, but this freshman student named Han Dong had actually done it in a day. This was simply a genius among geniuses. The instructor could not help but burst into foul language. After the end of the military training, Mu Wanji came to the phone and said that she had already looked at a house for him and if she was interested, she would go to the field to look at it. Han Dong said he could. Then Mu Wanji sent him a WeChat location. It was a place called East Garden, about 5 kilometers from Jiangzhou University. After politely declining Fatty Wu's invitation to have dinner together, Han Dong drove to East Garden. The East Garden was not in a villa area, but a garden-style compound. Together with the surrounding blocks and blocks of Chinese-style courtyards, it formed a classical architectural complex on this street with a full cultural heritage. There was a small square in front of the gate, so Han Dong parked his car here. Mu Wanji and an elegant middle-aged man around 40 years old were already waiting at the door. Han Dong, let me introduce. This is my friend, the boss of Hongji Real Estate, Mr. Cui Hongji. Hongji, this is the divine doctor I told you about. His name is Han Dong, a senior student from the law school of Jiangzhou University. Mu Wanji guffawed. Mr. Han, nice to meet you. Cui Hongji was very polite and shook Han Dong's hand with a smile. Mr. Cui, nice to meet you. Han Dong smiled. The real estate boss, surname Cui. I wonder what relationship with Cui Hao that puffed that boy. Mr. Han is so young and his medical skills are so exquisite. Much better than my son who just knows how to have fun. Oh, he is also a freshman in the Department of Economics and Management of Jiang University. Cui Hao. Yes. How do you know? Oh, he's famous amongst the freshmen. Humph. I'm only afraid it's not a good reputation. Cui Hongji obviously knew his son well. Let's not talk about him for now. Mr. Han, come and take a look at this house first. Good. Cui Hongji led the way, and the three of them arrived in front of the East Garden. There were 5 flights of steps at the entrance, signifying step by step, and after going up, there was a hugging drumstone on each side of the left and right. At the General's Gate, the plaque was inlaid with large traditional Chinese characters, East Garden. Pushing open the mahogany gate, you are greeted by a photo wall with a circular framed view window in the center showing the welcoming pines inside. Walking along the stormy corridor, you enter the courtyard. The entire courtyard covers an area of 10 acres, which is quite a luxury in the old city where every inch of land counts. Cui Hongji smiled. This house was built by me for my own residence, so the decoration inside, and the layout, cost me a lot of effort. The main building had 5 floors, 3 above ground and 2 underground, covering a rather expansive area. There were 4 small 2-story buildings on each side, and together with the main building, they formed a human character 9 palaces pattern, showing off the grandeur of the house. The house was divided into a front court and a backyard, both of which were quite large. The whole house had diaphanous tiles and white walls, flying eaves and warped corners, typical of the classical Soviet style. In the courtyard, there are rockery waterfalls, bridges and waterfalls, pavilions and pavilions are distributed, and the paths lead to secluded paths, which is a typical garden in Jiangnan. The interior decoration and furnishings are extremely sophisticated, using a large number of mahogany furniture. All household items are complete. You can move in with a handbag. Mr. Han, how do you feel about this house? After touring it once, Cui Hongji asked. A Chinese garden mansion like this should be very expensive, right? Han Dong smiled. Frankly speaking, the cost used more than 200 million, and someone offered 500 million, but I didn't sell it. Then this is far beyond my budget. Han Dong said frankly. Mr. Han, I heard from Wanji that you are a miracle doctor with miraculous skills, and you even cured Elder Mu's strange disease some time ago. Is there such a thing? Cui Hongji did not answer Han Dong's question head-on, but asked another seemingly unrelated question. Han Dong glanced at Mu Wanji, and the beautiful sister smiled warmly and nodded her head gently. Is Mr. Cui physically ill? Mr. Han is indeed intelligent. Cui Hongji gave a thumbs up. Han Dong opened his spiritual eyes and examined Cui Hongji's body. It was found that at the very bottom of the lower abdomen, there was a mass of black gas. Intestinal cancer? He raised his eyebrows. Mr. Han, truly a divine doctor. Just by taking a look, you know where the lesion is. If there was some skepticism before, he was really a bit convinced now. The matter of him suffering from colon cancer was known only to himself, and Mu Wanji only knew that something was wrong with his body, and hadn't told her exactly where the problem was. Mu Wanji looked at him in surprise. Hongji, you have colon cancer? Advanced colon cancer. The doctor said. At most, he can still live for 3 months. Cui Hongji's complexion dimmed. That's why you told me that there is a brother who wants to buy a house, and that he is a miracle doctor who cured your family's old man's disease. That's why I asked to definitely meet with him. You told me that you hadn't been feeling well lately and wanted to seek medical attention, but I didn't think it would be this serious. When I was young, I desperately pursued my career and didn't care about my body, but now that I'm spoiled and broken, I understand the truth that without health, everything is a mirror. What mansions and luxury cars and billions of dollars are meaningless. Cui Hongji sighed. I asked Mr. Han to come and look at this house, meaning that, as long as you can cure my disease, this house, even if it's the consultation fee, I hope Mr. Han won't mind. Cancer. Ha! Han Dong smiled faintly. In my eyes, it's no big deal. Chapter 32 Curing Colon Cancer. Mr. Han, are you saying that you can cure me of this disease? Cui Hongji's eyes were about to stare out of their sockets. His body was shivering with excitement. Griffins were still stealing their lives, let alone a rich man like him who had everything he wanted. Of course I can. Han Dong nodded slightly. It will just consume some yang qi. Cancer was nothing difficult for the immortal means of the heavenly healer sect. It would just consume the pure yang qi that had been painstakingly accumulated in his body, without a good reason. He was not willing to take it lightly. After all, cultivation also required energy and time. However, if he used this house as payment, naturally, there was little hesitation. Yang qi? Mu Wanji and Cui Hongji spoke in unison. It is internal energy, right? The qi that I have accumulated after years of bitter cultivation. Han Dong deliberately said it in an exaggerated manner so that Cui Hongji would cherish it more. Otherwise, how could he exchange it for a Chinese-style mansion from someone else? If Mr. Han can cure my humble self, apart from this mansion, Cui will have another great thanks. Cui Hongji was so excited that he could not help himself. Han Dong stopped talking and directly held Cui Hongji's wrist. A stream of warm qi flow was input into Cui Hongji's body along the meridians. Under the guidance of his intention, it quickly surrounded the mass of black qi below his belly. The spiritual eyes of an immortal cultivator were more precise than a surgeon's microscope, and could easily find the location of the lesion. Yang qi tightly surrounded that mass of black qi and began to mercilessly strangle it. Although the black qi was very cunning and stubborn, it was powerless in front of the sun's essence refined yang qi. After only a few minutes of work, the black qi was wiped out. The yang qi was like a stream of water that washed over Cui Hongji's intestines, and soon, the necrotic tissues that had been devoured by the cancer cells regenerated like bamboo shoots after a rain. This was the magical power of yang qi. Especially the qi refined by the essence of the sun was more conducive to the growth of all things. In just a quarter of an hour's effort, The cancer cells that had tortured Chui Hongji to death were killed by Han Dong. Moreover, his damaged organs were restored in the process. Chui Hongji was unaware of all this, thinking that Han Dong was just checking his pulse. However, because Han Dong's cultivation time was still short, and he was only at the body tempering stage, he had not accumulated yuan qi in his body, and the qi used for healing was the pure yang qi refined by virtue of the heavenly healer sex method, compared to the yuan qi in the body of a qi refining stage immortal cultivator. There was a difference of 100,000 miles. Therefore, the process of killing the cancer cells still left Han Dong quite overwhelmed and drenched in sweat. If he cultivated to the qi refining stage and used yuan qi to cure the disease, it would not be so laborious. How is it, Mr. Han? When Han Dong's hand left his wrist, Chui Hongji asked hurriedly. Cured. Han Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Scary? Chui Hongji was a little confused. The colon cancer has been cured. You can take the time to go to the hospital for a checkup. Turn around and I'll give you a prescription for a few courses of medicine, so you won't be able to do it again in your life. Han Dong said indifferently. Really? Mr. Han, you can't joke about this kind of thing. Chui Hongji's breath began to catch. A terminal disease that the world's top doctors could not do anything about. And he cured it by touching his wrist like this? No one would dare to believe it. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Han Dong looked solemn. Chui Hongji froze for a full minute. Wanji, Mr. Han, this matter is too important to me, so I have to go to the hospital to personally confirm it. Don't worry, Chui's promise, it absolutely counts. You go, and get in touch again. Han Dong said indifferently. The three of them exited the East Garden, and Chui Hongji hurriedly left. You can really cure cancer. Ha? Mu Wanji blinked her big eyes. Aha. Han Dong nodded slightly. What virtue and ability do I, Mu Wanji, have to know you, the wonder of the world? It's just a small carving skill that can't make it to the stage. Even the cancer that the whole world is helpless can be solved. This is still called a small sculpture skill? Han Dong thought to himself that for an immortal cultivator, this was a small carving skill. However, he was too lazy to explain more. Where are we going next? To take you to see another set of houses. I'm sure you'll like it. Mu Wanji guffawed. Still looking at houses? This set was chosen for you by your sister, so please make sure you have the honor to take a look. Mu Wanji smiled. Ever heard of fifth-generation housing? I've seen it online. Then go and see it. The two got into their cars, one after the other, and drove out of the square. The place Mu Wanji had mentioned was not far from Jiangde, at most 3 kilometers, and was called Sky Courtyard. The neighborhood was super green. One residential building after another rose up. Each building was surrounded by greenery. One staircase. Each home has a sky garden, allowing you to live in an apartment building and enjoy the space of a villa. Cars can drive right up the spiral driveway and park in front of their homes. The house they were looking at was on the 28th floor of Block 8, with Mu Wanji's car in front and Han Dong following behind. The two cars went up the spiral driveway one after the other and then drove all the way to the top floor. There was only one family on each floor of the building. The two cars were parked side by side in front of the door. Very loosely, Mu Wanji pressed the password and opened the very sci-fi silver gray door. After entering, Han Dong just turned around and fell in love with the house. The house was a top-floor duplex structure, upstairs and downstairs, totaling 6 rooms and 2 halls. There was a courtyard outside the first floor, about 100 square feet, filled with greenery and flowers, as well as hammocks, lounge chairs, pavilions, and koi ponds. It was really an excellent leisure area. The best part is the rooftop. From the second floor, the whole rooftop is vast and boundless. In the middle of it, there is a 25-meter-long standard swimming pool. Next to the lawn, there are tables, chairs, umbrellas and other leisure equipment. The neighborhood was built right next to a beautiful lake. Standing on the rooftop and looking down, the lake view was breathtaking, smoky and beautiful. Do you like it? Mu Wanji smiled sweetly. Love it. Han Dong did not hide his love for this house. Then would you like to be neighbors with Sister Mu? Hey, Han Dong was stunned. At first, I was also interested in the house here, so I bought 2 floors, and I occasionally live on the 27th floor. If you are willing to be neighbors with Sister Mu, this one on the top floor can be transferred to you. Although it's second-hand, no one has ever lived in it since it was renovated. It's considered a quasi-new house. No problem, Sister Mu. Han Dong grinned. It's really great to be neighbors with you. Since you're willing, then there's no problem. Mu Wanji smiled. Starting from tonight, you can stay here. For formalities and whatnot, I'll find someone else to do it on your behalf. In half a month at the latest, the real estate license will be in your hands. How much is it? Sister Mu, I will transfer it to you. Han Dong said. If you recognize me as your sister, don't talk about money. Mu Wanji looked serious. On the bus, you saved my life, and later cured my father, saving the entire Mu family. Isn't it a natural thing for me to send you a house? The Mu family has already paid for the diagnosis, so sis, don't take that up. What they paid was just the consultation fee for saving my father. What about you saving my life? Doesn't that count? Didn't I receive the award for bravery? That was given to you by the state. This is my private thoughts. There is no conflict. Mu Wanji softly said. Han Dong, just accept it. There is no need to feel psychologically burdened. In a person's life, who can guarantee that there will be no illnesses or disasters? Think of it as a prepayment for the consultation fee. If I get any bad diseases in the future, I will still have to count on you to save my life. Han Dong pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Alright, I'll take it then. This house's property license area was 1,000 square feet. The average price of this location was around 60,000, and the overall calculation was worth more than 60 million. Mu Wanji sent him such an expensive gift. This pattern was indeed not small. On the one hand, it was a thank you for saving his life. On the other hand, there must be some plans in the future. However, Han Dong was not worried at all. Since he dared to receive it, he was confident that he could fulfill Mu Wanji's needs. What mortals wanted was nothing more than health and riches, which was not a matter for immortal cultivators. That's a good boy. Mu Wanji smiled like a flower. In the future, the rooftop will be your private turf. Except for the top floor, the residents of other floors can't go up there. You young people like to be lively. Occasionally bring your friends to open a pool party or something. Just play. I know. Thanks sis. You can stay here tonight. There's everything inside the house. No need to make any more purchases. Mu Wanji said warmly. I'm also living alone, and my family hired a nanny, so you don't need to cook for yourself or do housework. There's no need to worry about the things of life. What else could Han Dong say? It was true that an older sister was the one who would love people. Chapter 33, You have wine. I have stories. Mu Wanji went back to the 27th floor and ordered her own nanny, Precious, to make dinner. The meal was served to celebrate Han Dong's housewarming. Mu Wanji also opened a few bottles of her own treasured red wine. Cheers! The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one go. Han Dong had little experience with red wine, but good things are good things. Sweet and mellow in the mouth, with a long aftertaste, and without the bitterness of most red wines. The flavor could still be smacked out vaguely. 2 cups down, slightly drunken feeling came. Mu Wanji cheeks flushed, eyes flowing. Beautiful. She is 33 years old this year. It is the age of peach ripening. Fresh, full, juicy, especially in the slightly intoxicated state of flirtatiousness, like a peach blossom, falling colorful, lonely men and women, romantic dinner, light and night colors so moving. Inevitably, it made the bloodthirsty young virgin's heart go wild. Sister Mu, why did you fall out so hard with your family? Han Dong had to think of ways to divert his attention. It was not that he disliked Mu Wanji's age, but the body of pure yang had not yet come to fruition and did not dare to break the rules. You want to hear Sister Mu's story? Mu Wanji looked at him, a hint of sadness hidden in her eyes. If you don't want to tell it, don't force it. Sister's story, in fact, is nothing special. Almost every powerful family has one. Mu Wanji's voice was gentle and low. More than 10 years ago, affected by the global financial crisis, the Mu family experienced a catastrophe, and if there was no help from external funds, 80% of them would have gone bankrupt, and my father's way of solving the crisis was the same as most tycoons, that is, marriage. Han Dong nodded. It seemed that the script of the upper-class society was similar to what was played out in movies and TV dramas. You must have thought that the one who joined the marriage was me, but actually it was not. I was less than 20 years old at that time and was still in college in England. My sister, on the other hand, was in the prime of her life, and was well known throughout the wealthy circles of Jiangnan. That's why my father wanted her to marry the second son of the Zhao family in the provincial city, to get $1 billion of financial assistance from the other side. But my sister, she already has a boyfriend. That is her college classmate, a very excellent boy. Although he is just from an ordinary family, he is very smart and full of ambition. After graduation, in a biomedical company did 3 years, with their own drive and talent, all the way to the vice president of the seat. Then he came out and started his own business. Together with like-minded classmates, he developed several new drugs that filled gaps at home and abroad. It was a fire just after it hit the market. He and his sister also have a very stable relationship and are looking forward to the future. However, for the sake of family continuity, my father beat up the lovebirds and tried to forcibly split the lovers. My sister, being of a more rigid character, did not agree to the breakup no matter what, so my father went after her boyfriend. At first it was lure, gave the boy $10 million, wanted him to leave Jiangzhou and completely break the connection with my sister. He didn't agree. Later it was coercion, used the Mu family's power to suppress. He still didn't give in. Then later, my father set up a trap, let the boy and a married woman in bed together, and photographed the evidence. The other man's husband brought people to his door to catch the adultery. broke both his legs on the spot, and poured acid all over his face. He was crippled, disfigured, and completely heartless. He handed the company over to his partners and left Jiangzhou in the night, and there has been no news since then. And when my sister saw those so-called evidences, she was so sad and desperate that she could only marry the second son of the Zhao family under my father's arrangement. The Mu family received assistance from the Zhao family and finally survived the crisis. However, my sister was so depressed that she eventually fell ill and died half a year later. My sister and I were extremely close, and her death hit me hard, and from my mother's mouth, I learned what happened, and a heated argument broke out with my father. I called him a monster full of profit, a murderer, who had killed his own first daughter. In a rage, he wanted to sever the father-daughter relationship with me and throw me out of the Mu family. So that's how I got out of the Mu family. After graduating from college, I joined that company founded by my sister's boyfriend and have been doing it until now. Han Dong sighed. This was another tragedy of the mansion. He couldn't judge who did wrong. Standing in their respective positions, none of them were wrong. Mu Tianchang was trying to save the entire family, while the poor couple was trying to defend their love. What position does Sister Mu hold in the company? Han Dong casually asked. I am currently the president of the company, Mu Wanji said quietly. The partners left behind by my sister's boyfriend are all techno-geeks and are not good at business management, and I happen to have inherited my father's genes in this area. So after a few years of crawling around at the grassroots level, I ended up sitting in this position. This company, which carries the dreams of both of them, has also witnessed my sister's love. Even if it's tough, I can't let it fall. The company is in trouble? Han Dong keenly captured the message in Mu Wanji's words. Mu Wanji glanced at Han Dong in surprise. This child, really smart. The company's development has indeed reached a bottleneck. Some years ago it was fine, but in the last 2 years it did not develop any new explosive models. Coupled with the industry role, the competition is becoming increasingly fierce. The market share is gradually being eaten up. There has been some lack of power in the aftermath. Mu Wanji sighed. Han Dong's heart stirred. There were countless miraculous prescriptions in the legacy of the Heavenly Doctor sect, and taking out any one of them could make today's medical world go crazy. Sister Mu's character was top-notch and treated him well. Even for the sake of this mansion she gifted, it was worthwhile to go out and help her. Of course, the main thing was that he himself needed a way to make money. Always relying on treating rich people to get money was unstable and unsustainable. At that time, he would take out a few scarce prescriptions, use the technology to take up some of the shares of Sister Mu's company, let them run the business, and just sit back and wait for his own share. However, this matter still needed to be considered in the long run, because his current strength is not strong enough. Wait until the pure yang body has become a great success, have the ability to protect themselves before saying, after all, the Immortal's medicinal formula, a random pair of it could shock the world, in case it caused the covetousness of someone with a heart. The energy of those predators was not something he could fight against right now. In the case of not being strong enough, it would be better not to harbor a sin. I am researching a few remedies to benefit the people. If it comes to fruition, I can instead hand it over to you, Sister Mu, to take care of. Won't you be able to resolve the current predicament at that time? Han Dong smiled. Really? Mu Wanji immediately widened her eyes. She had seen Han Dong's marvelous medical skills with her own eyes. Not only had he cured her father's strange disease, he had actually managed to conquer cancer. A prescription that came out from the hands of such a great miracle doctor must be extraordinary. Of course it's true. I wouldn't joke about such a thing, Han Dong said with a straight face. That's great. Sis is waiting for the research results of this great miracle doctor of yours. Mu Wanji's eyes were glowing with excitement. Don't worry, Sis won't let you pay for nothing. At that time, we'll discuss a suitable share ratio, or even let some of the company's shares be transferred to you. This is good to say. Han Dong smiled. Pro brothers were clear about their accounts. Favors were favors and benefits were benefits, so he naturally would not refuse. Let's drink to the good news. Chess. The next morning, Mu Wanji woke up from her sleep and found herself lying in a strong embrace, the male hormonal scent stimulating her body with goosebumps grating up. Dying. Last night the atmosphere is too good. Two people talk, chatting and drinking, and finally both drunk. I don't know when. Actually rolled to bed. Mu Wanji checked the clothes on her body. Fortunately, the most feared thing did not happen. She was relieved and at the same time, there was a hidden hint of loss inside. It is said that after drinking, sex is chaotic, but I did not expect Han Dong, this child, to actually hold it. Could it be that he is really old? There is no charm? In the Jiangnan high society circle, the Mu family's second young lady, who is famous for her beauty, actually began to self-doubt. If Han Dong knew, he probably could even spray out his nose. Do you think I'm not in pain? Holding a big magnesium aluminum that is soft and warm and can't be touched, my mind is about to explode. If he had already cultivated the body of pure yang, he must have feasted last night. I don't know how much perseverance I consumed, counting hundreds of millions of sheep before I barely fell asleep. Chapter 34 Leopard Print Girl. Because Han Dong was a body of pure yang, Mu Wanji was fascinated by the scent of his body. She felt that she didn't even want to go to work at the company anymore. She just wanted to lie in his embrace and stay intoxicated. However, she could not do so. If Han Dong woke up, how embarrassing it would be for the two of them. Absolute large social death scene. With strong willpower, Mu Wanji climbed up from the quilt. Opening the door, she slipped back to the 27th floor like there was a hyena chasing behind her. Even though she knew that no one was watching, she still felt like a thief. Even worse, after opening the door, she looked right at her own nanny. Precious, Mr. Mu, what are you? Ajin suspiciously sized up Mu Wanji. Got drunk last night. Mu Wanji pretended as if nothing had happened. Oh, you wash up. I'll prepare breakfast. Ajin didn't dare to ask again. Prepare another one and send it upstairs. The portion should be sufficient. My brother is still young. It's the time to grow his body. Mu Wanji said Su. Okay, General Manager Mu. Ajin happily agreed. After Han Dong woke up, he realized that Mu Wanji had already left, and the womanly fragrance like orchid and musk still remained in the comforter. Thinking of last night's pain, he smiled helplessly. Before the body of pure yang became a great success, one could only continue to endure it. After getting up and washing up, he directly went up to the rooftop and faced the rising red sun for his regular daily cultivation. Looking down from the roof of the building, the lake, under the illumination of the red sun, sparkled with a reddish haze. It was too beautiful to be described in words. Cultivating here was much better than on the rooftop of the dormitory building. After completing a large circumference, he returned home to drink some water, but he heard someone knocking on the door outside. It turned out to be the small nanny downstairs who had brought breakfast. Hello, here's your breakfast. Ajin smiled amiably. It's a special order from General Manager Mu. Sister Mu's taste was not bad. Even the nanny she hired for her family looked very showy. Thank you. Where is General Manager Mu? Han Dong took the plate in her hand and thanked her sincerely. Already went to work. I'll go back first. Ajin saw that Han Dong was bare-chested. The muscle groups between his chest and abdomen were cascading, and the whole person was as shapely as a sculpture. A pretty face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears. She returned to the 27th floor in a burst of trotting, closed the door, patted her chest with her back against the wall, and was so nervous that she could hear the sound of her own heart beating. Put, mother come, and not never seen a muscle man. Why this let a person blush heartbeat? To desire. After Han Dong finished breakfast, he placed the clothes and shoes stored in the spirit market ring as well as electronic products and such at home. Since he had a fixed nest, there was no need to keep all the valuables in the storage space. Of course, some of the things that needed to be carried around were still left in the spirit market ring. Changing his clothes and going out, he drove his fear of where to touch all the way to the school. The empty court was less than 3 kilometers away from Zhengde, 10 or so minutes away. As soon as he arrived at the playground, he was caught by Fatty Wu. It's true that men become bad when they have money. Last night you stayed out at night. Did you go on a date? Not my brother, said you. As a good young man in the new era of good learning, how can you do this kind of dirty things? Next time not allowed to go again. Really want to go if can bring me? Fatty Wu, this turn is too big. Almost Han Dong's waist flash broken. Not with you. Han Dong was expressionless. Xiao Shi, Yuli, Chun Yusen, 3 girls are on the side of it. Blindly say what the big truth. It affects my glorious image in the eyes of beautiful women. Really go to the room? Fatty Wu shyly asked. Scram. I went to my cousin's house. Han Dong glared at him in an unfavorable manner. Han Dong's cousin and sister-in-law worked and lived in this city, and everyone knew about it. Misunderstood. Fatty Wu grinned. Everyone came together again to talk and laugh. Today's military training was the same as usual. Still target shooting. After the other students familiarized themselves with the guns, they began to formally learn to shoot. Han Dong was still enjoying the small stove specially opened by the instructor. As his level was too far ahead of the other students, the long and short guns did not fire in vain, and the static targets were no longer challenging, so the instructor began to teach him to shoot at moving targets. I thought it would bring him some challenges, but I didn't expect that after practicing a few times, he would be able to shoot 100 times again. No matter how difficult the instructor used to throw the moving target, Han Dong was able to hit it accurately. Nima, if he was born in the war era, he would have been a terrifying weapon on the battlefield. He loved his talent so much that he wrote a report on Han Dong's performance in target shooting and handed it over to his superiors. Inside, there was a faint hope that the superiors would take the upper route and ask Han Dong to join the army. It is really a rare talent. Polished properly, he will definitely be the top defender of the Republic. At 4:30 p.m., The military training ended on time. Han Dong received a call from Mu Wanji, saying that Cui Hongji was hosting a banquet at the first-class imperial banquet in order to thank him for saving his life. Han Dong naturally would not refuse. The one-piece imperial banquet was the top high-end restaurant in Jiangzhou City, and it was rumored that the owner's great-grandfather had been the imperial chef of the imperial court, and possessed the secret recipe for all the dishes of the imperial banquet of the imperial palace. Later, he opened a restaurant in Jiangzhou City, and soon ruled the city's high-end restaurant market. Those who came here to spend money were either rich or expensive, and ordinary people simply couldn't afford to eat. Cui Hongji's sincerity was evident when he chose to entertain Han Dong here. The first-class imperial banquet was also in the old city, about 15 kilometers away from Jiangdai. Han Dong followed the map and turned on the navigation. When the car drove to the intersection of Cross Street and People's Road and waited for the red light, an orange-colored Lamborghini EVO convertible stopped at the side. The driver was a girl with hair dyed pink and heavy makeup. She didn't look very old, was full of arrogance, and was chewing gum in her mouth. Han Dong had the windows open, so the girl could see him when she turned her head. Seeing Han Dong's face, the girl frivolously blew a rogue whistle. Han Dong had a bone-deep loathing for this kind of rich second generation who did not know the sky and the earth, so he just glanced at her and paid no more attention. Handsome, nice car, how about a ride? Seeing Han Dong ignoring her, the girl directly provoked her. The red light had entered the final reading stage and was about to turn green. Han Dong pretended not to hear it. The moment the second reading cleared, the girl stepped on the gas pedal deeply, and the EVO sports car ejected like an arrow. Han Dong started normally, accelerated normally, and simply ignored her provocation. After driving for hundreds of meters, the EVO sports car in front of him gradually slowed down. When Han Dong approached, the body suddenly hit a cross, stopping in the middle of the road on the street. Han Dong reacted quickly and braked sharply, stopping the car before the front of the car hit the top of the sports car. Other vehicles on the road were not so lucky. There was a red Mazda in a hurry, ran into the roadside greenbelt, fortunately stopped by the bushes. There were also two small cars that were caught off guard and rear-ended. The scene was chaotic. The girl came out of the car and knocked on Han Dong's window. Han Dong opened the car door and stood in front of her. The girl was wearing a short leopard print skirt, with a pair of long legs exposed and an unexpectedly good figure. Judging from her facial features, the girl had a pretty face, but it was a pity that she was made tacky by the pink hair and non-mainstream heavy makeup. What? Don't give face to sis? The girl looked at him with an unpleasant face, her eyes slightly narrowed. Are you sick? Han Dong glared at her without any good humor. How dare you scold me? The girl flew up and was about to kick Han Dong in the crotch. This broken sun kick completely enraged Han Dong. Where did the monster come from? There was no human heart at all. Not taking other people's lives seriously. Chapter 35, Teaching the Second Generation. Old me will not only scold you, but also beat you up. Han Dong lightly relaxed his ape arm and caught the girl's flying leg, and with a slight force, he flipped her over and plopped her down on the EVO sports car. Pa! Han Dong called out a slap on her upturned ass. Yeah! The girl exclaimed in shock. Slap slap slap. Han Dong swung his arm up and it was a hard smack. Like you, this kind of second generation ancestor is owed a lesson. Your father does not care. I will control. Otherwise I don't know how many people will be harmed. While beating, he reprimanded. The owners of the cars that were forced to stop behind them gathered around to watch the fun. No matter what, Han Dong had helped them get out of a bad breath and still felt quite relieved inside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you know who I am? How dare you make a move on me? You're impatient with life you. The girl was ferociously ruthless, struggling desperately. Her mouth still kept cursing. Nay, Han Dong's strength was too great. One hand pressed on her back like a big mountain. No matter how much she struggled, she could not break free from Han Dong's grip. Are you going to learn from other second-generation ancestors, and report your father's name when you get into trouble? I damn well don't care whose brat you are. If you do something wrong, you have to be taught a lesson. Han Dong hit the real fire, and his slaps were like a storm, fiercely pumping downward. Although he retained his strength, the girl was after all delicate. Where could she withstand such tartness? The beginning of 7 disobedient, 8 disobedient, was smacked a dozen slaps later. The voice has been weakened down. Bear children, there is no fear of beating. The question is whether the parents are willing to do it. After drinking and cursing and threatening, and finding that Han Dong was not moved at all, and the slaps that landed on her buttocks instead became heavier and heavier, the girl finally conceded. Well, don't hit it. I'm convinced it's not okay. The girl began to choke up. Her makeup was crying. No wrong? I know. Will you dare next time? I don't dare. Seeing that the girl admitted her mistake, Han Dong immediately stopped and released her from the car. I don't care what your origin is and how powerful your family is, but the roads are not run by your family. You can't be so capricious. So many vehicles are traveling. Behind each one of them is the burden of a family. It's highly likely that you'll cause a serious car accident if you don't care like this. If any driver really loses his life because of you, you are destroying a family. This is sinning, do you understand? Han Dong became angry at her look and could not help but lecture her again. The girl gave him a condescending look and did not dare to talk back. Young man, well said. The onlooker drivers applauded Han Dong. Someone had called the police earlier. When a police motorcycle came whistling and stopped at the side, the traffic police uncle came over to ask about the situation and gave the girl a stern lecture. At the same time to give her the appropriate punishment, points and fines. As for the cars that had small collisions as a result, they were compensated by the insurance company of the girl's car. After the end of the process, Han Dong took the lead to start the car and left the scene. The girl wanted to call out to Han Dong. Her lips moved, but in the end, she did not call out. Instead, she stared at Han Dong's license plate and secretly memorized it in her heart. When Han Dong arrived at the one-piece imperial banquet, Cui Hongji, Mu Wanji had already arrived, in addition to a middle-aged man wearing a tang suit and cloth shoes, who had been playing with Z beads in his hands. Let me introduce. This is the big shot of Gusu City, Mr. Lian Shanglong Lian. Cui Hongji's face was full of redness and his laughter was bright. Shanglong, this is the folk miracle doctor I told you about. Mr. Han Dong Han. Brother Han is young and promising, Lian Shanglong said with a leathery smile. He, Mr. Lian is too kind. The corners of Han Dong's mouth curled up slightly as he let out a light laugh. Mu Wanji frowned slightly. She did not know what Cui Hongji meant by calling Lian Shanglong here. As a sitting tenant of Jiangzhou City, she naturally knew Lian Shanglong's identity. It was the head of the gangsters who had borrowed the east wind of the booming real estate market and started his business by demolition. Only Lian Shanglong was very smart and mixed better, becoming the underground king of Jiangzhou City. Game halls, discos, nightclubs, internet cafes, movie theaters, and even baths, clubs, KTV, but all with the entertainment industry? Almost all have his figure. Lian Shanglong early years of hard work. It is said that the hands of many lives, only after mixing well, began to whitewash, transformed into a company boss. But what is in his bones? Urine. Jiangzhou City scene people are clear. On an occasion like this, Cui Hongji had invited the big brother of the underworld. What exactly was the meaning of this? A few people are drinking and tasting the food, saying some salty and polite words. Han Dong felt that the food was good. After all, it was what the emperor had eaten back then. So he did not talk much and just buried his head in the food. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the theater meat came up. I went to the hospital for a checkup, and the attending doctor said that the probability of colon cancer is a misdiagnosis. Otherwise it would be impossible to be cured so quickly. It's just an intestinal dysfunction, Cui Hongji said in a salty manner. Regardless, for Mr. Han, I'm still grateful. Without him pointing me in the right direction, I probably wouldn't have gone for another checkup and wouldn't have known that there was actually nothing wrong with me at all. Hospital misdiagnosis happens from time to time, Lian Shanglong said indifferently. Although it was a false alarm, Brother Han is a friend we must make. Our brothers still have some weight in Jiangzhou City, so if you encounter any trouble in the future, just open your mouth. As long as it's not a felony like murder and arson, we can fix it for you. Mu Wanji understood. Cui Hongji, this is unloading. Sick, ready to renege on the debt. The reason why he found Lian Shanglong was to use his identity to deter the two of them. Cui Hongji, in vain I have been friends with you for many years. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Mu Wanji was truly enraged. Wanji, where are you starting from? Cui Hongji had an innocent face. What did you say when you were in the East Garden? As long as Han Dong could cure you, that mansion would be the consultation fee and another big thank you. He cured you on the spot, and now you're reneging on the debt. Had I known that you are such a person, I would never have introduced him to you. Before Han Dong could do anything, Mu Wanji was furious. Cui Hongji was, after all, a friend she had introduced to her, and now she was actually treating her savior like this, making her feel disgraced. Mu, it's unfair for you to say that. Lian Shanglong sipped his tea and said slowly. Hongji's attending doctor said that the colon cancer was a misdiagnosis, or else it would not have been possible for him to get well so quickly. Do you believe that anyone in this world can cure cancer in a quarter of an hour? I don't believe it anyway. If there is, wouldn't he be a god? Since he didn't cure it, the promise of a consultation fee doesn't count, does it? We, Jianghu people, emphasize on the word righteousness, and we must not take things that don't belong to us, or else we will lose our righteousness. Mu Wanji was still to retort. Han Dong threw over a look, signaling that she did not need to say any more. In fact, he had long predicted that Cui Hongji would not hand over the house so painfully. Chapter 36. If you had known it would come to this, why did you do it in the first place? After all, this time is the same as the other time. When you know that you are suffering from a terminal illness, you think that property and other things are just things outside of your body, and you can't take them with you. If you had asked him for half of his family's assets, he would have agreed without hesitation as long as he could be cured of his illness, not to mention a house. When he realizes that he has really recovered from his illness, his thinking will of course change at this time and feel that property is very important. Worth $500 million of the national-style mansion, how can you give up? Naturally want to use their own identity in society is more powerful. Pressure the other party to reach the effect of white whoring. After all, a rural examination out of the field child can turn out what waves? The only thing that is a little bit scary is Mu Wanji. Let Lian Shanglong appear. It can deter her. Of course, the Mu family is not afraid of Lian Shanglong, but Mu Wanji is only the abandoned son of the Mu family. Long ago, many years, and the family does not deal with. The only thing left is that and the Mu family that only a little bit of blood relations. Although Han Dong is not very old, but he carries the memories of the Golden Crow Emperor's life in his mind, and his insight into human nature naturally far exceeds that of ordinary people. That was why he had long since left a backhand. Since Mr. Chui thinks that your illness was not cured by me, then it wasn't. Han Dong smiled. It's just that, if any problems occur in the future, please harden your bones and don't ever come to beg me. I should be the one to say this, right? Lian Shanglong looked gloomy. Since you don't know how to appreciate your honor, if you encounter any trouble in the future, don't come begging me. Words are not enough. Han Dong stood up and pulled Mu Wanji out of the room, waving his hand without looking back. Goodbye. Never again. Seeing the two people disappear outside the door, Cui Hongji and Lian Shanglong looked at each other and smiled. A milquetoast student and a woman who had lost her power in the family. A slight scare would be laid to rest. After exiting the door of the one-piece imperial banquet, Mu Wanji gasped. I didn't expect Cui Hongji to be this kind of person. How could I have been blind in the first place and made friends with him? What kind of friend? Han Dong asked. Mu Wanji looked up at him. Where do you think? I just have some business dealings with him. Absolutely no other entanglements. Mu Wanji's pretty face reddened. This little villain. Thought she was that casual? This is the best. Han Dong coldly. I can then screw him without fear. You have a way? Mu Wanji said doubtfully. I already knew he would do this, so I left a hand in the treatment. Don't worry. In a few days, he will turn around and beg me. By then, it won't be as simple as a mansion. Mu Wanji looked at him in amazement. This little guy. At times it felt like he was a simple child. At times it gave the illusion of a 1,000-year-old demon. However, she did not continue to pursue the question. A wise woman knew when to shut up. When a man wants to tell you, he will naturally tell you. Two flowers bloomed, each with a branch. After Cui Hongji and Lian Shanglong parted ways, he was in a good mood and drove to the home of a female college student he had adopted. A while ago, because of his cancer diagnosis, he wasn't in much of a mood and hadn't come over to propitiate her for a long time. Now that his health has been restored, his heart is on fire when he remembers this coquettish little vixen. After some operation, there is no prelude. Directly want to get on the main seat. Unexpectedly, just a few times, he felt his intestines like being stabbed violently by a steel cone. Painfully he let out a pig-killing howl. Ow! After the pain kicked in, it was out of control and had a tendency to get worse and worse. Cui Hongji covered his belly, his body curled up into a shrimp, rolling on the ground and howling miserably, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead. The girl, scared half dead, hastily dialed 120. Soon, the ambulance came roaring, dragged Cui Hongji back to the hospital. After a checkup, they were surprised to find that there was no lesion in the area of pain. In other words, Cui Hongji is healthy, but Cui Hongji still pain unbearable, howling, tearing lungs. The doctor had to give him some painkillers. After the medicine took effect, the pain was finally felt no more. But once the medicine disappeared, the pain of a steel cone stabbing his internal organs once again attacked. So he could only keep on giving fluids and painkillers. Cui Hongji vaguely felt that perhaps only Han Dong could save him. But before he joined forces with Lian Shanglong to put others in the way, he really can't pull this face to prey. Originally, Mu Wanji can still be neutralized, but he even offended this friend together. Therefore, Cui Hongji made a decision of last resort, transfer. If this hospital can't cure him, then change to a better hospital. Anyway, the cancer has been cured. Do not believe that no one can cure this inexplicable pain. If Jiangzhou City can't cure it, then go next door to Shanghai. If Shanghai can't cure me, then I'll go abroad. I have a lot of money, not afraid to toss. So, Cui Hongji took the airplane, either transfer hospital, or on the way to the hospital. Nah, every hospital gives the same result. He is not sick, but he just felt pain. It hurt like hell. It got to the point where the painkillers didn't really work anymore, so he had to be put under anesthesia. The doctor told him that if this continued, he would probably get anesthetic poisoning. If he didn't die from the pain, he would have to be poisoned. Chui Hongji lowered his head in despair. He knew that only Han Dong could solve this problem in this world. Deep remorse welled up inside. If he had known this, why did he bother? This week had passed, and he was also tortured by the kind of conical pain that left him with only half a life. Forced to do so, he shyly called Mu Wanji. Hello? Which one? Wanji. It's me, Hongji. Chui Hongji forced himself to endure the pain. I'm sorry, I don't know you. Mu Wanji's voice suddenly went cold. Alas and alas. Don't hang up first, Wanji, please. Chui Hongji's voice was humble and fawning. It's me who was wrong. I apologize to you. And to Mr. Han apologized. Please forgive me. Mu Wanji first froze, then understood. It should be the backhand that Han Dong had left behind that had taken effect, otherwise he would definitely not be arrogant to this extent. We have already finished our friendship. It doesn't matter whether we forgive or not. As for whether Mr. Han is willing to forgive you or not, you'd better ask him. Mu Wanji coldly said. Wanji, I don't have Mr. Han's contact information. Please mediate and convey my goodwill. Chui Hongji swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. My body has a problem again. As long as Mr. Han helps to solve it, not only will the East Garden be offered as scheduled, but there will be another heavy thanks. Oh, Mu Wanji sneered. Write a blank check and then go back on your word? No, 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 no. This time first sign the property transfer agreement. As long as Mr. Han cured my disease, immediately do the transfer procedures. What do you think? After you played that hand last time, what position do I have to speak in front of Mr. Han? I'll give you my phone number, so talk to him yourself. Mu Wanji hung up the phone in a bad mood and then sent Han Dong's cell phone number to him. It was noon and Han Dong and his dormitory brothers were eating in the cafeteria. Chui Hongji's phone call came through. Hello, who is it? Han Dong took his cell phone out of his pocket and walked over to the window to answer it. Hello Mr. Han. It's me, Chui Hongji. Something wrong? Han Dong had a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Han, I was wrong about what happened last time. I apologize to you. This time, as long as you can help me relieve my pain, the promise from last time is still valid. Wait, didn't you say that the last time was a misdiagnosis? How can there still be a problem? It wasn't a misdiagnosis. You cured me. It was me who was larded up and said that on purpose. The purpose was to renege on the bill. I was confused for a moment and got greedy. I hope that Mr. Han is a tall man with a high level of skill and forgives me for being a mundane. Chui Hongji nearly cried out. This week of dead and alive torture had worn away all his dignity. Now that Han Dong was asking him to kneel in front of him, he would do it without hesitation. Chapter 37 Playing with the palm of your hand. You should have known better. Han Dong said lightly. Don't you think about it? Is cancer that easy to cure? I only used my qi to destroy the cancer cells and partially repaired your damaged internal organs. But if you want to be completely eradicated, you have to take the soup I prepared and consolidate it for a few treatments. Otherwise, the cancer cells will come back and you will die even faster. Mr. Han, help It's me who's wrong. You're generous. Forgive me for once. Chui Hongji nearly peed in fear. Previously, he thought he was hopeless, and although he was unwilling, he could only accept it. Now that he saw the hope of life, it was like a drowning man grabbing a piece of driftwood. Where else would he be willing to let go? I'm sorry, I still have military training in the afternoon. I'm not available. Han Dong hung up the phone decisively. Chui Hongji quickly called again. What else? Han Dong was impatient. Mr. Han, don't worry, I won't go back on my word this time. If you don't believe me, we can sign the real estate transfer agreement first, and when the problem is solved, we will immediately do the transfer procedures. Is this okay? I said I don't have time. Don't you understand Chinese? Han Dong was not in a good mood. I heard that when you treated Elder Mu, the Mu family gave you a Porsche Panamera, right? I will give you another new Lamborghini SUV. I hope you smile. Chui Hongji was full of smiles. This car was bought by his son only after he had soft-pedaled with him for half a year. It was originally intended to be given to him as a gift for entering school. However, just after it was shipped back from the harbor, he encountered this situation. The fire was burning, so he could only take care of his own old life first. It's not a Lamborghini thing. Of course, the car is just a small gift. You give me a card number and I will first transfer 50 million to your account as a deposit. At the same time send the car and the real estate transfer agreement to your mansion. Is this okay? I didn't ask you for 50 million, nor did I ask you for the car. It's all your own words. Mr. Han, what do you mean by this? Your character is too bad. I don't trust you. Han Dong coldly said. Who knows if you will turn around and sue me for extortion? How could I, Chui Hongji, am not so bad as to be good and bad, to frame my life-saving benefactor? Chui Hongji said eagerly, whether it's a property, a car, Or a $50 million deposit. It's all something I voluntarily paid for. And it has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with you. Chui Mao at least have billions of dollars. Spend this money can change back to their own lives. I feel earned. Mr. Han has high medical ethics. Don't bother with a profit-oriented businessman like me. Previously, it was indeed me who had a dirty mind. It's true that I don't have time right now. If you want to be healed, let's do it after 4:30. Thank you, Mr. Han. Chui Hongji thanked him 1,000 times. Han Dong hung up the phone and stopped paying attention to him. Chui Hongji waited for half a day and did not see Han Dong send his card number over, so he had to contact Mu Wanji again. Mu Wanji has long been stored in the heart of repayment, so when the Mu family to transfer money to Han Dong, stored his card number and ID card front and back photos, so she sent Han Dong's account number and identity information to Chui Hongji. Chui Hongji was overjoyed and hurriedly instructed the people below to operate the transfer. On this side, after Han Dong hung up the phone, he was about to go back to his seat, but he realized that there was a girl sitting by the window at some point, looking at him with a very strange look. It was as if he was a senior patient who had run out of some mental hospital. Well, this girl is quite decent. Visual inspection of the height should not be low. How to also have to be in more than 170. Just sitting there, it is half a head higher than other girls. Full head of green silk, black and shiny, and the amount of hair is amazing. On her head, she wore an orange-colored sports hairband, tying her long hair behind her ears, revealing her fair and glossy forehead. The girl's eyes were very large, larger than the average girl's eyes, but not at all out of place, rather extremely impressive. These beautiful big eyes, coupled with delicate features, resembled a heroine who came out of a manga, wearing an orange short tee and white denim shorts, revealing a pair of round, snow-white long legs that were reaching under the opposite chair. The body is not like Wan Danqing, Mu Wanji and other mature women so full and plump, but concave and convex, delicate and smooth, filled with the vitality of a young girl should have. A face full of collagen, as well as soulful eyes, made this girl look like a freshly picked orange. Fresh and juicy. Vibrant, this was the word that came to Han Dong's mind in a flash. Describing this girl couldn't be more apt. Classmate, what's wrong? I have roses growing on my face? Han Dong smiled. Freshman? The girl replied. Yes, from the law school. My name is Han Dong. What about you? Senior sister? How do you know I'm a senior sister? If there was such a pretty girl among the freshmen, I would have known her long ago. This sentence reveals at least one piece of information. You're horny. The girl gave him a sidelong glance. Sister's words are wrong. The sun said, food and color are also sex. Saints are still like that, let alone mere mortals like me. At our age, it's only natural to pay more attention to the good-looking opposite sex. If everyone stops being horny, how can the human race flourish? Don't you think so? There is some truth in what you say. A smile floated to the corner of the girl's mouth. At least you're honest as a person. The biggest advantage of me as a person is that I am not hypocritical. Han Dong laughed. A bright person does not speak in the dark. I think that you, senior sister, are quite suitable to be my girlfriend. Of course, if you can't wait, it's fine to get married first. He recalled that there was an actor named Sui Kam Kong in the Hong Kong entertainment industry. The first time he met his current wife on the street, he just went straight up and asked if she was willing to be his wife. It turned out to be true. Most people pick up girls are gradual, silent. This girl is so beautiful, I guess all kinds of sets have encountered. Why not try this trick? Su Jin Zhang, directly under a dose of strong medicine. At least it can give her a different impression. Humans themselves, in fact, is a kind of bone kinda cheap creature. The more you treat her with immense respect and seriousness, the less she may see you. Being a little more relaxed and slightly more careless would instead stir her desire to win. Put, the girl nearly spat out the sip of orange juice she had just taken. You're marrying me? The girl pointed to her nose incredulously. What? No? You're only a freshman. Can you afford me? I think it should be okay. Got a room? Yes, right next door to the courtyard in the sky. The legendary 5th generation housing, 1,000 square feet penthouse duplex. Well, there's also a landscaped Chinese-style mansion on 10 acres of land, on Gusu Street. Is there a car? There's a Porsche coupe. Oh, and a Lamborghini SUV that should be here this afternoon. Deposit? There's 20 million right now. No surprises. It'll be 70 million by this afternoon. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? Go away. I don't deserve you. The girl was defeated. The reason why she had previously looked at Han Dong with strange eyes was because he was talking about Lamborghini and $50 million on the phone and felt like a mental patient talking to himself. Her first thought was that this boy was pretending to be rich again to approach her. It was no wonder she thought that, because there weren't one or two people who had done this before. Whether it's worthy or not, I'll decide. Han Dong smiled. Can we not brag? I don't have a problem with rich second generation, but pretending to be a rich second generation in front of a girl is disgusting. I am not a rich second generation. Han Dong looked innocent. Then are you? I am a rich generation. Han Dong grinned. All the money is earned by myself with my own skills. The girl held her head inside. Originally, she thought that this big new growth was quite flavorful, very different from those so-called fresh meat without masculinity. At least there was something that attracted her. I didn't realize that he was so vain and a liar. He thought that this would increase his leverage in attracting the opposite sex, not realizing that the thing that girls hate the most is boys who are full of lies and love to pretend. Seeing her expression, Han Dong immediately understood. This girl should have thought that he was a douchebag who intentionally came to her side to make a phone call, bragging and showing off his financial strength in order to attract her attention. What a damn not so beautiful misunderstanding. Do you think that I purposely used this method to approach you? Han Dong said indifferently. Isn't it? The girl gave him a blank look. You are pretty and have a lot of people pursuing you, but that is not a reason for you to defy all the opposite sex. Han Dong said blandly. I just saw you for the first time and thought that you fit in well and that it should be not bad to be my girlfriend. But that's all. You haven't reached the level that makes me dig my heels in and desperately want to get close to you. Moreover, I won't do that for any woman. Because I never treat women as goddesses, so you don't have to be too self-absorbed. At least not in front of me. The girl gave him a slightly surprised look. She could feel that arrogance in this boy. It shouldn't be possible to fake it. Could it be that really misunderstood him? The girl was a little puzzled in her heart. But a freshman boy, saying that he has more than 70 million in savings, and a luxury car, and a luxury house, and that it's all earned by himself. How to listen to it? It's like the ravings of a mental patient, right? My name is Han Dong. Han Feezy's Han, east and west, south and north of the east, freshman in the law school. You will hear this name sooner or later. Han Dong said no more and turned to leave, leaving her with a dashing back. Weirdo. The girl rolled her eyes and then focused on the dinner plate in front of her. Chapter 38, Self-Made Man, Cannot Live. Han Dong returned to his seat in Hong Tao was like Columbus discovering a new continent when he saw the cell phone in his hand. Brother Dong, is this Huawei super expensive folding screen? Hong Tao's eyes were glowing as he grabbed it. With such a big screen after opening it, playing games must be super cool, right? Have not seen the world. Fatty Wu knocked his head. Dongzi got $1 million in prize money. Change a $10,000 cell phone is not like a game. He also has a mate Porsche model. I found out long ago. Hong Tao was like a treasure, grinning and eating chicken. He was too lazy to pay attention to Fatty Wu. Dongzi, what did you just chat with school sister Wei? Wouldn't have failed to hit on her, right? Fatty Wu's small eyes blinked, revealing a bad smile. School sister Wei? You know her? Nonsense. Who doesn't know the schoolgirl on Zhang University's 5 best list? There is also this list? Han Dong was curious. You see, recently always staying out at night and not being with the brothers. The news is closed, right? Fatty Wu gave him a smug look. The 5 best list is assessed by a bunch of livestock on the campus network. And the ones on the list are the 5 most beautiful stunning beauties of our Zhang University. The young lady who just accosted me is one of the 5 best. Named Wei Shu Chang, 175 centimeters tall, is the ace of the women's basketball team of Jiangnan University. With her butterfly-like floating ball style and manga-style beauty girl looks, she gained the reputation of Akaji Haruko of Zhang University, ranked high in the top 3 on the school flower list, on par with Song Xingchen and Rong Yufei. How about it? Isn't it hard to tease? Just like that. Han Dong smiled. In fact, if you want to pick up Sister Haruko, the hardest thing is how to get past the gymnasium livestock. Wu Yuan aside, Wei Shuqing was the ace of the women's basketball team and also the flower of the gymnasium. All the sports players were tall and big, and they also held groups, so how could they allow the boys from other faculties to get their hands on the goddess of the academy? There were quite a few boys who pursued Wei Shuqing, but they were all eventually repaired by the boys of the gymnasium in various positions. The boys from other faculties were so scared that they didn't dare to approach Wei Shuqing. Just a bunch of paper tigers, not enough to fear. Han Dong skimmed his mouth. Wu Yuanda remembered Han Dong's heroic pose that night when he alone turned over a group of punks and said no more. After finishing his meal, when he heard a text message tone drop sound, Han Dong took out his other Porsche cell phone and looked at it. Well, it was the $50 million deposit that Cui Hongji had promised had arrived. It was really a case of not seeing the coffin. In fact, at first, Han Dong did not want to receive any payment. For Mu Wanji's face, there was nothing wrong with it being free. After all, Mu Wanji had given him a mansion worth tens of millions of dollars, and it was no big deal to expend some energy for her friend. However, the hand that Cui Hongji played afterward, the going back on his word and white-whoring scheme, really disgusted Han Dong to the core. It would be hard to get rid of the hatred in his heart without cutting him hard. After the military training in the afternoon, Mu Wanji sent him a WeChat, saying that Chui Hongji personally sent the Lamborghini URUS and the property transfer agreement to the Sky Courtyard. A photo of the car was also sent, as well as a thumbnail of the agreement. Han Dong doesn't know much about cars, so he followed the picture and searched on Baidu. This is a newest Lamborghini URUS, known as the fastest SUV on the surface, or a relatively rare and expensive carbon fiber body. After the optional plus taxes and insurance, landed on a small 5 million. Okay, count him a little sincerity. Han Dong walked back home. Chui Hongji has been waiting for a long time. Mr. Han, you see, his smile is full of flattery. Originally, Chui Hongji is still very rich, chubby, stomach slightly convex. Just a week's time, the whole person has lost a big circle, as if the pierced urinary blisters, swelling with a sprinkle of gas. Seeing his bearded and haggard appearance, Han Dong barely held back his laughter. Yo, after not seeing him for a week, Mr. Chui has slimmed down, Han Dong faintly said. Mr. Han is laughing. Chui Hongji laughed dryly a few times. Sit there, let me take a look. Chui Hongji sat on the chair in a disciplined manner, like a schoolboy who made a mistake. That look Mu Wanji found it a bit comical. Han Dong held his wrist, and with a movement of his mind, he then withdrew the chi needle that was stuck on his colon. The needle was made of yang chi, which was invisible, and could not be detected by instruments. As long as his blood flow accelerated, the chi needle would activate and keep stabbing his intestines. That kind of pain was beyond human endurance. It was no wonder that Chui Hongji was tortured to the bone. How does it feel? Han Dong asked. It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt at all. Chui Hongji was ecstatic. Although he was numbed out, he could still vaguely feel that needle-like discomfort. But after Han Dong slightly touched his wrist, that discomfort disappeared, and he was instantly immensely relaxed. Cancer is not that easy to cure. For the time being, it doesn't hurt anymore. If you want to eradicate it, you still have to take a few courses of tonics. It had actually been eradicated. Han Dong intentionally exaggerated, not wanting him to think that the treatment was simple. Thank you, Mr. Han. Chui Hongji thanked him profusely. That tonic, give me an address. When I've dispensed it, I'll have logistics send it to you. No. When you have dispensed it, tell me. I'll just come pick it up myself. How would Chui Hongji dare to give the medicine to someone else? This is about his old life. It's fine, as long as you don't mind the trouble, Han Dong said indifferently. Mr. Han, I have set up a banquet at the first-class imperial banquet. Why don't you and Wanji reward me and let's have dinner together? Chui Hongji's expression was very sincere. No need. The appreciation banquet has already been eaten. There is no need to do it again. Han Dong shook his hand. In that case, Chui Hongji obviously came prepared, then took out 2 black cards from his body and smiled with a smile. These 2 cards, one is the one-piece Imperial Banquet Diamond VIP card. You can go at any time and have a seat at any time. You don't need to make a reservation in advance. Reservation, and all consumption, do not need to pay the bill, will automatically hang on my account. Another card, is Lian Shanglong gave me? As long as in the Dragon Shang Entertainment under any store consumption, all 50% discount, and enjoy the Supreme VIP free box service. This is a little token of my appreciation. I hope Mr. Han smiles. You have paid for the consultation, so these are not necessary, Han Dong said indifferently. A little gift. No respect. Mr. Han, don't be polite to me. Chui Hongji was truly afraid this time. He was afraid that he would offend Han Dong. Since he is so sincere, just accept it, Mu Wanji softly said. Han Dong nodded. Seeing Han Dong's consent, Chui Hongji was relieved. He was very sensible and did not bother him much, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he quickly took his leave. The next day, Han Dong casually dispensed a prescription for health maintenance, went to a Chinese medicine store and bought a bunch of cheap herbs, ground them into powder, mixed them together, wrapped them into n number of sachets, and called to inform Chui Hongji to come and get them. The first time only gave him 7 packets, a pair a day, enough for him to eat a week's worth, and told him, a week later to take another course of treatment. Chui Hongji was like a treasure, thanked him profusely and left. He didn't dare to make trouble again, and according to the agreement, he found someone to go to the housing authority to do the transfer formalities of the East Garden. This garden-style national-style mansion, the name has a East word, destined to belong to Han Dong. When Mu Tiancheng was cured, he only spent more than $20 million, while Chui Hongji spent more than $500 million. It was truly a self-inflicted sin. By the end of the month, the birth certificates for both the Sky Courtyard and the East Garden had come down, and Han Dong looked at his own name on it, and really felt like he was in a different world. Thinking back to a month ago, he was a poor child from the countryside to the city to study, now is already sitting on 2 sets of mansions, 2 luxury cars, Hundreds of millions of deposits of the tycoon. This ing where to say reason to go. Chapter 39 King of Guns. The military training was nearing its end, and it was time to accept the results. On this day, the leaders of the school and the leaders of the army gathered together and sat on the podium for a routine inspection. One by one, the squares came along the runway, their movements neatly organized under the instructor's call, and everyone's face was full of vigor. March in unison, march in unison. With the instructor's call, the students meticulously completed the action. There was quite a bit of military temperament now. In the formation competition, Handong's 7th company won the 3rd place, which was quite good. The real main event was the grand competition that was to follow. Because of the limited time for military training, the wilderness survival and 5 kilometers cross-country drills were cancelled, and only the obstacle course and target shooting were retained. Handong, who had quenched his body by absorbing the essence of the sun every day and had a strong physical body, easily won the 1st place in the individual event of traversing obstacles. This was still accomplished on the premise that he avoided shocking the world and purposely slowed down his speed. Even so, his result broke the record held by the Army Soldier King. The key is, his action is as fast as lightning, as robust as a cheetah, whether it is walking a single log, drilling barbed wire, crossing the 5-meter-high fence, or hanging rings, creeping, are instantaneous, from beginning to end in one breath. Smooth and dashing action. Ornamental is very high. When he attacked all the obstacles, came to the finish line, the cheers of the whole field almost to the sky are pierced. The leader of the army came to Principal Zhong's ear and whispered, "This baby has good qualities. It's a pity he didn't become a soldier. He's been practicing martial arts since he was a child. He has a good foundation, and he even helped the police catch a few armed robbers some time ago." Principal Zhong smiled with an anti-smile throughout. "Handong, this child is capable of handling himself, and can really give him a long face at critical moments. However, even if he is a soldier, this is the school's treasure, which cannot be released casually." The final target shooting competition, the whole team to participate. However, in the end, only 2 people remained, Cui Hao and Handong, and everyone else was eliminated. "You actually managed to last until now, which I did not expect." Cui Hao looked at Handong with a powerful confidence in his eyes. The fact that the instructor had given Handong a small cooking stove had not been leaked to the public, so not many people knew Handong's true strength. "There are still more things you can't think of." Handong smiled blandly. "Your father has been screwed out of his by me. Can you think of that? Really, it's no fun to shoot at fixed targets. Let's try shooting at moving targets." "Dare you?" Cui Hao provoked. "Come on, who is afraid of who?" Hearing that the 2 little guys wanted to shoot moving targets, the leaders on the podium also found it interesting, so they arranged for the 2 of them the kind of marching shooting moving targets that special forces often train for. In the specified time, shooting from all angles and directions of the moving targets, a total of 100. According to the order of lots, Cui Hao started first. Seeing him carrying an assault rifle, he burst into the field rapidly. Snap! Hit the human-shaped target flashed out from behind the broken wall, and then a few steps, and hit the dog-shaped target drilled out from the ground. Action is really sharp enough. It seems to have not played a lot of real CS. All the moving targets are finished. Took 7 minutes and 18 seconds. Hit one of the 87 targets. This achievement, quite not bad. When the magistrate announced the results, the whole room applauded. "How about it? Still want to compete?" Cui Hao held his gun and looked at Handong confidently. "Just this?" Handong smiled contemptuously and rushed into the field with his gun. Bang! Taking out a humanoid target. Serpentine assault, taking out another humanoid target. His movements were obviously faster than Cui Hao's, and they were clean, floating without a trace of pyrotechnics. Bang 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 bang. The crisp gunfire sounded uninterruptedly, and between the smoke, one target after another fell down. No matter how tricky the angle is and how perverse the speed is, he can hit accurately. The shooting action was smooth and dashing, much better looking than Cui Hao. Finally, after all the targets were completed, the instructor looked at the timer and it took 3 minutes and 17 seconds. The most shocking thing was that Handong hit all 100 targets and hit the bullseye with every shot. Where the hell did this dead pervert come from? The referee's jaw nearly dropped. Because of his excitement, he stuttered when announcing the results. No. 73 Handong completed all the targets in 3 minutes and 17 seconds, hitting all 100 target positions and hitting the center of the bullseye with his gun. Scores 100 points. This is impossible. Cui Hao's face turned green and he loudly questioned. What? Can't afford to lose? Fatty Wu drank contemptuously. This is something that even the sharpshooters in the army have a hard time doing. What gives him the right? Cui Hao insisted on his opinion. If you don't believe me, go check and see for yourself. Handong extended a hand and made a please gesture. Of course, Cui Hao would not be polite and hurriedly ran inside, checking out the targets one by one. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. And in the end, the whole person was like a frosted eggplant, wilting. Is there a problem? The magistrate glared at him with dissatisfaction. Was this questioning Han Dong? This was questioning his impartiality as a magistrate. No. Choi Hao hung his head low. Don't think that what you can't do, others can't do either. A well-frog mentality will limit your eyesight. Han Dong lightly glanced at Choi Hao. Choi Hao did not talk back. In front of thousands of classmates, collapsing on his best project and losing to this rural boy whom he despised. This kind of blow was indeed hard to bear. Willing to gamble and admit defeat. Call out boss as promised. Han Dong-su said. What? Want to go back on your word just like your father? Choi Hao gave him a strange look, not knowing where this dad stunt came from. Boss. Choi Hao pursed his lips tightly and crumbled out from between his teeth. Although it was humiliating, Xiao Shi was watching from the square, so if he went back on his word, people would definitely look down on him even more. So he gritted his teeth and bowed his head in front of Han Dong. With waves of hatred inside, he vowed to get this back in the future. Well, Han Dong nodded haughtily. Better than your father, and knows to keep his word. Filled with resentment, Choi Hao did not notice Han Dong's wording and returned to his own square resentfully. Han Dong gave a handsome military salute towards the podium. The entire audience applauded, and cheered, almost piercing the firmament. He's so handsome. The girl's eyes were filled with little stars. Xiao Shi had a smile on the corner of her mouth as she clapped along with the crowd. Han Dong was indeed not quite like other boys. He was really handsome when he was serious about his work. Yuli and Shang Yusin both looked wet. Who would have thought that this child who came out from the small county with them would be so outstanding? Zhang Zikai and Si Yingchun became more and more jealous. The two of them had deliberately distanced themselves from Han Dong during this period of time, but they did not expect this guy to become stronger and more dazzling, directly turning them into scum. All the girls' gazes were focused on him. Where was the time to pay attention to the others? With the existence of this pervert, it would be difficult to pick up girls in the future. The military training was over, and Han Dong got the individual award of military training pacesetter for this term of Jian University, and was once again honored by the military and the university. The head of the army asked him on the spot if he was willing to join the army as a family and serve his country. Han Dong pondered for a while and replied without being overbearing. If it is a war era, I am 100% willing to pick up my gun, drive away the jackals and defend the country. Even if I have to bury my body in horse leather, I would not hesitate to do so. But now that it's a time of peace, I think it should be more suitable for me to learn my skills on a university campus for the time being. Whether or not I will become a soldier in the future, I don't know, but I have more important things to do right now, so I can only fail the chief's love. Good boy. This is the essence of a contemporary college student. Principal Zhong, you've recruited another good seedling. The army chief praised angrily. Principal Zhong smiled from ear to ear and led the applause. The 4 weeks of military training was over. The freshmen had successfully completed their tasks, and the results of the acceptance, both the school and the military, were very satisfied. The school administration sent dozens of buses to pull all the new students back to the school from the military camp. Chapter 40, Mr. Shen, you're not normal. Today was the last day of September, and a small National Day vacation was coming up next. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Han Dong was looking for where to go on vacation when Shin Xianyun's phone call came over. Han Dong, where are you? Just finished eating. Looking for me for something? I'm at the office of the Hospital League Committee. Come over now. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Han Dong walked towards the law school's administration building. The office of the Youth League Committee was on the topmost floor, not far from the office of the Dean's Secretary, and was considered to be the power center of the law school. When Han Dong entered, Shin Xianyun was writing at the desk with a serious working appearance. Ms. Shin, what are you looking for me for? Han Dong sat dangling on top of her desk. Shin Xianyun ignored him, her fingers chaining and crackling as she typed. Only when a report was completed did she turn off the computer, pick up a bag from under the table, and place it on the desktop. Here. Shin Xianyun's face was expressionless. What is it? Han Dong was stunned. The clothes you left at my house, Shin Xianyun faintly said. Han Dong remembered that the last time he escaped, he had left his pants at her house. He was unsure if Shin Xianyun had seen the scene between him and Wu Yu, so in line with the principle of not moving the enemy, he just took the clothes and did not say anything. Do you have nothing to explain to me? Shin Xianyun had a stern face. Need to explain what? Han Dong said indifferently. Why did you leave your pants at my home? Shin Xianyun's face was not favorable. That damn well has to be asked of you. Han Dong said angrily. You don't know how to drink. What are you trying to do? Drinking like a drunken cat. I sent you home, and you were lying on the sofa snoozing. Sister Wu Yu gave me a cup of boiling water to drink, but you suddenly gave her a kick, and she was caught off guard, and a cup of boiling water was poured into my crotch. If not Wu Yu's sister timely treatment, Our old Han family will be extinct, you know? So, you took off your clothes in front of us two girls? What else? With boiling water that hot? If you don't take it off you'll continue to expand the area of your burns. Did Wu Yu treat you? Han Dong did not know what Wu Yu had told her and was slightly stunned. Why don't you say anything? She's a doctor. It's her duty to save lives. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Forensics. And not a doctor. Shin Shanyun pouted slightly. After all, the injury is a more special part of her like that. Always feel that something is not right. Han Dong could not pick up on this. However, how did it feel that Ms. Shun's look was not quite normal? Could she be jealous? This was really a bit out of Han Dong's expectation. Could it be that what Sister Wu Yu analyzed is true, and that teacher Shin is interesting to her? This can be really interesting. It seems that I can't drink in the future. I almost got into trouble. Seeing that Han Dong did not pick up her words, Shin Shanyun hurriedly changed the topic to ease the embarrassment. You'd better not drink. You're clearly not capable of drinking. Han Dong said slowly. You have no problem there now, right? Shin Shanyun lowered her voice, her pretty face scarlet. Ahem, no problem. Han Dong was still more or less embarrassed. That's good, that's good. Is there anything else for Teacher Shin? I'll leave first if there's nothing. Go back first. We'll talk about work matters after the vacation. Good. Goodbye, Teacher Shin. Han Dong waved goodbye and left the administration building. Shin Xianyun stared at Han Dong's upright back. Her gaze was mesmerized and she did not know what she was thinking. During the 7-day-long vacation, many students chose to go home, but Han Dong decided to stay. The winter vacation was long, and it was not too late to go back and reunite with loved ones then. Freshmen, for the first time so far away from home, homesickness is generally more ardent, so most of the National Day holiday went back. Han Dong's 3 roommates in the dormitory are no exception. Zhang Zikai, Zhang Peng, Yuli, Chang Yusin, also returned to Iha County home. The 2 girls also invited Han Dong to go together, but he politely declined. 7 days of vacation, or a little short, home cannot stay long to return, time is wasted on the road. Called his mother, she did not advocate her son to go back, and told him to take a good rest in the school, ready to meet their own university life. Just a few days of vacation, there is no need to toss. Coincidentally, Mu Wanji went abroad on a business trip. Han Dong suddenly realized that he had become a bare-bones commander. However, there is nothing wrong with this. It is a clean slate. After leaving the school, Han Dong went to the East Garden to take a look, and was quite satisfied with the Chinese-style mansion that covered an area of 10 acres. Cui Hongji had been very obedient during this period of time, and had also sent cleaning and gardeners to take care of the yard for free from time to time to keep its interior and exterior neat and tidy. After drinking the soup medicine concocted by Han Dong, he felt that his body was getting better and better, even healthier than before he fell ill. Inwardly, he was more and more in awe of Han Dong and no longer dared to engage in any tricks. Frankly speaking, even if you are powerful and rich, but your life is in the hands of others, which is equivalent to holding your 7 inches, what is there to struggle? Of course, he did not spare any publicity in his own circle, although unconsciously, Han Dong had already gained a certain amount of fame in the upper-class society through the case of healing the 2 big shots, Mu Tiancheng and Cui Hongji. Half of the rich people in Gusu City knew that there was a young miracle doctor in Jiangzhou University who could even cure cancer. The only drawback was that the consultation fee was rather expensive. If Han Dong knew about it, he would definitely feel like a big ingrate. He had never taken the initiative to ask for the consultation fee. It was always the patients themselves who had to give it. After boating on the artificial lake in the center of the courtyard for a while, Han Dong felt that living alone in such a large mansion was indeed a bit lonely. For the time being, it was better to live in the empty court. When he has a big family and has a wife and children in the future, then he will bring his parents and relatives over, and a big family will live here. Then it will be lively. As Han Dong sat in the blacktop boat drinking tea on the lake, Cui Hao drove up. The kid drove a BMW X6, with a fair and tall beauty sitting on the passenger side. You're from out of town, so you might not be aware that Gusu Street is located in the old city center of Jiangzhou. Most of the buildings on this street are protected ancient buildings, and it's conceivable how difficult it is for our family to build a mansion on this street. The East Garden covers an area of 10 acres, with 3 courtyards and 9 buildings, and my dad said that this is a mansion that can be handed down from generation to generation, and will be passed on to me when I get married in the future. After the 2 got off the bus, Cui Haodi introduced this mansion to the beautiful woman beside him. After the 2 people got off the bus, Cui Haodi introduced this mansion to the beautiful woman beside him, with a sense of superiority in his words. Ha, whose car is this? The beauty looked at the Lamborghini Urus parked in front of the door. Cui Hao's BMW was also $1 million luxury car, but compared to the Lamborghini, it was dwarfed. Chapter 41 How come it's always you? It should be the new car that Dad bought for me. Choi Hao saw the URUS and his eyes lit up. Previously, I mentioned to him that I wanted one of these cars, and I didn't expect him to give me a surprise. Your dad is also in. I won't go in. Hearing that the parents are present, the beauty is obviously a little bit of stage fright. It's okay, my dad won't eat people. What are you afraid of? Choi Hao smiled. He doesn't forbid me to have a female ticket. I am not your female ticket. The beauty gave him a sanitary eye with a slight pout. Choi Hao smiled slightly and didn't pick up on it. There was no need to dwell on yes or no at times like this. Sooner or later, it had to be, didn't it? Let's go. I'll show you inside. It's no worse than any of the Jiangnan garden spots. The gate of the mansion was hidden. Choi Hao led the way, and the two entered the east garden one after the other. The 10-acre mansion covered a vast area, with small bridges and flowing water and winding paths in the courtyard, which could be described as one step at a time and one view at a time. It is not much different from those gardens that charge entrance fees. That beautiful woman marveled all the way, repeatedly saying that if she could live in such a mansion, her life would be worth it. Look, someone is canoeing on the lake. The beauty pointed at the lake. It should be my dad. Come on, let's go say hello. Choi Hao was all smiles. The two people walked over the 9-curved bridge and came to the small dock on the lake. Dad! Choi Hao shouted loudly. Han Dong turned around in surprise and saw Choi Hao and the beautiful woman beside him, and instantly understood. Choi Hongji had transferred the mansion to him, and the family should not know about it. This kid, Choi Hao, was out picking up girls and brought the beautiful girl to this mansion to show off, mistaking him for Choi Hongji. So he grinned. Are you sure we are in this kind of relationship? When Choi Hao saw his face, he was so angry that his body buckled wherever he could. Why are you damn well here? Han Dong stood at the bow of the boat. His back clipped his hands to face the wind. The boat was windless, and quickly sailed to the shore. This forced to pretend to be very advanced. That beautiful woman looked at a blank stare. Obviously a manual crow's nest boat, with no other power and no one sculling behind it. How did it move through the water? To a cultivator, it was very simple. It was nothing more than releasing chi energy to add power to the boat. But in the eyes of mortals it was incredible. Choi Hao's mind was not on this at all. And when Han Dong came ashore, he was furious when he looked at his face. I'm asking you, why are you in my house? Let me guess. Han Dong glanced at the pretty girl and laughed, trying to pick up a girl. So you brought her here to show off? Is it related to you? Choi Hao gave him a cross look without any good humor. Of course it does, Han Dong said blandly, because this is my home. It's not your turn to show off. Ha 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 ha. Choi Hao laughed back in anger. I think you have lost your mind. Just with you also equipped with such a mansion? It can't be helped. I seem to be a little bit more worthy than you. Get out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll call the police to arrest you, and you won't be able to eat a thing. Choi Hao was simply furious. You'd better make a call to your father and find out once you ask. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Han Dong glanced at him coldly. CNM, give face don't face right. Choi Hao couldn't help but burst out foul-mouthed. Han Dong's face suddenly changed. A hand reached out, grabbed the clothes on his chest, and casually threw it into the air. More than 150 pounds of manhood, in his hands like a beanbag, only to see Choi Hao rise higher and higher, higher and higher. In midair cut through a gorgeous parabola, wailed and landed outside the courtyard, only to hear plopping a loud sound. That beautiful woman's mouth opened into a big O. Half a day did not close. You just dropped him to death? After coming back to her senses, the beauty stuttered and asked, Don't worry, I calculated the distance and angle. That kid fell in the moat and couldn't die. Han Dong smiled slightly. This can all be calculated. Are you a god? The beauty once again opened her mouth wide. If you think it is, then it is. Han Dong shrugged. Is this mansion really your home? The beauty asked half-heartedly. It was indeed the Choi family's, but Choi Hao's father transferred it to me. That Lamborghini in front of the door is also yours? Where else? But why would people transfer such a trenchant property to you? As you just saw, I'm very powerful. They are probably afraid that they won't be able to beat me. Han Dong grinned. This was obviously flirting. That beauty was not stupid. Naturally she would not believe it, but she did not continue to pursue. Softly smiling, my name is Lu Lin, from the finance department of Jiang University. How about you? Sophomore or junior? Han Dong glanced at her. This beautiful woman was pretty, but she was covered in green tea flavor, and was not an oil light at first glance. Junior. Lu Lin smiled. Yo, this kid Choi Hao can crossing 2 levels to pick up a schoolmate. Don't say it so bluntly. I just met him not long ago. Our relationship is not what you think. No need to explain. Han Dong waved his hand and blandly said, I don't care at all what your relationship is. You still haven't told me your name. Han Dong, freshman in law school. No way? You're also a junior in our school? Lu Lin was surprised. Not like that? That's not. It's just that I think this freshman class is also too powerful. Lu Lin looked at him with increasing amazement. Han Dong smiled without saying anything. It's not that the freshman class is awesome. It's just that I'm awesome. Or rather, it is the inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor that is awesome. At this time, the sound of sirens came from outside the door. Cui Hao he called the police? Lu Lin's expression was slightly stunned. It's not strange. Han Dong smiled indifferently. Go take a look. He went first, and Lu Lin hurriedly followed. When he came to the door, he only saw a police car parked in the square. Cui Hao was soaked like a drenched chicken, and was complaining about something with two policemen. Seeing Han Dong come out, his voice immediately raised an octave. That's him. This belongs to trespassing and also intentionally injuring people. Please arrest him immediately. The two policemen had serious faces as they came in front of Han Dong. Please show your ID card. The older policeman said with a straight face. Han Dong walked over to his car, opened the door and poked halfway in, using the cover to transfer his ID from the storage space of the spirit ruin ring before returning to the two policemen. Here, the ID card and real estate license are here. I am the owner of this mansion. This person trespassed and physically attacked me, so please do justice, Uncle Policeman. Han Dong smiled. The two policemen scrutinized the ID card and the real estate certificate. The name was the same person, proving that the mansion indeed belonged to Han Dong. Chapter 42, Sorry to embarrass you again. What's your name? The older policeman looked at Cui Hao with an unpleasant face. My name is Cui Hao. My father is the chairman of Hongji Real Estate. Cui Hongji. You said that this mansion belongs to your family. Why is Han Dong's name written on the real estate license? Cui Hao hurriedly came over to check and realized that what the police officer said was true, and inwardly pressed himself to believe it. This can't be possible. The East Garden is clearly my family's. How could he have a real estate license? This must be a forgery. Please arrest him and interrogate him properly. This kind of countryside-born turd has only been in Jiangzhou City for a month. How could he possibly afford a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Just think about it with your brain and you'll know there's something wrong. Cui Hao's face rose to a pig's liver color, and spittle sprayed the police uncle's face. Are you saying we don't have brains? The older policeman's tone was not good. No, I don't mean this. Cui Hao was agitated and his speech was not sharp. Is it true or not? Just make a call and ask your father, won't you know? Han Dong said indifferently. Cui Hao glared at him fiercely, then walked aside to make a phone call. Cui Hongji was with his young lover, and the ear-piercing ringing of the phone annoyed him. Seeing that it was his son displayed on the screen made it even more irritating. What are you doing calling me at this hour? I'm in a meeting. Cui Hongji grimaced. The young lover nearly failed to hold back his laughter. A meeting? You can really fool around. Dad, that mansion in our East Garden. Cui Hao asked carefully. I sold it, Cui Hongji said without a trace of humor. Hey, why sell a good mansion? My mom said she's going to leave it to me when I get married. Cui Hao almost cried. The group needs money for development. So if you don't sell the mansion, you'll pay for it? Or does your mom give the money? Cui Hongji was on fire. Cui Hao's shoulders collapsed all of a sudden. His father was the king of the family. He was just a parasite. Where did he get any say? I want to ask you who you sold the mansion to. His name is Han Dong. Or your alumni it. You look at people. The age is the same as you. Just so capable. What else will you do besides spending money to pick up girls? I'm hanging up. You're busy. Cui Hongji angrily grunted and took the lead in hanging up the phone. Cui Hao's entire body wilted. There was no reason for his father to lie to him. It seemed that the mansion was really sold to Han Dong. He was not stupid. And at this moment, he also realized that Han Dong was afraid that he was not as simple as he appeared to be. Marred, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. How about it? This real estate license of mine is not fake, right? Han Dong asked with a smile. Cui Hao awkwardly picked out 3 rooms on the ground. Speak for yourself. Are we brainless or are you brainless? What do you report to the police for something that can be solved by making a phone call? You have to take responsibility for lying to the police. Understand? The older policeman's face was not good. Sorry, police uncle. Cui Hao also had to bow his head. Considering that you're young and it's your first offense, you'll be warned this time. And the next time there's something similar, you'll be directly detained. Understand? No. I didn't figure out the property ownership thing, but I didn't lie about the police. Cui Hao was still reluctant. He almost killed me. You guys have to take care of this, right? What do you mean? The two policemen looked at each other. So Cui Hao recounted the conflict with Han Dong in detail. You mean, he threw you out from the yard? The younger policeman was surprised. That's right. If I didn't have a hard life and just happened to fall into the river, I would have definitely fallen to my death. How much do you weigh? The older policeman asked. 76 kilograms. He is King Kong can throw more than 150 pounds of strong man so far? Please have some common sense when you make up stories. okay? The two policemen didn't want to listen to any more of his nonsense and got into the police car to head off. Hey, Chui Hao froze. This world was so crazy that no one believed it when telling the truth? Han Dong, I don't believe you can afford this mansion, no matter what means you use to get it. Sooner or later I will make you spit it out as it is. The police ignored him, and Chui Hao could only take this evil fire out on Han Dong. Know why I threw you out? Because you have a cheap mouth. Han Dong narrowed his eyes. Keep talking nonsense to me? I don't mind throwing you farther away again. He made a gesture to move, and Chui Hao was so scared that he giggled and got into the car, quickly escaping. He actually didn't even care about the female companion he brought with him. Lu Lin didn't seem to mind very much either. She was now focusing her attention on Han Dong. Doesn't schoolmate invite me to sit at home? Lu Lin put on what she thought was a charming smile. Sorry, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Han Dong lazily ignored her, locked the door, and then got into his car. Alas, where are you going? Let me get a ride. Lu Lin shouted. No hitchhiking, take a taxi yourself. Han Dong started the car, and the engine roared as he drove away from the East Garden. See, men don't have a single good thing. Didn't even ask me where I'm going and said it's out of my way. Lu Lin was so angry that she kicked on the road pier. It was obvious that this mysterious, powerful and rich elementary school student didn't look at her. Although she wasn't a schoolgirl on the 5 best list, Lu Lin was confident in her own beauty. As the saying goes that female masters are separated by a veil, she decided that she would do everything in her power to get her hands on this schoolmate. If you want to be the mistress of the East Garden, how can you do it without making an effort? Han Dong was certainly not interested in Lu Lin. It was obvious that this was a gold-digging woman, the kind that wanted to catch a lucky man with her looks and figure. The only reason she was willing to date Chui Hao was because she was interested in his identity as the crown prince of Hongji real estate. Seeing that Han Dong was mysterious and rich, she immediately switched targets again. Ambition and desire were written on his head. He had no problem with gold-digging women. Anyone had the right to choose the lifestyle they wanted, but he had the same right to choose to love and ignore. Girls like this were generally super thick-skinned and hard to get rid of once they were wrapped up, so it was important to cut off any ambitions she had from the start. Driving back to the Sky Courtyard, Chui Hongji's phone called, inquiring about Chui Hao. Han Dong briefly explained the situation. Mr. Han, the canine son has been spoiled by his mother, so if there is something that offends him, you should not get on his bad side. Chui Hongji had a humble attitude. For your sake, I only gave him a small lesson. However, if he continues to mess with me, the consequences will be hard to tell. You'd better make it clear to him. Han Dong said indifferently. Mr. Han taught me a good lesson. This bastard just owes it to me. Don't worry, I'll resonate him again when I get home. Chui Hongji fawned. Mr. Han, I'm about to run out of my medicine. You see, how does the body feel? Very good, very good. Feeling even more youthful than before the illness. The medicine can't be stopped. It must continue to be consolidated. Han Dong had a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. In fact, Chui Hongji's disease had long since recovered, and these soups were only for tonifying the kidneys and strengthening the spleen, purely as icing on the cake. He was trying to make Chui Hongji understand that health was not easy to come by and that cancer was not that easy to cure. That way he would cherish it and not dare to make any more trouble. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Han. Chui Hongji was in awe of Han Dong's methods and did not dare to have any more crooked thoughts. In the afternoon, Chui Hongji came to pick up the medicine and actually brought a gift with him, an exquisite square wooden box. What is this? Patek Philippe Nautilus is a piece of my collection of wristwatches, now on the market, has been discontinued. The price has also tripled. A small gift. No respect. Chui Mao for the dog son to make amends. Chui Hongji had a sincere face. Although Han Dong did not understand watches, he had heard of Patek Philippe's name. There were no drawbacks other than being expensive. He understood Chui Hongji's meaning and was afraid that after Han Dong became angry, he would not supply him with medicine. So he sent a gift to bring the relationship closer. Aha! Han Dong nodded indifferently. Seeing Han Dong accept the gift, Chui Hongji was relieved. As long as he did not flip out and continue to supply medicine, it would be fine. That bastard son, going home to resonate a meal, almost ruined my big event. It's really a damn pitiful. Chui Hongji took the medicine, thanked him profusely and left. Chapter 43, Supercars and Nightclubs Go Better Together. Happy to be alone, Han Dong continued to study the inheritance left behind by the Golden Crow Emperor. In the evening, he was thinking about going out to a restaurant when he received a WeChat from his high school classmate, Chen Gang. Chen Gang was on good terms with him, at least better than Zhang Zikai. However, his grades were not as good as Han Dong's and Zhang Zikai's, so he did not get into Jiangzhou University and only attended an ordinary undergraduate college, Jiangzhou University of Science and Technology. This is a university merged by the original Jiangzhou Normal College and Jiangzhou Science and Technology College, and Jiangzhou University cannot be compared, but there are a few majors are not bad, belong to a class of institutions. The headquarters of JNU is in the city center, while JSTU is in the suburbs, although a little far apart, but after all is in the same city, so the two people often contact. Chen Gang, Dongzi, how do you spend the National Day holiday? Go home or stay in school? Han Dong, stay in school. You, Chen Gang, I'll stay in school too. What are your plans for tonight? Han Dong, read a book, brush up on dramas, pass the time. Chen Gang, that's boring. Why don't you go to a nightclub with your buddies? Han Dong, nightclub? Gongzi, you have fallen. Chen Gang, come on, you're an adult, right? Hurry up and throw away your middle school student thinking. Nowadays, how many young people have never been to a nightclub? Han Dong, just the two of us? Chen Gang, there are girls, lots and lots of girls. Bad smile. Han Dong, take the girls to tempt me? Little master is that kind of person? Time, address, speed. Chen Gang sent a mocking expression, then sent the WeChat location over. It was a nightclub called High Party, about 15 kilometers from Jiangda. The time was 6 o'clock in the evening. Han Dong looked at the wall clock on the wall. 5:07 p.m. As a poor student from the countryside, he had previously spent most of his time surviving and studying, and did not even dare to think about nightclubs and KTVs. Now, with the best skills, money and leisure, wherever the bottom is full of energy. Anyway, staying alone is also boring. Why not go to experience a young man's nightlife? When I went out, I hesitated between Lamborghini and Porsche, but I chose the Lamborghini. No other reason. Just because supercars and nightclubs go better together. Although the URUS is an SUV, it is called a 5-seat supercar by car fans, so its essence is still a supercar. With the roar of the engine, Han Dong drove the URUS into the rolling traffic. At the peak of the workday, there are many vehicles, all the way stop and go. It took 40 minutes to arrive. Handsome car with handsome boy, attracted people along the way pointing, envy sound constantly. I don't know which rich man is out hunting again. Under the guidance of the doorman, Han Dong parked his car on the ground floor, surrounded by a dazzling array of sports cars of all colors. Taking the elevator up from B2, he came directly to the first floor. The two rabbit girls at the door had sweet smiles and shouted welcome. Seeing Han Dong's good looks, one of them threw a wink at him. No wonder it was said that the gentle land was a gold grotto. With this kind of battle, ordinary men could not withstand it. Han Dong noticed the platinum dragon logo next to High Pi, which was exactly the same as on the black card given to him by Cui Hongji, and immediately determined that this nightclub belonged to Lian Xinglong's assets. Walking into the hall, his ears were filled with powerful heavy metal dance music, only to see a group of young people dancing in the center of the dance floor, all getting high. The air was filled with the scent of perfume, sweat, and unspeakable hormones, easily triggering the adrenaline hormones of the young people. Chen Gang stood in the hall and kept looking out. He did not even notice when Han Dong walked in front of him. Gongzi, what are you looking at? Han Dong patted his shoulder. Who the hell are you? I see. Chen Gang stared at him with wide eyes and ate. You're Dongzi? Or else? Han Dong grinned. Chen Gang circled around him twice, his face full of incredulity. We haven't seen each other for just a month, right? How did you scurry up so fast? Eating dinosaur feed? Absorbing the essence of the sun daily to quench his body. Han Dong's height had been quietly growing. It had now reached 180 centimeters. In addition to his height scaling up a notch, the entire person's temperament had also undergone a subversive change. Where exactly? Chen Gang couldn't tell. He just felt that Han Dong was completely different from before. Han Dong was still Han Dong, but it seemed like he was not Han Dong. Don't ask me. I don't know what's going on. Han Dong shrugged. Maybe it's the military training with a lot of exercise and good food that accelerated the development. Anyway, it's fine if it's a good change for me. That's also true. Chen Gang nodded in recognition and did not continue to dwell on this aspect. Let's go. Just waiting for you. Chen Gang led Han Dong to a table that was more in the center, surrounded by a vote of young men and women, as many as a dozen of them. Xiaoman, this is my iron porcelain from high school. His name is Han Dong, from the law school of Jiang University. Chen Gang introduced Han Dong to a round-faced girl. Several girls at the table looked over in unison. To Han Dong's eyes, these girls were all good-looking, especially the one sitting in the center, with a white dress and an expressionless face, had a rather cold temperament. The round-faced girl called Xiaoman, fleshy and more adorable. It was exactly the ideal type for this kid Chen Gang, including the cold and beautiful girl. The girls could not help but take a few more glances at Han Dong. They all felt that the boy looked very flavorful and had an indefinable attraction. Hello, my name is Wang Xiaoman. The round-faced girl spread a smile. Hello. Han Dong nodded slightly. A few boys glanced at him, and no one took any notice, especially the guy sitting in the middle. His hair was styled with mousse. He was wearing a more elaborate shirt and suit pants, all of which were big brands, and even the direction of his nostrils exuded a sense of superiority. Glancing at Chen Gang and Han Dong, his face was somber. Chen Gang, you didn't book a box ah? If you want to chase after my sister-in-law, you have to have some sincerity, right? A girl with dyed chestnut hair beside Wang Xiaoman skimmed her lips. I called 3 days in advance. The box of high pie is not easy to book ah. Chen Gang rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. Then you let us, a large group of people, lose high outside ah? The chestnut-haired woman said coldly. Who knew you guys would bring so many people? Chen Gang grunted. What did you just say? The chestnut-haired woman raised her eyebrows in displeasure. Nothing, Chen Gang hurriedly said. Han Dong's ears were amazing and he heard it clearly. Immediately, he understood what was going on. Chen Gang wanted to chase Wang Xiaoman, so he invited her and her little sisters to get high at a nightclub. I didn't expect these sisters to bring another string of people over, each based on their connections. The consumption of high pie is not low. This is obviously to take Chen Gang as a fat sheep to slaughter ah. Han Dong pulled Chen Gang to one side and asked in a low voice, do you really like Wang Xiaoman that much? No way. Met the ideal type. Chen Gang smiled bitterly. They treat you as a kaiju. Can't you see that? Wang Xiaoman is still good, but the sisters in the same dormitory are a bit of an act, especially the one with dyed maroon hair. Her name is Qian Dandan, green tea and gold digging, and her reputation is well known. What's the name of the ice pick face in the middle? Han Dong whispered. What? Fancy? Chen Gang gave a bad laugh. That's one of our school's newest school flower. The suitors are almost lined up to Taihu Lake. You'd better not think too much. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Less nonsense. Ask you what to answer. Her name is Lung Yin, freshman in foreign language college. Contact information I don't have. If you want it, brother help you arrange. The person is right across the street. What contact information do you need? Han Dong smiled blandly. No, you really want to do it? See that guy with hair combed like a dog lick? He is a local rich second generation. His family takes advantage of several $100 million. He is pursuing Lung Yen. Han Dong smiled and did not comment. The rich second generation whose family has a few $100 million. Chui Hao's family has a few $1 billion. But he is still playing with urine. Chapter 44, Tonight's Consumption. Paid for by Mr. Wang. I'm going to the restroom. Han Dong patted Chen Gang's shoulder. Go ahead. I won't accompany you. Chen Gang's heart was tied to Wang Xiaoman. Han Dong borrowed a pee break. But in reality, he found a waitress and showed her the Supreme Black card. The waitress hurriedly contacted the manager with her walkie-talkie. And soon, a slightly chubby young man in a suit sprinted over to personally receive Han Dong. Hello, honored Supreme VIP customer. I am Lu Dong, the manager of High Pie. Everyone calls me James. May I ask what you need? The slightly chubby youth was full of smiles. Give me a private room, can you? Han Dong blandly said. Yes, of course. Lu Dong smiled. We have VIP compartments specially reserved for our Supreme customers. Please follow me. Take them there. Han Dong pointed to Chen Gang's table and gave a special instruction. Don't mention me. He was on good terms with Chen Gang, so it wouldn't hurt to help out in passing. And it wouldn't cost him any money anyway. Lu Dong understood in seconds. Those who could hold the Shanglong Entertainment Black Card. There would not be more than 20 people in the whole of Jiangzhou City. All of them were amongst the bigwigs. This teenager, I don't know which big brother's family's son, is going to play the game of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger again. Alright, as you wish. Lu Dong wore a smile as he walked towards Chen Gang and the others. At this moment, the boy who was dressed very elaborately had just finished calling his father. My father is very familiar with the owner of High Pie. The boy's expression was full of superiority. I just called him, and he said that he would have his secretary contact this side and arrange a private room for us. Wang Xiao is awesome class. The several croupiers around him gave a thumbs up in unison. The boy cast a sidelong glance at Chen Gang and mocked. Wang Xiaoman is my sister. If you want to chase after him, you have to weigh your own strength as well. Wang Xiaoman felt embarrassed. Other than both being surnamed Wang, she didn't have half a penny to do with this Wang Xiao. When Chen Gang said that he was on vacation for the National Day and invited her to a nightclub to have fun, she was momentarily happy and talked to her sisters in the dormitory. But she didn't expect Qian Dandan to actually open up so many people. It's fine, we'll just feel the atmosphere in the hall. Wang Xiaoman took the initiative to speak for Chen Gang. At this time, Lu Dong came over with a smile. A gentleman has booked a private room for you. Please follow me. Wo TTT. The box was booked just after young Wang made the call. This efficiency is too high, right? That's right, Mr. Wang's family is very influential in Jiangzhou City. How many ordinary people can't get through even if they put their lives on the line? But they can get it done with a single phone call. The croupier beside Wang Xiao wasted no time in fulfilling his duties. Lang Yan glanced at Wang Xiao, her expression still icy cold. Let's go Lang Yan, let's go to the box. This side is too noisy. Wang Xiao reached out and made a very gentlemanly inviting gesture. Before Lang Yan could respond, she was hugged by Qian Dandan and forcefully pushed inside. The rest of the girls followed. Wang Xiaoman gave Chen Gang a slightly apologetic look. It's fine, coming out to play is all about having fun. It's good that everyone is happy. Chen Gang did not have any thoughts. Just in time to see Han Dong returning, he pulled Han Dong to follow the crowd. Lu Dong led them to box 007, which was specially reserved for Supreme Black Card customers. Not only was the location good, but the interior decoration was also quite luxurious, and there was also the top-of-the-line audio equipment for karaoke. Wang Xiao also didn't expect his father's secretary to be able to book such a good box, and his vanity was greatly satisfied as he listened to his followers fancy pontificating about him in his ears. Sir, you are a Supreme customer, entering the store for the first time and enjoying the offer of free drinks for the entire venue. I hope you have a pleasant evening. Lu Dong was speaking at Han Dong, who happened to be standing behind Wang Xiao, so Wang Xiao assumed that Lu Dong was talking to him. Any drink will do? Wang Xiao was stunned. That's right, as long as it's any of the drinks on sale in the store, all of them are free. Thank you very much. You're welcome, this is a benefit that Supreme customers should have. Lu Dong smiled. Thank you very much. Wang Xiao smiled with a wide brow. Dad was really something. When did he become a Supreme customer of high pay and didn't say anything? Lu Dong smiled and nodded at Han Dong before leaving. Order to death for me. Only the expensive ones, not the right ones. All the spending tonight will be paid for by Mr. Wang. A croupier jumped onto the table and twisted madly. Ow. The boys in the box let out a gust of wolf howls. Lang Yan, looking for a male ticket must choose one like Wang Xiao. Although it's not very handsome, but it can carry things follow him, life will save a lot of trouble. Qian Dandan said quietly in Lang Yan's ear. Lang Yan smiled faintly and did not comment. Let's start with 5 bottles of Royal Salute. Wang Xiao rubbed his fingers dashingly and said to the service commissioner of the box. Okay. The waiter smiled and exited. Wow. 1 bottle of Royal Salute is $8,888. 5 bottles will be over $40,000. Thanks to young Wang's blessing, we can also drink $10,000 level foreign wines. The dog leg stood out again to hold up the stink. Wow. Royal Salute. If we don't follow young Wang, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to drink it in this lifetime. Qian Dandan's eyebrows danced. The one who was supposed to treat the guests was Chen Gang, who had been automatically removed as the proprietor. It was also true that he couldn't afford the treat, so he sat in the corner and didn't say anything. Wang Xiao's gaze landed on Han Dong's face. You are not my friend. Wang Xiao's face was unfavorable. Indeed not. Han Dong smiled faintly. I only treat my friends to drinks, especially such expensive ones. Are you sure? Sure as well as sure. Then it can't be helped. Han Dong got up, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Have a good time. Dongzi. Chen Gang looked at Han Dong apologetically. He had good intentions when he called his brother to come and get high together, but he did not expect to get it like this. This girl is good. Get a good grip. Han Dong patted his shoulder. Have fun. After saying that, he turned around and left the box. Lang Yan looked at Han Dong's back, wanted to say something, but in the end did not say anything. Chen Gang hesitated and followed out as well. Even though he liked Wang Xiaoman, he cherished the ***** love between him and Han Dong even more. Chen Gang. Wang Xiaoman also stood up. Ignore him, boys just can't be spoiled. Qian Dandan yanked her back to her seat with a hand. Listen to sis. Before long, he'll obediently come back to you. Ch. 2 poor bastards from a small place. One of Wang Xiao's followers snorted. Chen Gang went out of the box but did not see Han Dong's figure. There were too many people outside and it was indeed not easy to find. He went to the bar and ordered a cup of gin and tonic from the bartender and mulled it over to himself. Han Dong came out of the box and went to the restroom, and was happily taking a leak when the door was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 45, Meeting Big Police Flower Lin again. A wonderful girl in a red dress rushed in hurriedly, scaring Han Dong so much that he nearly broke his flow. Ugh, you're at the wrong door. This is the men's restroom, he loudly reminded the other party. It's you? The woman was visibly stunned when she saw his face. You recognize me? Han Dong carefully sized her up. Humph, colorful batch 1. I don't want to know you. The woman snorted coldly, her face covered in frost. This expression, this tone, instantly activated Han Dong's memory. This heavily made up and dusty woman was actually that A+ and valiant police elite Lin Fu. Big Officer Lin, why are you dressed like this? Could it be that you have a hidden profession? Han Dong lost his voice. Scram! Lin Fu raised her willow eyebrows and roared in a low voice. Understood. Undercover investigation. Han Dong snapped his fingers and looked Lin Fu up and down. He had to say that dressing up like this was also quite good looking, flavorful, very different from the original Valiant look, showing multifaceted charm. Hush, Lin Fu raised her finger to signal him to keep his voice down. What's wrong? Someone is chasing you? Han Dong subconsciously looked towards the door. Bang! The door of the men's restroom was kicked open again from outside. Instantly, 7 or 8 big men wearing black short sleeves barged in, each with dragons and tigers depicted on their arms. Imposing, stinking, actually hiding in the men's restroom. You think you can escape like this? The one in the lead was a big bald man who was over 1 meter 9 in height, with a face of horizontal meat and a ferocious flame. Harmed us in the women's restroom a flurry of good looking. Not to break your hands and feet. Hard to get rid of the hate of the heart. Another gangster gritted his teeth. What are you talking about? Do not know a little bit of pity? The bald man laughed evilly. Beauty, if you are willing to hand over your cell phone, and by the way promise to do my horse, I will let the brothers let you go. How? Sister-in-law. The rest of the junior brothers shouted in unison. Scram! Lin Fu's almond eyes widened and she was about to rush up and strike. Suddenly, she felt a wave of dizziness in front of her eyes, swayed in place for a few moments, and was about to fall to the ground in a limp manner. Han Dong reacted quickly and held her at the first opportunity. You actually dared to drug me. Lin Fu immediately realized the problem. The scum of the ticket, ostensibly punks who looked after the venue, were actually all drug dealers. Lin Fu had long been eyeing this line, and approached them undercover in disguise just to figure out their entire contact network and get evidence of their crimes. Previously, she, along with the rest of the several princesses, accompanied this group of people to drink and sing karaoke, and took advantage of everyone's drunkenness to slip away the bald man's cell phone. As far as she knows, the bald man's cell phone has all the records of their transactions, as well as upstream and downstream contacts. Unexpectedly, a call came from the bald man's cell phone in the nick of time, and when it rang, Lin Fu was exposed. In the heat of the moment, she fled into the men's restroom, expecting that the first reaction of the pursuers behind her would definitely be to search in the women's restroom first, and using this short time gap, she would be able to slip away from the ventilation ducts. She didn't realize that people had drugged her while they were drinking. Lin Fu wasn't sure if they had already discovered her identity or something else. Boss is wise and mighty. He found out long ago that you have a problem. The little brother next to her snorted. Look at the other princesses. Which one of them is such a prude like you, touching a little hand and pushing it away, treating us like little cuties, just with you. You still want to check me? The bald man laughed coldly. You also know what we do. Since we planted it, don't think about surviving. Brothers, take her away. What about the other one? The little brother next to him pointed at Han Dong. Your first time out to work? The bald man glared at him. Can you smash your head? Would it be possible to make a vegetable? Can you create the illusion that you fell? Do you want me to teach you? I know, big brother. That little brother shrunk his neck, too scared to speak. The two men in black rushed over and were about to snatch Lin Fu from Han Dong's hands. Bang bang, two muffled sounds. In a flash of lightning, these two 180-pound pugilists flew out, smashed on the opposite wall, and then slid down the wall like a pot sticker, soft like a puddle of poop. I laughed. The gangsters took a step back collectively, each with a black question mark face. Who am I? Where am I? What's happening? Soul trifecta. It's you? The bald guy was worthy of being the leader of the drug cartel, and his gaze was like a viper as he stared at Han Dong. Although he did not see Han Dong's movements either, he basically decided that it was this guy who had messed up. Still has some eyesight. Han Dong grinned, revealing 8 small white teeth in a harmless manner. This kid is a bit evil. Everyone get together and cripple him. The bald man waved his hand decisively. Yes, big brother. The gangsters all pulled out their guys from their arms and viciously greeted Han Dong. The gangsters were all big and tall, all covered in horizontal meat, but they flew up with a very light movement, and the muffled sound of smashing on the wall was quite dry, and in the end, they all turned into pot stickers and paralyzed into a pile of pasties. The bald man blinked and looked straight at Han Dong as if he had seen a ghost. I showed you again. See clearly? Han Dong grinned, that smile warm and innocent. No. The bald man shook his head with a naive look. Han Dong's movements were too fast and he indeed could not see clearly. However, he understood that this harmless-looking teenager was a super expert. He could not determine whether the teenager and the girl were in the same group or if they had met by chance. If it was a chance encounter, then their luck was really special brood bad. Did you just say, let them knock my head and make me a vegetable? Han Dong supported Lin Fu and approached forward step by step. Although he looked leisurely, the bald man felt a powerful pressure. Big brother, I, bald Rong, have eyes and don't recognize MT. Tai, you raise your hand and spare me this time. I have money. I can give you money. Big brother, say a number. How much is fine? The bald man's speech is a little unlucky. from birth to now, can bring him this kind of pressure, in addition to the big boss, is in front of this young man? The big boss had been a lord for a generation. It was understandable that he had that kind of aura. How did this young man in front of him do it? He looked at most 20 years old, right? Breaking the bank to eliminate disasters? It's also possible. I'm not greedy, so you can give 500 million. Han Dong smiled faintly. Put. The bald man had a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. Selling his entire family was not worth 500 million. The point was that he did not have that much. Big brother, 5 billion is too much. Can you discount? Preferential? You special brew drop is really a talent. Should I give you a VIP card? Also okay. But Han Dong struck a hand knife and cut on his neck. The bald man rolled his eyes and limply paralyzed on the ground. Thank you. Lin Fu was weak, but her sanity was awake. She had watched the scene that had just happened. This Han Dong, no wonder he single-handedly toppled 5 tough bandits. His hands were really superb. If she had not met him today, the situation would have been unimaginable. The bit of distaste for him previously was not worth mentioning in front of the grace of saving his life. No need to thank you. Helping the police to eradicate crime and deter evil is an obligation that every citizen should fulfill, Han Dong said in a serious manner. Good job. Lin Fu gave a thumbs up. Unfortunately, young people like you are getting fewer and fewer. Officer Lin, how are you feeling? Do you need me to help you see what kind of poison you've been hit by? You know how to detoxify poisons? My master is a great healer and martial artist, and passed all his skills to me. Previously, I even cured Mu Tiansheng and Cui Hongji of their strange diseases. The miracle doctor that they rumored to be able to cure cancer. That's you? Lin Fu's eyes widened. Han Dong's miracle of curing Mu Tiansheng and Cui Hongji had been widely rumored in the upper-class circles of Jiangzhou during this period of time. Lin Fu had heard about it from the leaders. However, she did not spend any energy to pay attention to it, so she was not aware that the legendary miracle doctor was Han Dong. It's just a trivial skill, not worth mentioning. Han Dong smiled faintly, his forced aura overflowing. Lin Fu rolled her eyes. She was able to cure cancer and still said that it was a trivial skill? You can die without pretending. Han Dong also stopped talking to her in vain, grabbed her wrist and forcibly input a pure yang qi. I don't care what kind of poison you have. I will destroy it with one qi. The pure yang qi that was now accumulating in Han Dong's body was refined from the essence of the sun by virtue of the heavenly healer sex refining recipe, and could only stray within the meridians, and was fundamentally different when compared to the yuan qi that had accumulated within the dantian of an immortal cultivator at the qi refining stage. Even though it couldn't compare to yuan qi, the pure yang qi was used to cure mortals and detoxify them, but it was a proper downward strike. The stream of qi flowed through Lin Fu's body for a circumference, like a high-pressure water gun, flushing the toxins in her body clean. Lin Fu felt a sharp pain in her belly and hurriedly rushed into the cubicle, followed by a wave of indescribable and strange sounds. Even though he knew that this was the process of detoxification, Han Dong was still smothered by the stench as he retreated back and forth. After a few minutes had passed, Lin Fu walked out from the cubicle, and although she appeared calm on the surface, the blush that stretched all the way to the roots of her ears still betrayed her. It was too shy. This kind of cathartic scene in front of the boys, she would never have dreamed of it. The question was too difficult. She wouldn't be able to solve it. She was even desperate enough to die with Han Dong. Feeling better? Han Dong looked as normal and asked. Lin Fu looked up at him. The concern in her gaze could not be faked. His heart was warmed. He moved his limbs and said slowly, that feeling of weakness has disappeared, so it should be better. But, I want to know, how did you do it? Neither medicine nor injection. Just touch your wrist, and it's done? I used internal true qi to help you detoxify. It's not as simple as you see. Han Dong blurted out. Internal true qi? Lin Fu suddenly understood. No wonder she felt a hot warm current in her body just now. It turned out that what was written in martial arts novels was not all a lie. In her gaze towards Han Dong, there was a trace of awe. Women all worshipped the strong, and Lin Fu was no exception. Han Dong's mysterious and inexplicable methods and superb skills. Even the well-informed officer Lin could not help but look sideways. Since you have recovered, take care of the aftermath yourself. I still have to go out and pick up girls. Han Dong did not want to tangle with her anymore. Good. Lin Fu was stunned. I'm leaving then, bye-bye. Han Dong turned around and left, like there were hyenas chasing behind him. This kid. I'm not going to eat anyone. What's the point of running so fast? Lin Fu looked at his fleeing back, slightly hurt inside. Sister at least is also a flower of the city council. How many elite men eagerly pursued? You actually in order to pick up the girl in the nightclub, leave me behind? It is very angry. Gas to gas, work things cannot be left behind. In front of this mess still have to clean up. Now the evidence to hand. Have to first bald man and other people control. So she dialed the phone of her superiors. Let them hurry to arrest people. A guest came in to use the restroom, saw the restroom floor lying on the ground, scared and retreated. Lin Fu unlocked the door from inside and waited for her teammates to support her. After Han Dong went out, he saw Chen Gang from a distance sitting at the bar drinking a mulled wine and came to sit next to him. Out, Han Dong smiled. You've left, can I still sit down? Chen Gang sighed. What do you want to drink? Brother treat you. I'm fine with everything. Same as you I guess. Another gin and tonic. Chen Gang ordered the bartender. Alright. The bartender moved skillfully and quickly mixed a drink and brought it up. The two clinked their glasses and chatted as they drank. Han Dong's eyes were sharp and saw two waiters holding a few more bottles of foreign wine into box 007, and the corner of his mouth could not help but spread a smile. You can still laugh? Chen Gang was worried. Do you want to see that grandson surnamed Wang kneel down and call his father? The smile on Han Dong's lips deepened. Wanting is wanting, but how should I realize it? The spirit of AQ is no fun. Then watch and see. Han Dong saw that Lu Dong, the manager of Hai Pai, was walking this way and deliberately raised his glass, smiling. Mr. Lu, have a drink? Lu Dong was surprised. Mr. Han, why are you sitting here? Got kicked out. Han Dong's face was solemn. What? Lu Dong's voice immediately raised an octave. That's your compartment. Who dares to kick you out? Chen Gang looked at Lu Dong in confusion, not knowing what he meant by your box. Could it be that the box was not reserved by that bastard son of Wang, but for Han Dong? Han Dong smiled without saying anything. Lu Dong was a human savant and knew what was going on at a glance. This Mr. Han was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and the group of youngsters inside had eyes that did not recognize Tai and drove this big tiger out. Mr. Han doesn't need to worry. I'll solve this matter. Lu Dong grimaced and used his walkie-talkie to order his men. Bring me the consumption water of box 007. After 10 minutes had passed, someone sent Lu Dong a long consumption slip. Chapter 46, Face Really Hurts. WC, more than $2 million of booze. Really special to be able to build. Lu Dong hatefully spat. Free can't be so messed up. When we wrongdoer it. He beckoned and called out to a few security personnel, and aggressively entered the 007 box. Wang Xiao is leading a group of small followers, and the opposite side of the female college students have fun. Tens of thousands of dollars a bottle of foreign wine, to be used as a cola drink. Inside the box alcohol gas sky, the air is dense with the odor of hormones. Wang Xiao with a glass of wine, in Long Yen side, mouth like a river to show off their knowledge. Lang Yen was indifferent, occasionally perfunctory sentence. Let Wang Xiao heart itch. When Lu Dong brought people to barge in, he was preparing to take further action. His plan to pick up a girl was interrupted, so he was naturally unhappy inside. What do you guys mean? Wang Xiao stood up with an unpleasant face. Did you order the drinks? Lu Dong's face was expressionless. Yes, what's the problem? A total of 138, 700 yuan. Please pay the bill. Didn't you say the drinks are free? Don't bring such blackmail. A junior brother next to him shouted. Do you have a Supreme card from Shanglong Entertainment? We only offer free drinks to Supreme customers on their first visit. Why didn't you say so in the beginning? This is blackmail on your part, because the gentleman who booked this box has a Supreme card, but I found out that you guys don't seem to have anything to do with him. Wait a minute, the box was booked by my father's assistant. I'll know once I ask. Wang Xiao hurriedly called his father's assistant. After 2 minutes had passed, Wang Xiao hung up the phone, as if he had lost his life, because his dad's assistant didn't know about it at all. He made another call to his father, and when he heard that his son had ordered more than $2 million worth of drinks in a nightclub in order to pick up a girl, Wang Antai cursed. Lick clean the you pulled out yourself. I don't care. Then he hung up the phone. Cold sweat on Wang Zhen's spine instantly soaked his shirt. He knew his father too well, and when he said he didn't care, then he definitely didn't care. How? Lu Dong coldly said. Manager, my name is Wang Zhen. My father is the boss of Antai Home. Wang Antai. He has cooperation with you. You see, can you give a face? Wang Xiao's temper was a pot of cold water doused, hanging his head low, swelling down with a scattering of gas. Who is Wang Antai? Don't recognize. Lu Dong coldly said. You dare to pretend to be our supreme member to cheat drinks and drink, and also dare to order such expensive wine, when we Shanglong Entertainment is vegetarian? The young people in the room were silenced, truly stunned by the scene, especially the gold-digging women led by Qian Dandan. How wildly they drank in front, how scared they were now. They were the ones who said that they hadn't drank such good foreign wine before and urged Wang Zhen to order it. Snap! Wang Zhen was annoyed, turned back and gave Qian Dandan a big mouth. Paralyzed, it is you who screamed. To drink the most expensive foreign wine, you come to pay the bill. Wang Xiao, people are girls, which have let the girls pay the bill. Ah. Chen Dandan covered her cheeks in tears in her eyes. Now that you know you are a girl, you are more greedy than a man when you drink. Just a bunch of green tea whores. Wang Jin viciously scolded. Hey, how do you curse? Lan Yen frowned. You're no good either. You've come to a nightclub to get high. What's the point of pretending to be pure? Lao Zi invited you to drink such an expensive wine. Touch a small hand are not allowed. You think you are encrusted with diamonds. Wang Jin glared at her. Several girls looked at each other, not expecting this well-dressed rich young master to be so unpleasant. If you want to play the bully, go outside and buy the drinks bill first. Lu Dong coldly said. I don't have money. Love what you want. Have the ability to you call the police to arrest me? Wang Jin simply play bad. Oh, Lu Dong laughed instead of being angry. We've seen a lot of people like you. Don't worry. Shanglong Entertainment deal with people who eat bully food. Never call the police. Our boss, Lian Shanglong, specializes in treating all kinds of old scoundrels. Wait, Lian Shanglong? Isn't that the fearful mobster in Jiangzhou City? Legend has it that he has quite a few lives in his hands, and once sealed an old scoundrel who owed a debt in cement, as well as the deed of sinking a debtor into Lake Taihu in a cage. Although it is just a rumor, it shouldn't be an empty cave. His father once warned him that it was okay to go out and play, but never mess with Lian Shanglong. I did not expect that this nightclub was the property of Lian Shanglong. Wang Jin nearly peed in fear. Manager, we really don't know the rules of your store. It was you who said that the drinks were free at first, so we ordered them. Free, just order the most expensive. When we wrong the gangster watching the scene behind Lu Dong glared at him fiercely. Wang Jin cowered in fear. I am speaking to the owner of the box, not to you guys. Lu Dong faintly said. The owner of the box? Wang Jin scratched the back of his head, a little confused. It's that Mr. Han. He's our supreme customer of Shanglong Entertainment. This is his royal box, enjoying the offer of free drinks for the first consumption in our store. You mean, Han Dong? Wang Xiaoman's eyes lit up. That's right, Mr. Han's name is Han Dong. Lu Dong's face was expressionless. He saw his brother sitting in the hall, so he booked the box for him and his friends, and to his surprise, some people couldn't figure out their own identities, so they actually kicked him out. Since the owner of the box is not there, why should we still give you a discount? Do you think it's the right thing to do? Wang Jin finally understood what the problem was. The image flashed back and he recalled the mocking smile on the corner of that kid's mouth when he kicked Han Dong out. It turned out to be so. That Mr. Han, where is he? Wang Jin asked hurriedly. The bar. Let's go. I'll go talk to him. Lu Dong nodded and led his men out of the box, with Wang Jin and his group following behind. Han Dong and Chen Gang were still drinking at the bar when they saw a large group of people walking over. What kind of battle is this? Chen Gang was startled. Mr. Han, right? Wang Jin forced a fake smile. Yeah, something wrong? Han Dong gave him a sidelong glance. It's like this. Wang Jin swallowed hard and recounted what happened in the box briefly, then said, Look, we are all friends, so please Mr. Han, speak to the manager and give us free drinks. You're not my friend. Why should I buy you a drink, especially such an expensive drink? Han Dong backhandedly attached back what he had previously said. Wang Jin felt that his face was swollen, the kind of swollen that his mother did not even recognize. It's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize MT. Tai, I apologize to you. Wang Jin's posture was put very low. Introduce myself. My name is Wang Jin. My father is the owner of Antai Home. Wang and Tai. It's not too late for us to make friends now. If you encounter any trouble in Gusu City in the future, feel free to speak. You can't even handle this situation. What kind of trouble can you solve for me? Han Dong laughed mockingly. Swish. Wang Jin's face instantly turned red, itching to find a crack in the ground. Mr. Han, is it possible to give a face? Wang Jin was close to begging. He was not afraid of Han Dong, but he was afraid of Lian Shanglong. That was a big tiger that ate people without spitting out bones. Thinking about being locked up in a cage and sunk in Taihu Lake, his urge to urinate was strong. If he was asked to shell out more than $2 million, it would be even more difficult. Their family wasn't exactly a hoity-toity family, and his monthly pocket money was only $100,000. Due to his life of uninhibited love of pretending and liking to call himself a godly man, this amount of money was not enough at all. His credit card had been overdrawn by millions long ago, so where else could he afford to pay such a large bill? Chapter 47. The way you kneeled down and called your dad. So handsome. 1. I'm not your friend. 2. I'm not your dad. Why, Dad? Before Han Dong finished speaking, Wang Jin nimbly knelt on the ground and called out Dad. But the liquor that Chen just drank indirectly sprayed out. Those present were instantly petrified, especially Wang Jin's gang of followers. All of them were so ashamed that they didn't know where to put their faces. Lang Yin, Chen Dandan and other girls, inwardly despised. Chu Nimrod, rich second generation. It is really a disgrace. Chen Gang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Donzi, this guy, when did he become so powerful? Han Dong was also a bit surprised. He stared at Wang Jin for a full minute, Su said. I did not expect that you special brew drops are really a talent. Inside, not only did he not despise him, but instead, he leveled a few points of vigilance. The person who can endure crotch humiliation is definitely not simple. This kind of person, just like a viper, could endure humiliation when the situation was stronger than others. Once he found an opportunity, he would definitely reveal his fangs and give you a fatal blow. At this time, some of the melon-eating youngsters around them also gathered around, jeering in the extreme. Mr. Han, look. Wang Jin was expressionless, treating the surrounding laughter as air. Han Dong glanced at Lu Dong. Lu Dong was a human savant and immediately comprehended Han Dong's meaning and said with a cold face, for the sake of Mr. Han, the drinks will give you a discount. You only need to pay 630,000 and then you can go. Nightclub consumption of alcohol is the big head, and it is profiteering. The figure Lu Dong said is basically the cost of those drinks. There should still be a small profit. Wang Jin knew that whoring for nothing was out of the question. People's liquor is not a windfall, at least the capital must be recovered. However, this kneeling, saving 1.5 million, is still worth it. He didn't argue anymore, and numbly swiped his card and paid the money. In the midst of the laughter of the entire audience, Wang Jin left. His head fell high, but his neck was bashful and red to the naked eye. His lapdogs also followed behind, their heads hanging low the entire time. Mr. Lu, thanks for the trouble. Han Dong smiled. That kid is a character. You have to be careful. Lu Dong could not help but remind. Those who were ruthless enough to themselves would be even more ruthless to others. Thanks to Mr. Lu for reminding me. I know it in my heart. Lu Dong nodded and left with his men. What next? Chen Gang was a bit confused. Continue with the music and the dance. Han Dong laughed. Go back to the box. We haven't finished the drinks we ordered. Chen Dandan smiled with an open brow. The group of people re-entered the box. Wang Xiaoman's group of Jime guys made a 180-degree change in their attitude towards Chen Gang, calling out brother Gang with every mouthful. Warmly, Chen, just know, this is all his good brother Han Dong brought, the so-called love house in Wu Wu. Is this meaning? Wang Xiaoman was overjoyed, and the boy she had her eye on was finally recognized by the dormitory set. She took Chen Gang's arm and was so happy. Chen Gang's heart was blossoming, not expecting his buddy to come with a divine assist, directly advancing his relationship with Wang Xiaoman by one step. In the past, the two of them were only ambiguous, but they never had physical contact, and now they can directly cross arms. Although the Chen Dandan girls are more greedy for Han Dong, but they are not too brave to come forward, mainly because the strength shown by this guy is too intimidating. Even Wang Jin, kind of local rich second generation, was made to kneel down and call his father. It made the girls quite awe-inspiring. Yen, this one is much more powerful than Wang Jin. Handsome and strong, you have to grasp it well. Chen Dandan whispered in Lung Yan's ear. Lang Yan stole a glance at Han Dong and coincidentally, his gaze also looked over, and was instantly caught. She did not move and turned her head away, pretending that she did not see anything. Han Dong smiled. This girl was quite capable of pretending. Her looks, body and temperament were unmatched, even compared to Xiao Shi and Shin Shenyun, but Han Dong's favorable impression of her was very limited. She doesn't know that Wang Jin wants to pick her up? She doesn't know what it means to come to a nightclub for an appointment? Where in the world are so many stupid white sweet, beautiful girls do not have a light? For Han Dong, Lang Yan, this kind of girl, walk kidney can, walk hard is not necessary. Waste, the box has case-on equipment. Chen Gang and Wang Xiaoman, this pair of dog and boy, fully revealed the McDonald's true colors, has been there to engage in love songs. The rest of the small set of beauty while drinking, while coaxing the frame rice patties. Han Dong sat on the sofa smiling and drinking, while Lang Yan sat at the other end. He did not take the initiative to flirt, and Lang Yan also maintained her reserve. Chen Dandan carried a wineglass to Lang Yan's side and whispered, "Room manager, take the initiative. Don't you know how to grasp such a good opportunity? I don't know him well and I don't have that mind. Why should I take the initiative?" Lang Yan took a shallow sip of wine and faintly said, "It seems like he's a little bothered about you and Wang Jin." Chen Dandan smacked her lips. "Wang Jin and I don't have anything going on. He took the initiative to be attentive, and I didn't take care of him. I know you two are fine, but this master doesn't know. He thinks that if you and Wang Jin sit and drink together, then you're a dog and a man. Don't say it so harshly, okay?" Lang Yan frowned. "You're the one who had to come to the nightclub, and you're the one who insisted on dragging me and Wang Jin together. Before I came, you didn't even say that Wang Jin was coming, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have come. Originally, when I saw him there, I wanted to leave, but as a dormitory sister, I didn't want to make things too difficult for you. Frankly speaking, you've received a lot of favors from Wang Jin, right? I'm just saying that. Don't react so strongly." Chen Dandan's heart was weak and hastily diverted from the topic. "Alright, you decide your own things on your own, I won't get involved." then carried a glass of wine and continued to hang out with the Jime guys. Can't you just help me explain? Lang Yan looked at Qian Dandan's back grudgingly. Such a sister, in essence, could not be relied upon. The two people met their eyes. She knew that Han Dong had a misunderstanding of her, but she also had her own pride. You are not my person. Why take the initiative to explain to you? So, the two people sat in separate corners, ignoring no one. They are drinking on their own. Han Dong does not matter. Lang Yan is indeed a little depressed. Drinking mulled wine alone, it was very easy to get drunk. Plus Lang Yan's drinking capacity was also very average. By the time everyone had had enough and was ready to finish, they realized that Lang Yan had already gone numb from drinking. Brother Dong, you have a car, right? Qian Dandan asked Han Dong as the wine strengthened his courage. Yes, Han Dong faintly answered. The four of us just happened to take a car. Please send Yen Yen back, okay? Can. Han Dong was not stupid. He knew that this gold-digging woman wanted her sisters to have something with him. Why not be happy about it? Inviting you guys to drink such an expensive drink. You can't pay for nothing. Although it was Wang Zhen's big ingrate who paid the bill, but at least it should be my name, right? Plus, Lang Yan came to the nightclub, was ready to be Wang Zhen's gun rack, right? Since there is this realization, who fight is not fight, although the body of pure sun has not yet come to fruition. In fact, this canon he cannot play, but he can first brush a wave of existence, save up to fight later. Therefore, he did not refuse. Chapter 48. This joke is too big. That, or you four sisters together. I will take Dongzi's car. The drunken Shen gang couldn't figure out the situation and was pulled over by Wang Xiaoman. Do what? Why are you dragging me? Shen gang was still not convinced. Have some eyesight, okay? Qian Dandan wants to create an opportunity for your buddy and Yen Yen to be alone. Wang Xiaoman pinched him. Shen gang froze for a moment, then grinned. This Dongzi guy, he was blessed with a lot of lust. However, how did he suddenly become so powerful? He would have to be interrogated when he had the chance in the future. The four of them waited on the side of the road while Han Dong went to the underground garage to drive. After a short while, a brand new Lamborghini SUV parked at their waiting position. The window glass slowly lowered and Han Dong waved at them. Turtle, Lamborghini Qian Dandan and a few other girls were glowing with excitement. Wang Zhen, that guy boasts of being a god-rich second generation. Driving a car is only a BMW X5. Han Dong quietly, the seat is actually worth millions of Lamborghini. The girls may not know much about cars, but they know what is behind the person who drives a luxury car. Resources, wealth, beyond the ability of the vast majority of ordinary people. The roommate really caught the golden turtle this time, really envious of individuals. Dongzi, this is your car? Chen Gang asked eatingly. Aha, Han Dong faintly said. How is this possible? I mean, hey, this is damn unscientific. Chen Gang was excited and somewhat incoherent. He understood Han Dong's family situation very well, and should say that it was very average. A month ago, the two people also sat in the kind of hard seat train together to school. A short period of time. Han Dong can afford to open the top sports car, but also has the High Pies Supreme VIP card. Put aside who also cannot figure it out. This slowly and then tell you. First help Lang students in. Han Dong smiled. Chen Gang's reaction could not be more normal. Even he himself felt like dreaming when he occasionally thought about it. Ayo. A few girls helped and placed Long Yan on the back seat. You can't park here for a long time, so I'll leave first. Okay, be safe. Chen Gang waved his hand. The roar of the engine pulled full as the Lamborghini Urus drove into the rolling traffic. The iconic taillights of the barbarian bull family were exceptionally bright in the night. The room manager has run into a good man this time. Handsome and rich, the way he drives a supercar with one hand. Too charming. Qian Dandan was envious. Gongzi, how's the character of this buddy of yours? Wang Xiaoman bit her lips with a worried face. It's very good. My buddy that Gangzi values. How could it be bad? Chen Gang drank so much that his tongue was a bit knotted. Xiaoman, what do you mean by this? Qian Dandan was stunned. Yin Yin is drunk after all. She is so beautiful. I am afraid that Han Dong cannot help it. In case something happens, then how can it be? You 484 SA? Qian Dandan looked at her like a dinosaur. Gangzi, this buddy, handsome, rich, but also can calm things. The room manager with him, a steady profit. I would like them to have something happen. But, they just met for the first time. Will it be too fast? Come on now. What era is this? The girls are all more raw than one another. On Han Dong's condition, if he starts slow, he will be taken by another goblin in a minute. Do you believe it? It's a pity. If I had Yen Yan's face value, I would be on my own. Where else would it be her turn? Taxi is here. Let's go up. Chen Gang greeted a few girls and got on the car, while comforting Wang Xiaoman. Don't worry. Dongzi is not that kind of person. Chen Gang was still young. He didn't know that a man's behavior in front of his buddies and in front of a beautiful woman was completely different. There was no such thing as an absolute good guy under heaven. No. Han Dong also drank a lot of wine? It'll be over if he's caught by the traffic police. Wang Xiaoman worried. You think too much. He can even rule Wangjin, so it can be seen that the energy is not small. It's estimated that the traffic police won't even bring a stop when they see his car. Qian Dandan scoffed. In fact, Qian Dandan had gotten it wrong. Han Dong did not have a heavenly background, but was emboldened. The body is supported by the pure yang qi, and if he encounters a traffic police check, he will be able to vaporize all the alcohol in his body with a slight movement of a breath. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any traffic police along the way, so he didn't bother to use his special skills. With his immortal cultivator's control, he did not have to worry about any mistakes in driving with this amount of alcohol. Following the navigation, Han Dong drove all the way to the vicinity of Jiangke University and stopped outside a star hotel. Lang Yan's face was flushed and her drunken appearance was delicate and beautiful. Her body was soft, completely hanging on Han Dong, like a wombat. When registering, the male receptionist saw Lang Yan's face, and a wave of jealousy welled up inside. Such a beautiful little cabbage, but also by the pigs. Anyway, as long as it is not by himself, everyone else is a pig by default. However, when he saw the Lamborghini key in Han Dong's hand, he could only lower his head sadly. The poor boy witnessed it with his own eyes. After completing the formalities, Han Dong helped Lang Yan into the room. This girl felt a flutter in her stomach, covered her small mouth and rushed into the restroom, launching a roar at the toilet. Vomit. Looking at the mess in the toilet, Han Dong also nearly vomited, and hurriedly flushed away those filthy things. Even if there was originally a bit of an idea about Lang Yan, it has now dissipated. Especially see the corner of her mouth is still left with the color of the food crumbs. Cannot help but a burst of nausea. I really can't get my mouth off of it. Taking paper towels to wipe her face, half embraced, half hugged, transported to the bed. Once this girl touched the pillow, she soon let out a slight snore, and slept so soundly. The state of being drunk was a far cry from her cool image when she was sober. Alcohol could really be no good. Han Dong also drank a lot and simply decided to sleep here for the night. The room fee that his buddy had paid, he had to sleep back, or else he would be at a loss. Fortunately, this is a set of double room. There are 2 beds. Lang Yan occupies one, Han Dong occupies the other. Do not interfere with each other. After taking a bath, Han Dong lay under the covers and swiped his cell phone, habitually looking at WeChat. The dormitory group is very active. The 3 brothers in the same dormitory have asked him where he went, why he stayed out at night, whether he met a suitable aunt and did not want to work hard. Han Dong laughed and cursed a few times, explaining that he is in the University of Science and Technology, and high school classmates to have a small gathering, and will not go back tonight. Wu Yuan immediately reacted to that guy, said the University of Science and Technology more beautiful? You will not be going to pick up girls. Han Dong jumped. This special brew drop can guess the truth? There is indeed a girl around, or a S-class superb. If it is not pure yang body is not complete. The small master tonight off the place. I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm not going to be able to get a good look at them, but I'm going to be able to get a good look at them, and I'm going to be able to get a good look at them. The next morning, Lang Yan woke up with a hangover. Feeling her head aching and her body sore and weak, opening her eyes and surveying her surroundings, she knew that she should be staying in a hotel. She shook her head and tried to remember everything from last night, but only remembered the first half of it, and after she left the nightclub, she couldn't remember anything. Crap! Drank herself out of it. The faint snore of another man came to her ears, and she was abruptly startled, looking over at the voice and nearly toppling off the bed in shock. Man! There was a man in her room. She forced herself not to scream out and checked her body at the first opportunity. Fortunately, clothes were on properly, and there was no strange feeling. The thing that she was most worried about did not happen. She now also recognized that the boy sleeping on the bed next to her was Chen Gang's classmate, Han Dong. After the shock had settled down a little, the fuzzy memories gradually became clearer. It turned out that last night was he sent her to the hotel. She was drunk, vomited all over the place. People also helped clean up. It is rare that he did not take advantage of her. Personality is really good. Now in this society, there are really not many boys like this. Lang Yan unexpectedly had a little bit of small gratitude inside. If she knew the truth, I don't know how she would feel. Lang Yan hurriedly got down from the bed, thought for a moment, took out 5 Mao Grandpa from her bag, put it on Han Dong's bedside, and then tiptoed out. Her intention was to share the cost of the room with Han Dong, and she didn't even think about the misunderstandings that might result. Obviously did not do anything wrong, but she was inexplicably weak, put on a mask to cover her face, like a mouse skittering along the wall, for fear of being seen by familiar people. For the first time in her life, she opened a room outside, and still with a boy who is not very familiar with her. It really makes her a little embarrassed. At this time the cell phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Xiaoman calling. Roommate, where are you? At a hotel near the school. Ah, you really went to get a room with Handong? Don't be ridiculous. He sent me to my room and went back. Long Yan gritted her teeth. She didn't like lying, but she couldn't be honest about this kind of thing. A lone man and a widow sharing a room. Who would believe you when you say nothing happened? Really? Why don't I believe it? Believe it or not, I won't explain. Okay, I believe you, Wang Xiaoman said. Listen to your voice a little bit not quite right. Is not a cold? Ah? It's fine. Lang Yan's nose was sore. Maybe I drank too much last night. The girl regretted a lot. Cannot figure out what is wrong with himself. Before even if there is a reason that cannot be pushed back. But also are shallow. Never drunk. Last night. Always felt that the atmosphere was not right. The state of mind was not right. And everywhere was not right. Hotels usually have breakfast. You drink some porridge to feed your stomach. Don't drink so much wine in the future. Got it. Lang Yan was a bit touched. I'll walk outside after breakfast and go back in the evening. Okay, keep yourself safe. Wang Xiaoman exhorted and hung up the phone. Lang Yan sighed, then quickly walked out of the hotel. Half an hour later, Han Dong woke up. The first thing he saw was a few eye-catching Mao grandpas on the bedside table. He counted. Exactly 5 sheets. Wait, what does that girl mean? Is she leaving money for prostitutes? I special brew drop was hoard out? WC. The first thing he wanted to do was to call over and ask what she meant. If you want to leave money, it's my turn to do so, not yours. The difference between whoring and being whored is huge. I felt out my cell phone and realized that I didn't have any contact information. He wanted to call Chen Gang's phone to ask, but could not afford to lose that person. Do you want to tell your buddies? I slept with whoever at your school, and they left me $500 for the prostitute. You help me ask her what she means? Probably will be Chen Gang, that guy ridiculed for life. Han Dong is the most depressed. Who hoard who first, not entangled. The key is simply not hoard. Although he took the money, he still felt that this wave was a loss. Forget it, don't dwell on it for now. Find an opportunity to let Chen Gang ask her out again and make it clear face to face. After getting up, Han Dong ate breakfast at the hotel and drove home. Chapter 49, Targeted by a Viper. A townhouse in the suburbs. Living room. Wang Antai, the owner of Antai Home, grimaced and glared at his son who was hanging his head across the room. Dad, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wang Jin did not dare to look at his father's eyes. Oh, then tell me, where was the mistake? I disgraced you. You mean the matter of kneeling to someone? Wang Jin had previously confessed to his father everything that had happened in Hippie. Aha, although it's a bit humiliating, you did well in this matter. After all, Lian Shanglong is an existence that we can't afford to mess with. That kneeling of yours, which seemed to be kneeling the kid surnamed Han, was actually showing an attitude to Lian Shanglong. With that person's character, if you don't do something, he most likely won't let it go. Someone dares to eat in his own store. Spread the word. Where to put his face? If you kneel down like this, Lian Shanglong will have both face and honor. At the very least, he won't look for trouble from you in the future, and it will also save our family from worries. Wang Antai said in a deep voice. But this is detrimental to the face of our Wang family. Oh, face? Wang Antai disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Half-grown-up children only value this kind of thing. Adults only look at benefits. Besides, our Wang family isn't strong enough to the extent that we need to focus on face. Wang Jin understood in seconds. When you were strong, you naturally had face, like Lian Shanglong. When you weren't strong enough to that realm, face was the last thing you needed. My child is definitely wrong, but where exactly is he wrong? Please ask my father for guidance. After this incident, Wang Jin seemed to have grown a lot overnight. Child, remember one thing. Never spend too much energy and time on women. They are not worth it. It's fine to pick up girls, but pay attention to cost control. I hadn't thought about spending that much money. Wang Jin couldn't help but defend himself. But you still spent 630,000 yuan. Wang Antai coldly said. At this price, you can bag a female college student for a year. But what did you get? Wang Jin looked at his father in shock. The old man was familiar with the market. That was blackmailed by them. No one blackmailed you. It's you who didn't understand the situation clearly. Wang Antai coldly said. First of all, you simply didn't get the exact information from your assistant. So you took it upon yourself to think that the box was booked by me for you. Wrong in one way. Secondly, even if the box was booked by me, and people said that the drinks were free, you just secondly, even if the box was booked by me, people said the drinks are free, so you really don't care about picking the most expensive order, which has crossed the line. Free of charge is just to give respect to the customer. Know how people will only mean to each other to stay decent, which can be like you. People as a great injustice kind of it? Wrong in the second. The last, but also the biggest mistake you made, is the pressure does not know who owns this store, and dare to play with others. You remember this for me. The first two mistakes are not a big problem and can still be remedied. The last mistake, however, is fatal. A business like ours, in the economically developed Jiangzhou, it doesn't even count as a fart. If we mess with people we shouldn't mess with, we will be swallowed to the bone crumbs in minutes. I've told you before, it's fine to go out and play, but this Lian Shenglong person should never be messed with. But you just made trouble at his property. Is there a hole in your brain? Luckily, you handled the aftermath quite properly, kneeling down in public to soften up and paying the money that should be paid, or else old me could have been killed by you. Seeing his father's anger, Wang Jin was silenced and did not dare to say anything. The student that you had a conflict with, his name is Han Dong, right? After venting his anger, Wang Antai's mood smoothed out quite a bit. Yes, from the law school of Jiang University. Find someone to investigate him and what is behind him. Wang Antai's eyes narrowed slightly. He is him, Lian Shenglong is Lian Shenglong. If it's a real dragon, then we'll admit it. If it's just pulling Lian Shenglong's flag to fake a tiger, hey, then our Wang family's bad luck. It's not that good to touch, face or not. It depends on who. To Lian Shenglong cannot face. To an ordinary person, that face must be enough. Got it, Dad. I'll arrange it. Wang Jin's pair of triangular eyes flashed with a cold light. Han Dong was completely unaware that he had been targeted by a viper. Even if he knew, he would not care too much. The next morning, Han Dong had just finished practicing on the rooftop when he received a call from Chen Gang, asking him if he had gotten his hands on him last night. Han Dong said categorically that he had not, and that he had just sent Leng Yan to the hotel and returned. Instead, he unintentionally corroborated Long Yan's words. This kind of thing, say no one else will not believe everything, but suspicion is still suspicion. There is no evidence. Chen Gang also asked him how he could change so much now. Han Dong said that he used to learn martial arts and medicine with the old Taoist priest on Qingfeng Mountain in his hometown, and some time ago, by chance, he cured a tycoon, and in order to thank him for saving his life, he sent him a house, a car, and a ticket. Half true, half false, can say only so much. Chen just sighed, but also sincerely happy for him. After another round of nonsense, the next door Ajin sent breakfast. Han Dong hung up the phone. After eating, he was wondering where to go on vacation when Xing Xianyun's call came in. Dongzi, are you up yet? MS. Shen calling him by his nickname was quite smooth. I've finished breakfast, Han Dong said in a nonchalant manner. If you have a book to start, if you don't, roll up the curtain and retire from the court. You dare to talk to the higher-ups like that? Shin Xianyun's voice instantly raised an octave. Gu, what are your orders, Lord Shen? Whenever you need it, my humble servant will go through fire and water without hesitation. Han Dong was serious. That's more or less the same. Shin Xianyun rolled her sanitary eyes. You don't need to go through fire and water. Just accompany us to play. You guys? Who else besides you? Wu Yu's boyfriend came over from Shanghai. The two of them went to play and had to drag me along. How embarrassing for me to be a light bulb alone. If you came along, wouldn't I not be embarrassed? Hoping that you are letting me go to help you share the embarrassment to come. How? Can't you find a boyfriend? Do you think a boyfriend is a flower on the side of the road? Just say you have one? Shin Xianyun did not have a good temper. You just say go or not. Give a quick word. Leader's request. Who dares to disobey? Han Dong smiled. I go. Anyway, it was idle, so it was good to accompany them to have some fun. Especially Miss Wu Yu. Remembering the scene of that night, she still had an itch in her heart. By the way, she also wanted to see what kind of god her mail ticket was. Actually being able to chase such a superb young lady. Men, by nature, are a highly competitive species. Absolutely cannot be subconsciously competitors than down. Therefore, Han Dong seriously picked himself up, put on his favorite clothes and shoes, and also put on the absolute Nautilus sent by Cui Hongji, the mirror to look at themselves. Really handsome to fly up. Car, well, certainly choose that Lamborghini cross-country. If you're going to play in the mountains, it's not appropriate to drive a coupe. Replacement clothing and outdoor necessities into the bag. Into the trunk. Han Dong started the car. To Bishuiyuan neighborhood. Shin Xianyun had an appointment with him to meet at the entrance of the neighborhood. Bishuiyuan South Gate. Shin Xianyun and Wu Yu each carried a suitcase and stood by the side of the road waiting. The two people are wearing a sun hat, white silk cape lined with a green camisole. The following take a pair of jeans shorts. Snow white long legs blind passers-by titanium alloy dog eyes. This level of beauty everywhere is a beautiful landscape. What's more, there are two of them at once, passing cars and pedestrians. All frequently look back. Chapter 50, The Sven Beast. Where's Liao Shueji? Shin Xianyun held open a parasol to block out the harsh sunlight. Here, Wu Yu pointed to a Range Rover not far away. Just as the car stopped, A well-dressed young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came down from the driver's seat. Xiao Yu. The youth smiled and waved his hand. Wu Yu smiled faintly, considered a response. Yo, mister, Liao got a new car? Xin Xianyun smiled. Didn't Xiao Yu say that she wanted to go camping in the mountains, so she temporarily brought up a car? The car I usually drive doesn't have off-road capabilities, the youth said seemingly offhandedly. TSK, rich people are so luxurious. Xin Xianyun smacked his lips. Liao Shueji smiled, took the suitcase in Wu Yu's hand and put it in the trunk. He was about to take the suitcase in Xin Xianyun's hand, but Xin Xianyun refused. I'll take my friend's car. Xin Xianyun took a step back. A friend? Male or female? Liao Shueji visibly froze for a moment. Male. Another female? Wouldn't it be 3 beautiful women accompanying you on a camping trip? You're thinking beautifully. Xin Xianyun rolled her eyes. Liao Shueji's eyes clearly had a hint of gloom, but he quickly hid it. The biased Wu Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines, noticed it and a playful smile densely appeared on her lips. A cool Lamborghini URUS whistled, the roar of its engine chilling the blood. Seeing Xin Xianyun has been staring at this car, Liao Shueji cannot help but show off his knowledge. This car is good. Known as the Earth's fastest SUV, 100 kilometers of speed as long as 3.4 seconds, 5-seater supercar is not just a name. Playing with this car, most of them are rich second generation who sells their son's field without any pain. Too high profile. Xin Xianyun skimmed her mouth, speaking as if you are not a rich second generation who sells his land without heartache. The car abruptly stopped next to them. The driver's seat down a long young man, black hair, thick, knife-cut axe-like handsome features, simple t-shirt jeans b shoes, but he concave out of the international male model sense of vision. On the bridge of his nose is a pair of ice blue Gucci sunglasses with gold rims, adding a fashionable temperament. Liao Shueji noticed that he wore a piece of out-of-print Nautilus on his left wrist, and then his heart sank. This kid has a little family background. The average thug cannot buy this watch. Dongzi. Xin Xianyun waved her hand, smiling like a flower. Ms. Xin, at least it's a public place. It's not too polite for you to call me a Jianghu gag, right? Han Dong laughed bitterly. I am a superior leader. Calling you a gag is to look down on you. Are you not convinced? Xin Xianyun's eyes widened. Come on, you win. Han Dong bared his teeth. Wu Yu covered her small mouth on the side, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. Good day, sister. Han Dong's heart was on fire as he looked at the slightly chubby goddess. Hello again. Wu Yu looked at him with an indescribable sentiment. This is Liao Shueji's expression. There was a slight mischief. Asshole, I thought that this journey a dragon with 2 phoenixes, but I did not expect to kill a little white boy in the middle of the journey. Simply like eating a fly is difficult. He didn't look in the mirror and didn't realize that he was actually more like a little white boy. I'm from Jian University. Han Dong was just about to introduce himself when Xin Xianyun grabbed him. He is my colleague. From Jiangda University, a cadre of the Youth League Committee. Colleague? Looks a bit young. Liao Shueji frowned. He has a tender face. Xin Xianyun face expressionless. Han Dong understood in a second that Xin Xianyun definitely did not want Liao Shueji to know that he was her student. However, she did not lie. Han Dong was indeed a cadre of the Youth League Committee, and the two were considered colleagues. My name is Liao Shueji, a native of Shanghai. Liao Shueji extended his hand. May I ask your name? Han Dong. Han is in Korea? No, Han is in Hanfei Z. It's Han is in Korea. No, Han is in Hanfei Z. Nice to meet you, Mr. Han. Nice to meet you. The two men exchanged brief pleasantries, seemingly polite, but actually hiding a murderous intent. Especially Liao Shueji. The eyes that looked at Han Dong flickered with a hostility that could not be concealed. Since cultivating immortality, Han Dong's divine sense was far stronger than that of a normal person and naturally sensed this hostility. At first, he thought it was because of Miss Wu Yu, but then he realized that Liao Shueji was always stealing glances at Xin Xianyun's white legs, and only then did he understand what the problem was. Nonsense, this guy has got the best of both worlds, openly occupying Wu Yu, secretly also playing the idea of Ms. Shen, looked quite civilized, didn't expect to be a beast. Let's go. This is not the place to talk. Xin Xianyun interrupted the dark war between the two men. Good. Han Dong put her luggage into the trunk. Wu Yu got into Liao Shueji's Range Rover while Xin Xianyun got into Han Dong's car. There was a detail that Wu Yu sat in the back row while Xin Xianyun got into the passenger seat. The destination this time was a place called Qianchuan Waterfall in the western mountains of Zhejiang, a natural camping mecca. There weren't many decent mountains in Jiangnan province. All of them were hills with low elevation. If you want to find a decent mountain, the closest one is Zhejiang province. Han Dong turned on the navigation and with a kick of floor oil, the URUS roared madly towards the highway exit. Mr. Shen, I have a sentence. I don't know if I should speak or not. Speak. I feel that the guy surnamed Liao is a bit unorthodox. How much do you mean? Shin Xianyun turned her head to look at him. He seems to be harboring ill intentions towards you. Ha! Shin Xianyun sneered several times. Why else would I have to call you? You know that. Ha! Han Dong was quite surprised. I sensed it the first time we met. And he even made some small gestures to tease intentionally or unintentionally. If it wasn't in the way of Yu's face, I would have smoked him. Shin Xianyun frowned slightly. I'm also holding back very hard but I cherish this bosom friend relationship with Yu. Once it gets out of hand, I guess I won't even be able to be a sister. Hoping that I am a tool person. Han Dong laughed. What's the matter? You are not happy? Shin Xianyun's beautiful big eyes glared up again. Pay attention to emotion management. You are a university teacher, not a female bandit. Oof. Shin Xianyun gave him a sanitary eye. You took advantage of my family. You so cheap, always have to pay a price. What bargain did I take advantage of? Han Dong played dumb. You let people give you. Hey you brat, looking for a fight right? Do I have to say it? Mr. Shin, pay attention to the pattern. We can't keep indulging in the past. We have to look forward. Han Dong like an old cadre. The language is long. Shin Xianyun had a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat. Is this a ing pattern problem? Auntie would be a cutie if she forgot so quickly. Don't want to talk to you. Drive your car properly you. Shin Xianyun adjusted the seat, searching for a comfortable position and closed her eyes to fake sleep. Han Dong grinned and focused on driving. Chapter 51 Nominal Relationship. The Range Rover kept following behind. Liao Shueji looked at the Oris's taillights and couldn't help but open his mouth. Is this Han Dong really Shin Xianyun's colleague? Aha. Wu Yu's voice was a little perfunctory. Know what he comes from? Those who can afford to play with a brute cow must have an unusual family background. Not sure. What is the relationship between the two of them? With my understanding of Shin Xianyun, she's not the kind of person who just finds a male colleague to travel with. You know my bestie well? Wu Yu's gaze stabbed over from diagonally behind her, a touch of mockery still hanging at the corner of her mouth. No, that's not what I meant. Liao Shueji felt a chill at the back of his head. I was bored on the trip, so I was just talking. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry into my friend's privacy. Wu Yu leaned back and closed her eyes. Liao Shueji glanced at her from the rearview mirror, a hint of ferocity fleeting. The Zhishi mountain range was more than 200 kilometers away from Jiangzhou City, and the highway went all the way there, driving for more than 3 hours. This big mountain scenery is really beautiful. Along the Disk Mountain Road all the way layers of green, birds chirping. The two women opened the car window, enjoying the cool wind in the mountains, and from time to time issued a sigh of admiration. Turned to the deep mountain canyon. Far away, we can see a huge waterfall, as if a huge dragon fell from the sky, accompanied by the sound of rumbling water, waves splashing. The two cars descended the mountain road one after the other, and drove in on the wild road opened up by the predecessors. Thanks to the strong off-road performance of the car, walking on these mountain trails is like walking on the ground. Below the waterfall converged into a pool of water. The water is clear and deep. Clean people want to swear. The car stopped at the edge of the pool. After the four people got off the car, looking up at the huge waterfall, Shin Xianyun could not help but sigh in admiration. The sun shines on the incense burner and produces purple smoke, and the waterfall hangs in front of the river in the distance. The water flows straight down 3,000 feet, and it is suspected that the Milky Way falls into the 9 heavens. I finally understand why this place is called Xianchuan Waterfall. It's so spectacular. Wu Yu took Shin Xianyun's arm and stood quietly, mesmerized by the nature's ingenious work. At this time, there are already some donkeys who have been the first to go and set up camp here. Liao Shueji opened the trunk, took out the tent and other outdoor equipment, found a location near the waterhole, began to install. After setting up the tent and laying down the air mattresses and moisture-proof mats, Liao Shueji said with a smile, "Alright, we'll be sleeping at night in nature tonight. What about the other one?" Wu Yu asked. "What other one?" Liao Shueji was a bit puzzled. "The tent," Wu Yu said lightly. "How can so many people sleep in one tent? At first you guys didn't tell me there were so many people." Liao Shueji spread his hands. "Even if there's no Han Dong, there's still Qianyun. I told you this, right? Could it be that you want the three of us to share a tent?" That's not me," Liao Shueji stammered, not knowing how to explain. In fact, that was what he thought in his heart. 3 people living in a tent. What a great opportunity. Han Dong smiled and opened the trunk of the car, taking cover to pull out a bunch of outdoor equipment from the spirit market ring. Not only was there a tent, but there was also a canopy, tables and chairs, as well as a full set of equipment such as pots and pans and barbecue grills. These things he bought a long time ago, has been placed in the storage space, in case of emergency. This was not. It came in handy. Wow, Dongzi, are you a magician? Where did you change out so many treasures from? Shin Xianyun came over, his eyes glowing. It's good to be prepared. Han Dong smiled faintly. The two girls came over and set up a tent with Han Dong, supported the canopy, and hung colorful lights around the area, creating a sense of atmosphere. Han Dong even prepared a curtain, as well as a small projector, the kind that could play open-air movies. Although Liao Shueji is very embarrassed, but it is not good to stand idly by, only to come over to help. With a flurry of work, the four of them quickly supported all the equipment. Gulp, the two women's stomachs began to protest. Hungry, right? Han Dong laughed. Shin Shenyun nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, and Wu Yu just laughed. I'll go to the woods over there to pick up some firewood. Come back and we'll open fire with a ground pot. I'll go too. Shin Shenyun and Wu Yu spoke in unison. The two looked at each other, a little embarrassed. Alright, Missy, when have you ever done this? Wu Yu dotingly rubbed her hair. It's better to stay at the camp and watch over the house. Han Dong and I will just go. Yes, it's more efficient to divide the work. Let them go. Let's first support the ground pot. Liao Shueji hurriedly helped out. Wasn't this the opportunity he had dreamed of? Shin Xianyun looked at Han Dong as if asking for help. She did not want to stay with Liao Shueji. That's fine. With Sister Wu Yu's help, we'll be able to eat our midday meal faster. Han Dong pretended not to see it and walked towards the woods first. Wu Yu followed behind unhurriedly. Shin Shenyun looked at the two of them as their silhouettes disappeared into the woods. Her mind could not help but be flooded with the scene she had seen on the night she was drunk, and a strong jealousy surprisingly surged within her heart. Devilishly. Shin Shenyun shook her head and hurriedly shook that nasty thought away. Seeing Liao Shueji smilingly came over, Shin Shenyun hurriedly said, I'm a little tired. First go to the tent to rest. You come to support the ground pot is no problem, right? No problem. What else could Liao Shueji say? Shin Xianyun giggled and drilled into Han Dong's tent, and also locked the zipper inside. Simply do not give Liao Shueji the opportunity to speak. Liao Shueji's eyes flinched, then squatted down to support the ground pot as if nothing had happened. Han Dong and Wu Yu entered the woods. There were dry branches scattered everywhere. They picked up all the way to the depths of the woods. After hesitating for a while, Han Dong decided to remind Wu Yu that such a nice young lady. Don't be pitted by the scum. Liao Shueji, that guy, seems to have a bad heart for MS. Shin, Han Dong said seriously. I am not stirring up trouble. I just feel obliged to remind my sister. Don't be fooled by him. So, hey, you're not angry? Why would I be angry? Wu Yu snorted. It's not like I like him. You're still dating him if you don't like him? Han Dong's eyes widened. He is the son-in-law chosen by my mom. Wu Yu had a mocking smile on her lips. Family marriage. An old story. But it's hard to get out of it when you're in it. How many years have you been dating? 1 year, Wu Yu blandly said. However, I have been living with Chen Yun and have not seen him a few times. Han Dong was stunned. By saying this, the young sister seemed to be revealing some information to him. For example, she and Liao Shueji were only nominal boyfriend and girlfriend, and there was absolutely nothing super friendship entanglement. Somehow, there was a surge of inner joy. Actually, Shen also endured it very hard. She was afraid that if she said it, it would affect your bosom friend feelings. Chen Yun told you that? I saw it first, and asked her when we were in the car before she said it. Silly girl, the feelings between the two of us. How could we be ruined by that kind of scum? Wu Yu smiled faintly. Let's go back. A little later she should be anxious. Chapter 52. Han Dong is still reliable. The two men each carried a bundle of branches and returned to the campsite. Upon hearing the voices of Han Dong and Wu Yu, Shin Xianyun came out from the tent. Why did you guys go for so long? We had to pick enough firewood for our day. You dare to go into the woods after dark? Han Dong crossed her eyes. Wu Yu smiled and did not say anything. Liao Shueji had long ago set up the ground pot, that is, surrounded by a few stones to form a semi-enclosed space, and then just set up the iron pot on top of it. Keep it simple for lunch. Just cook a noodle. We'll eat it well in the evening. Han Dong smiled. Okay. The two women spoke in unison. Teacher Shen, you do it. Han Dong looked at Shin Chen-yun. Why me? Weren't you resting just now when we were picking firewood? Now it's your turn to work. Shin Chen-yun was furious and then wilted like a punctured balloon. I don't know how to cook. Not that I'm talking about you. Such a big person. Actually, even the most basic ability to take care of yourself serves you right for not being able to find a boyfriend. Han Dong carried his hands behind his back and was as serious as an old cadre. Han Dongzi, you're looking for a cut, aren't you? Shin Xianyun's eyebrows were crooked with anger. Liao Shueji's eyes roamed over the two people's faces, somewhat doubting his judgment. It didn't look like the two of them had any ambiguous relationship. Alright, I'll cook it. Wu Yu looked at Han Dong in amusement. Your teacher Shin doesn't even know which way the kitchen door opens. Gu, you've lived with her for so many years. How hard it must have been. It's equivalent to raising a daughter. Han Dong grinned. Shin Xianyun was on the verge of crying in aggravation, but did not know how to fight back. When she thought about it, in terms of life, it was indeed Wu Yu who took care of her a bit more. Alright baby, don't pay attention to him, I'm just happy to take care of you. No one cares. Wu Yu gently patted her shoulder. It's still you who's good to me. Han Dongzi is a bad guy. Shin Xianyun deflated. Han Dong wanted to retort, but Wu Yu glared at him. This niece had a thin skin. She would really cry if you hit her a few more times. Han Dong smiled and said no more. Maybe the family is too favorable. From childhood was too well protected. Do not look at MS. Shin usually look like a goddess. In fact, inside there is a small male child who cannot grow up. Han Dong used some dry grass as a lead, ignited the firewood and started to burn the stove. Wu Yu began to prepare the ingredients. Chopped some green onions, tomatoes, beat a few eggs and stirred them into an egg paste. His movements were very skillful, and he looked like an old hand at it. One of them burned the fire, the other chopped the vegetables. The division of labor. The picture was extremely harmonious. Liao Shueji and Shin Shenyun wanted to help, but they didn't know where to start. The two of them had grown up in a pampered environment, where they were clothed and fed. It was indeed difficult to let them cook. Whose idea was it to come camping in the mountains? Han Dong could not help but ask. Me. Liao Shueji pointed at himself. If I don't come, how are you guys going to eat? I see that you guys didn't bring any stoves and cookware at all. The three people looked at me and I looked at you. You didn't bring any? Wu Yu asked Liao Shueji. No. Liao Shueji was a bit scratching his head. I thought you guys would bring it. Oh, you invited us to camp, and we had to bring a pot. Wu Yu gasped and laughed. What about ingredients? There are always ingredients, right? Shin Xianyun asked. Don't have any either. Liao Shueji awkwardly gouged out 3 rooms on the floor. He hadn't brought anything that could satiate his hunger, let alone ingredients. For a young master, food was never something that was beckoned to his mouth. There was no need to think about it. In the past, when he came out to camp, it was always his fellow travelers who prepared the food as well, and he never worried about it. It's still Donzi who is reliable. Otherwise wouldn't we be starving? Shin Shenyun rolled her eyes. Didn't you just say that Donzi is a badass? Wu Yu smirked. Oops, this time is a good time. Shin Shenyun perked up. When you need me, Donzi is reliable, and when you don't, Donzi is the big bad guy. So I'm just a tool. Han Dong Jared. That's right, a very accurate positioning of oneself. The air was filled with the flavor of happiness. Liao Shueji's heart was rather unfavorable because he felt that only he was an outsider. Wu Yu's hands and feet were nimble and soon made a pot of tomato and egg noodles and served 4 big bowls full. Liao Shueji moved the table and chairs under the canopy, and the 4 people ate 1 bowl each. Sister Wu Yu's handiwork is good. Han Dong took a bite and gave a thumbs up. That's for sure. My family's you can go up to the hall and down to the kitchen. Whoever marries her will have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. Shin Shenyun was indeed hungry, and her mouth was stuffed to the brim. Liao Shueji did not know how to answer, so he buried his head and ate. The noodles that he usually couldn't look down on were actually so delicious when he was hungry. My craftsmanship is just that. You guys think it's delicious because you're too hungry. Wu Yu smiled in a cloudy manner. Don't be modest. Delicious is delicious. Not much to do with being hungry or not. Han Dong praised from the bottom of his heart. Eat more if you like it. Looking at Han Dong's wolfish appearance, Wu Yu guffawed. Liao Shueji concentrated on dealing with the food in front of him and did not pay attention to Wu Yu's expression, which was clearly a tenderness that could only be found between a dog and a man. After a large bowl of noodles went down, Han Dong burped contentedly. It was true that man is iron and rice is steel, and only when you are full will you have the strength to think about other things. Finally came alive. My life is given by the noodles. Shin Shenyun stroked her belly and sighed contentedly. After eating and drinking, Liao Shueji put down the dishes and walked to the side to make a phone call. You come brush the pots and wash the dishes. Han Dong looked at Shin Shenyun. I won't. Shin Shenyun's voice was like a mosquito. It's better for me to wash it. Wu Yu smiled. No. Han Dong bored face. You cook. I burn the fire. The two of them will have to make good. Cannot eat dry wipe down dishes and leave. At home you are the young masters and young ladies, but not in my place. I didn't say I won't wash. I just said I won't. Shin Shenyun was a bit aggrieved. You can learn if you don't know how. You can even get a doctorate. Something as simple as washing dishes is not hard for you. Okay, I'll learn. You teach me what to do. Shin Shenyun crossed Han Dong's eyes. In the end I am the teacher, you are the teacher. I wonder if there is another student who dares to be so fierce with his teacher. Taking advantage of the moment when Han Dong turned around, Shin Shenyun waved her small fists at his back, baring her teeth in a ferocious manner. Under Wu Yu's verbal guidance, Shin Shenyun quickly became familiar with the business. Han Dong was right. With such a smart brain, how could a simple job like washing dishes not be learned? It just depended on whether one wanted to do it or not. First things first, I won't wash Liao Shueji's dishes. Shin Qianyun frowned. I'll wash it, haha. Wu Yu pacified this little hedgehog who had blown up. Han Dong originally wanted to stop Wu Yu and let Liao Shueji wash it himself. Turning his head, he thought that it was really unnecessary. Nominally, Wu Yu is after all Liao Shueji's female ticket. The way people get along with each other, he has no right to ask. This is to come out to play. This makes the atmosphere very stiff. Wu Yu will also be embarrassed. The two girls help each other. Talk. Soon after the aftermath of the work is completed. Shin Qianyun did not because of the dip in the Yangchun water is not happy. On the contrary, also quite a sense of accomplishment. After all, it was her first time doing housework in her life. Liao Shueji came back from a phone call and never mentioned the matter of brushing the dishes. Liao Gongzi business is quite busy Shin Qianyun not without ridicule glanced at him. Next time the trouble to brush their own bowls. Come out to play also act as a young master. Take us as your housemaid? This is not a temporary emergency call. The next meal all the bowls I brush. Okay? Liao Shueji smiled. A man's word is his word. I will supervise you. Must. Chapter 53, Catching Fish with Your Unarmed Hand. It was noon, and with the autumn tiger ravaging the land, there was still a bit of heat in the air. There were already quite a few young men and women who had changed into their swimsuits and went swimming in the pool, probably disturbed. A big fish suddenly leaped out of the water and made a big wave. Woohoo! This fish is too fat. I'm afraid it's not 5 or 6 pounds. Shin Qianyun exclaimed. The water quality here is good. The fish meat must be delicious. Eater Wu Yu laughed. I'll go catch a few and have grilled fish at night. Han Dong smiled. You brought fishing gear? Liao Shueji asked. Didn't bring any. No fishing gear. To catch it by hand? What? You can't catch it with your hands? Liao Shueji was disliked and nearly closed his breath. Blow awesome you. Catching fish with your bare hands. You think you are a polar bear. Liao Shueji grumbled. Han Dong was too lazy to talk to him and went back to the tent to change into his swimming trunks. When he came out, Shin Qianyun and Wu Yu felt that their breathing instantly missed a few beats. The two large pectoral muscles were high and bulging. The 8 chocolate-like abdominal muscles were clearly visible. A beautiful muscle group was full of vigor, and the whole person was like an athletic leopard, exuding the ultimate androgenic hormone atmosphere. Wu Yu had seen Han Dong's real body, and after brainstorming for a moment, she immediately felt hot all over. This brat, just looking at the body alone was killing people. Even if he had no mind it didn't matter. When Liao Shueji saw the two big beauties staring at Han Dong's body in a nymphomaniacal manner, a strong jealousy welled up within him. He also wanted to show off, but he didn't have the muscles of others. Bastard. Obviously I saved the game. Pussy all let him pretend. There were quite a few young people in the camp, with girls accounting for half of them, and when Han Dong walked to the edge of the pool, he triggered a burst of screams. There were even a few bold girls who blew rogue whistles. I go. This body, so damn lustful. The beauty of these muscles is even better than Pine Yu Yen ever had. Come on. This guy is much more handsome than Pine Yu Yen, okay? Qian, aren't you longing for a love affair? This one will definitely make you scream. The girls were pointing at Han Dong and were close to drooling. Shallow. Liao Shueji snorted. Inside Shin Qianyun's heart, a sour feeling actually surged. Humph. A bunch of nymphomaniacs. Just know how to look at faces and muscles. You guys don't know him. Han Dongzi is even better than what you see. Why am I thinking about this? It's none of my business if he's good or not. He's my student. I'm just a little proud to be a teacher. That must be it. Wu Yu, however, is not as entangled as Shin Qianyun. Her mood can be described in 2 words, joy. You can only see this, but sis has seen what you can never see. Han Dong did a few warm-up maneuvers at the water's edge, then made a fish leap and jumped into the pool. Beautiful posture. Really like a big fish, as smooth and silky. Even did not splash what splash. The pool water is cool. After entering the water, the summer feeling is completely eliminated, and the feeling of comfort refreshes the heart. Han Dong dived into the deep water. The pool water is quiet, even so deep, still can see everything around. After the golden crow body quenching, his body was supported by the pure yang qi. Even without breathing, he was able to maintain his body's normal functions, and there was no problem at all if he stayed underwater for a few hours. Therefore, there was no difference between him and a fish. The fishes roamed gracefully at the bottom of the pool and did not panic at all due to the arrival of this behemoth like Han Dong. Probably because they rarely saw humans, they were not too scared. These fish were snow white and all of them were very fat. Han Dong had not seen this species before, probably unique to the mountain pool. 2 rather large white fish swept past. Han Dong struck out like lightning and caught them in an instant, not even giving a chance to react. When his companions were caught, the fish next to him began to panic, scattering and fleeing, and in an instant there was no trace of them. Han Dong's legs stomped hard on the bottom of the pool and scurried out of the water like a rocket. Shen Xianyun and Wu Yu are waiting anxiously at the edge of the pool. This brat went into the water after no trace. Will not be out of something, right? Shen Xianyun looked at the time. Already more than 2 minutes. And then do not come up. Can be life-threatening. Coldly a figure suddenly jumped out of the water. Laughed. Our evening rations have. Then hands flung. 2 big fish flew to shore. In the pile of stones alive. Each one must weigh 7 or 8 pounds. Wow. Such a big fish Shen Xianyun and Wu Yu were overjoyed and rushed up to control those 2 fish and put them into the bucket. I go. Handsome yo. Seeing that Han Dong had caught 2 large fish with his bare hands, the surrounding youngsters all came over. While talking, Han Dong dived under the water once again, and a few moments later, he threw up 2 more large white fish. His speed was so fast that no matter where the fish escaped to, he was able to quickly catch up with them, and the process of catching them was as easy as picking them up. The fish each have 7 or 8 pounds, 4 is enough for them to eat. Liao Shuiji was really surprised. If it was not in the deep mountains, he suspected that Han Dong had pre-prepared tour. Catching such a big wild fish with his bare hands? Is this dam still a human being? Can little brother help us catch 2 as well? I'll pay to buy them from you, okay? A girl wearing a ruffled colored swimsuit said in a petulant voice. This girl was around 20 years old and was quite wild-looking, her entire body standing tall and fresh like spring shoots after the rain. The other wench standing next to her was just as fair and just as pretty, only 4 or 5 years older and a bit more voluptuous, especially the 2 big avenues in front of her chest, as high as mountain peaks. She was looking at Han Dong, pursing her lips and smiling. Her pair of watery peach blossom eyes looked like they could talk. Han Dong laughed and plunged into the water with a jerk, and after a few moments, he poked his head out from another place, flinging his hands and dumping the 2 big white fish on the shore, alive and kicking. First time meeting, it's kind of a gift for you. No money. Han Dong grinned at the lotus leaf girl. Little brother, you are so nice. Thank you. The girl hurriedly squatted on the ground and went to grab the 2 fish. The plump girl blinked lightly and secretly gave Han Dong an autumnal wave. Where is this goblin from again? Actually daring to seduce our Dongzi. Shen Xianyun looked on and huffed. Are you jealous? Will you let out a light laugh? Eat? Jealous? What kind of jealousy I eat? Shen Xianyun was stunned. Young people are not characterized enough. I am a teacher. I have to help him keep an eye on him. Ha! Wu Yu laughed meaningfully. This goblin fierce is quite big. Shen Xianyun looked down at his double C, slightly inferior, turned back to look at Wu Yu's axiom. You on, the organization sent you to suppress her. I go on. Where do I go? Wu Yu was taken aback. You go up forward. Show her, trying to win with boobs. No chance. Wu Yu wiped her cold sweat, thinking I thought you were asking me to go up to Han Dong, and casually said, I'm not that boring. How can you call this boring? This is called protecting food, no dig? Dongzi was brought out by us. If we let other goblins snatch it, how can you and I lose face? If you want to protect him, go do it. I have a boyfriend. You mean Mr. Liao? Shen Xianyun squinted at Liao Shuiji, who was hiding under the canopy to take a cooler. Couldn't help but skim his mouth. I used to think he's not bad, but now when you compare him with Dongzi, it's an embroidered pillow. You might as well stir him up and give Dongzi a small daughter-in-law. Go. Lessen this messy lovebirds. Wu Yu pretty face a red. You think Dongzi good? They're on to him as a daughter-in-law to go. That won't do, Shen Xianyun muttered. After all, there's a difference between teacher and student, and there's a generation gap in between. Yang and little dragon lady can. What are you guys? Besides, the big deal is to resign. You don't have to be a teacher. Shen Xianyun was silent, her hands resting on her cheeks, looking at Han Dong, who was freely traveling in the water like a big fish, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 54. The air was filled with the smell of rapture. At this time, Han Dong touched up a few more big fishes from the water and flung them onto the shore, attracting a good fight for them, and the air was filled with the smell of rapture. Seeing Han Dong playing so happily in the water, the men and women in the campground changed into swimsuits and entered the pool to play. Seeing that big ferocious goblin swimming around Han Dong, Shen Xianyun winked at Wu Yu. You, let's go down as well. On the surface, Wu Yu was light-hearted, but in reality, she was also very concerned about Han Dong. She brought her own playmate. How could she tolerate another beauty hooking up next to her? Decisively following Shen Xianyun, she went back to the tent and changed into her swimsuit. It should be said that whether it was their looks, body shape, and temperament, Shen Xianyun and Wu Yu were the only ones among the campground girls. Even though they wore conservative swimsuits, they still attracted the attention of most men when they came to the shore. In terms of looks alone, only the 2 sisters could compete. Shen Xianyun and Wu Yu were both expert swimmers and quickly swam to Han Dong's side, weaving around him like 2 fish, intentionally or unintentionally chasing away the little goblins that tried to pounce on them. To be honest, Han Dong enjoyed the scene of the beauties fighting over him, which greatly satisfied his vanity as a man. Thinking back to a month ago, he was still a poor sculptor who could not pick up any girls. Who would have thought that a month later, he would actually become a Tang monk's meat that even a top-level demon like Xinshan Yun Wuyue would covet? Thanks to the inheritance of the Golden Crow Emperor, his destiny was fundamentally changed. Han Dong was born in the countryside. There is a big river behind his home. Since childhood, he has been soaking in the water. The water is already excellent. After cultivating immortality, the control of the body has been upgraded by a few notches, and there is pure yang qi protection. There is no difference between a fish and a fish in the water. Just see him in the water and Han Wu, two women in the water together swimming, such as three free fish, smooth and silky, posture elegant and beautiful, attracted the people around the eyes to watch and admire. Pink arms and legs, occasionally skin to skin. The three parties are all aware of the heart, enjoying the ambiguity of this dark poke. Liao Shueji on the shore to watch these three people mandarin ducks play in the water. The picture is so harmonious. Angry a face like freshly cooked pig liver. Grass mud horse. In front of my face to play a dragon and two winds. Think I am vegetarian? He would like to go down and stir up some trouble, but his swimming skills are average. Even if he goes down to the water, he will be exposed to most of the ugliness. Can only put this stock of resentment forced down, patiently waiting for the time. Happy time is always very short. In the blink of an eye, the sun is setting, the night is falling. Han Dong started a campfire. The young people camping nearby gathered around. Each person brought their own chairs and sat around the campfire and chatted. Dongzi, you are quite well prepared. Xinshan Yun came over and pushed Han Dong with her shoulder. You guys shouted about camping, but you didn't bring anything. It's not as good as me being an outsider. Han Dong could not help but spit. You're not an outsider. Xinshan Yun cast a sidelong glance at Liao Shueji. He's the outsider. Sister Wu Yu doesn't think so. Yu Yu doesn't treat him well either. Xinshan Yun spat. The family marriage. She just can't help it. With the help of the two women, Han Dong began to roast the fish. As the saying goes, the poor man's child is an early starter. Not only did Han Dong know how to cook, his cooking skills were quite good. However, this technique of roasting fish was not something he had learned from his own adults at home, but something he had figured out on his own while playing wildly in the wilderness since he was a child. He did not smoke on the grill, but the fish belly hollowed out. Inside the salt, onion, ginger, garlic, coriander, pepper, chili pepper and other flavorful seasonings, wrapped in lotus leaves, buried in the sand. Then burn a fire underneath and roast the sand. About 40 minutes later, when the flame burned out, the fish will be dug out, and then a strong aroma along the night wind wafted throughout the campground. It drew the crowd's appetites. Teacher Shen, come and taste it. Han Dong laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Xinshan Yun smiled with her eyebrows. After peeling off the lotus leaf, the whole fish was exposed. Han Dong cut a piece of fish meat and handed it to Xinshan Yun. The fish meat was tender and fragrant, melting in the mouth, and the flavor of the seasoning was completely immersed, so it was really even swallowed by the tongue. Wow wow wow. This is the most delicious grilled fish I've ever eaten in my life. It's just too delicious. Xinshan Yun's eyebrows were practically flying. This fish is divided between you and Sister Wu Yu. You guys eat first. Yes, yes, yes. Xinshan Yun nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, and was the first to receive the grilled fish. The two carried their plates to the table and ate, and Wu Yu was also full of praise. Han Dong roasted the other three fish as he had done and served them on the table. In passing, he took out 2 bottles of red wine from the spirit market ring and poured 4 glasses. Wow, Dongzi, you are too good at this. Actually even have red wine? Xinshan Yun could not hide the surprise in her eyes. It's good to come out and have fun. Han Dong smiled. Liao Shueji's face was ugly. Obviously, he was older and had more social experience. How could he act like a retard in front of this little kid? It's actually still chilled. What's going on here? Wu Yu picked up the wine glass and it was cold to the touch. I installed a car refrigerator. Han Dong made up his mind. The fact was that the storage space within the spirit ruin ring, the temperature was completely controlled by his will. Chilling the red wine was just a snap of the fingers. Xinshan Yun took a sip of the red wine, looked at the not-too-distant pied-piping waterfall, and marveled. Wow, with such a beautiful view and such a night, drinking chilled red wine and eating delicious grilled fish, I surprisingly feel very happy. You, is it because I have no pursuit, or is this moment too good? It's definitely you who have no pursuit. Wu Yu smiled cheekily. No, it's that this moment is too good. Xinshan Yun raised her wine glass and yelled. Shredding, shredding. The 4 of them raised their glasses and drank, and the atmosphere was quite wonderful. Liao Shueji looked at the 2 girls with a pair of wonderful eyes, which flowed over Han Dong from time to time, and owed him even one more glance. In his heart, the boss did not feel good. He had originally thought to take the opportunity of this camping trip to secretly take Shin Yun in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that a piggy bank would come out in the middle of the trip and disrupt his vision? Now, not to mention getting Shin Yun, even Wu Yu's heart will be stolen by someone. It's really a loss of a lady and a loss of soldiers. The feeling of being slightly drunk after eating and drinking was so wonderful. Han Dong took down a folk guitar from the trunk, sat by the campfire, and began to play and sing to himself. The mountain breeze was good, the waterfall was good, and the beautiful women were damn good, so good that it made people want to sing at the top of their lungs. After a tinkling prelude that was as clear and pleasant as a mountain spring, Han Dong opened his mouth and sang, I once dreamed of traveling to the ends of the earth with a sword, to see the splendor of the world. Your youthful heart was always a little wild. Now you're at home in all corners of the world. The girl who once made your heart ache has now disappeared without a trace. It's Su Wei's song Once You, although it's an old song, but under Han Dong's interpretation, it surprisingly adds a romantic and energetic belonging to contemporary young people. High school 3 years, he has no other hobbies, in addition to studying hard, every day to take a little time to run to the playground to practice the guitar, follow the network video teaching, actually also practiced in a decent manner, at least can be skillfully played and sung dozens of tunes. He is not a professional vocalist, but he was born with a good voice, coupled with a unique life experience. He actually sang this song out of a different flavor, a little bit of vicissitude in the soaring, under the catchy, the afterglow is long and poetic, evening wind, waterfall, campfire, guitar, old songs. Looking at Han Dong's glowing face reflected by the firelight, Shin Yun felt that her young girl's heart, which had been sleeping for many years, had awakened. She was already slightly drunk, but now she was a bit intoxicated. Beside her, Wu Yu's eyes were mesmerized, similarly compelled. The sound of the piano and the song, on such a night, was indeed too appropriate. The young people around them were all infected as well. So when Han Dong finished singing Free Like the Wind and started singing The Road to Ordinary, it soon set off a full chorus. I once crossed mountains and seas, and across mountains and seas of people, everything I once had. I've been through the mountains and the seas. I've been lost and disappointed. I've lost my way, until I saw that ordinary is the only answer. The voice of the song goes through the entire valley, penetrating the clouds, resounding between heaven and earth. From a bird's eye view from the sky, a small bonfire was pregnant with boundless wild hopes. Shin Yun and Wu Yu were intoxicated. The Lotus Leaf Sisters were intoxicated, and all the young girls around the bonfire were intoxicated by this song. Some even danced next to the bonfire. The scene was poetic and picturesque, and every young man who was in it was in the picture. Chapter 55, Strange Young Man. Liao Shueji looked at the star-studded Han Dong and felt that this kid was like a superstar, while he himself for the first time in his life had an inferiority complex towards another young man. No, it's not like that. I come from a distinguished family, born with a golden key, graduated with a PhD from a world-renowned university. My looks and temperament are all superior. How could I lose to a hairy young man? He thought for a long time and came up with a word, competitive advantage bias. For example, in terms of musical literacy, he could play the piano, and play it very well. Nah, this was the mountains, so you couldn't carry a piano over, could you? Playing the guitar and playing the piano are definitely not on the same level, both in terms of technical difficulty and artistic content. But in this kind of place, knowing how to play the guitar becomes an advantage instead, because the guitar could be carried around. It was also suitable for an atmosphere like a camping campfire. Also, Han Dong could catch fish with his bare hands. What kind of skill is that? It was just a skill for a mountain village man to make a living. It's not comparable to him, a finance graduate. If we were to compete on how to make money, Liao Shueji believes he would kill Han Dong. In the middle of nowhere, he has nowhere to show his ability, and Han Dong with his ability to catch fish with his bare hands can be a bunch of nymphomaniacs in love. As long as we go back to the city, Han Dong can't even see the taillights of my car. Liao Shueji came to this conclusion. Originally, he only needed to temporarily endure for a while, and when he returned to the city, he would be able to turn Han Dong into a slag in seconds. However, with Liao Shueji's vindictive personality, he simply could not wait. It's good to be young. There was a sigh beside him. Liao Shueji followed the sound and looked over, only to see a young man with a duffel bag on his back, sitting on a rock not far away, looking at the bonfire. Looking at his age and dress, he was mostly a college student who came out to travel. Feeling that this person is somewhat familiar, but Liao Shueji mood irritable, lazy brain to recall, not bothering with him, Liao Shueji turned around and went back to his tent to plan something. After the bonfire party, Han Dong turned on the projector and started playing a movie. Some of the donkeys had returned to their tents early to rest due to fatigue, but a portion of the young people still gathered together, drinking beer and chatting about the big day, watching an open-air movie. It was a French road comedy movie called A Bad Road, which took a light-hearted route with dense laughs, and the campground let out a burst of knowing laughter from time to time. Han Dong also spotted the college student sitting at the back, and seeing that he was alone and far away from the crowd, he walked over and said hello. Hi, how are you? Hello. The young man spread a smile and looked friendly. I haven't seen you during the day. And you arrived at night? Yeah. Why so far away from the crowd? Since we're traveling, it's good for everyone to be together. It's better not to disturb everyone. It's quite good to just watch a movie by myself. A hint of despondency climbed from the corner of the young man's eyebrows. I don't seem to have seen a movie for a long time. Okay, then take your time to enjoy it. Han Dong returned to the campfire, and Shin Shenyun peeled a bunch of melons for him and naturally handed them to him. Where did it go? Familiarly spitting out 2 slices of melon peels, Shin Shenyun asked softly. There's a buddy over there, quite lonely by himself. I wanted to invite him over to join me, but he seems to enjoy that state. Where is there someone? Just over there. Han Dong pointed with his hand and then froze. There was not even a ghostly shadow on that boulder. It was clearly there just now, and it was gone so quickly? Are you saying that there is someone in that place? Shin Shenyun said doubtfully. Yeah, I just spoke to him, but we didn't see it. You, did you see it? No, Wu Yu said with certainty. Han Dong seemed to have thought of something and smiled faintly. No longer dwelling on this issue, the 2 beautiful girls were attracted by the hilarious plot of the movie and laughed so hard that they quickly forgot about it. At this time, the girl who asked Han Dong for fish at noon quietly came over and greeted him with a smile. Hi. Han Dong waved his hand. The girl had a mori dress and a self-made garland on her head, and the bonfire reflected her face red, beautiful like an elf in the mountains and forests. My sister. She wants to add your WeChat. Is it okay? There was light flashing in the girl's beautiful big eyes. Following the direction of the girl's finger, Han Dong looked at the big fierce sister not far away who was acting as if nothing had happened and could not help but smile. These 2 sisters, the older sister looked very open, but in fact, she was just sultry. The younger sister looked pure, but was actually a bit of a social cow potential. No problem. Han Dong took out his cell phone and the 2 added WeChat to each other. Thanks. The girl smiled sweetly, then ran back with small broken steps and handed the cell phone back to her sister. Han Dong looked at his cell phone, and the big-breasted sister's WeChat nickname was Deman. What was the meaning of this? As far as he knew, there was only small fullness in the 24 solar terms, but not big fullness. Describing herself as big and full? Oh, my god, that's so Versailles. After a movie, the night is late, the donkeys dispersed in droves, and Shin Shenyun and Wu Yu yawned, obviously sleepy. Dongzi, where will you sleep tonight? Shin Shenyun blinked. Definitely sleep with you guys. Han Dong was serious. 2A. You're looking for a cut, right? Go sleep in Liao Shueji's tent. Shin Shenyun bared her teeth in a fierce grin. Coo. Wu Yu laughed daintily. I'm not in the habit of sleeping with men. Han Dong stalked his neck. In the school dormitory is not sleeping with several men. Don't pretend. They're boys, not men. Han Dong perked up. Men in society are complicated. Who knows if they have bad intentions? Go sleep wherever you like. Anyway, don't want to enter our tent. I'll beat you up if you dare to be a hooligan. Shin Shenyun waved her pink fist and gave him a threatening look. With that, she pulled Wu Yu into the tent and even locked the zipper inside. Han Dong laughed and did not continue to tease her. Empty mountain silence. Water murmuring. Such a good night. Why not enjoy some? Entering Liao Shueji's tent was impossible. He really disliked this person. It wasn't because he was Sister Wu Yu's nominal mail ticket. The key was still that this guy always gave off the feeling of an old silver coin. He picked out a hammock from the spirit ruin ring, tied it in the middle of 2 trees, and with a long leap, he lay down in it, wobbling, looking up at the night sky dotted with stars. Not more cozy than sleeping in a tent? As for the night wind and cold dew, and even the snakes, insects and ants in the mountain forest, to the body-hardening stage of the immortal cultivator, there is no half a threat. About half an hour's work, the cell phone suddenly vibrated. Opened it. It was a Weibo from Wu Yu. Wu Yu Guan, your family's teacher. Shin huffed and puffed. Dongzi, is this an invitation for me to sleep in the tent? Smiley face. Wu Yu Guan, sister is just afraid that you will freeze outside. Don't mess around. Han Dong recalled that segment on the internet. Girls are afraid of you messing around, but they are more afraid of you not messing around. Miss Wu Yu quietly invited him to sleep in the tent. This is a bit too much information. Especially, her nominal mail ticket, Mr. Liao, was in the tent right next to her. No matter how he thought about it, this matter was a bit exciting. Originally, he was a bit of a moral cleanser, and didn't care to do things like digging up people's corners. However, Liao Shueji, this old silver coin, the long way to go, guarding the bowl and looking at the pot, actually has malicious intentions towards Mr. Shin. Then there is nothing to be polite about. Han Dong exited the WeChat chat interface, jumped down from the hammock, and quietly drilled into his tent. Wu Yu had long since zipped up inside, and the revolutionary fortress was indeed easiest to breach from the inside. After entering the tent, with his excellent night vision, Han Dong immediately recognized where Wu Yu and Shin Xianyun were. Like a loach, he giggled and slipped into Wu Yu's quilt. Han Dong lightly relaxed the ape arm, encircled her waist. The two people can hear each other's violent heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 56. I'm not a casual person. Wu Yu symbolically pushed back twice, then did not move, turning back to her. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly and she made a hate gesture. Han Dong smoothly kissed her cherry lips. The night in the valley was silent, with a few bird cries in between, making it even more quiet. Inside the tent, it was as warm as spring. Everything was just right. However, Han Dong's body of pure yang had not yet come to fruition and could not break the color precept. But as long as the final bottom line is kept, other things that can be done can be done. Although it has never been true, it is already enough to be soulful. Shin Xianyun was indeed asleep, but was awakened by a strange sound beside him. At first a little confused, a little awake after a little. Immediately understand what is going on. The first time I saw him, he was still in the tent, and then he came in to do something. She did not even think about Han Dong. Out of her understanding of her best friend, she felt that Wu Yu could not be with Han Dong so quickly. The two people only met for the second time, okay? At the same time, she also wondered when Wu Yu and Liao Shueji developed to this point. As far as she knows, Wu Yu has never had an intimate relationship with Liao before. Thinking about it, it was only a matter of time before the two had been dating for a year and would be getting married in the future. Maybe tonight the atmosphere is good. The two people will go along with the water and become a good thing. If you want to screw, you guys go to Liao Shueji tent to screw. Screw around me. Shin Xianyun wanted to get up and go out, but if he did so, everyone would die instantly. Thinking twice, decided to continue to pretend to sleep. Nuts. It seems like we need to find a man early. This is too deadly. Shin Xianyun wrapped the quilt. Liao Shueji also did not fall asleep. He had been listening to the movements outside with his ears perked up, and when Wu Yu and the girl's tent came out with the sound of woo woo, he also heard it. Shin Xianyun, this, pretending to be serious in front of me. I didn't realize that I have long been screwing with Han Dong, that Yakuza. Liao Shueji viciously pounded the mattress, his eyes covered with scarlet blood. Thinking of Shin Xianyun's delicate body, goat's milk-like skin, and stunning beauty, his heart felt like it was clogged with a large ball of cotton condoms. Sour and disgusting. He also did not even think about Wu Yu. After all, preconceived ideas, began to feel that Han Dong and Shin Xianyun have catnip. After a long time, Han Dong was satisfied and quietly drilled out of the tent. Only then did Shin Xianyun breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally over. This is too torturous. Next time Liao Shueji the dead beast dares to drill in, Auntie will definitely smash his dog's head. After the cursed beast Han drilled out of the tent, he returned to his own hammock and flossed his teeth in satisfaction. It's true that only the chubby ones are goddesses. Miss Wu Yu is too fresh and beautiful. I can't stop thinking about it. This wave earned hemp. While reminiscing, the cell phone vibrated again. Open it and see. It is actually a WeChat from Big Fierce Sister. Daiman, did you sleep? Donzi, no. Something wrong? Daiman, there seems to be a mouse in the tent. Can you help me catch it? Donzi, sure. Which tent do you live in? Daiman, next to the pool. Under a big tree. The one with the white roof. Donzi, okay, I'll be right there. Exiting the chat interface, Han Dong raised his eyes and looked over. There was indeed a white-top tent at that location, which was eye-catching in the night. He jumped off the hammock and paced over with faith, and when he was still several meters away, Big Fierce Sister unzipped the zipper from the inside and opened the door wide for him. Han Dong took off his shoes and bent down to get in. The space inside the tent was quite large and filled with a woman's unique body odor. While his elder sister was awake, his younger sister was sleeping on the other side, holding the quilt. Where are the rats? Han Dong asked in a low voice. Big Fierce Sister smoothly pulled on the chain and lightly laughed. Aren't you? What do you mean? I'm about to get married, and the groom is someone I really hate, but for some reason, I have to marry him. So, before I do, I'd like to have a nice evening, if you don't mind. I mind. Big Fierce Sister was stunned. She didn't expect to be rejected to her face. Could it be that she was not charming enough? Are you minding my pending marriage status? No, mainly because we are not yet familiar. Han Dong said blandly. For me, things between men and women should be gradual and everything is best when it comes to water. Maybe you think that all men in the world are the same, and don't take advantage when they have a bargain. But I am not that kind of person. Han Dong was serious, with a righteous face, saying that even he almost believed it. In fact, the things that bad men do, he wants to do. Nay, The warning of his mentor was like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, making him stay awake at all times. Just now and Wu Yu Miss sister tussle entangled. It is close to rubbing the gun on the fire. If with this first-class body of the sister to tussle again, he does not know whether he can top. From the day of pure yang body's great success, there are only about 20 days. Cannot be greedy for a moment's pleasure, resulting in the former success of the Everything he had nowadays was based on his strength as an immortal cultivator. This shows how important it is for a man to engage in a career. Cultivation was his biggest career, the capital for him to spread out in the world. And he must not give up halfway because of anything. It's just that, facing a ceiling-level stunning color like Big Fierce Sister, it's really painful to reject it. Han Dong was serious on the surface, and tears welled in his heart. I am sorry, is right. The Big Fierce Sister's eyes were red. This feeling of being rejected in person was really bad. In reality, she wasn't a frivolous person. It was just that she was too stifled inside and wanted to be a bad woman before getting married. Such a good night, such a good mountain breeze, such a handsome little brother. The atmosphere was baked here, and she made up her mind to let herself fly a little. However, the other little brother was not willing. The Big Fierce Sister awkwardly used her toes to pick out the 4 rooms and 2 rooms on the ground. No need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Han Dong's voice softened. Please believe me, I am actually not a casual person. Big Fierce Sister's tears came out. You've taken so much initiative, and now you're telling people that you're a proper silver. Who believes you? You're not a casual person. You're not a person when you're casual? I believe it. Han Dong nodded. Big Fierce Sister's eyes were wide open. You really believe? Yes, I believe. Han Dong came forward and hugged her. His right hand gently patted her back a few times. You are very beautiful and good. No matter what happens, don't belittle yourself. Alas, regardless of whether there will be such a good opportunity in the future, let's raise a wave of fish first. The Big Fierce Sister hugged his majestic body and cried woozily. It was as if endless grievances were pouring out with her tears. Han Dong just quietly hugged her and let her vent her emotions. For a long time, Big Fierce Sister left his embrace and blushed. I'm sorry, I made your clothes wet from crying. It's okay. Do you feel better now? Han Dong looked at her with a smile. Much better. Those troublesome things, it seems like they are no big deal. Yes, people live a lifetime. Except for life and death there is no big deal. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. But Big Fierce Sister spread a smile. Pear blossom with rain. Beautiful. Rest early. Good night. Han Dong hurriedly bid farewell. If he stayed any longer, if he couldn't help it, something big would happen. Thank you. Good night. Han Dong's gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept a glance at his sleeping sister. His 5 senses and 6 senses were far beyond normal people, so he knew that the girl was not sleeping at all. In fact, when he was tussling with Wu Yu, he knew that Ms. Shen was also pretending to be asleep. Oh, woman! He shortened his body and drilled out of the tent, striding away. Looking at his brash and upright back, Big Fierce Sister's eyes were mesmerized, and her heart was beating irregularly like a deer in the headlights. If previously just wanted to have a beautiful night with this handsome little brother, at this moment, she felt her DNA move. Crap! It seems like, liking him. At the sight of the sister who pretended to sleep, the corner of her mouth slightly curved up, a faint smile, like an angel serene and beautiful. She knew her sister's heart, although she did not approve of her so rash behavior, but still acquiesced, early into the nest to sleep, just to create opportunities for her. Unexpectedly, that handsome little brother actually refused. She felt sincere admiration for Han Dong. Her sister's figure and appearance was definitely first class. With such a good time and beauty, in the face of such extreme temptation, he was actually able to stick to his principles. Who said that handsome pots are all scum? You course come, see this girl not beat you to death. Unfortunately, actually did not ask him for contact information. Like this boy, miss, it is really regrettable. Even if only as ordinary friends, it is also worth it. Sister locked the zipper, sighed, slowly lying down. The two sisters had their backs to each other, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 57, Drawing a Sword to Help. Han Dong thought that God did not realize that Liao Shuizhi had been spying on him. Watching him enter the white tent with his own eyes, Liao Shuizhi's heart was gnawed by jealousy and even his soul was twisted. He was an old sex maniac. He had noticed that pair of sisters from the daytime, and in terms of looks, they were no less beautiful than Xin Xianyun and Wu Yu. He also specifically noticed them entering that white tent, fantasizing that it would be great if a beautiful story could happen. Unexpectedly, Han Dong, this dog Beep, actually turned his fantasy into reality. After Xin Xianyun, this bastard actually drilled into someone else's tent and slept with that pair of sisters. How the hell did he do that? He deserves to die. If this person is allowed to live in the world, Liao Shuizhi feels that he will shorten his life by 10 years. Unconsciously, He had already moved to kill in his heart. Han Dong did not care what Liao Shueji thought and returned to the hammock to rest with his eyes closed. Sleep does not know the years. Soon, the east appeared fish belly white. Han Dong felt some itchiness in his nostrils and could not help but sneeze. Achoo! Han Dong opened his eyes and saw Shin Shan Yun holding a dog's tail grass and smilingly was teasing the inside of his nostrils. Wu Yu stood behind her covering her mouth and snickering. Why is MS? Shin so naughty? Han Dong leaped up and grabbed Shin Shan Yun's arm, racked it back and easily controlled her. Ugh, Han Dongzi, let go of me. Shin Shan Yun's hands were racked behind her back, like a little hen that had its wings seized. Don't let go, believe it or not. I'll beat you up? Don't believe. You brat. Against you. Shin Shan Yun's face reddened. You, give me to cut him. Alright, stop it. Wu Yu grabbed Han Dong's arm with one hand and gently shook it. We're going to the top of the mountain to see the sunrise. The two people exchanged glances, and both could see the tenderness in each other's eyes that only belonged to dogs and men. Han Dong smiled and lifted the sanctions on Shin Shan Yun. Hey, why are you listening to you and not me? I'm the one who's your teacher, okay? You also need to have the look of being a teacher before you can do that. What's wrong with my look? Isn't it good looking? Han Dong. Liao Shueji looked at Han Dong and Shin Shan Yun laughing and joking from afar, like a couple in love. Inwardly, he became more and more determined in his plan. Several people put on shoulder bags, changed into hiking shoes, and climbed up the green stone steps. In the middle of the way actually met the white tent and the pair of sisters. Two people are sitting on the roadside rock rest. It seems that they are also going to the top of the mountain to see the sunrise. The only disharmony is that next to it stood a youth in his 30s, with a sturdy body and a fierce-looking face. He was talking to his sister about something with his head down. Han Dong's ears were superb and although the man's voice was low, he still heard it clearly. This hearing immediately became angry. I thought that they were friends who knew each other, but I did not expect that the man was saying, Miss, you have a beautiful body. How about making a friend? The sister didn't pay any attention to him. The man continued, it's not safe inside the mountain. I'm strong. I can carry things for you and protect you. No need. We can do it ourselves. The sister frowned and said, don't give face. The burly youth obviously didn't have much patience. Old man looks at you. It's your honor. Don't give face, believe it or not I'll rape and kill you first. He looked so vicious that the sisters were obviously a bit scared and moved closer to each other. Han Dong walked up quickly and coldly said, what did you just say? Say it again. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. Believe it or not I will get you killed. The youth stared at Han Dong with a ferocious glare. Shin Shan Yun and Wu Yu did not know what was happening and almost spoke in unison. What's going on? They did not have the ear power like Han Dong and could not hear the asshole words spoken by the vicious man. That goes without saying. He's got his eyes on that pair of sisters and wants to heroically save them. Liao Shueji was conspiratorial. Shin Shan Yun and Wu Yu ignored him and hurriedly followed. Han Dong laughed, the slightly mocking kind. Don't just shoot your mouth off. I want to see how you'll get me killed. The vicious man suddenly pulled out a knife from his pocket and laughed. Since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just this? The smile on Han Dong's lips deepened. Chu Nimrod, looking for death. The vicious man really could not stand that mocking expression of his, and with a sudden thrust, he stabbed towards Han Dong's chest and abdomen. Ah! Shin Shan Yun, Wu Yu, and the pair of sisters let out a shocked cry almost at the same time. Seeing that the tip of the knife was about to pierce his clothes, Han Dong stretched out his index and middle fingers and casually clamped the blade. Fingers are not wanted you. The vicious man was vicious, and with a backhanded flick, he wanted to cut off Han Dong's fingers. Unexpectedly, the knife did not move. He did not believe in evil and continued to increase his force, and finally even used his milk strength. But he did not expect that Han Dong's two fingers were like cast bronze and iron, and could not be shaken no matter what. This is too evil. In Liao Shueji's eyes, he felt that the vicious man looked like he was acting with Han Dong. Too fake. Such a big man. Even Han Dong's two fingers cannot break? Think he is Lu Xiaofeng? The pair of sisters also felt surprised and stared at the scene with big beautiful eyes in doubt. Wu Yu knew that Han Dong was a martial arts master, but after all, she had never seen it with her own eyes, so she also felt shocked. Only Shin Shan Yun was more calm. After all, she had seen Han Dong sweeping away Snake and other gangsters. This guy in front of her was definitely making a fool of himself, so she hugged her bladder and watched the show from the sidelines. Pa! With his idle hand, Han Dong flung his hand and gave the vicious man a big ear slap. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The vicious man cursed offhandedly. Pa! Another slap on the backhand. My day. Snap. Naya. Slap. 2 slaps in succession. Although he did not use martial arts, with Han Dong's strength, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. PFF. After receiving another blow, the vicious man opened his mouth and spat out 2 teeth in a bloody mess. Looking at his left and right cheeks again, They were already swollen to the point where he didn't even recognize his mother. After a moment of dizziness, the pain pierced through his bones, and the vicious man no longer dared to spit out Funfang. He withdrew his hands, covered his cheeks, and looked at Handong in horror. He then saw a scene that scared him even more. With a slight force from Handong's fingers, the knife was clipped off a section, then another force, then another section, and so on and so forth, and in an instant, the 20-centimeter long knife was sheared into a pile of scrap iron pieces. Fake, too fake. It must be a prop bought on the internet. Cheating people. Liao Shueji contemptuously skimmed his mouth, inwardly becoming more and more certain that this man was a prop hired by Handong. Only the vicious man knew that his knife was a sharp item forged from fine steel, so his expression was like he had seen a ghost, and he subconsciously took several steps backward. This Wolverine, right? How could a human's fingertips have that much power? Shin Shenyun and Wu Yu looked at each other with a great deal of astonishment in their eyes. Handong's force value was far beyond their expectations. The pair of sisters' beautiful big eyes were wide open, their cherry lips were slightly open, and their little expressions were almost identical. Aren't you going to get me killed? Go on. Handong took 2 steps forward. You don't come over. The vicious man panicked and retreated backward, not expecting his feet to step on the air. A heel tumbled over, and then rolled down the steps. Everyone watched him screaming miserably all the way down, rolling down dozens of steps in a row. Fortunately, there was a big tree at the corner, blocking the way, otherwise he would have to roll all the way down the mountain. That bastard touched his head and broke several bones, lying under the tree and grunting. Well, he won't fall to his death, right? Shin Shenyun was slightly worried. He can't die, but he won't be able to climb up for at least half a year. Handong smiled. Liao Shueji raised the phone and teasingly looked at Handong. I've already called the police, thinking to himself that your trick will soon be dismantled. Let's see how you handle it. Well done. Let the police handle it. This guy threatened and intimidated a woman and attempted to injure her with a knife. If he has a previous conviction, how can he serve a few years in jail? Handong said indifferently. Hey, Liao Shueji glanced at Handong suspiciously. How was it different from what was expected? Chapter 58 Pipio's Revenge. Are you guys alright? Handong looked at the pair of sisters and asked with a smile. No, it's fine. The sister remembered last night's experience and hung her head low, not daring to look Handong in the eyes. Even the color of her neck was red. The gift of the fish yesterday and saving us once again today. I'm really thankful. The younger sister was quite generous. It's just a favor. Don't be polite. Handong said. Why don't you guys follow us up? We will travel in pairs so that we don't have any more complications. Alright, many thanks. The sisters clearly felt that this was an excellent idea. Don't care about that guy? Shin Shenyun pointed at the vicious man at the bottom of the steps. The rescue team at the foot of the mountain will arrive soon, and they'll briefly treat the injuries before handing them over to the police. Of course, if you are uneasy, you can stay here and watch him. Handong looked at her playfully. Go go go. I'm uneasy as hell. Shin Shenyun gave him a sanitary eye. The group continued to climb upwards, and the pair of sisters intentionally or unintentionally kept their distance from Handong, too embarrassed to get too close to him. The mountain was not at a low elevation, and it took an hour of effort for them to reach the top. There was a small platform at the top of the mountain with strange rocks and lush trees around it. To the east was the cliff face, and from the height, they could see the sky in a reddish haze, and the sunrise was about to rise. Sunrise, sunrise, sunrise. Several girls leapt with joy, raising their cell phones in preparation for video recording. Handong stood on the edge of the cliff. His footsteps were not ding-dong. His hand set up a strange nodding seal, and he began to operate the Golden Crow true scripture. What is he doing? Seeing that Handong's posture was different, Wu Yu could not help but ask. It should be practicing. I've seen it before. Shin Shenyun said. Then let's go to the other side and don't disturb him. Okay. Wu Yu pulled Shin Shenyun and walked to the other side. The pair of sisters naturally stayed as far away from Handong as possible, so only Liao Shueji was left alone around. Liao Shueji looked at Handong who was standing on the edge of the cliff and rejoiced inwardly. Even the heavens are helping me. Originally, I hadn't thought about how to trick him into this position and then detach the others, but I didn't expect that the opportunity would fall in front of me so easily. Liao Shueji quietly came up and flew up to kick him off the cliff, but he did not expect to lose Handong's trail with a flash in front of his eyes. He exerted too much force and hurriedly came to a sharp stop before avoiding the tragedy of falling off the cliff himself. Where did the person go? Liao Shueji suspiciously looked around, found no trace of Handong, and muttered to himself, could it be that has fallen off? He carefully stepped on the edge of the cliff and probed down to look. At this time, a figure floated over from the woods, stretched out his hands, and pushed hard behind Liao Shueji. Liao Shueji only felt a strong force. His whole body was knocked out. He was scared out of his wits, let out a sharp scream, and fell down the cliff in a free fall. The silhouette followed and jumped. Handong then turned out from behind a large tree and came to the edge of the cliff, frowning in thought. He then climbed downwards along a mountain vine, moving agilely and quickly, truly like an ape, and soon disappeared into the white mist below the cliff. The four girls all heard the screams and hurriedly gathered towards the side of the cliff, but they did not see the figures of Liao Shueji and Handong. Where did they go? Wu Yu was puzzled. Where's Dongzi? Why is Dongzi missing? Shen Xianyun did not care about Liao Shueji. She cared more about Handong. The older sister in that pair of sisterly flowers furrowed her eyebrows slightly. That miserable scream that I heard just now, could it be? Her gaze involuntarily looked towards the cliff. No, it can. TB, Shen Xianyun shook her head, instinctively refusing to believe it. Just now, it should be Liao Shueji's voice. Wu Yu was more familiar with Liao Shueji after all. What about Dongzi? Why has he disappeared as well? Shen Xianyun really started to panic. The platform isn't big. Let's look for it again, the younger sister suggested. Although it was said that she was somewhat deliberately avoiding Handong just because she didn't know how to face him, there must still be a good feeling towards him as a person. Otherwise, how could her sister be willing to spend a good night with him? Good. The remaining three people readily agreed. So the four people split into two groups and searched along the edge of the platform. Handong leaped and jumped down on the cliffs with the agility of an ape, and in a matter of moments, he descended to the bottom of the valley. Liao Shueji was lying on a pile of messy rocks, motionless, covered in blood. His death was quite gruesome. Falling from such a high cliff, there was no possibility of survival. A long figure stood beside him, baseball cap, shoulder bag, a casual dress. Seeing Handong coming over, he grinned. Coming? Handong nodded. This person he recognized was the young man who sat alone away from the group during the open-air movie last night, and was also the person who had just pushed Liao Shueji off the cliff. Or rather, could not be called a person. Handong opened his spiritual eyes and scrutinized the youth's body, which was, in fact, a dense mass of black qi. You must be wondering why I killed him, the young man said blandly. The reason is simple. I just repeated what he did to me. Did he victimize you? Handong looked at him. Yes, the young man said slowly. A year ago, my girlfriend and I graduated from university. I received an offer from a Fortune 500 company, and she got into the organization of her choice, and it was in the same city. We were so happy that we came here for a camping trip. Unexpectedly, we ran into Liao Shueji and his group. They were friendly and enthusiastic, and we didn't put up any defenses, so we all paired up together. Your girlfriend is pretty, isn't she? Handong interjected. Well, speaking of his girlfriend, the young man had a light in his eyes. She is the school flower of our school. So many people chased after her, but she couldn't even look at them, and chose me, a poor student, instead. She is an extremely good girl. A piker is not guilty of harboring a good girl. Handong sighed. 2 days down the line, Liao Shueji and I were on good terms as brothers and sisters. I couldn't have imagined in any way that he was just eyeing my girlfriend. On the morning of the third day, he yelled that he wanted to see the sunrise, so we went up the mountain together. The view before sunrise was so beautiful that we all lined up and stood at the edge of the cliff, closing our eyes to breathe in the fresh air and shouting at the valley. Just then, Liao Shueji made a move on me. He pushed me from behind, and as I fell down the cliff I turned around violently and saw him waving sorrowfully at me. I died, but I have a strong obsession deep inside me. I must take revenge and kill this ugly one inside. I have been wandering in this mountain for a year. I did not expect the heavens to be pitiful and really let me run into this. Next thing, you have seen it all. Handong nodded. The matter of the young man being an unjust soul was something he knew last night. If put in the past, perhaps it would be a shock to his cognition. After all, he was brought up with materialistic education, but not now. He had cultivated immortality. What else was impossible? The matter of vengeance of wronged souls was found in all kinds of legends. It was not rare. Chapter 59, Immortal means to cure the devil's heart. At this time, a nearly translucent shadow floated out from Liao Shueji's torso. Seeing that young man, he opened his eyes wide and hissed. So it's you. You finally remember me. I recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Liao Shueji's face twisted. I didn't expect you to have the audacity of a dog and actually dare to harm me. A tooth for a tooth. Blood for blood. Your dog's life is worthy of being compared to mine? Liao Shueji said angrily. A poor mountain boy who took the exam from the countryside also dares to find such a beautiful girlfriend. Can you keep it? This society is like this. The weak is strong. If I don't eat you, sooner or later someone will eat you. Understand? You've only lived 1 year longer than me, so what is there to be proud of? So you deserve to die. You deserve to go to the 18 layers of hell. What virtue and ability do you have that you dare to harm me? I'm the only child of the Liao family in Shin City. If my family knew, your family would never have peace. Noisy. Handong frowned. Handong? Liao Shueji's eyes lit up. Did you fall to your death as well? Ha 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 ha. God has eyes. You deserve it even more. Han Dong was chewing on dog's tail grass in his mouth and watched his hysterical performance with an extremely teasing look, like he was watching a circus monkey. He's not dead. The young man interrupted his speculation. What? How is this possible? Liao Shuizhi was like an old duck that had been strangled. His laughter came to an abrupt end. My ability is far more than 100 times more than you can imagine. Han Dong coldly said. I sensed your kicking me just as soon as you made it. Then avoiding it in time, I stood behind the big tree and witnessed your enemy pushing you off the cliff. You don't deserve to be a human being for seeing death. Liao Shuizhi jumped to his feet in anger. Do I look like a holy mother to you? Han Dong pointed at himself. Not like what do you mean? Liao Shuizhi looked at Han Dong suspiciously. There was indeed no aperture on his head. I'm not a holy mother. Why should I save someone who wants to kill me? Han Dong growled. I'm asking you. You killed this little brother because his girlfriend was pretty. What about me? Which soft tendon did I poke at you? You drilled into the tent in the middle of the night and slept with Shin Chen Yun. Think I can't hear you? You also got into that pair of sisters' tents and played around. Think I don't know? The young man glanced at Han Dong and a smile swirled at the corner of his mouth. Brother, you are quite good at playing. I can't see it. I want to get rid of you, this scum, for Shin Chen Yun. Shu Nimad. Don't think I don't know you covet mess. Shin. Goods like you. Guarding sister Wu Yu isn't enough. You actually hit on someone else's bosom friend. You are the colorful lot. Trash. Han Dong, don't be complacent. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Liao Shuizhi's face was full of resentment. Is that so? Then you don't even want to be a ghost. Han Dong casually made a knot seal, and a series of incantations poured out as his lips and teeth moved. The Golden Crow Emperor's legacy was all-encompassing, and he had methods on how to deal with ghosts and spirits, and evil demons. The soul-binding incantation was just one of the minor spells. Liao Shuizhi felt that he was bound by an invisible force, his entire soul body floating in mid-air, unable to move in the slightest. Surname Han, what are you doing? Quickly let go of me. Liao Shuizhi began to panic. Han Dong ignored him and said to the young man, do you want to live again as a human? Of course I want to. The young man smiled bitterly. I just graduated from university. I was in my prime, but I actually lost my life for nothing. I have too many regrets. Liao Shuizhi harmed you so miserable. I think this kind of revenge is not enough to relieve hatred. Just kill him would be too cheap. This people just said. They are the only seedling of the Liao family in Xinjiang. The status is honorable. I have a suggestion. Do you want to listen to it? What suggestion? How about you take the place of Liao Shuizhi and become the Liao family's young master? Inherit his family's property, and enjoy the glory and wealth that originally belonged to him. How about that? How is this possible? The young man was a bit confused. If I say it's possible, then it's possible. You just have to say whether you are willing or not. I am willing. The young man got a little excited. Nonsense. It's only a cutie if you're not willing. Then, don't dream. Liao Shuizhi laughed scornfully. My body has been destroyed. How can he return to the Liao family in my place as a lonely soul? Han Dong did not bother to pay attention to him and came next to Liao Shuizhi's physical body. His right hand covered the top, inputting a stream of pure yang qi from the 100 hubs point, and then silently recited the mantra. The yang qi was guided by the mantra and ran along the fixed meridians in Liao Shuizhi's body, and the damaged tissues and cells in his body rapidly recovered at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. In the heavenly medical sect, medical techniques inherited from the Golden Crow Emperor, there were two immortal techniques. One was the living dead technique and the other was the flesh and white bone technique. What Han Dong was performing was the flesh and white bone technique, specializing in repairing people's destroyed flesh. Liao Shuizhi and the young man watched as the severely destroyed body regained its original appearance. The broken arm recovered to its original position, and the broken flesh and skin healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Impossible. This is impossible. What the hell are you? Liao Shuizhi shouted hoarsely. You can think that I am a deity. Han Dong withdrew his divine power and smiled blandly. Joke, where in this world is there a godly immortal? Roared Liao Shuizhi. Even ghosts exist, why can't there be gods? Han Dong faintly said. Liao Shuizhi froze. Yes, even ghosts have. Why can not have God? Are you really a god? The young man was surprised. To be exact, I am an immortal cultivator, but with time, sooner or later I can become a land god. Amazing, simply amazing. Looking at Liao Shuizhi's repaired physical body, the young man exclaimed magically. Han Dong. Liao Shuizhi mumbled his lips with difficulty. Can you really revive people? What do you think? If you can really do it, resurrecting him is better than resurrecting me. Liao Shuizhi looked frantic. As long as you can resurrect me, from now on, I will only look up to you. If you want my family property, I can give it to you. There is also Wu Yu. If you like it, it is also given to you. Together, Ha-tue. Han Dong spat at him. Don't ing say such nasty words. Dirty my ears. Han Dong. Big brother. Han dad. Liao Shueji pleaded. I call you dad is not okay? The Liao family really only has me as a sole seedling, and I haven't yet passed on my family's name to the next generation. Please, let me go. I am also the only seedling of the family. How have you ever spared me? The young man coldly said. Roll. Your poor family. Can you compare to our Liao family? Liao Shueji scolded. What? Looking down on a poor family? Han Dong coldly said. I also come from a poor family. Scared? Liao Shueji froze for a moment. Can't be? You are driving a Lamborghini, wearing a Patek Philippe, and you still say that you are from a poor family? Could it be that you earned the money yourself? Chapter 60 Living Dead Man Technique and Flesh and White Bone Technique. The money was indeed earned by Han Dong himself. It was just that Liao Shueji did not believe it. People were always convinced that what they could not do, no one else could do either. Don't you have a superiority complex? I will show you that a person who comes from a poor family will achieve 10,000 times better than you if he has your kind of family conditions. You can't do that. That body is mine. You don't have the right to dispose of it. It's a foul. Liao Shueji was not stupid. He clearly understood Han Dong's intentions. Let that kid's soul borrow his body to be reborn. Han Dong no longer cared about him and beckoned the young man to come next to Liao Shueji's physical body. What is your name? My name is Lu Jun. Well, Lu Jun, this body, from now on, will be yours, Han Dong said slowly. I believe you have heard of the story of borrowing a corpse to return a soul, but that is only a legend, and in reality, ordinary ghosts do not have that ability. There is also a problem of adaptation and rejection between the soul and the physical body. If you want the soul to fuse with the physical body, you need the assistance of extremely strong mana. As it happens, my living dead technique has means in the area of spirit and flesh unification. Han Dong, you can't do this. That's mine. Mine. You'll go to hell. You've broken the rules of hell. Liao Shueji hissed. Hell? The corner of Han Dong's mouth curled slightly. If hell really exists, I would like to go for a stroll. He no longer paid attention to Liao Shueji. His hand made a nodding seal and he recited a spell under his breath. Lu Jun suddenly felt an extremely strong suction force coming from the top of Liao Shueji's head, while his soul body transformed into a ray of light and was sucked into it in an instant. Lu Jun felt that this environment he had entered was very unfriendly to him. It was as if there was an extremely strong force that was pushing him outwards. The surroundings seemed to be filled with air turbulence, cutting into his soul body all the time, pain into his bones. His first reaction was to hurry and escape. Suddenly, a powerful and calm force gradually surrounded his soul body and stabilized the situation. No matter how wild the surroundings were, his soul body managed to be as stable as a rock. Standing in the center of the storm, perhaps a long time had passed, perhaps just a short moment. The storm around him slowly stopped. Lu Jun slowly opened his eyes and sat up. He smelled the long-lost smell and felt the wind sweeping past his face. This familiar and unfamiliar feeling. I came alive? Lu Jun's eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise. Yes. Han Dong smiled and nodded. The first time the spell was cast, it actually went exceptionally well. This was also considered the first successful experiment. If Lu Jun was a rich man, he would probably be able to earn a large sum of money again. But so what? In life, there were always some things that could not be measured by benefits. Yay! Lu Jun stood up, screaming and jumping, giving vent to his joy. You didn't come alive. You deadbeat. Liao Shueji hadn't stopped cursing. You occupied my body. You too shall not die. Looking at his own body moving freely under the sun, Liao Shueji was going crazy with jealousy. Noisy. With a gentle wave of his hand, Han Dong received Liao Shueji into the spirit market ring. Apart from being able to store things, the spirit ruins ring was also able to collect souls. Liao Shueji could not help but shiver as he felt that he had suddenly entered a dark and cold space. Where is this? He shouted in fear. You are imprisoned. Han Dong's consciousness could teleport freely within the spirit ruin space. If you shout again, I don't mind immediately annihilating your soul. Liao Shueji immediately shut up. He had now realized that Han Dong was not immortal, and his abilities were far beyond his imagination. Now, his intestines were green with regret. Who was he messing with but this pervert? Now, it's good to piss people off, making himself inhuman. His body is occupied by others. His soul is also imprisoned, and if he wants to see the light of day, he still doesn't know when he will see the light of day. This golden jade outside the inner twisted and ugly second-generation ancestor began his own terrified soul prisoner life, every moment in fear, remorse, pain and the torment. Han Dong did not bother to pay attention to him and said to Lu Jun, from now on, you are Liao Shueji, so keep your identity in mind. After returning to the Liao family, if anyone asks about your past, just say that you fell on your head when you fell off the cliff and some of your memories are missing. Understood. Lu Jun nodded. Let's go up then. Han Dong pulled Lu Jun and climbed all the way up. The cliff was steep, but with Han Dong's help, Lu Jun could barely keep up. The two of them had just left when a black mist suddenly appeared in the woods, and two men wearing black robes and black hats slowly walked out of the black mist. Ha! The localization shows this place. Why can't we see the body? One of the black-robed men took out a tablet-like device and tapped the screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's wrong? The other black-robed man asked. The localization has disappeared, and so has the dead man's information. What does that mean? It means someone broke the rules and brought that person back to life. There are still people that powerful in the young world? Maybe it's a feng shui master. Maybe it's a Taoist priest. Maybe it's an immortal cultivator. Then what do? This is no longer within our ability. We can only go back and report to the hell. Let the organization send able officials up to solve it. Well, it can only be done. The black fog manifested, and the two black-robed men entered the fog and faded away with the wind. Dongzi, where are you? Shin Yun and Wu Yu were shouting loudly at the edge of the cliff when two heads suddenly poked out from under the cliff out of the cold, startling them both. Han Dong pulled Lu Jun and jumped up with a single leap. You, guys. Shin Yun covered her chest and looked at the two of them with some horror. Liao Gongzi accidentally fell down. I went to jerk him up. Han Dong grinned. Fortunately, halfway was entangled in the vines. Did not fall off the cliff, just rubbed some skin. Otherwise, everyone would have to go to Liao's house to eat a banquet. Liao Shuizhi smiled embarrassedly. Wu Yu looked at him. His clothes were scuffed in quite a few places and there was hidden blood seeping out. How is it? Are you alright? It's fine. It's just some flesh wounds. Han Dong helped me with it, Liao Shuizhi said with some restraint. Wu Yu looked at him with some surprise. She always felt that something was wrong, but she could not tell what it was. Be careful in the future. How dangerous. Wu Yu not without hindsight admonished. Although she did not like Liao Shuizhi, she did not want him to die here. The pair of sisters received the news and rushed over as well, staring at Han Dong left and right. Are you alright? The sisters spoke in unison. It's fine. Han Dong smiled. It's Mr. Liao who is not fine. I just went to jerk him up. You're so brave. The younger sister couldn't help but nod her head. Lu Jun watched the eyes of these big beauties dribbling around Han Dong and smiled heartily. It seems that what that Liao Shuizhi guy said was true. Last night this guy could have enjoyed heavenly blessings. The sun is out. Shin Yun let out a cheer. A round of red suns slowly rose from the east, dyeing the clouds in the sky a fiery red color. Red and various shapes. Incomparably spectacular and beautiful. Everyone was mesmerized by this magnificent sight. Standing in place with a shocked look on their faces, Lu Jun's mood was the most complicated. He did not expect that he could live again. Standing in the crowd, feeling everything in the world, he secretly vowed that in this life, he would only look up to Han Dong and do his best to repay his regeneration favor. After watching the sunrise, the group went down the mountain the same way. At this time, the police have caught the vicious man. After investigation, this guy is actually a wanted man. The hands of 3 lives are in the remote area of the murder, first rape and then kill. The means is very ferocious. That pair of sisters immediately a little fear. If not Han Dong timely rescue, the consequences are unimaginable. The local police questioned them routinely, and each of them recorded their testimonies individually. The police praised Han Dong for subduing the murderer and helping them to catch a Class A wanted criminal, and promised that the bonus would be released to his card after the process. They were especially shocked by Han Dong's operation of breaking the dagger with his bare hands. However, after learning that he was the city hero of Jiangzhou City who had single-handedly toppled 5 armed bandits, it dawned on all of them. So it's him? Then it's not a surprise. Han Dong realized that his deeds had already spread in the Yangtze River Delta police circle, and they all knew that there was an ancient martial arts expert in Jiangzhou University who had helped the police solve big cases. The local police were very interesting, and had pulled Han Dong along to take pictures together. Just like stargazers, there was a young little police flower who held Han Dong's arm and took picture after picture, causing Shin Yun to be very unhappy, especially the young police flower's chest rubbing on Han Dong's arm. Shin Yun felt that she was deliberately mooching, whispered to Wu Yu a burst of complaints. Wu Yu just looked at her and smiled without saying anything. After dealing with the aftermath, everyone returned to the campground, packed up their things, and quickly went their separate ways. Han Dong did not ask the sisters their names, and they did not say anything either. Looking at Han Dong's Lamborghini SUV disappearing around the corner of the mountain road, the sister sighed. Sister, looking at his license plate, he is also from our Jiangzhou. I just don't know which university he is studying in. The younger sister withdrew her gaze. If it's also a student of Jiang University, wouldn't it become an alumnus with you? The sister smiled. It shouldn't be from our school. If it is, there's no way I haven't seen it before. Maybe it's a freshman. That would be too embarrassing. Catching a schoolmate calling him little brother all the time. The younger sister covered her face. Let's go back. Grandpa keeps calling and urging. This time we snuck out for a trip without permission and made his old man angry. Ugh, I'm sure I'll get a lecture when I go back. Her sister's shoulders instantly slumped. The two sisters started the car and drove into the mountain road, quickly disappearing into the thin mountain mist. Two flowers bloom, each with a branch. After sending Shin Yun and Wu Yu home, Liao Shueji went back to Shanghai first. Wu Yu feels that he is a little strange, whether it is speech, behavior, or like a different person. He still has the same face, but the feeling is completely different. However, she was not interested in Liao Shueji, even if she felt the difference. She did not look into it. After sending Wu Yu to Bisui Court, Liao Shueji excused himself and returned to Shanghai. Han Dong returned to the Sky Garden and made up his mind that he would rest at home for the rest of the vacation and not go anywhere, meditating and cultivating every morning, absorbing the various skills in the inheritance during his leisure time. The days were pleasant and fulfilling, especially after witnessing the existence of ghosts with his own eyes. He worked especially hard on the exorcism spell. Who knows if he would come across something unclean in the future, so it's better to save for a rainy day than to be prepared. Chapter 61, Fairy Sister Song Xingchen. After the small vacation, the new students were put into their normal study life. Although Empty Court was relatively close to the Zhang University campus, Han Dong still decided to drive to school. On the one hand, the car had to be driven frequently, and it would be easy to get problems instead of being idle for a long time. On the other hand, nowadays, since he has this strength, he has to live a dashing and wanton life. Low profile is for middle-aged and old people, but young people just want to be sharp. Not high profile is still called young people? Driving a brand new Porsche Panamera, blowing the cool street breeze of early fall, passing through the traffic, Han Dong felt very comfortable. This is ING life. The cement gray color scheme of the Porsche was too eye-catching in the traffic, coupled with the big handsome pot in the driver's seat wearing ice blue sunglasses. It turned into the most beautiful cub in this guy in a second. Because it was the first day after the long vacation, the entrance to the main gate of the river was jammed. Those children who came to school in private cars quickly noticed the rambunctious fear which in the traffic. Han Dong looked idle as he supported his left arm on the window and maneuvered the car with his right hand. His car skills were already very skillful. The suited thugs were tamed like lambs under his control, as if they were being directed by his arm. The man and the car were one. One look. There's a handsome guy driving a Porsche with one hand over there. A girl poked her head out of the back window and greeted her classmates in the next car. Wow, a T. There really is someone driving a Porsche single-handedly. Hey, too handsome, too handsome. The two girls shouted excitedly. Most of the people in the neighborhood saw this beautiful scenery line. Boys look at the car, girls look at the person. It was just that the car was beautiful, but the key was that the person was super handsome, simply not giving ordinary people a chance to live. This little brother can't be a student of Jiangnan University, right? No way. A handsome guy of this caliber. If he's from this school, there's no reason why this mushroom wouldn't know about him. Maybe he's a freshman? My see, are the freshmen this crazy? Driving a Porsche to school? What if it is? That would be a big mess. I bet if he's really a freshman, the sisters could eat him alive. Let's follow and see if it's from Jiangdae. So a group of students stared at the high-class gray in the traffic, and in the roar of the engine, only to see that handsome pot very calmly hit a direction. The supercar silky smooth turned to the Jiangda University school gate. Yay! The girls unanimously clenched their fists and cheered out. The boys cursed in low voices, their faces unfortunate. Attending the same institution with such a demon, one basically lost the initiative to choose a spouse. This could be a sad story. The Porsche drove into the campus and rode freely on the boulevard. The sound of the exhaust backfire was like the roar of a tiger and a lion, which was carried out far away from the campus, and the students on both sides of the road stopped and looked back with an envious face. Han Dong had previously rented a fixed parking space, right next to the playground. He made a clean reversing maneuver and accurately parked the car into the space. Swift and dashing, simply handsome to the point of crime. Pa pa pa. A crisp clapping sound rang out from the side. Han Dong got down from the car and looked along with the sound, only to see a Tiffany blue Maserati coupe next to her, stretched across the middle of the passage. The driver's car skills seemed to be not too pure, coupled with the quality of the people parking on both sides of the car was worrying. Half of the wheels squeezed into the middle of the space. The remaining space was a little bit narrow, so much so that she had a hard time to park into it. The applause came from the driver in the driver's seat, because the window glass was lowered. Han Dong could clearly see her face. Instantly, he felt that his heart missed a beat. There was no other reason. This mushroom was just too beautiful. Dark hair, like satin flowing over her shoulders, goose egg face, big black and white eyes. When looking at people, it seemed like there was starlight swirling in her eyes. The nose is small and straight, and the tip of the nose has a small arc. The side shadow is quite wonderful. Diamond-shaped lips, When smiling, the corner of the mouth slightly curved up in an arc, like a crescent moon. Definitely among the beauties he had seen. The ceiling general existence, compared to Shin Qianyun, Wei Shuqing and other S-class beauties, no less. Song Xingchen was actually quite embarrassed, because today was the first day of school after the long vacation. The school leaders were going to have a meeting, and she, the vice president of the student council, made sure to attend. She had gone out not too late, just some traffic jams on the road. Came to the school. From the time of the meeting has not a few minutes. Go to the underground garage has been too late. Had to drive to the playground side of the parking lot, the closest to the teaching building. But this place has always been tense parking spaces. She only helpless to come over to try her luck. As expected, there was only one temporary parking space left, or because the two sides of the car crowded space, it is difficult to park in the left. Next to it were all fixed parking spaces with floor locks, so she couldn't get in even if she wanted to. She tried several times in a row, but could not back the car in. When she was in a dilemma, she suddenly saw a Porsche backing into the parking space with an extremely elegant and handsome posture, and she could not help but applaud as she watched her heart flutter. When Han Dong got out of the car, Song Xingchen's eyes flashed with a strange color. Nowadays, because of the uninterrupted cultivation for more than a month, Han Dong's height had soared to 182 centimeters, with broad shoulders and long legs, ape arms and wasp waist, black and thick hair, with an amazing amount of hair, showing exuberant vitality and an unparalleled sense of juvenility, an eye sharpened and axe-like angular and distinctive handsome face. Because of the infiltration of the pure yang qi, the texture of the skin was delicate, clear and crystal clear. Delicate, clear and crystal, a pair of eyes of lightning and flint, looking between the ashes fly away. Just simple sweater, jeans, AJ shoes, actually by him concave out of the international male model sense of vision. This boy is inevitably also too eye-catching. Song Xingchen got down from the car, looked at Han Dong with a smile, and softly asked, "Freshman? Law school undergraduate class 1. Han Dong." Han Dong carefully sized up the girl, who was slender and beautiful, with her dress flying in the morning breeze, bringing with her a three-dimensional immortal aura. Rarely, the voice was also very pleasant and melodious, speaking like an oriole singing. "My name is Song Xingchen, a junior in the Department of Economics and Management. Good day, senior sister Song." "Hello, schoolmate." "Senior sister, is your car unable to park?" Song Xingchen's pretty face blushed and nodded. "It's not your fault. The cars on both sides are parked too casually, crowding the space of this parking space. These people, the quality did not keep up with the speed of wealth growth. Money to buy a car, public morality that is not at all," said under his breath, flew up and kicked on the wheel hub of the car next to him. Bang sound. The car actually hardened outwardly horizontal shift more than half a meter, just in the middle of the car position itself. Immediately turned around and did the same thing, kicking the car on the other side back to its original position. This way the middle parking space was complete. "Alright, senior sister, you can park in now." Han Dong looked at Song Xingchen with a smile. Song Xingchen's eyes and mouth were wide open with shock written in her eyes. Chapter 62, You at the same table. What did she just see? This little guy casually kicked a car that weighed about 2 tons? Looking at him, it was as easy as kicking a soccer ball. Is this still a human being? It is true that face value is everything. Even with this dumbfounded expression, it looks cute out of a face of blood. Han Dong saw that she did not speak and did not move. Directly into the driver's seat of the Masha, put on the reverse gear, continuously hit the direction of the two, cleanly and efficiently backed the car into the parking space, rounded and silky, in one fell swoop, turning off the engine, getting out of the car, locking the door, and then handing the car keys to Song Xingchen. "Senior sister, looking at you there should be something urgent. Go and get busy first." "Hey." Song Xingchen came back to her senses, hurriedly looked at her watch, and eagerly said, "Schoolmate, I have to go to the meeting." "Thank you." "Oh, you're welcome." Song Xingchen left with quick steps, turning back while walking. "School brother, today is too hasty. I'll have to find time to thank you properly." "Okay, senior sister. See you later." Looking at Song Xingchen's slinky back, Han Dong smiled faintly. Arriving at the class, Han Dong attracted the attention of the entire class as soon as he appeared. 182's long-legged handsome Oba, placed among ordinary people, was like a firefly in the darkness, a golden turtle in the field, so eye-catching, so pulling, wow, so handsome yo. The sound of girls screaming and knocking on the table rose and fell. Han Dong had already become the man of the hour amongst the freshmen on the day of the bravery and courage recognition ceremony. It was just that at that time, his cultivation time was still short and he wasn't that tall or handsome yet. Moreover, he was farther away at that time, unlike now when he is so close, and the visual impact is pulled full circle. This term of undergraduate law is divided into 2 classes with 4 people in the dormitory. Fatty Wu and Han Dong are in the first class, while Si Chun and Hong Tao are in the second class. Seeing that Han Dong was so popular, Fatty Wu hurriedly stood up from his seat, puffed out his chest and belly, and greeted Han Dong to sit at the same table with him. Han Dong was the last to arrive, and when he looked at the whole class, only Fatty Wu and another girl had empty seats. He decided to give up Fatty Wu, walked to the side of the girl and sat down. Without him, Fatty Wu's hygiene habits are extremely poor. When the summer can do a week without bathing, half a month without changing socks, the smell of his body is too delicate. This is also the reason why everyone refuses to sit at the same table with him. Dongzi, you wa a few meanings? Heavy. That what ah? Fatty Wu could not hang on to his face and wanted to reprimand Han Dong for a few sentences, but the word heavy color and light friend froze and swallowed back, because Han Dong tabled that girl, really with the color do not relate to. She was wearing a bottle-bottom thick myopic glasses, a high school uniform, and braces in her mouth, which made her look like dirt. There was a reason there was no one sitting next to her. This girl had been reading with her head hung low, and even when the other girls were coaxing, she didn't move. When someone suddenly sat down beside her, she raised her eyes to look at Han Dong like a frightened deer. Classmate, hello. From now on, we will be at the same table. May I ask what your name is? Han Dong smiled. I don't want to be at the same table with you. The girl mumbled her lips, looking a little timid, but still bravely spoke her mind. Then you only have to go and sit with that fat guy. Han Dong's smile remained unchanged and pointed at Fatty Wu. The girl glanced at Fatty Wu and instantly cowered, hanging her head low and not saying anything. She only had bad eyesight and did not have any problems with her sense of smell. That boy. The smell was just too irritating, and it was spicy to the eyes from such a distance. She was tempted to say, why can't you go sit with him? Then she thought, do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. She couldn't stand the smell herself, so why should she ask others to suffer it? Although she was very mindful of others disturbing her quiet life, but she could only accept it. Sitting in front of them are two girls, face value are quite high, especially the one in front of Han Dong. Pink face, peach blossom, concave and convex, quite a bit of flavor. Seeing Han Dong sitting behind them, the two girls in front of them looked at each other for a moment and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Shadow, he should be coming for you, the girl on the right wrote on her paper. The girl on the left narrowed her peach blossom eyes and the corners of her mouth turned upwards in triumph. Of course, if you don't come at me, do you still come at that little dirt chick in the back? She felt that she was the prettiest chick in the first class of undergraduate law, and was more than enough to match a handsome pot like Han Dong. The class advisor was a young man in his 30s named Lu Weibo, who looked quite kind. After everyone introduced themselves, Mr. Lu let everyone take the initiative to go on stage and run for class cadres. Unexpectedly, Han Dong didn't even go on stage to participate and was still unanimously elected class president. He politely refused, on the grounds that he had already served as deputy secretary of the youth league committee of the academy, and it was not good to take more and more, or to save a place for other students. He was not moved by the repeated pleas of everyone. I love to joke. The class president's position seems to be a beautiful, but in fact there are a lot of trivial things. College life is colorful and full of life. So why waste it on these trivial things that are not worth it? The political rights and interests that should be salvaged. A deputy secretary of the youth league committee is sufficient. In the end, the class president was Jiao Su, another gentlemanly looking boy. This kid had been class president throughout middle school, an old driver. The secretary of the youth league branch was Chu Eng. Chu Eng was one of the few beauties in the class whose face value was more durable. She was not in the same squad as Han Dong and the others during military training and was not very familiar with each other. However, she naturally knew about this fellow classmate who was at the peak of his enrollment. Now that Han Dong was the deputy secretary of the Academy Youth League Committee, while she was the secretary of the class branch, she had become a working superior and subordinate relationship. This made her secretly happy inwardly. Han Dong was handsome and strong, and was the male god in the hearts of all the girls in the class. Even compared to those big handsome guys on the school grass list, it was still better than ever. As the saying goes, the nearer the water, the better the moon. Chu Eng feels that he has a good chance. Jiao Su, the class president, was in the same squad as her during military training and has been attracted to her since then. Chu Eng knew that Jiao Su liked him, and naturally she was quite pleased inside. After all, Jiao Su is also a handsome man, and also has a good family background. With such a suitor under his command, it would be a lie to say that he is not happy. However, everything was afraid of comparison. Without Han Dong, Jiao Su was clearly the best boy in the class, but Han Dong happened to be in their class. With Chu Ying's heart, she would never settle for second best. She kept staring at Han Dong with a light in her eyes. Class president Jiao Su, whose attention was always on Chu Ying, naturally noticed the change. Inwardly, he felt like he had overturned a bucket of Shangxi aged vinegar, sour to the core. the class president's position was given to him by Han Dong, which made Zhao Su, who had always been high-minded and proud, already unhappy in his heart. And seeing his favorite girl actually flirting with Han Dong made him more and more cynical and furious. However, he did not get angry with Chu Ying, but instead transferred this cynicism to Han Dong. Occasionally, he looked at Han Dong with an unkind gaze. Han Dong's 5 senses and 6 senses were far beyond normal people, and he was able to take in the reactions from all sides in the class. He knew all about the fiery eyes of Chu Ying, the class flower, as well as the cynical gaze of Zhao Su, the class president. However, he didn't care about it. Chapter 63, Ariel turning 360-degree thunderbolt windmill. Dongzi, how do I feel that the class flower girl is looking at you with eyes that aren't too unusual? Fatty Wu said with a sneer. Who is the class flower? Han Dong lazily. Chu Ying is she not the most beautiful in the class? Is she? Han Dong glanced at Chu Ying and did not comment. There were a few pretty girls in the class, but they were a bit far from the beauties on the 5 extreme list. Warrior Han could not raise his interest. The bell rang and soon the formal class began. After cultivating immortality, not only was his physical body strong, but his intelligence had also increased geometrically, so studying such a small matter was easy and enjoyable for him. Although he was a liberal arts student, in his freshman year, college math was still required. In the past he hated math, but now it was completely unnecessary. Even difficult content like calculus was learned as soon as he heard it. This feeling of controlling wisdom and gaining knowledge was very mysterious. Han Dong lamented that if he had advanced his immortal cultivation by 1 year, his college entrance examination results would have been far more than that. It would not have been difficult to get a provincial top student, and it would not have been a problem for him to study in Cheng and Beijing. However, for him it was all the same, it was just the red dust refining his heart. It makes no difference where the red dust is. Freshman year's coursework was still relatively loose, and after the first 2 classes in the afternoon, there were no other classes scheduled. From the dinner time is still long. In the class president Zhao Su's organization, everyone went to the playground to move their muscles. The boys loved to play basketball and soccer. Some girls chose to kick a shuttlecock and jump rope, and some of them gathered around the court to watch the boys play. Han Dong went back to the dormitory to change a set of Chicago Bulls home red No. 23 jersey, footsteps red and black color matching AJ1 forbidden to wear, came to the playground, suddenly attracted the attention of the whole field. Handsome face, long body, like a basketball cartoon came out of the male protagonist. He really looks like Ryuko Afong. He's Cinny, Chu Ying's tablemate, exclaimed in a low voice. Dongzi, your outfit is simply explosive. Wu Yuanda came over with a face full of envy. Han Dong smiled and did not say anything. He was a basketball enthusiast who liked to watch NBA games when he was not doing anything, and his most admired star was the basketball god Michael Jordan. Jordan, although did not experience Jordan's era, but online about his game highlights and video can still be found. Jordan's mental hardness, dominance over the game, influence, and a variety of aerial maneuvers, are breathtaking. Han Dong would often swipe his videos online to watch them. In the past, the economic conditions did not allow, but now the card balance is quite a lot, so he bought a few sets of Jordan's jerseys and sneakers, and put them in the Spirit Ruin ring in case of emergencies, and this is not, today, it came in handy. Chu Ying was afraid of the sun, and was originally in the shade of a tree to cool off. After Han Dong came to the playground, he attracted the attention of a large group of girls, and even girls from other classes, hooting and hollering around the field, seeing that if you don't go over, you won't even have a seat. Chu Ying took 3 steps and hurriedly ran over. Zhao Su's heart was clogged with panic. He had just spit out that the sun was poisonous and was not willing to go out, but when he saw Han Dong, he ran faster than a rabbit. Marred, Pretender 1. He could not bear to harshly criticize Chu Ying and focused his anger on Han Dong. You are from class 2, right? Why did you come to our grounds? Chu Ying glared at the ticket of nymphomaniac girls with an unpleasant face. Both Law 1 and Law 2 classes did not have classes, and the 2 classes coincidentally organized to come to the playground. A basketball court for the public. How did it become your place? A chubby girl from class 2 immediately disliked back. Didn't we just say that class 2 is on court 2 and we, class 1, are on court 1? If you guys don't go to watch the boys from your own class play, why did you come to our side to join in the fun? Chu Ying had a displeased face. It's up to you, the fat girl snorted. Seeing Chun and Hong Tao were from class 2, and when they saw Han Dong come out and attract so many people's attention, they also came over. Han Dong was too lazy to pay attention to the cacophony around him, as his gaze went to the opposite side of the field. Some of the players of the varsity boys and girls basketball teams were training there. Wei Shuqing was also among them. This girl was wearing an orange training uniform and black shorts, revealing a pair of snow-white long legs. Her body proportion was so good that it was unbelievable. She was practicing sharp stop jump shots. Her movements were very ethereal and accurate. worthy of being the ace of the women's basketball team. Several tall players from the men's basketball team stood on the sidelines of the court eyeing them. Handong automatically ignored these four-legged guys and decided to tease Haruko-senpai. He picked up the basketball dribble. A little run, a few steps. In the penalty area, edge rise, body in midair, dashing turn around. The basket is close to the eye. Handong right arm swung round as a big windmill dunk. Bang! The basketball hard into the basket. Yeah! Handong waved his fist after landing, his excitement overflowing. This action looked like Vince Carter in the 2000 slam dunk contest. Carter in the 2000 slam dunk contest to win the championship dunk. A 360-degree thunderous windmill on the edge of the restricted area. In the past, such an action could only be thought of in a dream. It was impossible to do in reality. He felt that after cultivating immortality, his physical quality had moved into the transcendent, and such a dunk should not be difficult for him. Sure enough, the small test was easily accomplished. When Handong landed calmly, the onlookers were still confused. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? I'm going. An airborne 360-degree thunderous windmill dunk, some knowledgeable students exclaimed. No one expected to actually see such a dunking maneuver on the campus court. It was simply outrageous. Seung-chun was so shocked that he nearly stumbled on his feet. He also likes to play basketball. The level is very good. In high school by a group of girls before and after, is the famous basketball prince. Originally, he wanted to bask in the sun on the court to attract the girls' attention, but Handong's snap was like a pot of cold water pouring down his head. The basketball dream of the mud horse. Hong Tao and Wu Yuanda applauded desperately. Han was a treasure boy, always surprising them unexpectedly. Wow, he's so handsome. How can he be so handsome? We don't know any dunking moves. We just simply think it's handsome. From today onwards, sissies change husbands. His name is Handong, from the Law 1 class. What a pity. Why weren't we in the same class as him? After sobering up, the group of girls started again. Chu-Wing rolled her eyes. Handong is mine, so I won't be in the same class as you guys. So I'm mad at you nymphomaniacs. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Zhao Su's heart dripped blood, but on the surface, he applauded enthusiastically. Secretary Han, can you dunk from the free throw line? This is his real purpose. Aren't you awesome? Lousy cupped you. That's easy. Handong looked at Zhao Su with a smile. Whoa, whoa. Secretary Han said that he can jump from the free throw line and dunk. Everyone come over. Let's cheer him on together. Zhao Su was enthusiastic as hell. Handong can naturally see Zhao Su's sinister intentions. However, at this time there is a comic standing out to sell and yell, which is just what he wants. Chapter 64, Walking in the Air. Go brother day. See the hilarity. Someone said to perform a free throw line jumping dunk. Go with me. Brother loves to see others blowing awesome planted mouths. Schoolboys and girls basketball part of the players are training on the same field. Heard someone said to perform free throw line jumping dunk. There are a few are drinking water directly sprayed. Ouch. I can't. The youngsters nowadays are too hung. Go over to see which dude. Awesome blow like this. Also a talent. Free throw line jumping dunk. I can go to your bar. Even in the NBA, where the physical talent is blowing up, those who can jump and dunk from this position are very few. Not to mention a small campus in China. There really is such a bull. Has long been known throughout the school. Led by Xiong Shua, the main center of the varsity team, the male basketball players swarmed over. Wei Shuqing and a few female basketball players also followed along. Hundreds of students, all with teasing smiles on their faces, pointed at Handong in the center of the court. Zhao Su could not help but snicker. He wanted to see Handong make a fool of himself in public too much. Zhao Su, they are all in the same class. You crossed the line. Fatty Wu glared angrily at Zhao Su. Just because they are all in the same class. That's why I want to yell for some people to come and cheer for Secretary Han. What's wrong with that? I'm into your ancestors. Fatty Wu waved his fist and was about to start. Fatty, what are you doing? Get back here. Handong glared at him. If you do this, it makes it seem like I can't do what I say. Wouldn't it be the same as smashing him in the face if I just dunked the basketball in? Why bother to do it? Seeing Handong's face, Wei Shuqing was slightly stunned. This handsome boy, wasn't he the one who had called in the cafeteria and pretended to be a rich kid to tease her? Was this another plan that failed to work? Wei Shuqing. Handong turned his head and gazed at her with a smile. Wei Shuqing frowned. You don't have a boyfriend yet, do you? No. Why? Wei Shuqing answered instinctively. If I can jump up from the free throw line and dunk, is that enough to qualify as your boyfriend? Buzz. The scene instantly opened up. A freshman who actually dared to tease Qingzi's sister in front of the varsity basketball players, afraid that he had never seen a casserole fist. He was so direct that he couldn't even straighten Wei Shuqing out. Kid, you probably don't know how to write the word deaf, right? Bear-like small eyes narrowed. This guy was 2 meters tall, fat and strong, and really looked like a big black bear. I'm most annoyed with you guys. You don't move and hang the word death on your lips, saying that you're like a murderous demon. There are countless souls crossing the Neho Bridge every day. How many of them were sent away by you? Han Dong sneered several times. You come out. Master Xiong will send you away now. Xiong shaped exploded with anger. Do the freshmen nowadays know so little about the sky and the earth? Actually not afraid of me. Xiong shaped, what are you doing? Showing your fists to a freshman. You're really something. Wei Shuqing glared at him. Xiong Shua scratched his head and snapped back. He didn't dare to disobey the words of Haruko's sister. Wei Shuqing, make a deal. If I can do it, you'll promise to be my girlfriend. Han Dong smiled. You can do it first. Wei Shuqing bristled. Chu Ying's eyes darted back and forth between Han Dong and Wei Shuqing, unsure if this was Han Dong's ploy to tease her or if he was really interested in Wei Shuqing. She was starting to feel pressured because Wei Shuqing's face value was a whole lot higher than hers. Han Dong was too lazy to care what Chu Ying thought. He picked up the basketball and shot it, coming to stand at the center line. Just now, he had just tried his bullseye and completed a spinning windmill, which made him confident in himself. In the past, those inhuman moves could only be thought about, but nowadays it was different. According to the standards of the Golden Crow physical forging technique, after the pure Yang body had become a minor success, the physical body had already broken through the limits of human physical fitness, turning it into a transcendent. Not to mention that he had been practicing for almost a month after his minor achievement. His current physical quality was even better than that of an NBA star. Although he hadn't tried to dunk from the free throw line, he felt that he should have no problem. Everyone held their breath and stared at the center of the court, including Xiong Shua and other varsity starters, all wanting to see what tricks this kid could pull off. Han Dong from the center line began to run. His speed is too fast, swift as the wind, fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye rushed to the three-point line. The crowd did not have time to blink. He has stepped on the free throw line, left foot stomped on the ground. The whole person, like an eagle spreading its wings, instantly rose to the mid-air. The pure yang qi in his body was flowing and alive. He could control his body with ease, gliding freely like a bird of prey, bringing with him a non-earthly grace, as if he would be free from gravity at any moment. Wow, he really looks like he's flying. Hey, a girl marveled. When it was too late, when the body rose to the high point, the basket was already close to his eyes. His left arm naturally swung back, like a bird spreading its wings. His right arm raised the basketball, and poured it into the basket. With a bang, the basketball bounced on the ground. The whole process was smooth and silky, without a trace of lag. Yes, Han Dong landed lightly and waved his fist excitedly. He had done it. Chapter 65, Skill to Amaze the Four Seats. A Flight to Heaven. The scene was dead silent. Only the sound of the basketball rolling on the ground. Dun 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 dun. Ryoga. Ow. Someone let out a wolf howl, waking up the melon-eating crowd in a state of dangling. Whoa whoa. It's really a free throw line jumping dunk. He did it. He really did it. It's so handsome. Even Ryuko Wafong isn't as handsome as him. Did you get the video? I'm going to treasure it and watch it 10,000 times a day. For a while, the arena was filled with all types of screams, almost piercing the firmament. Zhao Su's mouth was so open that it could fit an ostrich egg, and he didn't close it for half a day. He had yelled so hard for so many people to come over with the intention of surrounding Han Dong to make a fool of himself, but he had not expected that he had inadvertently built a better stage for him. This amazing dunk was seen by more people. Zhao Su had a mouthful of old blood stuck in his alveoli, wanting to spit but unable to do so, especially when he saw the class flower. Xu Ying, with her eyes full of caution, was fawning over Han Dong. Zhao Su felt like he had fed himself a pile of. It was hard to swallow and had to be swallowed. Wu Yuanda's face was red with excitement, pointing at Han Dong and shouting at the top of his voice, "This is my brother. This is my ing brother. It's so awesome." Wei Shuqing looked at Han Dong in the center of the field in shock, her small mouth slightly open, looking particularly dumbfounded. She thought that Han Dong was the same as those boys with ulterior motives in the past, changing ways to show his presence in front of her, pretending and bragging about everything, just to attract her attention. Never thought that this boy was not quite the same. People really can put the bragged cattle realize. No, he said that he can dunk from the free throw line, just stating the facts. It is them people who think that people are just bragging. That scene just now was really quite combustible. Even she, a girl, felt her blood boiling. Haruko, this handsome pot is really quite energetic. You can consider taking a look. Wei Shuqing's roommate, Zheng Yuan, the center of the school's women's basketball team, whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. I just met him for the second time. What is there to consider?" Wei Shuqing's pretty face flushed. "This kind of thing has nothing to do with how long you've known him, right?" Zheng Yuan grinned. Wei Shuqing didn't pick up on her words. The livestock of the boys' varsity basketball team were also very shocked. They were all professional basketball players and knew how difficult that maneuver Han Dong had just performed was. It was not easy for even the NBA's top stars to jump from the free throw line and try to be as smooth, silky, and ornamental as he had just done. Not to mention the average person. The ace of the varsity team, Tian Tao, has a static body talent that is already very impressive, and it's easy to dunk a basketball, but he can't dunk from the free throw line. Where did this dead pervert I thought that this guy wore the jersey of the Master of Joe, AJ1 out of print sneakers, purely for pretending. I didn't expect people to be really powerful. Sister Haruko, Han Dong shouted loudly. Hey, Wei Shuqing froze for a moment. Willing to bet? Accompany me on a date after school this afternoon. What I didn't bet with you. Wei Shuqing had a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Are you trying to renege on your debt? No matter what, that snap you just made was pretty cool. Let's leave each other's contact information, so we can spar about our skills in the future. Okay. In front of hundreds of people, the two people added each other's WeChat as if no one else was there, and also saved their phone numbers. The livestock sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. As the school flower on the 5 extreme list, Wei Shuqing's contact information was notoriously difficult to get. How many livestock had gone ahead and racked their brains trying to get her social number, but no one had succeeded in the end. This guy Han Dong, with this amazing snap, actually gained Wei's favor and exchanged her contact information face to face, which was a treatment that had never happened before. Bear-like face is iron blue. The nature of male creatures is to protect food, especially the better-looking females within the community, is absolutely their scales. Whoever touched them would die. Wei Shuqing was the flower of the gymnasium, and also the object of their boss Tian Tao's desire. People from this courtyard did not dare to tease, and when people from outside the courtyard did, they would be repaired miserably. This little white man thought that jumping a little higher can Daiqing's sister. Really all hammer eyes Thus, Xiong-shaped quietly came over. Dude, your name is Han Dong, right? Just now that basket dunked well. After school, wait for me at the maple forest in the back of the hill. Han Dong said in a salty manner. Xiong-shaped did not react for a moment. What aren't you here for a date? Yeah. Xiong-shaped nodded his head busily. Then, remember to bring more people. It's best to call all the boys from the gymnasium. Why bring so many people? Xiongzhua felt that his thinking had been unable to keep up with this guy. Fewer people are not enough for me to fight, Han Dong faintly said. But Bear-Shape's bear bile was almost broken by anger. If it wasn't for Haruko's sister watching intently from the sidelines, he would have had to beat the out of this kid on the spot. Just don't wimp out later. The one who doesn't dare to come is this. Bear-Shape made a highly humiliating gesture. Little master talk always counts. Don't worry. I like to beat you this kind of mal at the most. Won't not go. Xiong-shaped hatefully walked away, fearing that if he said a few more words to this guy, he would not be able to resist strangling him with his hands. Wu Yuanda hurried over and asked, do the people from the gymnasium want to fight? I'll go gather a few brothers. It's just a bunch of mallets. There's no need to make a big deal about cleaning them up. I'll do it alone. Han Dong smiled faintly. Fatty Wu recalled the famous scene of Han Dong single-handedly drying out a bunch of mongrels at Zhangji barbecue and said no more. No matter how capable the livestock of the gymnasium were, they could not compare to the professional hooligans who fought for a living. Right, Han Dong? Xiong-shua's gang just loves to move their fists. You'd better stay away from them. Wei Shuqing looked at the backs of the men's basketball players as they left, pondering. It's okay, they can't beat me. Han Dong laughed. Sister Qingzi, I'm okay at bouncing, but my fundamentals aren't too solid. So can I study and learn with you? Sure, I'll teach you. Wei Shuqing smiled sweetly. When it came to basketball, she was not sleepy. Han Dong, with his ability to control his body, was able to learn any technique once he learned it, and refined it in a while. Passing, dribbling, crossing, shooting, everything. The games of mortals had no mysteries in the eyes of immortal cultivators. Wei Shuqing kept praising him for this elite body, which was perfect for basketball, and could introduce him to the provincial team for training if he was interested in developing in this field. Immediately, Han Dong politely refused. Come on, he had cultivated immortality. What was there to play ball for? Xiangchun saw Han Dong and the school's flower sister playing hot, envious eyes straight out of the fire. Why is it that all the girls that he could see were having an affair with Han Dong? It's so damn heartbreaking. After school, Xiongshua brought a few tall gym students and waited in the maple forest at the back of the mountain. He'll come, right? One of the boys practicing discus stretched his muscles, his bones snapping. I guess so. Bear-like lit a cigarette and ended his voice. This kid is quite capable of jumping. Let's waste one of his legs later. Be skillful with your hands. It's best to start with not too much pain and go back to find the bones broken. Don't worry, I have experience. That said, after not repairing anyone for such a long time, This 40-meter-long iron rod of mine is hungry and thirsty. Chapter 66. One man surrounds a group of people. He's coming, he's coming. An animal pointed outside the woods. Han Dong had his hands in his pockets, a dog-tail grass in his mouth, and his demeanor was leisurely. Yo, single knife to the meeting. This is bear-shaped, wide-eyed. This baby 484 a little bit of spread? With the boys in the gymnasium dry fight still dare to fall alone? Single-handedly no problem because I am so strong. As for you, Han Dong shook his finger. So many people, not enough for me to stuff my teeth. Bear-like brought 8 people, all fat and strong. If it were ordinary students, they would have long been scared to pee. Han Dong was like a tiger facing a group of herbivores, his eyes full of kingly contempt. I have seen a lot of pretenders, but not many are as swaggering as you. Since you dare to come alone, my buddy won't bully you. Let's practice single-handedly. If I don't beat the out of you, I'll call you daddy. Bear-like eyebrows are almost flying. People swagger is not a crime, but it is easy to attract a beating. Recently, the people who want to call me dad are a bit too many. You have to queue up at the back. Grass Nima, I can't hammer you to death. Xiang Zhuang was furious, waving his casserole-sized fists and rushed up. A ceiling-eye hammer went straight to Han Dong's eyes. This bear lamb struck quite viciously. When Han Dong's body of pure yang had just become a minor success, he was able to kill a gang of bandits, and now that he had practiced for a month, his physical body was more than twice as strong as it was back then, so it was too easy to deal with a bear-like person. Even if he was practicing sports, there was no way he could be more powerful than those outlaws. In his eyes, Bear-like's attack was like slow motion in a movie and was broken down into frames. Any frame was a break. Han Dong lightly sidestepped and dodged Bear's fist, and then kicked him in the crotch. Bear-like felt like he was hit by a speeding heavy truck, and his entire body flew up to the side and back, cutting a splendid parabola in midair before falling heavily to the ground. But a mouthful of old blood was sprayed out with an open mouth. The remaining few livestock were dumbfounded. To know, Xiong Shuai is the main center of the varsity boys basketball team, 2 meters tall, 230 pounds. How much force would it take to kick him 5 or 6 meters away? No wonder this little white guy dared to go solo. He really had 2 brushes. He looks tall and big, but he can't take a beating. Come on, get up. Let's fight another 300 rounds. I'm not over it yet. Han Dong rolled up his sleeves and prepared for a big fight. Bear-Shape tried to climb a few times. Hard did not climb up. It feels like the internal organs are not in the original position, and it hurts to suck in cool air. Brothers, together, beat the out of this kid. Bear-Shape covered the big crotch, gritted teeth. Got it. 8 livestock of the gymnasium waved their fists and rushed upwards, forming a closed circle on Han Dong. This formation was really quite bluffing. Han Dong smiled faintly. Not only did he not dodge, instead, he met them head-on, kicking left and swinging right. His movements seemed to be random and had little force. However, as long as he touched any part of their body, it was as if the guy was hit by a sledgehammer of hundreds of pounds and flew out without any suspense. They rushed up in a blocky motion and flew out even faster. Familiar recipe, familiar flavor. In just over a minute's work, none of the 8 boys from the gymnasium were left standing. Some were on all fours, others were gnawed on by vicious dogs, and still others were hanging from tree branches with drooping limbs. Everyone's mouth was spilling blood. The gymnasium bullies who had made the boys of Jiang University scared to death had not even lasted a single round before Han Dong single-handedly ate them up. Am I considered to be a single person beating up a group of you? Han Dong clapped his hands and wobbled to Xiong Shape's body, looking down at him. This was something Xiong Shape did not know how to take. I don't think you are the boss of the gymnasium, right? Han Dong said blandly. No, Xiong Shape breathed a little hard. The boss of the gymnasium is our Captain Tian Tao. Go back and tell old Tian that Sister Haruko is my person. And tell him not to be so protective of his food, like a big black dog in the village that doesn't know any better. I'll pass it on to him. Xiong Shape swallowed his saliva. This kid, daring to provoke Boss Tian, really doesn't know how to write the word death. Big Brother's strength was not something these 3-legged cats like them could compare to. Without 2 brushes, how could he mix the position of the boss of the gymnasium? It feels like you are still very unconvinced. Han Dong looked at Bear-like stubborn eyes and grinned. With a casual punch, he struck a piece of lapis lazuli plate on the ground, only to hear a bang sound. The 4-finger-thick stone plate was actually broken into pieces. Stone chips flew, splashing up a cloud of dust and mist. The true martial divine fist was just powerful. Even the stone slabs could be dry shattered. Sometimes Han Dong felt that it was really boring to have a weak opponent, so at least come to a capable fighter and let him try the power of the true martial divine fist. After practicing for such a long time, he really did not even have a strong opponent who could force him to use his immortal martial skills. He somewhat understood the meaning of the phrase invincibility is most lonely. The livestock's eyes nearly stared out of their sockets. Dude, are you King Kong or Wolverine? Anyway, this was not something that a human could do. At the same time, they also understood that Han Dong had just left his strength behind. Otherwise they would have ended up in the same place as the green slate. No matter how much they practiced sports, their bodies could not be harder than a stone. Let's go. Do you want to take another punch to try? Han Dong swung his fist in the air. Bear-like and the others rolled and crawled from the ground in fear, wailing and escaping outside the woods, moving as swiftly as if there were dinosaurs chasing behind them. They wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible, not wanting to stay a second longer. This guy is really too scary. Ugh. What are you guys doing? Stop right there. Unexpectedly, the fleeing bear shapes encountered the security team that was patrolling the campus. However, this livestock was probably scared out of their wits and escaped quite vigorously, and several security guards froze and did not catch a single one of them. Han Dong did not want to cause trouble and quietly slipped out from the other end of the forest. Several security guards quickly entered the forest to check. The group of people who escaped just now are the pricks from the gymnasium. The big guy in the lead I recognize. The basketball player, called Xiong Shua. One of the young security guards pointed at the mess all over the ground. They must have fought with someone here. This bunch of unconscionable stuff, fighting all day long. If we don't punish a few of them, we won't be able to stop this crooked trend. Another security guard said hatefully. But, it feels like they lost this time. All of them are bruised and swollen. If I'm not wrong, they just escaped. What kind of person can actually beat the boys of the gymnasium into that kind of behavior? Hey, this person is not an ordinary character. The leading captain, Wang Gongye, crouched on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Captain, are you saying that the one who beat away the bunch of pricks from the gymnasium is only one person?" The young security guard was stunned. That's right. Wang Gongye carefully scrutinized the broken lapis lazuli plate on the ground and said in a deep voice, "An expert like this, one person can defeat 100, not to mention these few of them, 10 times the number of people. It's not enough for someone to fight with one hand. So powerful?" The other two security guards' jaws dropped. See this shattered lapis lazuli plate? It was shattered by someone's fist. Wang Gongye clapped his hands. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that this person's realm has already reached the peak of external power, and is only one step away from cultivating internal power. Wang Gongye grew up martial arts, recognized the local martial arts masters to learn boxing, although up to now it is still a fist and foot handle, but under the masters, the vision is still there. Martial arts are categorized into acquired and innate. There are 3 levels of martial arts: external power, internal power, and power of transformation. Those who can practice external power can be called martial artists, those who practice internal power and have real chi flowing in their bodies can be called masters, and those who practice chemo power are the legendary realm of transformation, and the world has to call them masters. The world will call him a master. Above the Hotian realm there is the innate realm. Above the innate realm there is the holy realm. Above the holy realm there is the divine realm. Those are legends. Anyway, Wang Gongye had never seen it. This person was able to shatter a stone slab with a single punch, so he was afraid that he had reached the peak level of external strength. The small campus actually hides a great god of martial arts. Wang Gongye ordered his men to clean up the scene, and the shattered stone slab was picked up by him, ready to study it. Chapter 67. Jiangzhou Secretary. Ma Yunfei was depressed. He was playing games with his classmates in the dormitory and was having a good time, but he was called to the defense office. Director Wang, looking for me for something? He was on good terms with Wang Gongye, the director of the defense office. Yunfei, sit. Wang Gongye had his subordinate make him a cup of tea. Ma Yunfei picked up the teacup and took a sip. I don't have much good tea here, so you'll just drink it. Wang Gongye smiled. It's better for you to say what's going on. Ma Yunfei grinned. People who practiced martial arts were clean. They were afraid of people beating around the bush. Then I'll be blunt. Wang Gongye stared into his eyes. Did you just do battle with the gang of students from the gymnasium in the back of the mountain? From the gymnasium? Who? Ma Yunfei was stunned. Xiong Shua, that big center from the varsity basketball team. I'm on good terms with Xiong Shua. We even jerked off together last week. How could I have fought with him? Ma Yunfei was surprised. Jiangda University also dared to fight with Xiong Shape them. Cattle ah, really not you? Today, in addition to classes, I am playing games in the dormitory. I have never been to the back of the mountain, let alone fight with someone. Commissioner Wang, you can't put a hard hat on me. Looking for you to come over to ask just, where on the hat? Wang Gongye Susu said, I just think, can a fist to the lapis lazuli plate shattered the entire Jiangda University, as if only you have this strength? You are saying that the person who fought with bear shape shattered the lapis lazuli plate with one punch? Ma Yunfei was stunned. Wang Gongye didn't say anything and pointed to the basin next to the sofa, which was filled with the broken stones he had picked up. Ma Yunfei looked at it and raised his head in shock. You don't tell me that these stones were shattered by that person. I don't want to believe it either, but that's the way it is. Wang Gongye spread his hands. Ma Yunfei carefully looked over those stones and compared the thickness, and was shocked. An expert at the peak of external strength? Inwardly, he was just flabbergasted. The school had actually produced a fierce person in the same realm as him. Looking at the thickness of the stone slabs, as well as the extent of the broken stones, the battle strength was no less compared to him. The president of the National Martial Arts Club. There are 4 old families in this city, the Gusu Morong, and the Jiangzhou Sima. Gusu Morong referred to the Mu and Rong families, while Jiangzhou Sima did not refer to the Sima family, but rather the Sima and Ma families. The Mu Rong and Rong families were consortium families, specializing in economic endeavors, while the Sima families, on the other hand, were martial arts families. The Si family was good at boxing and the Ma family was good at kicking. Ma Yunfei is the youngest son of the contemporary head of the Ma family, the tan-leg master Ma Xingkong, the second generation of the Ma family's most outstanding martial arts geniuses, practicing external energy at the age of 18, ascending the ranks, and at the age of 21, he has already cultivated to the peak of the Hotian first realm, and is only one step away from cultivating that internal energy and stepping into the Hotian second level realm. Only one step away. He opened a national martial arts club in Jiangnan University, which was very popular with a group of hot-blooded teenagers. Personally, he was also the man of the hour at Jiang University. This was also why Wang Gongye had first sought him out to inquire. That's right, at first I thought it was you. It's because you're the only one in Jiangde who can shatter such a thick stone slab with your fist strength. Wang Gongye said slowly. Of course it wasn't me. Tian Tao and I are brothers. Why would I fight with someone from the gymnasium? Ma Yunfei spread his hands. Then we can only find Xiong Shua and ask them. These dead kids, after the fight, they don't know where to run away. I sent people to the dormitory, to the dugout, to the classroom. I can't find them anywhere. Wang Gongye exasperated. Of course these places can't be found, because Xiong Shua they went to the hospital outside the school to treat their wounds. They didn't dare to go to the school's infirmary for fear of being seen by familiar teachers and students. How disgraceful that would be. And there is an unwritten rule for boys in the gymnasium. Whether they flatten someone or get flattened, they will never go to the school to complain. Pure men, beat down teeth and blood swallowing, looking for adults to help fell on the goat. Ma Yunfei from the security office out, also want to find the bear shape to ask the bull in the end who is. The first time to call the phone over, Bear actually turned off the phone. I can only force the curiosity in my heart and wait patiently. Han Dong knew that he would bring some kind of soul shock to some people in the school, but he didn't care. When he came back from the maple forest in the back of the mountain, he was ready to go home. Walking to the parking lot, he saw a bunch of people surrounding the car. Wu Yuanda, Hong Tao, and Si Yingchun were all there, as well as a few fellow classmates. Zhao Su was pulling Chu Ying and He Sini, introducing his new car. It was a white Audi Q5 which, coincidentally, was parked right next to Han Dong's car. Class president, it's only your freshman year and you're driving an Audi. So trenchant. He Sini was envious. Chu Ying was also somewhat impressed with Zhao Su. It was said that his family was a local demolition family, so it seemed that he really had some strength. Well, although Han Dong was handsome, he was not necessarily richer than Zhao Su. If Han Dong really doesn't know how to raise his head, then, accepting Zhao Su seems to be a good choice. Shadow. This is my dad's gift to me for the college entrance exam. It was only shipped over today. The air is so nice and the fall colors are pleasant. May I ask, can I invite you to go for a ride around Taihu Lake? Zhao Su looked into Chu Ying's eyes with a look of deep affection. Since Lord Class President has brought up a new car, it's good for us to follow the congratulations and dip into the luxury. Isn't it, Sini? Chu Ying smiled in a subtle way. Yes. He Sini nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. She was tested out of a small town. Her family's circumstances were average, and she hadn't sat in a private car since she grew up. There was an opportunity to dabble in a car, so of course she refused to let it go. Class President, we also want to give you congratulations on the new. By the way, bring it? Wu Yuanda said without sarcasm. Can't sit down. If you want to go, sweep the shared bicycle and follow by yourself. Zhao Su glared at him without any good humor. Si Yingchun skimmed his mouth. Driving an Audi Q5, his tail was up in the air. Compared to this Porsche Pame next to you, can you still call that a car? This Pame has been around since the military training period, and I don't know which rich kid's car is in the school. It really makes people envious. At this time, Han Dong arrived. Secretary Han, do you want to go for a ride together? Zhao Su had wanted to leave, but when he saw Han Dong come over, he temporarily changed his mind. If you don't show a wave of superiority in front of Han Dong, won't it be a waste of this good opportunity? So what if you can dunk? What's the use of your high jump? This is a realistic society. Rich people end up in a family. Talent wants to fight with banknotes. You are afraid that you are thinking about fart eating. Didn't you say you can't sit down? Wu Yuanda sneered back. You are fat and overweight. Of course you can't sit down. Secretary Han has a good figure. Surely no problem. No need. I have a car. You guys go ahead. Han Dong smiled faintly. You have a car? Where is it? Ah, it can't be that bike, right? Zhao Su's eyes stopped on a permanent brand bicycle by the playground. There was a soft sound, and the lights of the Porsche Palmer flashed a few times. Han Dong walked over and opened the driver's door. Zhao Su was dumbstruck. The other students in the class shared his expression. Dongzi, this Panamera is yours? Wu Yuanda was the first to come to his senses. Aha, I go. Trenchless simply. Wu Yuanda excitedly circled around the car. Chapter 68 Song Xian goes on an expedition. Not an inch of grass grows. Is this the legendary Porsche? Hisini came out of a small place. Her knowledge is relatively poor. Porsche Panamera Turbo S top version. On the road I'm afraid to be more than $3 million. Wu Yuanda was quite knowledgeable about this car. My god, more than $3 million. Can buy a suite in Jiangzhou. Hisini had the exact same reaction as Chung Yusin before this. Zhao Su felt his face hurt, invisibly as if he had been slapped dozens of big BB pockets. Han Dong didn't even say anything when he bought a $3 million Porsche. He drove an Audi Q5 and fooled around in front of others. This guy embarrassed toes on the ground to pick out the 3 rooms in 2 rooms. Seeing Chun's face is ugly. Zhang Yi, HD 820. Isn't this the number plate composed of Han Dong's initials and his birthday? I can't believe I didn't notice it before. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't noticed it, but he hadn't thought about Han Dong at all, so he had ignored it. Wait, this car seemed to have been parked here all along. Meaning, Han Dong had been driving a Porsche for almost a month, and they actually did not know about it. Was he low-key, or did he simply not put his roommates in his eyes? Si Yingchun preferred to believe the latter. It felt like Han Dong was just teasing them. This was because the last time he and Chung Yusin walked here, Si Yingchun had mentioned this car and Han Dong was at the side. Why didn't he admit that it was his car? At that time, when I said that this was my dream car, this bean batch must be secretly laughing at me, right? By the way, didn't Han Dong get his exams from the countryside? Zhang Zikai said his family is poor. Where did he get the money to buy a Porsche? Did he use the entire $1 million bonus to buy a car? That's not enough. All kinds of ideas come and go. Put Seeing Chun Hole will not. Everyone, look, Big School Flower Song is here. A student let out an exclamation. The crowd followed the sound and looked, only to see Song Xingchen, the school beauty on the 5 extreme list, walking this way along the boulevard. Suddenly a breeze blew. Her long hair fluttered and her clothes flew, as if she would fly away on the wind at any moment. An immortal aura greeted the crowd like a spring breeze. My goddess, it's my goddess. Fatty Wu was so excited that he even abandoned Pa Mei to the side. The nickname of Song Xian is not for nothing. Seeing Chun had a light in his eyes. There's actually such a good-looking girl in the world. Even Hong Tao, who was only interested in the game, rounded his eyes. When the school flower went on a journey, not an inch of grass could grow. Hello schoolmate, hello again. Seeing Han Dong, Song Xingchen guffawed and waved her small hand. The surrounding juniors were stunned. Swell Fatty 4, how did school sister Song recognize Han Dong? Especially Fatty Wu. His small eyes blinked vigorously, constantly balking at Han Dong and Song Xingchen's faces. Good day, school sister Song. Han Dong smiled. I rushed over as soon as the class bell rang, fearing that schoolmate had already left. Luckily, I caught up. Senior sister, what are you in such a hurry for? School brother did me such a big favor this morning. Naturally I want to thank you. Hey, that's not a favor. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. Senior sister doesn't need to take it to heart. You think it's a favor, but it solved my pressing problem. As the old saying goes, when you do a favor with a little bit of water, you should repay it with a spring of water. Therefore, I'm struggling with how to repay you for this favor. Repaying is not necessary. I am about to invite my dormitory brothers to my home to celebrate. If you don't mind, senior sister, let's all join together. Han Dong smiled. Hey, Wu Yu and I and the others looked at each other stunned and looked at Han Dong at the same time. When did your brat say that he would invite us to your home to celebrate? Dongzi, you mean, you bought a house in Jiangzhou? Fatty Wu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked in a low voice. Aha, Han Dong faintly said. Where? The Sky Courtyard. Plop. Fatty Wu nearly fell to the ground with a heel. The Sky Courtyard had a great reputation, not far from Jiangzhou University, and the students of Jiangzhou University all knew that it was a sky villa that belonged exclusively to the rich. The price of any one set of house was more than 5,000 WS. The 3 brothers looked at each other face to face. All could see the shock in each other's eyes. The oldest 3, who had the worst family conditions in the dormitory, had suddenly rebounded after a month, which really caught them off guard. A housewarming is indeed worth celebrating. Since I've caught up, naturally I can't miss it. Song Xingchen stroked the hair on her temples and smiled sweetly. School sister is welcome to attend. Han Dong smiled. Han Dong had indeed wanted to invite his dormitory brothers to his home, and he had no intention of hiding the fact that he had a nest outside. It could not be hidden either, could it? Living in the same dormitory, there were no secrets at all. As he had moved to a new house, he did want to find some people to congratulate him, and it was just the right time for everyone to do so. Chapter 69 Main and Supporting Characters. Ing-chun, what about you? Wu Yuanda looked at Si Ing-chun, who had been silent. I have to go to the library to read books at night, so I won't go. Si Ing-chun stared at Song Xingchen with a light in his eyes. Did he want to go? He wanted to go too much. Song Xingchen's ravishing reputation was something that no one in the entire Jiang University knew about. The livestock on the campus forums publicly elected her as the top of the 5 best, the first school flower of Jiang University. Because her temperament carried a 3-point immortal aura, she had earned the nickname Song Xian. To be able to participate in a party with Song Xian, I believe that any male creature in Jiangnan University will not refuse, including the small male dog raised by Li Despoon in the cafeteria. It was just a bit solid if the protagonist wasn't himself. Si Ing-chun did not want to be Han Dong's supporting role, so he could only endure the pain and refuse, but he left a heart and soul, saying that he was going to go to the library at night, to set up a persona of being a good learner, to see if Sister Song would be impressed. In fact, he went to a fart library. Youth is just right. What to solve the problem? The only way to solve the problem is to ask for a date. Handsome guys don't waste their time in the library. Let's go then. Visit schoolmate's new home. Song Xingchen politely nodded towards Si Ing-chun. Then she looked at Han Dong with gentle eyes. Si Ing-chun was inwardly lost. It seemed that the good student persona didn't work too well either. Song Xingchen got into her Tiffany blue Maserati, while Fatty Wu and Hong Tao got into Han Dong's Porsche. The 2 luxury cars left the parking lot one after the other, leaving the rest of the students sighing in place. The original short and poor man had really ascended into a dragon. Even the high and mighty Song University's school flower was able to tease her. Shuling began to doubt her own judgment. Han Dong, was he really interested in her? Whether it was Wei Shuqing or Song Xingchen, they were both existences that were able to hang her in every aspect. For Han Dong, what attraction does she, the class flower, still have? The interior of the new pain combines both a sense of luxury and a sense of technology, and is basically unrivaled among luxury cars in the same price range. The modified carbon fiber steering wheel and carbon fiber gear knob are even more upscale. Fatty Wu and Hong Tao sat in the car, kept touching here and there, looking at it, and their mouths were all words of amazement. Duh, like this car? Han Dong turned his head to look at Wu Yuanda. A luxury car is like a beautiful woman. What man doesn't like it? Wu Yuanda enviously touched the gear handle. The carbon fiber texture is really unbeatable. Brother has an unkind request. When he is idle, can you lend me a ride? Borrowing a car is not a big problem. Han Dong laughed and scolded. The premise is that you special brew drops have to clean yourself. Do not get a smell in my car. Must Wu Yuanda busily promised. It's not that I don't have feelings for you, it's that you don't drive a Porsche. He wanted to drive the Porsche to the art college to test whether the pretty girl would have feelings for him. For the sake of this great experiment, even if he sacrificed his jade body and subjected it to the ravages of the water flow, it was still worth it. Shower. Must shower. With the Porsche in front and the Maserati in the back, the 2 cars drove into the Sky Courtyard neighborhood one after the other, and under Han Dong's lead, drove directly from the spiral driveway to the 28th floor. Wow! This design is awesome, worthy of being the legendary 5th-generation housing. Wu Yuanda could not help but marvel. Han Dong smiled without saying anything. This was just the beginning. Something more impressive was yet to come. Coming to the 28th floor, 2 cars were parked side by side at the entrance, which was more than enough. Next to the parking space, there was also a Lamborghini SUV parked. Brother Dong, is this your neighbor's car? Hong Tao couldn't help but ask. This building is all one staircase, and I'm the only one on the entire 28th floor with no neighbors. Han Dong smiled. Silly boy, this car is also Dongzi's. Wu Yuanda knocked the back of Hong Tao's head. I go, Lamborghini this is much more expensive than Pame, right? Brother Dong, you've become a big tycoon now. Hong Tao was taken aback. Not bought. Someone else gave it to me. Just as Han Dong's words fell, the elevator door opened and Mu Wanji walked out from inside. This sister was dressed in a big brand professional suit. Her hair was coiled on top of her head. She looked competent and rich, full of high-class feeling came out. Han Dong. When Mu Wanji saw Han Dong, she spread her face and smiled, like a flourishing flower in full bloom. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao glanced at each other. The contents of their gazes were complicated. Dongzi this guy. 1T really evening a rich woman, right? He just said that the car was sent by someone else. Could it be? Is this beautiful big sister? If rich women are all like this, then I don't want to work hard. The same style, please give me a dozen. Song Xingchen just happened to get down from the car and looked at Mu Wanji eye to eye. Yeah, Han Dong, is this your girlfriend? It's so pretty looking, like a little fairy. Mu Wanji sized up Song Xingchen with an admiring gaze. Song Xingchen similarly sized up Mu Wanji. This sister, her temperament was so good, gentle and generous, elegant and noble, a bit like the actress who played the White Lady. Not a girlfriend, a friend. Sister Song and my 2 roommates are here to celebrate my new house. Han Dong smiled. In that case, then I will order a few dishes for you from a private restaurant I know and send them over. Then thank you, Sister Mu. Your own people. Don't be polite to sister. Let me introduce. This is Sister Mu, the neighbor downstairs and my friend. Han Dong smiled. Hello Sister Mu. I am Song Xingchen. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sister Song was generous and cultured. Hello Sister Mu. I am Wu Yuenda. Hello Sister Mu. I'm Hong Tao. Hello guys. Don't be formal when you come here. Just like your own home. Mu Wanji guffawed. Sister Mu, why don't you join us? Wu Yuenda voiced an invitation. No, you young people play. I still have things to do. Mu Wanji greeted and went downstairs. She hadn't seen Han Dong for a few days and had wanted to come up to show her concern, but when she saw that he had friends, she was relieved to go back. Chapter 70, Planting a Good Sycamore Tree, Attracting a Golden Phoenix. Han Dong swiped his face and opened the silver gray, very sci-fi door, leading them into his new home. Wow wow wow, this house is also too big. From this end to that end, it feels like you have to take a bus stop. Wu Yuenda stood in the living room and let out a gasp. The modernized decoration style was stylish and elegant without losing the delicate luxury. A whole set of smart homes, almost all of which could be controlled remotely, and an intelligent robot with wheels underneath to provide butler-like service. Because the 28th floor is the top floor, it is actually a duplex structure. The living room is suspended in the air, and a pure white chandelier hangs down from the ceiling of the building, shaped like a blooming snow lotus flower. A beautiful mess. The Chinese and Western kitchens, with a bar at the entrance and a wine cooler in the back, are just the kind of design young people like. I love this sky garden so much. Song Xingchen stood in the courtyard, opening his arms and closing his eyes tightly, enjoying the forest-like atmosphere high in the air. Hong Tao and Wu Yuenda walked around in this garden of more than 100 square meters, feeling that everywhere was uniquely crafted and breathtaking. Villas are not rare. Villas built high in the sky are different. Hong Tao murmured, having such a home, this life is worth it. Wu Yuenda shook his head inside. Let's go. Take you guys to the rooftop. Han Dong led the 3 of them up to the rooftop. Turtle, am I in Hawaii? Wu Yuenda was dumbfounded. The rooftop actually had a swimming pool built, coconut trees planted, thatched huts erected, and a large piece of sandy beach paved next to it. It really had the immediate feeling of a tropical beach. Song Xingchen stood on the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the artificial lake below, with a faraway view. Senior, your new home is fantastic. I can't believe I didn't know that there were houses like this in Gusu City. Song Xingchen marveled. If you like it, you can come and play often. Han Dong laughed. Can I? Song Xingchen's eyes had starlight swirling in them. Of course. Then I'll really come yo. Don't mind me being noisy then. Any time. A promise? It's a deal. Han Dong and Song Xingchen pulled a hook and childishly stamped a seal. Wu Yuenda and Hong Tao felt superfluous. The 2 of them looked at Han Dong enviously, thinking, no wonder the wives of the ancients said whether they were the first or second house. So that's what it means. You can only have a wife if you have a room. The ancients are sincere. Look at other people. Han Dong, with such a good house. Even Song Xian, this kind of big beauty, is willing to perch for a while with the sycamore tree, in order to attract the real phoenix. After playing for a while, the private dishes that Sister Mu called for arrived. The dishes were really quite exquisite, and there were also a few bottles of imported red wine. Let's eat on the rooftop. Han Dong laughed. Yes, that's a great idea. Song Xingchen clapped her hands and laughed daintily. With ready-made tables and chairs on the rooftop, the 3 boys cooperated to serve the drinks and dishes. Senior sister, can you drink? Han Dong asked politely. There's a ban on alcohol at home. Mom doesn't let me drink outside. If I had such a beautiful daughter, I wouldn't dare to let her drink outside. Don't be scourged by bad boys. Han Dong laughed. Are you a bad boy? Song Xingchen cocked her head and smiled coquettishly. Of course I am. I want to do all the things that bad men want to do. So don't think about sending me a good guy card. Han Dong bared his teeth and made a ferocious gesture. In that case, I will drink a little with you. Just a little bit. Oh. Song Xingchen pursed her lips and smiled. Hey, what kind of brain circuits are you having? Senior sister, you've said that I'm the bad boy. Are you encouraging me to plague you? Hong Tao, the youngest, carried the soberizer and poured some red wine into the glasses in front of everyone. Welcome friends to my home. Cheers. The first wine was carried by Han Dong, the host. Congratulations to schoolmate on his housewarming. Congratulations. Cheers. Ding. The glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. The four of them raised their glasses together and drank it all in one go. School sister Song was surprisingly not at all coy about drinking. Perhaps it was a matter of origin. Han Dong did not like the kind of girls who were poised at all. He felt that Song Xingchen was good. Although she looked like a fairy, she was not formal and was at least willing to be grounded. So Han Dong taught her a few simple drinking orders, and the two rolled up their sleeves to yell in row. 6666 ah. 5 kwai shou ah. Seeing Song Xian roll up her sleeves, revealing her tender lotus root-like arms, and Han Dong's blushing fist fight, Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao's 3 views were shattered to the ground. Nima. So this is the correct way to pick up a goddess. Red wine can be drunk out of the immediate sense of root beer. Look at how happy Sister Song laughed. Her mouth never closed. After drinking wine, Song's sister, eyes flow, cheeks flushed, less than usual a few fairy, but more a charming. Every move, every smile, were all unspeakable flavor. No wonder mom didn't let her drink outside. It was really easy to attract people to commit crimes. Song Xingchen felt very happy. Mom had raised her since she was a child according to the etiquette of an ancient lady of the house, with rules and regulations, not to do this and not to do that. Despite living a rich life, she felt suffocated, just like a canary in a cage. Shiny feathers but no freedom. With Han Dong, she had no burden at all. She could drink, punch, smile with her teeth showing, and even swear. She felt like a prisoner bird flying out of the cage and felt true happiness. Her heart was flying. The time of joy always passes especially fast, and in an instant, the night was already late. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao had gotten drunk at some point and were lying on the table huffing and puffing. Han Dong and Song Xingchen sat side by side on the edge of the rooftop, looking at the lights of the 10,000 homes downstairs, neither of them speaking. They were very close to each other, and occasionally when their bodies touched each other, there was a deer in the headlights inside. The two enjoyed this secret poking pleasure, and neither of them refused to point it out. The most wonderful thing between a man and a woman was this time. Once you poke through that layer of window paper, it's not much fun anymore. As they were enjoying this ambiguity with each other, Song Xingchen's cell phone rang. This was the 13th call from home, and it kept urging her to go back. Senior sister, let me send you home. I don't want to go back. You drink with me again. There will be plenty of opportunities to drink with you in the future. You go home first. It's too late. Your parents will be worried. Didn't you tell me that you are a bad boy? At this time, a bad boy shouldn't advise me to go home. Song Xingchen gave him a sidelong glance. It's not a bad time yet, Han Dong said with a big smile. Did he not want to be bad? It was that it couldn't be bad for the time being. I'll endure. Han Dong gritted his teeth. Ugh, go back. Song Xingchen sighed melancholically. Han Dong half assisted, half carried, stuffed her into his Maserati and drove her home. Not long after leaving the neighborhood, she actually encountered the traffic police uncle checking for drunk driving. Han Dong submerged his pure yang qi and vaporized the alcohol in his body in an instant. When tested, the alcohol content in his body was surprisingly normal. The traffic police looked at him suspiciously. This young man is obviously full of alcohol. Why can't he be detected? Suspicious as he was, the result was there and he could only let him go. Han Dong smiled imperceptibly. The ability of an immortal cultivator was not something that mortals could guess. It is only the body tempering stage now, and in the future, when they cultivate to the Jindan stage and the God transformation stage, there is no telling how amazing they will be. Chapter 71, The gap is getting bigger and bigger. School sister Song's home, in the Peach Blossom Garden Villa area, which was the top richest area in Gusu City, each of which was an heirloom mansion worth over $100 million. The car stopped in front of a Chinese-style detached villa and entered the parking space. Schoolmate, tonight was fun. After getting out of the car, Song Xingchen gently hugged him and then let go. Me too, Han Dong smiled. Thank you for your hospitality today. I will treat you to a big meal some other time to repay you for your helping hand. Okay, senior sister. The two waved goodbye and Song Xingchen went inside. When she came to the living room, a middle-aged noblewoman was sitting on the sofa waiting for her. Mom, you're still up? Song Xingchen walked over and hugged her mother. Didn't I tell you not to drink outside? The noblewoman smelled an odor of alcohol and her eyebrows knitted slightly. Mom, I'm already an adult, so it's harmless to drink occasionally. Society is so complicated. Human nature is hard to predict. What if you get drunk and get that? Schoolboy Han Dong says he is a bad boy, but I can see that he is a good person, so you don't have to worry. He won't do bad things to me. Han Dong Hokage? The noblewoman's frown deepened. Tomorrow, she would have to find someone to check him out. Her daughter's reaction. It was unusual. Han Dong came out of the villa area, hailed an internet car, and returned to his home, carrying one in his hand like a little piglet. He threw the two drunkards into the guest room and washed himself to sleep. Early the next morning, Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao woke up with a hangover and were a bit baffled. Standing in the opulent living room, momentarily unable to remember where this was, it was only when Han Dong returned from his rooftop cultivation that he regained his memory. Emma scared me to death. Fatty Wu patted his chest. How many meanings? Han Dong went to the bar and poured himself a glass of lemonade. I thought someone coveted my beauty, and picked up the corpse. Put. Han Dong just drank a mouthful of water all sprayed out. Don't worry, except for the pigs of the production team, no one will look at you. Han Dong slowly, mainly because the flavor is not very good. Cough cough. Fatty Wu cringed. Wearing socks that hadn't been washed for half a month, standing in an exquisite and luxurious mansion, he was indeed a bit ashamed of himself. Dongzi, you want to really be adopted by Sister Mu, right? It's not that the brother said you also introduced me to one ah. I don't ask for much, just looks similar to Sister Mu. Fatty Wu's small eyes blinked and blinked. Other than being adopted by a rich woman, he really could not figure out how Han Dong could suddenly become rich in a short period of time. Scram! Han Dong laughed and scolded. Is little master the kind of person who has no talent? My master, Huang Lingzi, is an excellent doctor and martial artist. Not only did he pass on my martial arts, he also passed on my medical skills. Some time ago, he cured 2 rich people with strange diseases and made a lot of money. I still need someone else to keep me? The godly Taoist priest in the mountains of his old home was indeed called Guanglingzi. I'm afraid this name will be borrowed for the rest of his life. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao were convinced. It was because they had seen Han Dong's skill with their own eyes. His master was a great healer and martial artist, and since the kung fu that was passed on to him was so powerful, his medical skills could not be any worse. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the land of China. I didn't expect that there is actually a great god hidden beside our brothers. Wu Yuanda endlessly sighed. Both brothers were happy for Han Dong. Yesterday, they were so focused on drinking that they forgot to take pictures. Taking advantage of their good mood in the morning, the two brothers took a lot of pictures inside Han Dong's mansion and passed them to their friends. Seeing Chun lying alone in the dormitory, looking at the cell phone in a daze. Last night, Fatty Wu and Hong Tao stayed out at night, so it turned out that they were living in Han Dong's new home. No wonder Han Dong, this guy always does not come back to live, but even quietly bought a house. He was also the man of the hour in high school, and no one could steal his thunder. I didn't expect to go to college, but was actually pressed to death by his dormitory brothers. Whether it is face value, ability, or wealth, paradoxically, Han Dong, this guy just started school, obviously is a short poor setback. It's only been a month or so, and he has actually rebounded to such a degree. How exactly did he do it? Seeing Chun was puzzled. Zhao Su and Xu Ying both saw the friend circle that Wu Yuanda sent. They chose to remain silent, especially Zhao Su. His family was a demolition household and was allocated several houses. It also flaunted it in front of others from time to time, intentionally or unintentionally. Unexpectedly, Han Dong quietly bought a mansion in the sky courtyard. His family several suites altogether. It is estimated that they can only buy the toilet of Han Dong's house. How can the gap between people be so big? Class flower Chu Ying's self-confidence was dealt a further blow. She began to doubt her own judgment. A boy of Han Dong's level, perhaps, couldn't even look at her. After washing up, Han Dong called for takeout, and the three brothers gathered in the restaurant to have a beautiful breakfast. Chapter 72, 1000 Years Ganoderma. Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao immediately washed the dishes, and Han Dong sat in the living room like a landlord, resting his eyes. In reality, he was thinking about what to do next. As the days passed by, the body of pure yang was about to become a great success, which meant that the body tempering period was about to come to an end, and the next step was to gather qi. Only when qi gathering was successful could one successfully break through the realm and enter the qi refining stage. It was clearly stated in the Golden Crow body tempering decision that the essence of the sun could at most help the cultivator cultivate to the peak of the body tempering stage, and that if one wished to go further, one must accumulate spiritual qi in the dantian, remove the clutter and preserve the essence, and refine it into yuan qi. Nowadays, the earth's spiritual qi is depleted. It can only refine a kind of elixir to assist. The name is gathering spirit powder. But the refining of pills requires a very deep spirit of heavenly materials. Is not so good to find. From now on we'll start to prepare, if close to the heel and then go to find, in case you cannot find, but to delay the progress of cultivation. The Golden Crow sex alchemy was unique in the world, and it was all recorded in the Golden Crow Emperor's legacy, the Golden Crow Danjing. Han Dong used his divine sense to read the file and quickly searched for the prescription and refining method of the spirit gathering powder. It was not too difficult to make, but the materials were hard to find. Everything else was fine. However, one of the main medicines was 1000-year Ganoderma lucidum, which made Han Dong difficult. There was a video blogger on the internet who had once popularized the age of Ganoderma lucidum, saying that the 100-year Ganoderma lucidum and 1000-year Ganoderma lucidum were all frauds. As we all know, Ganoderma lucidum is a kind of mushroom. This kind of plant will rot if not picked in a year. How can it live for 100 years or even 1000 years? However, the Golden Crow Dan Jing recorded very clearly, 1000 years of Ganoderma lucidum, born on cliffs and cliffs, where people rarely go, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, accumulated over time, the spirit of the very deep. Of course, Han Dong chose to believe in the Golden Crow Dan Jing. Believe it or not, where to get this thing was a big problem. It is impossible to have in the pharmacy. You go to ask people if you have 1000 years of Ganoderma lucidum for sale. Encountered a bad-tempered may throw you a face of dregs. Han Dong thought of a person, the director of the First People's Hospital of Zhengzhou, Professor Wu Qinglin. He is a great leader in the medical field. He has seen a lot of things. Maybe there are some clues. After meeting at the Mu family, the two left contact information with each other. Han Dong immediately called Wu Qinglin and answered after 3 rings on the opposite side. Good morning, Prof. Wu. This is Han Dong. Mr. Han, why did you think of contacting me? There was clearly a surprise in Wu Qinglin's voice. Wanted to ask you something. Tell me, Mr. Wu knows what he's talking about. Has Prof. Wu heard of the 1000-year ratio? At the risk of asking, what is the purpose of Mr. Han asking about this medicine? A friend, whose elder is suffering from a serious illness, wants to seek the purchase of 1000-year Ganoderma, so he asked me to ask for help. Han Dong made a friend out of nothing and found a random excuse. He could not tell people that he was cultivating immortality. Those who do not know about it say that the 1000-year Ganoderma is just a legend. But I know that this heavenly treasure is real, Wu Qinglin said in a deep voice. However, because this item is too rare, ordinary people do not have the chance to get to see it, and it is only found in the martial arts world and the rich and noble classes circulating. Higher people who cultivate martial arts take 1000-year Lingji to cultivate true Qi, the rich and noble class. On the other hand, use this immortal herb to hang on to life. Where can I buy it if I want to request for it? Han Dong inwardly rejoiced. Professor Wu had not let him down. There will not be this item in circulation on the market, and even if there is, the price is sky high. I do know. Who has this kind of thing in their hands? Who? Rong Baichuan. Which one is Rong Baichuan? The patriarch of the Jiangnan Rong clan, the current head of the Rong family. Is that the Rong family that is often referred to as the one in the Gusu Morong? Han Dong was not a white boy like he was at the beginning now, and from Mu Wanji's mouth, he had heard about the Rong family. He also knew that the Gusu Morong were the 2 major family mansions in Jiangzhou City. That's right, it is them. Han Dong was delighted in his heart. It was really a great effort to find them. Being in the same city was better than traveling thousands of miles. Dare I ask Professor Wu, is there any special purpose for the young family to hold the 1000-year ratio? As far as I know, something should have gone wrong with Rong Baichuan's body, and I'm really not sure what exactly. For some purpose, the news didn't leak out. They did a good job of keeping it a secret. What Professor Wu means is that the young family head has gotten his hands on the 1000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, perhaps to hang on to his life? Perhaps. When they were looking for the Millennium Lingji, they even called me once to ask me. I gave recommendations for a few candidates. They spent half a year and finally bought this immortal herb from a collector in Lingnan, and I heard that they spent a lot of money. So, has Rong Baichuan eaten it? How was the effect? That I am not sure. Alright Professor Wu, I'm ready to go to class. Talk to you later. It's enough to know that the Rong family has goods in their hands. They need to get in touch with them as soon as possible to see what's going on before saying anything. Right, your license to practice medicine is done. Take some time for me to send it over to you. Wu Qinglin suddenly said, license to practice medicine? Han Dong was stunned. He did not remember that he had asked Wu Qinglin to do this. It was Wanji who asked me to do it. She didn't tell you? No. Han Dong's heart warmed slightly. Sister Mu was genuinely good to him. It was well thought out. The so-called license to practice medicine was actually called the Licensed Medical Practitioner's License. Now that the state has a very strict control over this piece, if one is not licensed to practice medicine without authorization, it is illegal, and in case it causes serious consequences, one may go to jail. Originally, for this certificate is to take the examination, but with Mr. Han's level, it seems not too necessary, so I took a shortcut and applied for an exemption from the exam on the grounds of Chinese medicine inheritance. Found 2 senior Chinese medicine masters to endorse you, and then I personally recommended it, and that's how it was done. Thank you, Prof. Wu, you have taken the trouble. Han Dong thanked from the bottom of his heart. You are welcome. Hearing that you cured Chui Hongji's colon cancer, the entire Jiangzhou medical community is doubly excited. My old Wu is still waiting to ask for advice in person, so don't hide anything from me then. Wu Qinglin grinned. No problem. I will be waiting for Prof. Wu's visit anytime. Han Dong agreed readily. He understood that Wu Qinglin had to come personally to deliver the certificate, so he should be asking about the cancer cure. Otherwise, why would he need to personally come to the door when he was such a big dean and had a lot of work to do? However, it was a waste of time to ask. Han Dong thought to himself, old Wu is destined to make a trip for nothing. Under the sky, there are some things only I can do. The method of treatment is also a waste of time to tell you. You don't know the golden crow body tempering technique and you don't have the pure yang qi in your body. How can you deal with the cancer cells? Chapter 73, The White Rabbit Enters the Wolf's Den. After the phone call, Han Dong drove the two goods to school. Along the way, Fatty Wu, that guy is so flirtatious. Open the window, see a good-looking girl to talk to people. By Han Dong bear a meal, but also vibrantly counterattack. Open luxury car is not to tease the girl. Otherwise why do not you by Wuling Hongwang? The old man was speechless. Back to the class. This guy all day long and bragging about how Han Dong's mansion is how trenchant. Classmates are envious of the envy. Shu Wing looked back frequently, trying to gain Han Dong's attention, but young man Han pretended not to see. Zhao Su gritted his teeth and stared at Han Dong with a cynical gaze from time to time. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Dinner time. The Jiang University cafeteria was right next to the playground, and at this time of the day, it was the time when the cafeteria had the largest flow of people. A large flag was erected on the side of the playground, on which were written 5 big words: Fiery Cloud Basketball Club. A table was set up under the flag, behind which sat a bunch of handsome seniors in jerseys. Freshman military training is over. It is a good time for university clubs to recruit new people, and the entrance of the cafeteria is the most crowded place, so all the major clubs choose to sell in this place. Today coincided with the day when the school's most popular club, the Fire Cloud Basketball Club, was recruiting cheerleaders, and a group of freshman girls, attracted by the facial features of the seniors, crowded around under the big flag and asked to sign up. Xiao Shi and Chi Sidian and other roommates, a group of 4, were stopped before they reached the entrance of the cafeteria. A few members of the basketball club, who were yelling on the periphery, spotted Xiao Mei in the crowd at a glance and surrounded her with a face of amazement. With a divine face like Xiao Shi's, when she encountered this kind of battle, it was like a pink-white rabbit entering a wolf's den that had been starving for more than 10 days. President Tian Tao was still pretending to be reserved, posing as the boss. The first moment he saw Xiao Shi's divine face, he turned into a big gray wolf in seconds. Schoolgirl, I'm the president of the Fire Cloud Basketball Club, Tian Tao. I personally think that you're especially suitable to be the captain of the cheerleading squad, so you can consider joining us. The head of the club personally came out, wanting to take this divine-faced schoolgirl under his wing. Beauty was a scarce resource, and beauty like Xiao Shi was even more rare, but anyone who laid hands on her a second later might have been abducted by someone else. Sorry, I don't want to join any clubs, Xiao Shi blandly said. It was just as clean as when she rejected Zheng Zikai's pursuit. Sister, I think you might not know much about our Fire Cloud Basketball Club. We are the largest basketball club in Jiang University, with a total of more than 200 people, and there are many activities during the week, not only limited to playing basketball. The old birds were thick-skinned and wouldn't give up so easily. They surrounded Xiao Shi and the other 4, refusing to let them go. Han Dong, Hong Tao, Wu Yuandai and the other 3 also came to the cafeteria to eat and saw the scene from a long distance away. WC. These sinful animals from the basketball club have come out again to plague the elementary school girls. Hong Tao scoffed at this. University clubs were generally good, but there was no lack of scum with ulterior motives, using the authority in their hands to hook up with girls. Freshman girls had just come out of middle school and hadn't seen much of the world, so they were easily impressed by flowery words and ended up being tricked into getting laid. I just can't pick up girls for the rest of my life, and I don't want to be in the same boat as these guys. Wu Yuanda had a righteous face. The fact that you can't pick up a girl is not necessarily related to whether or not you join the club. Han Dong unmercifully exposed him. Nonsense, Wu Yuanda huffed. Hey, you guys, look who is that? Hong Tao pointed at the girls who were surrounded by a group of old birds. Who is it? Wu Yuanda looked in the direction of his finger. Xiao Shi stood out from the crowd, unusually eye-catching. Wu Yuanda said angrily, sinful animal, how dare you even mess with the girls of our Steel 7th Company? I can't stand it. I'll go. It's still true. Hong Tao pushed Han Dong. Brother Dong, look, they're forcefully buying and selling. Han Dong looked over. Although the other 3 girls were a bit panicked in the face of so many fierce seniors around them, Xiao Shi, who stood in the center, had a calm and self-assured expression on her face. He didn't say anything and walked straight over. Hong Tao and Wu Yuanda followed closely behind him. When Tian Tao saw Han Dong who walked into the encirclement, he was stunned. This kid is so handsome. You came? Xiao Shi looked at Han Dong and guffawed. Aha! Xiao Shi's heart warmed as she knew that he had come to relieve himself. Everyone, the eating is a bit too ugly. isn't it? Han Dong clasped his hands on his chest, a hint of mockery hanging at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 74, Grievance. Which one are you? Tian Tao, the president of the basketball club, looked unkind. Law Class 1. Han Dong, it's you? Tian Tao's voice elevated by 8 steps in an instant. Shone-shaped returned to the gymnasium after they bandaged their wounds, and the first thing he did was to tell Tian Tao about the grudge between him and Han Dong. I was saying that I want to find you to settle the score, but I didn't expect that I would be sent to the door of my own accord. Which one of you? Tian Tao. Oh, you're the ace of the JNU men's basketball team, the big brother of the boys in the gymnasium. You know me? I heard it from Shone-shaped. He didn't carry the beating, so he gave you up. I've never seen such an arrogant freshman like you, actually even dare to mess with the people of the gymnasium. Tian Tao was infuriated and laughed. What's the matter? You boys from the gymnasium rely on being tall and big, claiming to be the king of the school, bullying people everywhere, and you can't stand it when you're bullied in turn? Who the hell spoiled you? Kid, you can. Tian Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. Familiar people know. This is really angry. That account later and you calculate. Let's first get the problem in front of us. A freshman. Even the matter of recruiting new people for the club has to be in charge. Who are you? Han Dong is the deputy secretary of the law school youth league committee. At least he is also a leading cadre at the faculty level. If you say he is which onion, then which league do you count? Fatty Wu revved up. Tian Tao was stunned. A freshman actually became the leader of the faculty league committee? This is not scientific. Next to a freshman member who just recruited whispered, it's true. This guy won an award for bravery, and President Zhong personally appointed him. The cadres of your law school's reunion committee can't control the matter of recruiting new students for our club. Tian Tao wouldn't easily give in. I don't care about anything else, but you guys are blocking my friend's way and not letting him go to dinner. That's a bit unseemly. You guys go eat. We are all regular clubs. We won't force ourselves on people. Tian Tao finished to the girls and suddenly turned to Han Dong. You have to stay. Yo, Senior Tian Tao is going to treat me to dinner? Han Dong smiled. With this matter settled. Next, it's time to talk about our personal grudge. You molested a girl from our gymnasium in public yesterday and beat up my brother. This matter must be settled. Don't say it so harshly. I didn't molest a girl. Chasing girls, each according to their own ability. Haruko's school sister is not your private property. Don't make it seem as if she has any relationship with you. Whether there is a relationship or not, it's none of your business. In any case, you're messing with someone you shouldn't be messing with. Understand? I've messed with them and will continue to do so. What can you do about it? Okay, great. Tian Tao gave a thumbs up. I saw the video of your free throw line jumping dunk. It's quite bluffing. Why don't we practice a single game? Sure. How do you want to practice? Let's play a game of bullfighting. A full 10 points counts as a win. Dare you? Tian Tao was brimming with powerful confidence. He wanted to humiliate Han Dong in front of everyone, thinking that he is awesome because he can dunk a basketball? Basketball is not all about dunking. This kid dared to tease Haruko's sister when he just joined the school, and even beat up the people from the gymnasium. So let's collect some interest from him today, and then slowly concoct him later. You're a professional basketball player. Dongzi is just an enthusiast. You're challenging someone else's interest with your specialty. A bit put together shamelessly, right? I demand to compete with you in eating pig's feet. Do you agree? Fatty Wu was indignant. Yeah, why don't the two of us just compare eating chicken? I'll beat you all over the place looking for chicken eyes. Hong Tao hummed disdainfully. It's okay, I'll play with you. Han Dong smiled. The few sisters did not go to eat. Han Dong was standing up for them, and it would be unrighteous for them to leave before things were over. Tian Tao was the #1 basketball player in Jiang University. His popularity was still very high. The news that he was going to play a bullfighting match with someone spread out, and the basketball court was soon surrounded by a group of people. Let's guess the coin to decide who will attack first. Han Dong smiled. No need. You go first. Tian Tao was confident. Are you sure? It will be too late if you get beaten and cry later. Don't just shoot your mouth off. Come up with something dry. Tian Tao frivolously hooked his finger. As you wish. Han Dong was in the center circle and casually threw a super long three. Which country's juggling are you playing? Tian Tao's brows furrowed as he felt offended. Is this the legendary blind few throws? Speechless. Nonsense? This is not. Throwing it right in the center circle. He thinks he's Ku Ritien. Good shot. The melon-eating crowd is criticizing Han Dong for this disrespectful basketball behavior. The basketball in the air after an exaggerated arc, actually hollow into the net. Scored. Chapter 75. A little blessing for two. Ron Yufei didn't want to go home today, because of the National Day holiday without authorization, and sister to go to the Jushi mountain range to go for a break. Out of the line of sight of the bodyguards. Nearly met with an accident. Came back and was severely criticized by Grandpa. so recently have been living in the school dormitory, not willing to go back to face the family's complaints. When I went to the cafeteria after school in the afternoon, I passed by the playground, but I saw a group of people surrounding the basketball court in the dark. The two boys facing each other in the center of the court were both quite tall, and although they were surrounded by people, their faces were still visible. She had no interest in this, but when she inadvertently glimpsed the face of the slightly lower boy, her heart skipped a beat. It was him, the little brother she met at Maikawa Falls? Although they had not spent much time together, Han Dong had left an extremely deep impression on her. After asking for his WeChat with her sister, she hesitated several times and did not feel like adding it. Although her character was a bit more open than her sister, girls had their own reserve after all. The thing of taking the initiative to add the contact information of boys, she has never done. Often thought, Jiangzhou said big, said small is not small. That very powerful little brother also do not know in which university study. In the future there is no possibility to meet again. I never thought that I would meet him at school. He is also a student of Jiang University. This unexpected surprise made Rong Yufei tremble a few times in excitement. She didn't hesitate to squeeze in from the crowd. At this time, Song Xingchen also saw this scene. She was supposed to go home. When she passed by the playground, she saw that Han Dong was confronting someone. She decisively turned a corner and joined the group of onlookers. Wei Shuqing had been practicing on another basketball court, and when she saw that very interesting schoolmate barreling with Tian Tao, the first thing she did was to come over and watch the battle. Song Xingchen, Rong Yufei, and Wei Shuqing were the top 3 ranked schoolgirls of J University. The 5 extreme rankings had sent out 3 of them all of a sudden, really startling the surrounding livestock. It must be known that Song Xingchen and Rong Yufei never watched basketball matches, and they had never appeared in even inter-school competitions, let alone this kind of 1vs1 bullfighting match. What kind of tendon did they have that they actually even put on this kind of hilarity? Regardless of the reason, the fairies were willing to come down to the mortal world and have fun with the people, and the livestock's hearts were just blossoming, so the number of onlookers increased. Si Yingchun came, Zheng Zikai, Zhang Peng, Yuli, Chang Yusen, all came. As the saying goes, the king doesn't see the king, and the queen doesn't see the queen. The 3 big school beauties all discovered each other's presence, and they intentionally or unintentionally pulled apart, each taking a corner. The fans also spontaneously and consciously clustered behind the goddesses, forming 3 distinct forces. Academic Sister Song. When Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao saw Song Xingchen's visit, they hurriedly came over. Greetings, you guys. Song Xingchen nodded at them and smiled in greeting, feeling the envious gazes of the livestock coming from around them. Wu Yuanda immediately puffed out his chest, feeling supremely honored. In fact, there was another S-rank beauty, Xiao Shi, in the center of the venue. With her face value and temperament, she was not inferior to any of the school beauties on the 5 best list. It was just that the time of enrollment was still short, and the livestock were too late to push her onto the list. Anyone with eyes can see that it's only a matter of time before Xiao Shi makes it to the list of the top 5, but she doesn't know who she'll squeeze out. Tian Tao also discovered the spectacle of the 3 major school flowers visiting at the same time, and his adrenaline hormones instantly burst. Although he was fond of Wei Shuqing, the flower of his institution, but pretty girls are just like Yuanzi, who would have too many? In front of so many beautiful girls, stomping on Han Dong, a rookie who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, was refreshing to the bone marrow just thinking about it. Ha! Did this guy just score a center circle 3? It doesn't matter. It must have been a trick. First fat isn't fat. Second fat crushes the bed. It's better for me to hit him in the face. Han Dong also found 3 big beauties. Song Xingchen and Wei Shuqing are understandable, but Rong Yufei's appearance is indeed a bit unexpected. Unexpectedly, the elf-like sister that he met in the mountains of western Zhejiang was actually an alumnus of this school? This world is really small. So he rushed at Rong Yufei, smiled and nodded his head in greeting. Rong Yufei waved her small hand and spread a smile. He recognized me. Rong Yufei inwardly leaped, her alabaster-like cheeks slightly flushed. This kind of small happiness that only 2 people knew. It felt truly marvelous. Song Xingchen and Wei Shuqing both saw Han Dong and Rong Yufei's interaction. Senior Han Dong didn't pay any attention to me but greeted Rong Yufei. It seems that the 2 of them have a better relationship. Song Xingchen smiled to himself. Wei Shuqing was not so calm. This bad guy. Yesterday he even said that he would let me be his girlfriend, but he is actually browbeating the one surnamed Rong again. Humph. Scum. A hint of murderous aura surfaced in Sister Qingzi's eyes. Unconsciously, she had already entered the role set by Han Dong. The corner of Xiaoxi's mouth turned up slightly and she sighed and shook her head. Han Dong was good at everything, but he was just too good with women. Needless to say, these 3 big beauties were all rushing towards him. Tian Tao shouldn't be this charismatic yet. If he was, the expression on his face wouldn't be so surprised. It had to be said that Sister Chao's observation and analyzing skills were first class. It's in. It's in. He's so handsome, he's so handsome. The moment the basketball swished through the net, Chi Sidian and a few other sisters jumped up and cheered for Handong. Only then did everyone's attention shift from the three major schoolgirls to the game. 3 o'clock ah, Handong faintly said. You were blinded. I admit that I had an element of gambling, but I won the bet. Handong shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. If you have the ability, you can bet another one and see. Fine. Again. Handong good-naturedly forced his way forward a few steps to the three-point line. Tiantao's defense level obviously raised by a large margin. The previous kind of contempt has been thrown out of the sky, but Handong is an evenly matched opponent. Only, he was a little too alert this time. Handong tapped his toes and made a shooting fake. Tiantao immediately flew up, and when he fell down, Handong jerked up and rose to the high point, then used his fingertips to pluck the ball out. The hand shape and posture of this shot was as standard as a textbook and had a very high aesthetic value. After the golden crow quenching, his physical quality was unparalleled, and his hand-eye coordination far exceeded that of normal people, so it was difficult for him to shoot the ball. Tiantao slammed back. His eyes closely followed the trajectory of the basketball running. He did not believe that this ball would go in, but Handong's posture is too beautiful, and the trajectory is very positive. Judging by the experience of a professional basketball player, this ball may also go in. Everyone's eyes followed the basketball, which drew a parabola in midair like a rainbow after the rain. Swish, a clear and pleasant sound. The basketball swish net. How can this be? I blindsided into it again. Handong smiled. 6 o'clock. I don't believe you can montage in a third one. Tiantao felt his face burning hot. He did not dare to look at the eyes of the people around him. His body leaned forward and opened his hands, determined that he would never eat this guy's fake moves again. A professional ball player, the ace of the J University men's basketball team, was actually shaken by an unknown rookie? So damn shameful. Handong dribbled the ball under his hips continuously and suddenly started breaking along the right road towards the penalty area. His speed is too fast. Lightning, thunder and lightning. Fortunately, Tiantao is experienced in hundreds of battles. Rich experience. In advance of Handong's intentions, he felt that this guy Biao too long distance shooting. The third attack, 80% will choose to break through, so he grabbed half a body position in advance, blocking Handong's breakthrough route. As he expected, Handong really broke through. Tiantao inwardly rejoiced. You rookie chicken. Finally it was still predicted by me. However, when Tiantao stood position, surprised at their own defense prediction so accurate, Handong steeply a substantial crotch pulled the ball, accompanied by a large step back, instantly retreated to the three-point line. This action is so sudden, and so swift, that Tiantao simply could not react in time. He wanted to follow up to block. However, their own center of gravity has shifted back, and barely the result of the change of direction. Is that in the pull of the two forces? Fell on his butt squat. The result is that in the pull of these two forces, fell himself a butt squat child. Handong calmly glanced at the basket. In front of the sea is as empty as. He calmly jumped up, the basketball out of the fingertips. Swish, empty center into the net. What to do? I montaged in again. After landing calmly, Handong grinned. 9 o'clock. Tiantao slowly climbed up from the ground, his face like a freshly cooked pig's liver. In the past, when he played 1-versus-1 bullfighting, it was always him who abused others, but he did not expect to be abused by a freshman today. It was actually an amateur. This is a demon that drilled out of which cave? Chapter 76, Playing the Ace. Yay! Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao were full of surprise and excitedly bumped their chests in celebration. Dongzi, this guy, his basketball skills are too strong. Even the number 1 boys basketball player on the school team was defeated in his hands. Tiantao, this guy was awesome all day long, but today he was considered to be planted here. Song Xingchen and Rong Yufei although do not know much about basketball, but Handong teasing Tiantao's action is like a leisurely stroll, and the final ball scored so beautifully. Who is higher or lower? They can naturally see. Pa 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 pa. 2 pairs of small hands clapped loudly, smiling and applauding Handong. The audience at the scene understood that these 2 big school flowers were indeed rushing towards Handong. If they were coming for Tiantao, how could they applaud their opponent? The gazes that everyone looked at Handong were quite complicated. In particular, the school flowers' respective fans, who were technically boyfriend fans, found that their goddess's eyes were staring at someone else, so the sourness in their hearts was not to be mentioned. As such, the way they looked at Handong was like a sharp arrow. If the gazes were like lasers, Handong's body would have been penetrated 1,000,000 times over. Wei Shuqing also wanted to applaud, but Tiantao was after all the senior of their gymnasium, so she could not do that. However, the level of skill that Handong had displayed left Haruko's younger sister incredibly shocked. Being able to jump up and dunk at the free throw line only showed that he had superior physical quality. It did not mean that he was good at basketball. There were plenty of folkbulls on Shake Shack who were able to glide and slam dunk, but if they played against a professional basketball player, they were 100% beaten the out of them. Never challenge someone's specialty with a hobby. But Han Dong is clearly not a professional ball player, but he was able to fool Tian Tao, a bull who has been playing across the Cuba. What does this mean? It meant that this guy possessed unrivaled basketball talent. He could reach such a level just by playing around. If he were to train professionally like Tian Tao, what would he achieve in the future? Seeing Chun and the others came over late and did not see Han Dong's first three-point shot from the center circle, but they witnessed the last two goals with their own eyes. When you know that Han Dong's opponent is J University basketball king Tian Tao, a few small partners dumbfounded. Han Dongzi, this guy, this special brewdrop is transformed by aliens. How can he be so powerful? How can he be so powerful? Especially high school classmate Zhang Zikai, who knew more about Han Dongzi's background. In high school, we are not together to play basketball. Then Han Dong, at most, can be considered a lover. Theory set. On the court to play ball is just like that. Not much better than him. But when he went to college, this guy is like hanging on. Omnipotent. Zhang Zikai all suspect that he is not like the network novels written like, Get What Reverse System. Seeing Xiao Shi, Yuli and Chang Yusen several pairs of beautiful eyes staring at Han Dong, cheering for him, Zhang Zikai jealous eyes are red, paralyzed. This dog beep really got lucky. Seeing Chuan's mindset was not much different from Zhang Zikai's. As a dormitory brother, Wu Yuanda and Han Tao are shaking the flag for Han Dong, but he is the only one who is expressionless, standing rigidly on the side, cold eyes. Even, he vaguely hoped that this was just Tian Tao's baiting tactic, and that next, the J University basketball ace had a big trick up his sleeve. He hoped that Tian Tao would strike afterward and ruthlessly punch Han Dong in the face. Seeing Chun wanted too much to see Han Dong plant his face once in the limelight. This is human nature. You can be good, but not better than me. It's okay for strangers to wind up good, but not acquaintances. If you're too good, it makes me look less good. How can that be okay? Too handsome. Han Dong YYDS. Shi Sidian and a few other chicks jumped to their feet and cheered, their little hands clapping numb. Although Xiao Shi was relatively calm, the smile at the corner of her mouth hadn't stopped. This battle was actually fought for her. Xiao Shi understood. She knew that Han Dong could win, but winning so beautifully was indeed out of her expectation. Unexpectedly, Han Dong was not only good at fighting, but he was also super good at playing soccer. Most of the students at the scene actually had unsightly faces. This was because they hoped that Tian Tao would win. After all, this person, as the basketball ace of J University, had earned countless honors for the school, and he was the idol, the hero, in the hearts of the vast majority of basketball teenagers. No one wanted the idol to collapse and the hero to end. Tian Tao clenched his back teeth. He didn't want to lose, and he couldn't lose. If he lost this game, not only is it a matter of faceplanting, it may cause a fatal blow to his confidence. He now somewhat regretted letting Han Dong attack first. He didn't expect this guy to be so tough. He was the one who was hasty. The promised 10-point system is now 9 o'clock. If Han Dong scores another goal, he will lose. So no matter what, the ball right must be snatched over. In the last round of offense and defense, the atmosphere on the court gradually turned white hot. Han Dong dribbled the ball looking for opportunities, while Tian Tao was like a maggot in his tarsus, following him like a shadow, pestering him to death. There was a lot of physical contact between the two, and Tian Tao kept interfering with small moves. If it was in an official game, the referee would have already blown the whistle. But in this match, there was no referee. Good job, Tao. Give him intensity. Tian Tao's fans shouted. Is this ing up the intensity? This is a foul. Can't beat it and start playing around. Wu Yuanda cursed. You know a dare. Basketball is a game for pure men. It's all about muscle collision. It's all about intense confrontation. If you don't want to confront, go play ping pong. Are you blind? Tian Tao is hugging and grabbing, almost hugging and wrestling. Why don't you just stop playing ball and go into the octagon? Dongzi can beat the out of him. Do you believe me? The two sides were spraying each other on the sidelines, neither one of them letting the other go. Fatty Wu sprayed a group of people by himself and actually did not lose. Han Dong was in the middle of a dribble when Tian Tao saw an opportunity and reached out to poke the ball. Of course, Tian Tao's left hand had a hidden tugging motion. If not, he would never be able to touch the ball. After pulling Han Dong to the back, Tian Tao desperately went after it and finally got the basketball in his hands. Yay! Tian Tao's fans cheered from the sidelines, the sound waves almost piercing the firmament. The idol had been pressed, and they had been holding their breath for quite a while. Tick-tock, foul foul foul. Wu Yuanda used ventriloquism to imitate the sound of a whistle and gave Tian Tao a foul. Dead fatty, go to one side. It's called a steal. What a foul. Shameless, so damn shameless. If the name of the #1 basketball player of J University is played out like this, I'm deeply ashamed. Wei Shuqing was a bit unable to look at it, whether it was a foul or not. Professional players like her could naturally tell. Tian Tao was indeed playing foul. With her character, she was going to point it out on the spot, even if it hurt the harmony of the people of the gymnasium. However, she still held back, as Sister Chang wanted to see how Han Dong would counterattack in this unfavorable situation. Chapter 77, please start your show. I admit, I was gullible and shouldn't have let you attack first. Tian Tao had the basketball in his hand. His aura was completely different. If I had been the one to attack, the game would have been over by now. In basketball, defense is far more passive than offense. Not to mention that Tian Tao is not very good at defense. Tian Tao's strength was actually on the offensive end, especially with the ball. His arsenal of weapons is quite rich. Breakthrough, mid-range shooting, backhoeing, long-distance shooting. Everything is not good. There is almost no short board. The reputation of being the #1 man in men's basketball at U of J was made on offense. Come on, please start your performance. Han Dong always had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth as he reached out and made a please gesture. Even after being fouled, he did not move in anger. Tian Tao was stunned. This script was different from what he thought. Shouldn't he feel angry, feel unjust, and thus have an imbalance in his mind? Old ballplayers like him were very good at messing with people's mentality, especially the kind of rookies who had little experience in the game. When the mentality is out of balance, the fighting power will plummet. There were many matches that they had won this way. However, Han Dong did not seem to be affected in the slightest and acted even more mature than an old ballplayer like him. This made Tian Tao a bit surprised. In short, this freshman was really not that easy to deal with. Tian Tao secretly warned himself. Next, make sure to go all out. Never take the enemy lightly again. Now, the match had only really begun. The onlookers stretched their necks and stared tightly at the two people on the field. No one had expected that an ordinary bullfighting match would actually be fought so wonderfully. With ornamental, anticipation, tension, and all attribute values pulled full, the atmosphere was a bit suffocating. Tian Tao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as his body gradually relaxed, just like he had done countless times before winning a match. As long as his mindset did not slip, not many people could withstand it. Han Dong stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at him with a smile. He did not look like he was on the defensive. Instead, he looked like a concerned eater. Tian Tao felt that his inner rage had been completely ignited. On the basketball court, there had never been a person who dared to act so pretentious in front of him. Kid, there will be a time for you to cry later. First offense. He chose to break through. The ball is too precious. He must choose the safest way. Although he would like to be like Han Dong, directly to the center circle 3, tooth for tooth, blood for blood. But with such a long distance, he can't be very sure. Until Tian Tao started dribbling, Han Dong did not take his hand out of his pocket. Swish! Tian Tao swept past Han Dong and took big steps toward the basket. Han Dong did not even defend properly. Tian Tao naturally will not give up such a good opportunity. Your defense or not is your business. Buddy, first ball chase points is important. A few steps to the basket, facing the basket, shows the most secure whiteboard layup. In the Slam Dunk Hands manga, this is also known as the plebeian's layup, describing it as the most secure and least difficult. However, at the moment when the basketball was about to graze the board, a figure scurried over like lightning, rising into midair like a rocket, followed by a big hat that covered the sky, directly holding the basketball down on the rim. This nail-bored big hat fanned Tian Tao dizzy. Who am I? Where am I? What's going on? That guy was obviously left hundreds of miles behind. How did he have time to catch up and finish the cover? Not only him, the crowd on the sidelines didn't actually see it. When Tian Tao rushed to the penalty area, Han Dong was still standing on the spot with his pockets in place. It was only when he took the second step of his three-step layup that Han Dong suddenly started. Everyone only felt a flash of silhouette, and then the basketball was nailed to the rim. It was too fast, so fast that it was almost hard to catch with the naked eye. After Han Dong landed, the basketball fell on the floor and bounced a few times. You continue. He did not ask for the possession of the ball and instead gave it to Tian Tao. What do you mean? You let me continue the offense? Tian Tao was stunned. According to the rules, Tian Tao had failed in this round of offense, and the two would exchange the ball possession, and it would be Han Dong's turn to attack in the next wave. That's right. You continue. Han Dong smiled faintly, his forced aura overflowing. There was no more naked humiliation than this, but Tian Tao could only accept it, because he could not give up the possession. If he let Han Dong come to attack, he would have no chance. So, Tian Tao picked up the basketball and came back to the three-point line. Phew! Wu Yuanda and Hong Tao rose up to boo him. This time, Tian Tao's fans did not fight back. Everyone's face was ugly. That backward spike just now was so shocking that everyone hadn't reacted yet. This freshman is really too demonic. Tian Tao was also very jealous of Han Dong's athleticism, and he had to make sure that the opponent was simply too late to defend before he could take a shot. So, he used the way commonly used to teach rookies a lesson, faking, dribbling between the lines. He pushed to 45 degrees to the left of the free throw arc by virtue of his size, and this position, his sweet spot, hit a fairly high percentage of mid-range shots. The mid-range shot, a weapon of God. He intended to finish the scoring with this move. Tian Tao made every effort to make a series of fake moves until he shook Han Dong's center of gravity to the back. Then he pulled up, and in order to avoid the cover, he even had a substantial backward tilt in the air. I don't believe, so you can still cover. When he threw this ball, Tian Tao's confidence increased. This wave of his operation, full of details, technical content is very high, almost will be lifelong strength, are used in this throw. Only, what he did not expect was that Han Dong's athletic ability was so perverse. Even if he was tricked into losing his center of gravity by the fake action, he could still quickly adjust to it, and then stomped on the ground and took off on the spot like a rock spreading its wings. It didn't matter if he leaned back or anything, he didn't cover the basketball when it came out, but directly chased after the basketball that was flying in the air. The basketball flew higher and higher, and before it reached the high point, it was caught up by Han Dong. Tian Tao wasn't sure if this guy had springs on the soles of his shoes and could actually jump that high. Han Dong opened his palms and grasped that basketball firmly in his hands before landing calmly. The whole court was in an uproar. First is a nail-bored big hat, and then come a air grasp hat. Did this guy grow up eating springs? You're going to be in the sky. You continue. Han Dong handed the ball to Tian Tao with a harmless grin. Tian Tao's heart sank to the bottom of his chest. He felt lonely, empty and cold. He had practiced hard for more than 10 years, but in front of this new student, it had all become a joke. Although Han Dong was not as tall as him, the feeling he got at the moment was like a mountain, which was difficult to cross. How could there be such a strong person on a small campus? Give up now? No, I can't give up. The honor of the JU basketball king is not to be trifled with. Haruko's sister still needs my guardianship. Tian Tao raised his head with a resolute expression. If you can't do it head on, then hit it from the back and use your size advantage to find an opportunity. Third attack. Tian Tao pouted his big ass and pushed Han Dong from outside the three-point line, all the way to the basket. First, he made a backward arching motion and used his huge ass to knock Han Dong away. He was happy. Then a left turn. Then want to come to the basket small hook. At this distance, it was basically a sure thing. In the game, he had relied on this move countless times to score points. However, when he raised his hand, he realized that the ball was gone. He turned his head in shock, but saw Han Dong dribbling toward the three-point line. Ghost hand pulls out the ball. This guy does not know when. Actually stole the ball controlled in the hands of Tian Tao. Really terrible. Tian Tao desperately chased back. No matter what, cannot let him score this ball. After seeing Han Dong arrive outside the three-point line, he walked with his arms and blitzed towards the restricted area. Not good. He wanted to dunk. Thinking of this level, Tian Tao also stopped chasing, hurriedly changed direction, rushed to the penalty area at the first time, blocking Han Dong's route. When Han Dong stepped on the free throw arc and rushed up to the sky, Tian Tao exerted all his strength, jumped desperately, straightened his hands, and angrily shouted, "Give me down you." At this moment, he has only one obsession. Absolutely cannot let Han Dong dunk the ball in. Han Dong stomped on the ground, like a jet, rising higher and higher, facing Tian Tao, whose height and weight were superior to his. Without the slightest fear, everyone was holding their breath, staring with round eyes, fearing that they would miss a single detail. The scene was silent. Han Dong was like an eagle with spreading wings, gliding rapidly in mid-air. The pure yang qi in his body was flowing, and his posture in the air was so elegant and free that when Tian Tao's body was falling, he was still able to maintain the high ground. Poof, a muffled sound. Two people's bodies in the air collided. One is still in the air, the other has been down. Han Dong just riding on Tian Tao's neck. Right arm swung round as a war axe chopping buckle. Bang sound. The basketball hard into the basket.